graduating from the Department of Law, the heir of the mystical realm, Xia Wange, found herself at the scene of a car accident, where she beheld a wheelchair emanating a purple aura. Despite her innate inability to gather energy, she found herself inexplicably drawn to the chair. If I can carry this wheelchair away and harness the energy to inscribe talismans, I shall become an everlasting deity within the circle. The president, Lu Qiu, who was ensnared in a predicament, unknowingly heard her thoughts and grasped his wheelchair tightly. Xia Wange's eyes sparkled with renewed fervor. Ah, an emperor's destiny, strong with fortune, born into the ancient world as a sovereign. Alas, in this modern age, I have undermined my own foundation, yet I possess a remedy. Observing the girl, who coveted his wheelchair, Lu Qiu was filled with skepticism and hastily ascended his chair to flee. Xia Wange's excitement intensified. Oh, the luck of a powerful ruler. If only he were born in ancient times. But alas, he is now a mere shadow of his former self. Yet, I have the means to rectify this. Later, she presented her law degree at his company in hopes of employment, which forced Lu Qiu into an unexpected collaboration. Thus, his life took a dramatic turn. As the esteemed president of a publicly listed company, he had traversed her rickety cart, navigated her dilapidated boat, aided her in breaking and entering, and even unearthed corpses together. In a desolate mansion, Xia Wange gazed into the distance. When the adversary approaches for the kill, I shall pull Lu Qiu in front of me. He is far more effective than talisman. Paper, star. Counting to 3, Xia Wange was taken aback to find her hands empty. Suddenly, a ghost in crimson attire witnessed a figure swinging a wheelchair aloft while another chased behind. Xia Wange shouted, "You can't see me. Why are you running?" Lu Qiu, speechless, thought, "Please, refrain from narrating your thoughts." It became evident that familiarity with Xia Wange was perilous, for it led to a series of treacherous entanglements. Ultimately, while his legs healed, he found himself trapped at the bottom of a pit. Chapter 1. Digging Graves in a Hollow. In a secluded valley nestled within the vast mountains, Xia Wange surveyed the chaotic graves surrounding her and sighed, pulling out a crumpled piece of paper. According to the simplistic map sketched upon it, upon seeing Wang Maji's grave, turn right, continue until you reach a newer grave, then turn right again. Xia Wange glanced at the half-broken steel before her. Indeed, it appeared relatively new. Then jump into a pit, crawl a few paces towards the water, stand up, and hop 3 times eastward to find the path. She longed to call her friend, who had entrusted her with this task, to inquire about such an abstract method of locating graves. Alas, there was no signal. Not only was there no signal, but due to the prolonged absence of offerings, even the wild spirits that might have guided her were nowhere to be found. After a long afternoon of searching, Xia Wange finally discovered a solitary grave hidden among the wild grass. She inserted a soul-calling incense stick. After a considerable wait, a faint spirit gradually materialized from the grave, its translucent form solidifying with the incense's influence. Without wasting time, Xia Wange stated, "I have been tasked with retrieving an item. Where is the white jade fox that serves as a paperweight?" The spirit immediately erupted in anger. Tell those 2 wretched women that I will never part with it. They are wealthy enough to watch me die without a care, and now they wish to claim my possessions? Dream on, . Xia Wange quickly lost her patience. Zhong Deng, you abandoned your wife and children, lavished your wealth on mistresses, and when your fortune waned, you returned to your wife. For money to treat your illness. That paperweight was her dowry. What nonsense are you spouting in my presence, Q. You are in cahoots with them. Stealing from the dead. Just because she married me and brought a dowry does not mean she can take it back. Dream on, . Xia Wange found it exasperating to deal with such naive spirits untouched by the harsh realities of life. She stretched her limbs. Speak quickly. I would rather not resort to violence in this serene setting. Before she could finish her exclamation, it was drowned out by the anguished wails of the spirits, plunging the world into silence. An hour later, Xia Wange emerged from a small pit, clutching a white jade fox. She glanced at the lingering spirit and dusted off her clothes. Originally, she had intended to negotiate and offer to relocate his grave, but the spirit's insolence had forced her hand into a more direct approach. Examining the exquisite craftsmanship and dense texture of the white jade, Xia Wange couldn't help but click her tongue in disbelief. How shameless to claim another's possessions. As one's own burial goods, upon returning to the roadside, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. At this hour, the only option was a black car, and she casually hailed one. Once inside, Xia Wange shut her eyes in despair. Her misfortune seemed unending. While this was indeed a black car, she had not anticipated just how dark it truly was. Aside from her, the other 3 passengers were all tainted by bloodshed. The driver had committed murder and disposed of bodies, while the seemingly amiable middle-aged couple were human traffickers. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The real concern lay in the vacant stares of all 3 individuals, their spirits dulled, their foreheads marked by a deep frown, and an air of dark energy enveloping them. Such signs heralded impending disaster. With all 3 exhibiting the same ominous traits, it suggested that something catastrophic was imminent. Xia Wange scratched her head, wondering if the heavens were now so cruel, gathering people to meet their demise together for sheer convenience. Inside the car, after Xia Wange boarded, the middle-aged man in the passenger seat, upon seeing a young and beautiful girl, perked up and began exchanging furtive glances with the woman in the back seat. The woman beside Xia Wange nodded knowingly. Seeing this, the driver honked and chuckled. Well, I guess this trip is worth it. The middle-aged man grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Let's see if you can enjoy the ride first. These days, fuel costs are exorbitant. I'll give you all the cash I have. Upon hearing this, both the driver and the middle-aged man burst into laughter. At this moment, the middle-aged woman leaned closer to Xia Wange and initiated conversation. Asterisk, are you a young lady out here for fun? This place is lovely, with fresh air and abundant resources, though the mountain roads are tricky. You should prepare a bag in case you feel nauseous. Star. Asterisk, oh what fun. I'm here on business. Asterisk, Xia Wange waved her hand dismissively. The middle-aged man turned around. Asterisk, business? What could be worth pursuing in such a remote area? By the way, young lady, what do you do? Star. I dig graves. Xia Wange nonchalantly pulled a spade from her bag and casually tapped it against the seat. These days, nothing is easy, but I've unearthed several empty graves. Bad luck. Upon witnessing her demeanor, the others fell silent, realizing that the dirt on her clothes was not from a simple stumble in the mountains. Asterisk, young lady, engaging in such work incurs a loss of virtue. Star. Xia Wange replied. Asterisk, indeed, it does harm to both yin and yang. Yet it is far preferable to the lives of murderers and child traffickers. Don't you agree? Star. Her words prompted a collective change of expression among the passengers, and before they could react, a violent crash echoed from the distant hillside. At that moment, Xia Wange swung her spade, shattering the window before tumbling out and rolling several times down the slope. When she finally looked up, she saw the vehicle she had just occupied crushed beneath a rolling truck. There was no chance of survival, let alone retrieving a complete body. It was a guaranteed death. As the cacophony of destruction faded into silence, a faint sound emerged from a luxurious vehicle that had rolled down the mountain. Driver Zhang awakened groggily, feeling intense pain in his arm. He quickly glanced back only to find the rear door wide open and his boss missing. Instinctively, he sought to find him, but the vehicle's twisted frame rendered him immobile. Just as despair threatened to consume him, the deformed door was abruptly wrenched open, revealing a bright voice that sounded like salvation. How are you feeling? Following the voice, he discovered it was a young girl who looked to be a recent university graduate. His gaze instinctively fell on her hands, which effortlessly detached the door. He was astonished to see her slender fingers adorned with a jade ring. Had she truly just removed the door? Snapping back to reality, Driver Zhang exclaimed, Asterisk, I think my right arm is broken. My boss is missing. We came to see a doctor. He is disabled. Can you help me find him? He is a good person, Star. The front of the car was crumpled, and he was unable to free his legs. Rest assured, your tribulations have come to an end. Await your rescue in peace. Xia Wange offered a few words of comfort, her gaze sweeping the scene. It was evident that a catastrophic chain collision had occurred here, making it difficult to navigate. Surrounding her were numerous casualties, some having reaped the consequences of their misdeeds, while others were merely victims of fate, the ground stained with blood. The severity of the accident weighed heavily on Xia Wange's heart as she retrieved a pair of thick jade bangles from her bag. With her fingers deftly forming a peace mantra, she cast 9 talismans into the sky. As the talismans gradually ignited, the color of the jade bangles began to fade, dimming until they crumbled into dust. The injured individuals at the scene visibly regained their vitality and spirit. Nearby lay the crumpled front of the offending truck, where she briefly glanced at the driver, bloodied and unconscious. She quickly descended, aware of the man's sordid history, entangled in vice and crime, destined for a long prison term. It was clear he would not perish here. Without hesitation, Xia Wange drew back the spiritual energy clinging to this man and deftly employed a fragment of it to perform a spell upon her eyelid. In an instant, the world around her transformed. Malevolent figures radiating a crimson aura emerged, alongside souls of the recently deceased lingering near their lifeless forms. In a shadowy corner, there sat a wheelchair emanating a faint purple aura. Xia Wange was instantly captivated, unable to divert her gaze. Her unique constitution and short lifespan necessitated the accumulation of merit to prolong her existence, yet she was inherently unable to gather energy. Thus, she relied solely on the spiritual essence stored within jade or gemstones to enact her spells, saving lives to amass merit and sustain her own. The spiritual energy of jade was finite, and accumulating merit was a laborious process. Should she run out, her existence would abruptly cease. This was precisely why she had chosen to painstakingly search for a grave earlier, opting to escape the vehicle on her own rather than expend her precious energy. These were items that could extend life. If only she could borrow the purple aura from that wheelchair, the spell she had just cast could have been performed 3 or 4 times, potentially prolonging her life by over a week. Unable to resist, Xia Wange approached the wheelchair and reached out to grasp it. Chapter 2. Trust in Science. At that very moment, a hand emerged from the deep pit behind the rocks, grasping the edge of the path. Xia Wange's pupils dilated. How could she have failed to notice this thick, almost tangible aura of purple? Grandfather Sanqing, this purple mist was so dense that even in her heavenly eye mode, she could not discern whether the individual was male or female. Xia Wange shut her eyes momentarily, and the world returned to its normal state. She finally beheld the owner of the purple aura before her, a tall, elegant man with a pale complexion, lying on the ground despite his apparent disability. At that moment, his profile presented a striking visage, his deep, enchanting eyes locking onto hers. Xia Wange silently added in her heart, "He is an extraordinarily handsome man, so attractive that his face could serve as a leg. Who could resist the urge to assist him?" Xia Wange could. In fact, she even contemplated carrying away his wheelchair. Alas, she was far too depleted of fortune. Yet, reason prevailed. The belongings of a favored child of destiny should not be taken lightly, lest misfortune befall her. She nudged the wheelchair forward slightly, glancing at the pit from which he had fallen, rendered speechless. Truly, as a child of destiny, while others suffered fractures or worsened accidents, even she had tumbled several times in that very pit. Yet he, to have tumbled down from such a height and remain enscathed in that pit, which was brimming with fine grass, not only was he uninjured, but his attire was scarcely soiled. His fortune was formidable. Had he lived in ancient times, he would have been a ruler. Unfortunately, in this modern era, such fortune was difficult to express, leading to self-sabotage. Contemplating this, Xia Wange bit her lip in indecision. If she were to tell him that she could heal his leg, would he believe her? If he did not believe her, would she have time to abscond with his wheelchair? With that wheelchair, drawing upon its aura, she could ascend to become a true deity within this circle. Who could resist such temptation? Was heaven testing her in this manner? Meanwhile, Lu Qiu had barely regained his strength from the soft grass before he struggled to climb up. Amidst the ruins and swirling smoke, he saw a slender figure slowly approaching. Pushing his wheelchair, he reached out, intending to grasp his wheelchair, but before he could even express his gratitude, his mind filled with a peculiar emptiness, followed by a few melodious words echoing in his ears. Fortune is formidable. In ancient times, it would have signified a royal destiny, yet in this modern age, it is squandered. If I tell him, I can heal his leg. If he does not believe me. Lu Qiu's eyelashes fluttered. Was there truly someone bold enough to attempt to steal a wheelchair? He had never encountered such unabashed audacity. No matter how much he despised being judged for his leg, it was still preferable to someone who sought to seize his wheelchair the moment they approached. With an unexpected surge of strength, he propped himself up and settled into the wheelchair, his voice icy. I won't lend it, just borrowing it briefly. Having said that, he maneuvered the electric wheelchair away. Only then did Lu Qiu realize that he had not seen the woman speak at all. Was it an auditory hallucination? He turned to search for the woman, but she had vanished without a trace. Lu Qiu rubbed his forehead, realizing that something was amiss in his mind. He would need to conduct a thorough examination later. When Xia Wange heard him refuse to lend the wheelchair, she thought it was not a good sign. Hastily, she retreated to a corner, drawing upon the spiritual energy within her jade ring to activate her heavenly eye. Indeed, she discovered a thread of misfortune entwined around her. Drawing in a sharp breath, the child's fortune was indeed formidable. She had merely contemplated taking the wheelchair, and he had inexplicably rejected her. Fortunately, her intentions were not malevolent, and she was only ensnared by a strand of misfortune. Xia Wange glanced down at the thread of misfortune before stowing away the jade. After all, she was protected by virtue, and any ill fortune would not be overly severe. However, how could the child's fortune's vehicle encounter a mishap? Xia Wange returned to the vicinity of driver Zhang's car, meticulously searching, and indeed found several half-burned talismans in a corner. After unfolding one to examine, she let out a cold laugh. Overestimating one's capabilities, both inexperienced and reckless, daring enough to calculate the heavens' timing for collecting a child's fortune. How audacious. The individual responsible truly had some skill, having momentarily siphoned off a portion of his luck. Yet, a favored child of destiny was still a favored child. Even if his vehicle traversed a tightrope, it would never meet with disaster. Coupled with the fact that driver Zhang was destined for a major calamity. The two factors combined resulted in this incident. The one behind this misfortune would undoubtedly suffer a severe backlash and likely had already perished. The cultivator who assisted in the misfortune would also pay with a portion of their life. As Xia Wange saw the ambulance arriving, she prepared to depart. Just then, she noticed a bewildered soul lingering around the remnants of its corporeal form. She glanced at the pitiful sight of its remaining essence, realizing that this vehicle had tumbled down alongside the favored child of destiny. Unfortunately, its fortune was lacking, and it was doomed to perish. Sighing, she ignited a talisman for rebirth to aid its smooth passage into the afterlife. Glancing at her jade ring, which had lost a considerable amount of spiritual energy, and the faint golden light of virtue surrounding her, she felt a twinge of regret. Had she been able to gather more energy, she would have long since left the mountains, rather than nurturing the jade for so many years, remaining in silence until now, when only a year of life remained, and she reluctantly drew upon the energy from her collection of jade to engage in this work and accumulate virtue. While she contemplated where to bury the used jade to nurture it in a spiritually rich locale, she approached the vehicle meant for picking up individuals from the mountain. Upon discovering that several cars were already at full capacity, Xia Wange understood that her misfortune had begun. Sighing, she meandered around the scene. Indeed, she found that the favored child of destiny had been taken away by the ambulance, leaving behind those who were difficult to transport initially. Driver Zhang was still trapped and required the fire department to come with tools for rescue, though his severed hand had been stabilized and was not serious. Master, you haven't left yet. Thank you so much. They said it was fortunate that the door fell off. Otherwise, the medical personnel wouldn't have been able to stabilize my hand. Driver Zhang exclaimed, his eyes widening with excitement upon seeing Xia Wange. Though the night was dark, he had clearly witnessed her casting talismans. With such a thick piece of jade, the talisman had soared high before being consumed in flames. After casting the talisman, he distinctly felt his spirit rejuvenated, truly miraculous. Moreover, he had personally witnessed the master remove the car door. Was that something an ordinary person could accomplish? The master was indeed exceptional. Oh, still stuck, are we? Xia Wange remarked, leaning against the car as she chatted with driver Zhang. How's your hand? Thanks to you, master. It's just a broken bone. Everything else checked out fine. Xia Wange nodded, pulling out her phone to check the date. It was already the end of the month. She turned to driver Zhang. How should I address you? My surname is Zhang. I'm Zhang Song. You can call me Xiao Zhang or Xiao Song. Xiao Song. Here's the thing. I still have a divination to conduct this month. We share a connection. Would you like to have it done? Absolutely. Let's do it. What about the fee? No need. Zhang Song, now fully convinced of Xia Wange's abilities, was overflowing with excitement. All right then, one divination is 500. Please pay in advance. Xia Wange produced a payment code. Zhang Song, with his phone at the ready, swiftly paid without any dissatisfaction over his leg being trapped while she asked for money. Instead, he was overjoyed. Upon providing his birth date and time, he watched as she opened a web page, inputting the details, and soon a wealth of information appeared. Terms like Rinshun, Wushun, and a myriad of colors filled the screen. Realizing she was generating a destiny chart corresponding to his birth date and time, he recalled that his mother believed in such matters, and he had some understanding of it. Are you using your phone to generate the chart? Xia Wange lifted her gaze. In this era of advanced technology, do you expect me to employ primitive methods to generate a destiny chart? Xiao Song, you must trust in science. Zhang Song, engaging in superstitious practices while espousing scientific principles? Isn't that contradictory? Chapter 3. Misfortune. Having said that, Xia Wange glanced at him. Shall I give you a discount? No. Zhang Song shook his head with a vigor reminiscent of a rattledrum, his curiosity piqued. I had thought that with your skills. A mere snap of your fingers would suffice. While a snap is indeed possible, it is rather costly. However, rest assured, my foundational skills are robust. I am quite adept at fortune-telling and physiognomy. Xia Wange swiftly scanned all the astrological charts. Shall we discuss your past? No need. Zhang Song quickly interjected. I trust you. Simply speak of what lies ahead. At this moment, he would believe even if the master claimed the sun would rise from the west tomorrow. Very well, Xia Wange continued. If you can navigate through today's trials, you may not achieve great wealth and nobility, but you will live comfortably, free from significant illness or disaster. Your parents are in good health, and you should pay more attention to your sister's emotional matters. She might endure some heartache. Aside from that, there's nothing else to worry about. Zhang Song nodded repeatedly. Although the master spoke in broad strokes, he felt immensely satisfied. During his recovery, he indeed needed to be more attentive to his sister. I have another question for you. Xia Wange donated 500 yuan to a charitable foundation. Adhering to the rules of her sect, which mandated a minimum of 5 divinations a month, with all earnings directed towards benevolent causes. Ask away. Will I continue in this line of work? Zhang Song whispered. The recent accident has frightened me. Should I consider distancing myself from the driving profession? Xia Wange raised her gaze to this fortunate individual, pondering for a moment. Let us put it this way. You are fated to encounter a major calamity. Your employer possesses a remarkably auspicious destiny, and it is through your association with him that you have escaped a catastrophic fate, sustaining only an injury to your hand. Had you been working with him 2 months earlier, you might have evaded this misfortune entirely. Zhang Song inhaled sharply, recalling how his boss had come to console him before being taken away by the doctor. Why hadn't he spoken more during that moment? Considering the benefits of working alongside a person of fortune, Xia Wange inquired, by the way, do you know if your boss is looking to hire an assistant or a driver? Master, we are not locals. I know, this is a city. Zhang Song was no longer surprised that the other party knew where they were from. Is your friend applying? I am applying. Before Zhang Song could respond, Xia Wange had already spotted an empty family seat in front of a hearse. So, Xiao Song, keep an eye out for me. I'll be off now. Master. We aren't hiring feng shui masters. I am a sorceress. Xia Wange's voice drifted back. A graduate of a prestigious university, majoring in law, with credentials. Upon hearing this, Zhang Song was left in utter confusion. She truly was a sorceress. Just as she was about to leap into the vehicle, the driver stopped her. Young lady, we are transporting the deceased. Xia Wange immediately adopted a theatrical demeanor, stammering, Driver, you don't understand. I am a relative, he. I never imagined he would have such a terrible accident. Woe is me. The driver, sensing her distress, comforted her. Come on, get in, dear. On the way, the driver noticed Xia Wange with her head down and attempted to offer words of solace. Who was that person? My condolences. One must look forward. He was my uncle. The driver's face darkened instantly. Young lady, I'm transporting a woman. Though the body was in disarray, he could still distinguish between genders. Xia Wange rubbed her temples and glanced back, discovering a female spirit floating behind them, a familiar face among the human traffickers. This woman, clad in red before her demise, emanated a sense of resentment, appearing to draw toward the energy of the dead. At that moment, the spirit locked eyes with Xia Wange, subtly raising an eyebrow. She slipped a jade ring onto her finger and remarked, driver, you see, this is indeed my uncle. He just appears female. He once visited Thailand and returned neither male nor female. After finishing her sentence, she flicked her wrist, sending the furious spirit, which had been about to assault her, back. With a deft motion, she inscribed a talisman in the vehicle, confining the spirit to the rear, howling in madness. Finding the noise bothersome, Xia Wange drew another silence talisman and a transformation acceleration talisman, gathering the surrounding resentment for the spirit to absorb. Is that so? The driver, having only seen such occurrences in the news, was intrigued, unsure how to handle such spirits, whether to treat them as male or female. As for others, I have no knowledge. Xia Wange stated, focusing on the spirit of the trafficker, certain she had descended into the realm of beasts. The driver was taken aback to hear someone speak so disparagingly of their relative. She has done nothing but wrong, deceiving young girls. Such a wretch deserves to suffer. It's a pity her luck ran out, taken by fate prematurely. But no matter, in her next life, she shall surely descend into the realm of beasts. And her husband will share the same fate. Xia Wange glanced at the furious spirit behind her, now desperately absorbing negative energy, a provocative smile gracing her lips. What? The driver widened his eyes in disbelief. Really? She has a husband too? And he deceives young girls? Goodness, what a stroke of luck that fate dealt with them. Indeed. Xia Wange was oblivious to the driver's misinterpretations, yet the outcome was nearly the same. She distinctly felt the driver steer toward rougher paths, jolting the already imperfect body even more. Upon arriving outside the funeral home, the driver went to register. Just as Xia Wange wiped away the silence talisman, the now fully transformed female ghost of the trafficker began screaming, "You have destroyed my physical form. I will seek vengeance. If I cannot have peace, neither shall you. Ha ha ha, you never anticipated this. I have been favored by the heavens, absorbing a significant amount of resentment along the way, and now I possess great power." How tiresome, Xia Wange muttered, slapping the previously inscribed talisman. As the talisman activated, the ghost began to wail in agony, soon engulfed in flames alongside the resentment she had absorbed. Xia Wange took the opportunity to slip away amidst the invisible flames, muttering her disdain for new ghosts, unacquainted with the harshness of life, who mistakenly assumed they could wield power simply by accumulating energy. When encountering living souls, she would not indiscriminately destroy them. But when faced with heavily resentful spirits, she felt no qualms about eliminating them. Her actions were akin to fishing with authorities unaware. Indeed, they were still too young. Once the ghost was incinerated, Xia Wange observed the merit light coalescing around her, enough to extend her lifespan by 2 days, which took her by surprise. 2 days meant that leaving this spirit unchecked would lead to numerous victims in the future. She had inadvertently eliminated a malevolent spirit destined to cause harm. Truly, what a twist of fate. A week later, in a city. "Mom, is this the shop?" Zhang Song, one arm in a cast, pointed with the other hand at a locked little store, exclaiming in exasperation, "You actually believe in such a shabby establishment?" Zhang Song had always known his mother to be superstitious. Whenever they encountered a fortune teller on the street, she would spend 30 or 40 yuan for some insight. However, he never anticipated that this time she would go so far as to trust the shop, which not only resided in a corner, but also bore a sign with an array of nonsensical claims. The sign read "Honest Little Shop," with subtext proclaiming, "Main services, fortune-telling, feng shui, naming, house cleaning, delivery, civil litigation." Zhang Song could only shake his head in disbelief. With such a chaotic array of services, his mother had actually fallen for it. She had even spent 800 yuan to obtain a breakup talisman for his sister. 800 yuan could be better spent on anything else. Sigh, his sister had indeed lost her mind, chasing after a security guard daily. His sister, who had always shunned romantic entanglements, was now even washing the feet of that scoundrel. Chapter 4. The Speed of Life and Death in the Morning Hall. The most troubling part was that even now, his sister had not ended the relationship. She remained infatuated. "Mom, wait here. Let us call that charlatan over to demand a refund. This is nothing but pure deception." As he spoke, Zhang Song prepared to make the call. Having encountered a genuine master before, he harbored a deep disdain for these frauds. They tarnished the reputation of true practitioners. No. Song, that master is very effective." She merely glanced at my face and instantly discerned the events that had transpired. "Please, for the love of all that is sacred, do not cause any trouble for the master. I implore you, Mama." Song Ma hastily grasped Zhang Song's hand, eager to leave. "Mother, I have already told you. I know of a remarkably skilled master. Even if you intend to pay, do not squander your money at such a trivial roadside establishment. Not to mention, Zhang Yu's infatuation has yet to improve. You are merely seeking talismans in vain. Song, you do not comprehend. The very act of opening a shop signifies fearlessness." Song Ma was resolute in her attempt to reclaim Zhang Song's phone. "What I am seeking is a talisman to sever rotten peach blossoms, if it has not been severed. It indicates they are not mere rotten peach blossoms. Are they not rotten peach blossoms, nonetheless? I must summon that charlatan." "Oh, what a coincidence. Zhang Song, is it?" A melodious female voice echoed from behind as the two were embroiled in their dispute. Zhang Song and Song Ma froze, their eyes gleaming with surprise as they turned around. Master, they both exclaimed, exchanging astonished glances before simultaneously asking, "Is this the master you spoke of?" Upon seeing Xia Wange, who was carrying a laptop in one arm while rummaging for her keys with the other, Zhang Song eagerly approached her, noticing her fatigued demeanor. "Master, Have you been busy with important matters? You look exhausted. I had no idea you were also from a city. What a twist of fate. Xia Wange replied, her eyes dulled by weariness. Indeed, it has been a demanding endeavor. She opened the door to her shop casually and gestured, please have a seat. I just need to upload something. Be patient for a moment. 7 days had passed since she had offended the child of fortune. And while the first 6 days had been relatively uneventful, aside from the triviality of instant noodles without seasoning and a flat tire, she found herself unexpectedly beset by misfortune. To her dismay, her graduation thesis had been randomly selected for review. She had graduated nearly 2 months prior and had already received her diploma and degree certificate. What were the odds of encountering such a situation? It was truly exasperating. After revising her thesis, Xia Wange shook 3 coins before submitting it, glancing at the divination results to ease her mind. The repercussions of being denied the chance to borrow luck from the child of fortune were indeed terrifying. Should she ever obtain it, she would become remarkably formidable. Meanwhile, Zhang Song and Song Ma sat stiffly on the shop sofa, scarcely daring to breathe. Song Ma had heard her son recount his encounter with the master, the tale of him moving a car door with his bare hands. And she was astonished to find the master she encountered spoke of the same event. No wonder the previous predictions had been so accurate. Seeing Xia Wange let out a long sigh, Zhang Song's countenance visibly lightened. He quickly whispered, Master, I never expected this little shop belonged to you. My mother mentioned there was a formidable master here whom I should meet, and what a coincidence it is to see you again. I had no idea your services were so diverse, including house cleaning and parcel delivery. Perhaps I should book a house cleaning service? I could use you for future deliveries as well. Song Ma shot a sidelong glance at her son, who was now ingratiating himself, choosing not to interrupt. Just moments ago, he had been calling her charlatan, and now he was addressing her as master. It was clear he was here to stir trouble. Isn't this a fixed location, making it convenient for others to find me? The house cleaning service specifically caters to haunted residences, while the parcel delivery is merely for sending messages or engaging in conversation. Xia Wange turned her gaze towards Zhang Song and Song Ma. What brings you here? Song Ma was about to respond when Zhang Song shot her a warning glance, prompting him to smile and say, well, you previously advised me to pay more attention to my sister, so I relayed this to my mother. She came to seek a talisman to sever the rotten peach blossoms, but we have discovered that her current boyfriend has not been severed, suggesting he may indeed be her fated partner. Fated partner? Your sister? Xia Wange inquired, looking at Song Ma. Auntie, is he referring to the girl whose birth date you consulted last time? Yes, yes. Song Ma exclaimed. I have never approved of her current boyfriend. He lacks education and appearance, merely a security guard with no ambition. I cannot fathom why my daughter is so enamored with him. She even runs around delivering meals to him, purchasing this and that, more diligently than I do as her mother. It simply does not make sense. Xia Wange reviewed the previous birth date chart and noted that her fated partner should appear when she turned 27, and given her strong self-confidence, promising career and high standards, it was unlikely she would settle for someone less accomplished. Could you please elaborate on the situation? Zhang Song attempted to speak, but Song Ma shot him a stern look, silencing him. Well, Master, I secretly placed the talisman in her bag. During the day, she indeed seemed more alert. I overheard her on the phone with a friend, declaring her desire to break up immediately, questioning why she had even dated him for so long. It was utterly maddening. Yet, by evening, she was back to running around for that man, bustling about. If he treated my daughter even a little better, I could accept it, but he is utterly lacking. I am truly distressed. Xia Wange rested her chin on her hand, contemplating. Annie, did you happen to open the talisman I gave you? Song Ma hesitated, finally stammering. I recall you advised against opening it, but I was simply too curious, so I took a quick glance before promptly closing it. Zhang Song gasped in disbelief. Mother? You actually opened it? Xia Wange nodded, but did not elaborate further. Zhang Song shot his mother a frustrated look, then leaned closer to Xia Wange, his tone filled with exasperation. Master, we do not insist on my sister finding someone exceptional, but you see, this man is merely a security guard at my boss's company. A friend of mine, his colleague, sent me his social media posts, and upon seeing such content, how could I not be infuriated? Xia Wange leaned in to take a look, and it was no wonder. If she had a sister dating someone like that, she would also do everything in her power to sever that rotten peach blossom. Today, after work, my girlfriend obediently waits at the entrance. No need for me to say much. Just hand her a cigarette and wipe her sweat. TSK, TSK, TSK. Women should look for such a good partner. It saves on hiring a housekeeper in the future. Ha! Just yesterday, she was crying and arguing with me, and yet come evening, she still dutifully cooks for me. She even bought me a new meal after I rejected her. Seeing her sincere apology made me eat a couple of bites. Oh, she was so moved. Women must not be pampered. It leads to trouble. If it weren't for her owning a house and a car, who would want a woman over 20? They don't recover well after childbirth. Women are all about wealth, obsessed with that cheap milk tea. I told her not to waste money on it. And she still threw a fit. Just wait. Next time I see her, I will give her a piece of my mind. Insolent. She dared to argue with me? At her age, aside from my feelings for her, who else would be interested? Men my age are all after 18 or 19-year-olds. She lives in luxury, without realizing it. If she doesn't marry soon, she'll lose her worth. Xia Wange took a deep breath. Do you have his phone number? Of course, master. I'll send it to you right away. Zhang Song hurriedly replied. As Xia Wange fiddled with her phone, she asked Song Ma, even if you open the talisman, it should not lead to an inability to sever the bond. There must be something else at play. When you have the time, please bring her to see me. Song Ma immediately stood up, bowing respectfully. Yes, yes, master. My daughter is resting at home today. I will take her to you right away. Saying this, they hastily exited the shop. After walking a short distance, Zhang Song complained, Mother, why did you open the master's talisman? Wasting money is one thing, but what if the master thinks we do not trust her? Oh dear, I merely wanted to show it to another familiar Taoist. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how formidable this master truly is. My friend mentioned that the one who drew that talisman is quite reputable in the field. If it weren't for health reasons, she might have even become a celestial master. Song Ma regretted her rashness. Son, what should we do? Do you think the master will harbor any ill feelings? Zhang Song contemplated the necessity of jade for Xia Wange. Mother, why not gift that cherished jade bracelet of yours to the master? Exchanging it for Xiaoya's future is certainly worthwhile. Song Ma, who had always believed in such matters, nodded repeatedly in agreement. Indeed, it is worthwhile. Thus, the two hurried home. In the quaint shop, after an extensive discussion with her teacher, Xia Wange finally confirmed the temporary safety of her thesis. She quickly messaged her equally unfortunate college roommate. Xia Changming Bai Shui. I passed, it was a close call, look. Screenshot, JPG. Wanwan, Ia Baofu. I'm still in the trenches. My mother dragged me to attend a farewell ceremony for an old classmate of hers. To be honest, I brought 2 phones with me. See, photo JPG. In the image, she held a foldable phone in one hand, with a backdrop of floral wreaths. It seemed Zhao Wan was huddled in a corner, frantically working on her thesis with a submission deadline fast approaching, a race against time indeed. She had to complete it before the cremation took place. Chapter 5. The Guarantee Charm. Xia Wange recalled Zhao Wan mentioning that the deceased was her mother's classmate, only in her 50s, still quite young. She had been dressed in a vibrant red suit, preparing for some celebration when a sudden heart attack claimed her life. Xia Changming Bai Shui. On the 7th day, in a red suit, be careful. Wanwan Ia Baofu. Rest assured, my grievances are heavier than a ghost's. I submitted yesterday, and it was rejected. Haha. By the way, how's the jade you unearthed last time? Xia Changming Bai Shui. It's quite lovely, a fine piece. Thanks to the generous benefactor. I'm sending you a guarantee charm, friend price 200. Wanwan Ia Baofu. As long as it's effective. My mother said, if you can find it, it's yours. Transfer 200. I need to resubmit. Please lend me some strength. Xia Wange chuckled, accepted the payment, sent the guarantee charm, and then casually donated the 200. Initially, Zhao Wan had advised her to wield the law as a weapon, but not long after graduation, she was already being asked if there was a way to deal with a heartless scoundrel who abandoned his wife. Reflecting on this, Xia Wange smiled, intending to tease her with a few words, but was taken aback upon noticing a familiar figure in the corner of the image. Wasn't that the fortunate son she had encountered before, Zhang Song as employer? After a moment of surprise, Xia Wange truly grasped the urgency of Zhao Wan's situation. Normally, upon seeing such a striking gentleman resembling Zhang Song's boss, she would have messaged her already, but time was of the essence. Indeed, before long, Zhao Wan, having submitted her thesis, bombarded her with messages. Wanwan Ia Baofu. Ah, sister. Do you know who I just saw? A handsome man. A handsome man in a wheelchair, my goodness. The person in the upper left corner of the photo I just sent you, check it out. I wouldn't dare take another picture. Wanwan Ia Baofu. Do you know who he is? From the Lu family in the Eastern City. It's rare to see him. I heard that because of his leg, the company relocated to a better area and even created a barrier-free park. Xia Wange pressed her lips together. While she was not well-versed in the Lu family of the Eastern City, she understood that a family associated with a fortunate son was certainly not lacking in fortune, especially since he had already begun to harm his own roots. Wanwan Iya Baofu. Sister, I just inquired a bit, and it turns out that my mother's suddenly deceased old classmate is actually the uncle of that young president from the Lu family. By rough calculation, I could attend a funeral alongside the young president of Lu. Wanwan Iya Baofu. Wait, sister, why are you so unresponsive? You can't possibly be unaware of the Lu family in Dongchen? That shouldn't be the case. You've probably encountered more feng shui practitioners than I have. You should know about this circle. Xia Changming Bai Shui. I do have some work, but currently, I'm not engaging in those projects that involve helping with feng shui and fortune turning for losses of 2 to 3 million, or tens of millions. Finding good jade and gemstones that can harbor spiritual energy is rare. Finding locations that can help jade absorb spiritual energy is even rarer. She had only recently found a place to nurture her collection of jade, gemstones, and tourmaline for cyclical use. Although her shop had just opened, she had previously amassed connections. There were companies seeking her help with feng shui to remedy losses of millions, but Xia Wange had declined, finding such endeavors lacking in cost-effectiveness. In the realm of fortune and fate, while losses had occurred in recent years, good fortune could still be regained if the timing was right. Unless someone was truly harmed, she preferred not to intervene. Given the limited resources of spiritual energy, she leaned towards aiding those in dire need, as the merits she carried could only sustain her life for just over a year. Once her circumstances improved, she would allocate more effort towards earning. Wanwan Iya Baofu. That's commendable, sister. I appreciate your resolute stance against power and wealth. Xia Changming Bai Shui. It's not quite that, just. Wanwan Iya Baofu. Well, we do have connections now, so look out for me. Now that the cremation is over, we should prepare to leave. Xia Changming Bai Shui. She knew well that Zhao Wan was a Schrodinger's materialist. Xia Wange refrained from mentioning the young president of Lu. For approaching a fortunate son should be left to fate. Having too strong of an intention could bring misfortune. Moreover, her goal was to channel the fortune from him. After all, Wanwan Iya Baofu. I forgot to ask, what have you been busy with lately? Xia Changming Bai Shui. Helping a young girl sever ties with her mediocre boyfriend. Wanwan Iya Baofu. Another one of those mediocre men. If only all the men in the world were like the young president of Lu. Handsome, strong, and polite. Though it's that elite kind of politeness, it's still politeness. Just as she was about to give a few reminders, the door swung open, revealing Zhang Song and Song Ma entering. Zhang Song and Song Ma hesitated, and it was Zhang Song who spoke first. Master, while we brought my sister, she remains skeptical. She just received a call, and is still outside talking. Saying she will come in shortly. Xia Wange replied, no worries, I'll speak with her. She was not a deity, after all. It was impossible to make everyone believe in her unconditionally. Master, master. At that moment, Song Ma stepped forward, cautiously presenting a jewelry box. Placing it on the table and opening it. Master, my son said you need some jade. This bracelet is for you. As a token of gratitude for helping us resolve our issues. Xia Wange initially intended to refuse, but upon seeing the exquisite jade bracelet, which indeed housed some spiritual energy, she asked, this bracelet, is it a family heirloom? Yes, master, Song Ma replied, gazing at the bracelet. Originally, it was meant to be passed down to you. But if she truly ends up with that man, I might as well shatter it. The bracelet is exceptional, but you should keep it safe for now. I will have a chat with your daughter first, and if necessary, I may borrow your bracelet. Xia Wange added, when I return it, it may not be as lustrous. But you're not planning to sell it, so after keeping it for a decade or so, it should return to you. Song Ma was taken aback. Master. Invite your daughter in, Xia Wange instructed. She could see that they were deliberately keeping their daughter outside, wary of her potentially brash comments, and were thus giving her a heads up. Before long, a plainly dressed young woman, appearing to be around 26, entered. She was quite pretty, though her demeanor contrasted sharply with the elegant urbanite depicted in the photo Zhang Song had previously shown her. The photo showcased a poised queen, exuding confidence, while the current girl seemed somewhat timid and meek. Chapter 6. You two are quite suitable. When Zhang Yu entered, she was momentarily taken aback. She overheard her mother and brother referring to a master, presuming that they were speaking of an elderly individual. To her astonishment, seated across the table was a young girl, seemingly even younger than herself, exuding warmth and charm, with a striking beauty that suggested she had only recently stepped into society. Zhang Yu's irritation flared instantly. Was this some sort of jest? She furrowed her brow and declared, "Mom, brother, you may continue conversing with the master. I must deliver a meal to Lei Ge."
Ah.
You, do stay and listen to what the master has to say. She is incredibly insightful, Song Ma interjected hastily. Your brother's life was saved by the master. Zhang Song, more direct, retorted angrily, Zhang Yu, if you walk out that door today, do not expect me to acknowledge you as my sister. Throughout your life, we have never burdened you with work, and now you are running around for another man. You are belittling yourself. Frustrated, Zhang Yu stamped her foot. You both. Brother. Mom, it's one thing for you to blindly believe in this and that, but how could you too? I have already prepared the food. I must go deliver it. Lei Ge will be off work soon. I truly care for him. Brother, do you not support my pursuit of true love? I am willing to do this for him. The veins on Zhang Song's forehead throbbed. Zhang Yu, when you were 6, you had a minor mishap involving dirt, and you were stuck in a pit for quite some time before being rescued, correct? At 12, you suffered an illness that required surgery, and since then, you have been missing an organ, indicating that you must have had acute appendicitis. Xia Wange spoke calmly. You are strong-willed and unafraid of setbacks during your school years. If you performed well on exams, you would relax, but if you did poorly, you would double your efforts, demonstrating a tenacity that only grew stronger with adversity. You excelled in university and have secured a good job, your personality aiding you greatly in becoming self-sufficient and even accumulating some savings. At first, Zhang Yu's expression was skeptical, but it gradually transformed into astonishment, ultimately shifting back to doubt. She asserted, "It must be that my mom and brother told you all of this." I swear I said nothing. All of this is what the master divined. Song Ma insisted. Zhang Song, if I had disclosed any information about you, my arm would never heal. Both of you, please step outside. I wish to speak with her alone, Xia Wange said, lifting her cup and leaning against the table with a gentle smile. Song Ma and Zhang Song exchanged glances, hesitating to speak before ultimately falling silent. They cast one last worried glance at Zhang Yu before exiting together. Now, only Xia Wange and Zhang Yu remained in the room. Xia Wange set down her cup, placing her hands on the table's edge and tilting her head slightly. What I just shared was information your family could hear. You have always attracted the opposite sex. While you may not be the most conventionally beautiful, you possess a charm that draws boys to you. Thus, you experienced your first crush in elementary school, began dating in middle school, and continued through high school and university, although those relationships ended after graduation. Zhang Yu's eyes gradually widened, disbelief flickering across her face. She had concealed these matters from both her mother and brother. Her mother remained oblivious to her romantic history, believing her relationship with Lei Ge to be her first, and thinking she had been deceived. In truth, she had dated multiple times, which led her to favor this current relationship. You had a crush on an upperclassman in high school, pursuing him until he expressed an interest in dating, at which point you lost interest, realizing you were not compatible. You simply enjoyed the thrill of the chase and his appearance. In university, your boyfriend treated you well, but you eventually parted ways due to differing family values. At this point, Xia Wange fixed her gaze on Zhang Yu. Shall I continue? For instance, your thirst for knowledge in certain areas is quite strong, particularly your fondness for manga. Master, I believe you now, Zhang Yu exclaimed, filled with admiration for Xia Wange, fearing that if the conversation continued, she might not withstand it. She presented two entirely different facades to her friends and parents. If Zhang Yu knew she might meet her end at any moment, her first course of action would be to erase all her browser bookmarks to preserve her innocence in this world.
Master,
do you not have faith in my relationship with Lei Ge? His current job may not be ideal, but he is destined for success. He is a source of misfortune for you, Xia Wange stated decisively. He not only hinders your financial prospects but also your career and familial relationships. Typically, after the other party came to believe in her, her counsel would result in a separation. However, Zhang Yu was no ordinary individual. She merely paused for a moment before smiling again, her expression shy. If he brings me misfortune, so be it. Once he earns money, he will surely spend it on me. After all, he was the one who helped me secure a position as a security guard at the company, and he treats me very well. Xia Wange's expression reflected a fleeting moment of conflict. She could glean no signs of a noble character from that person's social media presence. You can see the content of his posts, can't you? Zhang Yu pressed her lips together. Lei Ge advises me to have children early, claiming that if a woman marries late and has children late, her body will struggle to recover. He merely speaks bluntly, but it is for my own good. Xia Wange raised an eyebrow. Drinking milk tea, for instance, is also for my benefit. After all, excessive consumption can lead to weight gain and acne. Xia Wange pursed her lips. Cooking is something I now find quite enjoyable. I previously did not know how to cook, but now that I have learned, I can make whatever I desire, without relying on others. It truly is quite wonderful. Unable to endure any longer, Xia Wange grasped the jade toad ornament on the table, turned her face away, closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she quickly cast a glance at Zhang Yu before withdrawing her divine sight. In situations where clarity was possible, it was prudent to conserve the jade's spiritual energy. She did not wish to be overly frugal, but life demanded it. For matters that could be resolved through basic skills, she relied on those. However, from that brief glance, Xia Wange discerned a dark red thread connecting Zhang Yu to a distant point, vanishing from view. At that moment, Xia Wange's phone chimed. After a quick glance, she smiled and said to Zhang Yu, I believe you two are quite suitable for each other. How about this? Since you need to deliver food, I can ride with you and help improve your romantic prospects along the way. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. Master. Really? Master. That would be splendid. Please wait a moment. I shall quickly pack Lei Ji's meal. With that, Zhang Yu beamed and dashed out the door. Before long, Zhang Song and Song Ma rushed back in, flustered and inquiring. Master, is what Zhang Yu said true? Do you think they're suitable for one another? Chapter 7. Severing Toxic Relationships. The smile on Xia Wange's lips gradually cooled. Your sister's boyfriend has employed dark arts and made offerings. However, do not worry, I will assist you in resolving this matter. She had previously wondered why. If the other party was involved in such practices, they would be aware of the severing of connections and refrain from further attempts. Yet, to her surprise, the connection had quickly re-established itself with Zhang Yu, this time with the red thread emanating a sinister aura, entwined not only with malevolence, but also with the other party's lifespan. The fact that the other party had exchanged their lifespan to bind this relationship was astonishing. There was one more thing Xia Wange did not disclose. It was fortunate that Zhang Yu encountered her today. Had she missed this evening, and a physical bond was formed, Zhang Yu, upon awakening, might find it intolerable, leading to a complete alteration of her life's trajectory. Dark arts? Offerings? Zhang Song's eyes widened in disbelief. Xia Wange regarded the pair. You may interpret this as being hexed. Hexed? Song Ma gasped, her hands trembling. After a moment of shock, Zhang Song quickly said, Master, you are truly remarkable to have deduced such matters. Had you not pointed it out, we would have remained blissfully unaware. This is not divination, Xia Wange replied calmly. I had someone check his social media account and discovered that he follows numerous individuals involved in these offerings. Why are you more superstitious than I am? You should believe in science. With that, Xia Wange picked up her car keys and headed outside, leaving the Zhang family in a state of disarray. Riding on the motorcycle with Zhang Yu towards the workplace of Lei Ge, Xia Wange concealed her discontent beneath her helmet. The audacity of malevolent forces had reached an alarming peak, brazenly claiming lives without a shred of discretion. Previously, they had targeted the child of fortune, and now they had turned their sights on ordinary individuals. Was it possible that after the backlash from their last endeavor against the child of fortune, the sinister puppeteers were now recklessly harvesting lifespans? The motorcycle sped along, swiftly arriving at their destination. Upon seeing the stone tablet at the entrance of the company, Xia Wange was taken aback. Qiu Group. Wasn't this the very company associated with the child of fortune? It turned out that Zhang Yu and Zhang Song were employed at the same place, which made sense. Zhang Yu, being in human resources, would naturally consider her own people first for any vacancies. Master, Lei Ge should be off work by now. I'll head in to deliver the food. Otherwise, he started to worry, Zhang Yu remarked, grabbing the food container and dashing into the building. From a distance, Xia Wange noticed someone standing beside the guardhouse at the entrance. Not in a hurry, she parked the motorcycle and retrieved Song Ma's bracelet, slipping it onto her wrist. It emanated a faint aura of spiritual energy mingled with the essence of her ancestors. With these artifacts, she was certain she could help Zhang Yu sever this ill-fated bond. As for why she wouldn't simply sever the connection from afar, it was to conserve her spiritual energy. Should she find herself brimming with power one day, she would assert her influence from the highest pinnacle, undertaking matters of national significance, without budging an inch. Song Ma and Zhang Song had taken a taxi and had yet to arrive. Xia Wange decided not to wait any longer and walked towards Zhang Yu. Before she could approach, she overheard a conversation that made her head throb. "Why did you come so late?" A man, hardly taller than 5'7" and as thin as a reed, with pale skin tinged with a sickly hue, displayed an expression of irritation. "I've been off work for nearly 10 minutes, and you've only just arrived. Do you believe I will slap you in front of everyone?"
"Sorry, Lu Qiu.
"I was held up. I made your favorite tomato beef stew. Just give it a try," Zhang Yu's sweet voice chimed in. "Only a couple of dishes? Just 2? What's wrong with you? It took you this long for just 2 dishes? Are you even putting in the effort? Both dishes require time. I simmered the tomato beef stew in a clay pot on low heat all afternoon. It's delicious. And the cold dish, all right, enough chattering. Just set it down over there. Watch me eat, and when I'm finished, take the bowls back to wash. I don't want a dirty bowl left for me. I smashed the one you left last time." Okay, let go." Onlookers in the guardhouse could no longer bear to watch and contemplated intervening, but were swiftly dissuaded by an elder nearby. One was willing to strike, the other to endure. Words would be in vain, and they risked being chastised for meddling. Xia Wange took a deep breath, casting aside her prepared words. This man, with his countenance, exuded an air of incompetence, arrogance, and idleness, destined for a sorrowful old age. No, he was trading his lifespan for the light. He likely wouldn't live long enough to see old age. "Zhang Yu, wait a moment." Xia Wange stepped forward, meeting the man's brazen gaze head-on, urging Zhang Yu to grasp Lei Ji's wrist. Confused, Lei Ge didn't comprehend the situation, but Zhang Yu, sensing the opportunity, was elated, realizing that the master was assisting her in solidifying her destiny. She obediently seized his wrist. Xia Wange lowered her gaze slightly, forming a gesture with her left hand to channel spiritual energy, her right hand poised like a blade. 1,000-mile bond severed by a single thread, all matters aligned to their rightful path. With this incantation, Xia Wange forcefully pried apart their hands. A gust, akin to a cutting wind, swept through the space, causing those who had been quietly observing to feel their hair ruffle. They exchanged bewildered glances at Zhang Yu, who bowed her head, and the furious Lei Ge. An inexplicable sensation washed over the onlookers, as though the previously intertwined energies of the two had suddenly diverged. "What are you doing? What's the meaning of this?" Lei Ge shouted at Xia Wange. Ignoring him, she stepped back, carefully returning the now dulled bracelet to its box before leaning against a comfortable spot with her hands in her pockets, prepared to watch the unfolding drama. Seeing that Xia Wange was unresponsive to his outburst, Lei Ge, recognizing her imposing demeanor, which was beyond his capacity to provoke, redirected his anger towards Zhang Yu. "You worthless woman, what are you doing standing there? Hurry up and set the food." "Setting the food, you say?" Zhang Yu suddenly lifted her head, her eyes glinting with a fierceness Lei Ge had never witnessed. "I'll set the food. Set the food for you? I shall serve your grandfather's meal." With that, Zhang Yu hurled the packed meal directly into Lei Ji's face. Not satisfied, she continued to unleash the containers upon him, leaving him too stunned to retaliate. "Did you expect me to cook and serve you? What kind of audacious creature do you think you are? Giving you face every day. And you still dare to bark at me? If you don't have a mirror, you should at least take a look at yourself in the toilet. What a dog-ass life you lead, barking orders at me. You don't even stand taller than me or possess more strength. With that frail body of yours. You think you can command me? If you dare to raise your voice at me again, I'll twist your head off. Do you believe me? You shameless, ugly thing. I must have lost my mind to have endured so much. You better disappear from my sight immediately, or I swear I will strike you every time I see you." Xia Wange, who had been leaning back to observe the commotion, instinctively straightened her posture, a look of respect overtaking her features as she watched Zhang Yu's fierce display. Chapter 8. This truly is the master. Lei Ge, taken aback by the scathing rebuke, stood there, unable to wipe the soup from his face, muttering, Yeah. You, my foot. Let me make it clear, we have no relationship whatsoever. We're not familiar, so stop with the nonsense. It's disgusting." Zhang Yu unleashed another barrage of insults, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. "If you keep this up, I'll call the police." Lei Ge, the quintessential bully who preyed on the weak, was now cautious in the face of Zhang Yu's fierce demeanor. "Call the police then. If you don't, that just shows you're a coward. Let us see who the police will side with." After her outburst, she took a deep breath, adjusted her slightly disheveled hair, and turned to Xia Wange with a grateful smile. Master, Thank you so much, master. If it weren't for you, I don't know how long I would have been tormented by this disaster. It is not in your fate to be delayed any longer. Xia Wange smiled gently. And rest assured, when the police arrive, they will merely mediate your dispute. Zhang Yu's eyes welled with tears. Master, I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. Master, are you the meddler in this affair? Lei Ge, upon seeing Zhang Yu's expression, realized someone had disrupted his plans. During the interview, he had noticed Zhang Yu's beauty, fantasizing about her becoming his girlfriend. That evening, he stumbled upon a video about someone who could grant wishes through offerings and, after adding that person, hastily spent 1,000 yuan to make an offering, believing he would soon have Zhang Yu at his side. To his delight, just 2 days later, Zhang Yu had indeed called him, showering him with affection. Yet, when he sought to bring her to his rented room, she was always called away at the last moment. He had endured this for days, but soon Zhang Yu, who used to visit him daily, began to distance herself. Realizing something was amiss, he sought the help of the same master who had assisted him before. This time, the master insisted on a fee of 10,000 yuan, along with his birth date, to ensure a stronger bond than before. Without hesitation, he borrowed money online to arrange this. Indeed, the very next day, Zhang Yu called him, her demeanor filled with eager affection, even while busy on a work trip. He had intended to keep her at a distance to ensure their bond solidified. But just as he was about to take the final step, he was interrupted once more. Upon contemplating the monetary losses he incurred, Lei Zi's eyes instantly turned crimson with fury as he lunged towards Xia Wange, intent on striking her. Zhang Yu, naturally, would not allow this and attempted to intervene, only to be restrained by the master who had been standing behind her, shielding her from harm. With an airy kick, Xia Wange effortlessly brought Lei Zi crashing to his knees. She cast her gaze downward, her cold, piercing eyes locking onto his, her voice imbued with icy disdain. Tan Lei, while you may seek death from others, should you provoke me, I assure you that even in death, you shall find no peace.
Feel free to test that.
Her words bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, completely subduing Lei Zi. It dawned on him that she was capable of overcoming the mastery of the revered figure he had previously relied upon. Instantly, fear gripped him. Yet he schemed to return and once again seek out a light, determined to obliterate these insufferable women. Before long, security personnel arrived and escorted Tan Lei away. It was now the end of the workday, and a throng of people gathered at the entrance, all witnessing the spectacle. Previously, many had speculated how such an exceptional girl like Zhang Yu could be enamored with someone like Lei Zi, who appeared utterly oblivious, as if he had lost his mind. Subtle hints of encouragement to break up were frequently dropped in her presence. If only Lei Zi were a tad more humble or treated Zhang Yu with a semblance of kindness, they would not harbor such disdain for him. Alas, he was perpetually boasting and flaunting on social media, his disdain for Zhang Yu evident in his words, which only fueled their desire to witness the inevitable dissolution of their relationship. However, upon witnessing Zhang Yu rise, the crowd felt an immediate sense of vindication. Behind the glass of the office building, Zhang Yu's colleagues secretly observed the unfolding drama. What transpired? Just moments ago, Zhang Yu had been meekly delivering a meal, and now she had thrown it in his face. Indeed, while the words were inaudible, the visual spectacle suggested a fierce reprimand. It was gratifying to witness. A person of such caliber as Zhang Yu reduced to being the girlfriend of that scoundrel. If she were mine, I would have treated her like royalty. Yet, Lei Zi squandered that opportunity, mindlessly posting trite quotes while failing a crucial test during his probation period. I was initially concerned that Zhang Yu might plead on his behalf, but now that worry has dissipated. At that moment, an onlooker's phone chimed, prompting them to exclaim, "Breaking news! Zhang Yu's transformation has a reason. It appears she has been severed from someone." This revelation ignited further interest, and the crowd huddled together to watch the video. When they beheld the previously demure Zhang Yu, who had been placating Tan Lei, her demeanor shifting drastically after the intervention of another woman, their astonishment grew. "This is a true master," someone gasped. "How impressive! Wait, why did we only capture Zhang Yu expressing gratitude to the master? I thought there was more to it." It seemed that a commotion had erupted afterward, leading to the loss of footage. One individual hastily set down their drink and began to descend the stairs. "Hey, where are you going? We need to get the master's contact information. This is a genuine master. I must hurry. I'm coming too." Several of them rushed downstairs, while in a nearby office, Assistant Su wheeled out President Lu Qiu. "President Lu, should I call them back?" Lu Qiu replied calmly, no need. It is after work hours. Employees are free to do as they wish. Their beliefs, as long as they do not interfere with work, are also their freedom. No need to interfere. Having said that, Lu Qiu maneuvered his wheelchair to the window, gazing contemplatively at the woman beside Zhang Yu. He was aware of Zhang Yu's situation. She was part of his secretarial department. And on a day when the HR department was overwhelmed, she had assisted in conducting interviews. He had heard whispers about her, but since it was a personal matter, he refrained from prying. Regardless of whether it was related to that woman or not, it was not his concern to entangle himself in. During this period, Lu Qiu had not experienced the strange auditory hallucinations he encountered at the accident scene. He had since consulted a psychologist who suggested that his intense desire for recovery, coupled with the trauma from the accident, might have caused the auditory delusions. He felt a pang of regret, realizing that he had not only failed to thank the person who had so diligently righted his wheelchair, but had also allowed his mind to wander into unfounded imaginings. At that moment, Xia Wange suddenly sensed a foreign energy surrounding her. Before she could ponder further, her celestial eye activated autonomously, revealing a deep purple aura entwined around her, emanating from the fated child. Why does this aura carry a sense of regret? Chapter 9. Visions of the Future. Before Xia Wange could delve deeper into her thoughts, the scenes before her rapidly blurred, and snippets of images flashed before her eyes. A dilapidated dwelling, a chaotic and filthy floor, a small single bed, and the faint glow of a phone illuminating Tan Lei's face, which bore a fierce expression as he frantically typed. On the screen, he was engaged in a conversation. Master, I wish to offer my light once more. This time, I seek love. I want her to return and beg me on her knees. I am willing to sacrifice everything. What do you mean I have nothing left to give? I have money, and I can take out loans. I will comply with any request you have. Good, if not for love, then I seek wealth. Yes, yes. The same birth date as last time. The scene shifted, revealing Tan Lei ecstatically clutching a lottery ticket, his gaze fixated on a live stream. Xia Wange observed his withered appearance, as if his life force was rapidly depleting. He was burning away his vitality for the sake of that light. As the final ball was drawn, Tan Lei gripped the ticket tightly, his eyes bulging with desperation. Just one more number. Just one more number. I need to offer my light again. I need to offer my light. In that instant, he froze, his complexion turning ashen, and before long, he collapsed backward, lifeless. Xia Wange suddenly realized that she had witnessed a glimpse of the future. She hastily formed a sigil with her hands, retracting her celestial eye. Feeling a pang of regret. How could she squander her ability to foresee the future on such a scoundrel? As she sensed the faint remnant of purple fortune lingering on her, she finally comprehended the might of the fated child. Merely a sliver of their fortune had upgraded her celestial eye to glimpse the future. If they were to collaborate, and she received more of that fortune, could she not ascend to divinity? Initially, she had hesitated over the prospect of drawing near to the fated child, but now her resolve to claim a share of their fortune soared to unprecedented heights. She refused to remain a powerless geomancer, unable to wield spiritual energy. Nor did she wish to continue amassing merit in a futile attempt to extend her life. Surely, President Lu did not wish to remain a cripple for eternity either. Moreover, if the situation remained unresolved, the backlash from his fortune would intensify, potentially leading to a catastrophic collapse of his health. Their mutual benefit was evident. At that moment, Zhang Song and Mother Song arrived late, bewildered by the scene before them. Seeing that the situation had calmed, Xia Wange began to gather her things to depart. As she left, she turned to glance at the blue glass of the building, gazing for a moment before breaking into a smile and waving. She then strode confidently out of the company, determined to investigate the malevolent forces behind the offering of lights. Those who manipulated lifespans for their dark practices, such entities deserved to be eradicated. She harbored a profound disdain for scoundrels. Initially irritated by Tan Lei's actions and contemplating sending a misfortune talisman his way, the revelation from her celestial eye revealing his inevitable demise dissuaded her from that course of action. Associating with such individuals would only invite backlash. Inside the building, Lu Qiu, seated in his wheelchair, furrowed his brow as he observed Xia Wange's retreating figure, his expression a mixture of suspicion and intrigue. Assistant Su behind him was equally astonished. That woman had directly gazed at them, hadn't she? This was one-way glass, was it not? How could she have looked at them with such accuracy? Could it be that she truly was a master? Lu Qiu withdrew his gaze, deciding to investigate the matter himself. Perhaps he had become a bit obsessed. He would let things unfold naturally. 3 days later. Mr. Lu, here is the list of several newly recruited assistants for your review, Assistant Su said, his expression awkward as he placed 3 files on Lu Qiu's desk, then quietly stood by. Has that security guard from last time been dismissed? Lu Qiu suddenly recalled not seeing him at the gate these past few days. He resigned of his own accord, Assistant Su replied, having heard plenty of gossip. It was said that after his resignation, he boasted he would soon return in a sports car. According to the Human Resources Department, he had failed his assessment and had not yet been called in for a discussion when he chose to resign. Lu Qiu picked up the 3 files and glanced through them, frowning as he noticed a female candidate. For this recruitment, he sought assistants who could provide close support, as his leg condition had worsened. Initially, he felt numbness only below the knee, but now pain and tingling had begun in his thighs. Before the issues in his calves arose, he experienced similar sensations. Thus, he needed an assistant to help manage his daily life and alleviate some of Assistant Su's workload. He couldn't constantly require his assistant to work overtime, even with generous compensation. Everyone deserved ample time for rest and personal life. Although unspoken, Assistant Su should have been aware that the primary duties of this assistant would likely steer clear of female candidates. Assistant Su's expression twisted momentarily. He pressed his lips together and quietly said, the Human Resources team mentioned she is exceptionally talented, an excellent driver with a law degree. She meets your criteria of possessing some legal knowledge and is unlikely to err easily. She also has some martial arts skills and can protect you if necessary, along with a certain ability to anticipate risks. Moreover, her salary expectations are modest, so the feedback from them was to suggest finding a male assistant to complement her, balancing the salary without exceeding the budget. This person indeed meets my requirements. Lu Qiu's gaze lingered on the file of Xia Wange for a moment. Have them come in. Understood. Assistant Su exited, quickly wiping the sweat from his forehead and exhaling, Xia Wange, Li Fan, Qianming, Mr. Lu requests your presence. Xia Wange smiled and followed the 2 men into the room. The 3 stood before Lu Qiu, who withdrew his gaze from the files and lifted his eyes. Momentarily pausing on Xia Wange, he was taken aback for a moment, his eyes flitting between her and her photo in the file for what felt like an eternity before he finally discerned some similarities. After tapping his fingers on the desk for a while, Lu Qiu could not resist asking, what brings you here? Although their only close encounter had been during the car accident, Lu Qiu was certain she had turned back to look at him that day. From his inquiries over the past few days, it was evident that this esteemed master, praised by many, surely possessed considerable skill. While he was unfamiliar with her field, a master of her caliber would undoubtedly have no shortage of business if she sought to earn a living. I'm merely here for the assistant position. Xia Wange replied with a calm demeanor, though internally, she was uncertain how she ended up standing there. It felt as though she had been propelled into the situation. She had left early that day, and the next, Zhang Yu had visited the small shop to express her gratitude, mentioning that many colleagues had rushed out to find her for fortune-telling. Xia Wange felt no regret, merely stating that she would leave it to fate. Zhang Yu insisted on gifting her a jade bracelet, and upon receiving it, Xia Wange offered her a charm to mitigate the repercussions of the misfortune. Zhang Yu likely learned from her brother that she intended to apply for the position, which prompted her to request her resume that very day. Chapter 10. Just hearing what the other party has to say is a kind of happiness. Xia Wange assumed that the invitation was merely polite, but to her surprise, the very next morning, she received an interview notice. That afternoon, she was urged to attend the interview. Upon entering the interview room, she was met with a bustling crowd, leaving her momentarily unsure whether she was there for an interview or a grand assembly. Each person seemed to gaze at her with bright eyes, making her wonder if she was some remarkable talent they were eager to have aboard. In truth, it appeared to be the case. Her conversations with the HR personnel were rather surreal. Hello, I'm Xia Wange, a graduate of There's No Need for an Introduction. Your resume is outstanding. When can you start? HR Representative 1 interrupted. Xia Wange hesitated, but the requirements specify male candidates. Exceptional talents may have conditions relaxed, HR Representative 2 replied. Xia Wange was taken aback. They could even overlook gender? After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, I don't consider myself particularly exceptional. You mentioned being a good driver and having fortune-telling skills, along with a strong ability to assess risks, HR Representative 3 pointed out. Xia Wange fell silent, surprised that someone articulated the abilities of a feng shui master so insightfully. Seeing her hesitation, HR Representative 4 quietly inquired, Are you not interested in the position? Xia Wange lightly clicked her tongue. It's not that I'm disinterested. I just find the whole situation rather peculiar. Once I enter, I might end up being drained, working as an assistant by day and a master by night. It's like I'm being pursued, unable to escape. That's fine. HR Representative 5 decisively declared. As long as you are willing, you can join. Whether you stay depends on the boss, but getting you in here is our accomplishment. Miss Xia, you can start tomorrow. Thus, she found herself thrust into this situation. Standing before Mr. Lu Qiu scrutinized the 3 files once more, pinching the bridge of his nose. He sensed that he had been completely enveloped by the other party's presence, yet he could not pinpoint the reason. She was indeed impressive, setting aside her mystical skills. She had the qualifications to remain. After asking a few simple questions, Lu Qiu decided to keep Xia Wange for a private conversation. Once Li Fan and Qian Ming had exited, he pondered for a moment before speaking. Master Xia, may I address you as such? Xia Wange smiled. That's too much.
Just call me Xia.
Lu Qiu was momentarily taken aback. He had intended for a title to prompt her to reveal her intentions. Yet she proved to be as soft as cotton, resistant to probing. After some thought, he shifted his approach. Your photo bears some difference from your actual appearance. Xia Wange continued to smile. It was taken when I was younger.
How young?
About 2 months ago, she replied. Lu Qiu fell into a long silence. Indeed, that was quite youthful. The room lapsed into quietness once more as they exchanged glances, neither willing to speak first. Lu Qiu motioned for Xia Wange to take a seat opposite him, and they continued their silence across the desk. Ultimately, Lu Qiu could no longer contain himself. Rubbing his forehead, he inquired, Master Xia, could you share your purpose in being here? A master of your caliber surely wouldn't concern herself with the meager salary of this modest establishment, would you? How do you know I am skilled? Xia Wange arched an eyebrow. Both Secretary Zhang and Driver Zhang are among the astute individuals I selected, Lu Qiu replied. They hold you in high regard. And I trust the opinions of intelligent individuals. So, what is your purpose? Xia Wange closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, she saw the office enveloped in a swirling purple aura, emanating abundantly from Lu Qiu, akin to a whirlpool of auspicious energy. Initially, she could have restrained herself and gradually accumulated merit, but after experiencing the conveniences brought by the purple energy a few days prior, she no longer hesitated. Returning to normalcy, Xia Wange candidly stated, I can heal your leg. Your destiny is extraordinarily precious. In ancient times, you would have been a ruler. Yet being born in modern times, your abundant nobility remains unexpressed, leading to harm at its roots. Initially affecting your feet, it has now escalated to your calves and has reached above your knees, eventually threatening your lungs and life. However, I possess a method to assist you. Lu Qiu, with furrowed brows, fixed his piercing eyes upon her. His expression a mix of astonishment, skepticism, and scrutiny. What she just uttered echoed in his mind, reminiscent of something he had perceived at the scene of the accident. Initially, he had presumed it to be a mere figment of his imagination, yet here he was again, grappling with the same perplexity. However, after engaging in conversation for quite some time, he had not encountered any further bewildering sounds. Contemplating this, Lu Qiu chose to remain silent. He began to prepare tea, dragging over the tea table as he pondered. Xia Wange did not rush him. She rested one hand on the desk before her, her expression relaxed. What's with this little fellow? Why is he brewing tea all of a sudden? Do affluent individuals always pause for tea during discussions? I still prefer Sprite. Lu Qiu's hand trembled as he cast a shocked glance at Xia Wange. She had not spoken a word. Yet the voice that had flitted through her mind was undeniably his. Oh, why is your hand trembling? Is the ethereal energy beginning to affect your dexterity? That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that at such a tender age, ailments are already besieging you? Lowering his gaze to conceal his astonishment, Lu Qiu raised his hand to hold the teapot, suspended in midair for an extended moment. Yet this time he heard no voices. However, the tumultuous glimmer in her eyes clearly indicated an abundance of thoughts swirling within her mind. His gaze swept across the tabletop, noting the distinctions between the present moment and the previous one. Tentatively, he placed one hand upon the table. What's the matter, little brother? Why have you ceased pouring the tea? Are you reluctant to share it with me midway? Surely, the child of destiny wouldn't be so miserly, would he? Indeed. Lu Qiu suppressed all the astonishment bubbling within, maintaining a composed demeanor as he commenced pouring the tea expeditiously, though internally, he was in a state of shock. Previously, when they had both grasped the wheelchair simultaneously, he had been able to hear her inner voice. Now, It was when their arms rested on the table together that he had heard it. This suggested that whenever they simultaneously touched an object, he could hear her thoughts. Although the reasoning behind this phenomenon remained elusive, it undoubtedly provided him with immense convenience. Regardless of whether Xia Wange's words were true or false, everything remained within his control. Pushing the brewed tea towards her, he inquired, "How is the tea?" "Quite fragrant, pre-rain long jing. It possesses a rich flavor. If only you hadn't held the teapot in a state of suspension for so long, this tea would have been even more aromatic. Your lack of skill warrants praise, making life quite challenging. Nevertheless, I still prefer Sprite." Lu Qiu. In truth, merely being able to hear her thoughts is a stroke of fortune. Chapter 11. I have connections. Regaining his composure, Lu Qiu resumed the conversation. "To be honest, I find it hard to believe in these matters." Xia Wange chuckled softly, acknowledging that such things should not be forced. Most individuals only believe when in need and dismiss them otherwise. Nonsense, you are the child of destiny, surrounded by auspicious aura. Anything you desire will fortuitously come to fruition, except for your legs, which suffered due to self-inflicted harm. What else do you lack? Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. Lu Qiu, earlier, you mentioned my fate is exceedingly noble, akin to that of emperors in ancient times, yet my company has yet to attain a world-leading scale. Xia Wange set down her teacup, remarking, "That is because you do not wish for it. You are content as things are. Hence you have not achieved the scale you previously mentioned." It's worth noting that not all ancient emperors were formidable. Your reluctance to expand and your comfort with the status quo hinder your company's growth. For others, this may not hold true, but for you, it certainly does. If you can maintain stability and progress over time, even without seeking it, wouldn't expansion become inevitable? I yearn for such a life of effortless earnings. Are you suggesting that if I desire something, I can attain it? Lu Qiu processed her thoughts, realizing she was indeed correct. His aspirations were modest. The establishment of his company at its current scale was a product of its own development, with no particular desires driving him. He truly seemed to receive what he sought, except for the healing of his legs. Xia Wange candidly stated, "Some individuals lack the fortune to manage great wealth, but your destiny is sufficient." How much longer must I inquire? The more I ask, the more envious I become. Why can't I be the child of destiny? Assist me. What do you seek? Lu Qiu prompted once more. Xia Wange pondered for a moment before vaguely articulating, "I require the surplus auspicious energy from you." And this little fellow continues to inquire. He needs my help to heal his legs while I require his auspicious energy to prolong my life. It's a fair exchange if he can collaborate with me. Halfway through, Lu Qiu noticed the connection severed. He lifted his gaze to find her changed posture, now reclining in her chair, no longer in contact with the table. However, hearing the first half was sufficient. Previously, he had struggled to discern her intentions, but upon learning she could aid in prolonging her life, he felt considerably more at ease. Mutual benefit and ulterior motives were indeed commonplace. As for why she refrained from clearly stating the terms of their exchange, Lu Qiu understood. The matter of life extension could be easily exploited by others. Naturally, he would not do so. With this in mind, Lu Qiu proposed, "Shall we give it a try?" Xia Wange, momentarily taken aback while contemplating how to persuade him, responded positively, "That sounds great. What shall be the time frame?" Xia Wange had this in mind. "All right, 1 month. If your legs show no signs of improvement within that month, I shall depart. However, during this month, I may need to spend a considerable amount of time by your side, perhaps at least 2 hours a day. Of course, if I have other matters to attend to, I may arrive late, leave early, or step out briefly." Lu Qiu tilted his head slightly to observe Xia Wange. "So, you mean to say that not only will you be late or leave early, but you also have your own affairs to attend to? And I am expected to pay you?" Rubbing his hands together, Xia Wange appeared a bit bashful, yet her words bore no trace of embarrassment. "Whether or not I receive a salary will depend on the final results." "Oh, and you needn't worry about paying the 5 insurances and 1 fund. As the legal representative, I already contribute to those. Just convert the portion your company would pay into cash for me." Lu Qiu massaged his forehead. "You're the legal representative? You own a company?" "It's merely a modestly operated shop, nothing too grand," Xia Wange replied, placing a business card on Lu Qiu's desk. "The scope of business is quite extensive." Lu Qiu gazed at the lengthy list of categories on the business scope, feeling a surge of pain in his legs. He scrutinized Xia Wange, who wore a friendly smile, for quite some time, then rubbed his chin and inquired, "Besides this, is there anything else I need to do?" "Wait." Xia Wange replied with a smirk, her mood seemingly delightful. Wait for an opportunity. After Xia Wange exited, she summoned Li Fan to enter. While her half-hearted efforts were permissible, they could not impede Lu Qiu from finding a truly suitable assistant. At that moment, Zhang Yu hurried over to place a cup of water on Xia Wange's workstation. Please, call me Xiao Xia or Wange.
Xia Wange began.
Zhang Yu's expression twisted for a moment as she hesitated. May I call you Sister Xia? Is that alright? That works. This is black tea. If you don't like it, just let me know and I'll switch it out immediately. Xia Wange blinked. Although Zhang Yu was older than her, she still referred to her as sister. While it felt a bit odd, it was certainly preferable to being addressed as master in public. It's fine. I'm accustomed to it. You need not worry about me. Focus on your own tasks. Alright, if you need anything, just reach out to me. Zhang Yu replied with a warm smile. Xia Wange nodded. The exchange between them left Su Tezhu's bewildered. Zhang Yu and he shared the same floor, and he had some understanding of her. Previously, she had been competent and proud, never seen so deferential to anyone. In recent days, he had witnessed numerous rumors, suggesting that Zhang Yu had been bewitched, resulting in her seemingly foolish behavior as she trailed after the little gatekeeper, unable to retort in return. At first, Su Tezhu was rather skeptical about these matters. However, the peculiar state exhibited by Zhang Yu could hardly be explained by anything other than a curse. Moreover, the sheer number of onlookers that day, all speaking with convincing fervor, only intensified his intrigue. With this in mind, Su Tezhu treated Xia Wange with increased courtesy, stating, If you need anything, you may reach out to me. I am listed in the corporate contact directory. Very well, Xia Wange replied, waving her hand dismissively. You may carry on with your tasks. In this line of work, those truly skilled often cannot remain inconspicuous, and when others treated her with courtesy, she could hardly insist they refrain from distinguishing her in such a manner. Noticing the absence of others, Qianming, with his inquisitive eyes, glided over on his wheeled chair and leaned on Xia Wange's desk, whispering, Do you have connections up top? Why are they treating you with such deference? Observing the clarity in his youthful gaze, Xia Wange solemnly nodded, holding up 3 fingers. Indeed, there are some influential individuals behind me, 3 to be precise. 3. Qianming's eyes widened in astonishment. What positions do they hold? Are they powerful? Quite significant, they are referred to as the 3 Pure Ones. The 3 Pure Ones.
Who are they?
They are the Jade Pure Primordial Heavenly Sovereign, the Upper Pure Lingbao Heavenly Sovereign, and the Great Pure Taoist Virtue Sovereign. Qianming's expression shifted through various shades of disbelief. If you don't wish to share, that is fine, but why deceive me? Xia Wange offered a knowing smile. For sometimes the truth is difficult to accept. In Chapter 12, others were rather amiable. Lu Qiu conversed with the 3 assistants currently on probation. He was not one to frequently change the people around him, thus the initial discussions were somewhat prolonged as he sought to gain thorough insights. He also tested whether he could hear their innermost thoughts when they touched the same object, but the answer was negative. It was only when he and Xia Wange simultaneously came into contact with an item that he could discern her thoughts. Navigating his electric wheelchair to the window, Lu Qiu pondered for a moment before dialing his elder brother. The call connected swiftly. Brother, it's me. I have a few inquiries. Previously, when my legs inexplicably deteriorated with no remedy in sight, you had consulted a feng shui master. Do you still have his contact details? Yes. The one who suggested my legs would improve if I went abroad to establish a nation in a war-torn area. Nothing urgent. I was just inquiring. If you don't have his contact, that is fine. Yes, I'm doing well. Truly no cause for concern. After ending the call, Lu Qiu glanced at his electric wheelchair and then at his desk, contemplating briefly before messaging Su Tezhu. Please arrange for a standard wheelchair to be delivered this afternoon. Meanwhile, Xia Wange, being somewhat exceptional, was well aware of her primary responsibilities. Hence she had no tasks to occupy her time and did not intend to seek out Lu Qiu again today, as it was prudent to allow some buffer time for both parties. She began scrolling through her phone, adding the accounts of individuals who had entangled with Zhang Yu. Recalling the avatar of the person she had previously chatted with, she successfully identified and added that individual on WeChat, though she refrained from initiating a conversation, opting instead to peruse their moments. As a relatively modern practitioner, she utilized software to generate fate charts, enlisted hackers to investigate others' entertainment accounts, and conducted her own inquiries through meticulous clues. This approach represented a combination of divination and detective work. She observed various posts from those who had sought blessings for romance, offspring, and even wayward spouses who had returned to the fold, each peculiar yet successful tale opening her eyes wider. Were it not for her remaining rational, she might have considered seeking blessings for a long and prosperous life herself. As she continued to scroll, Xia Wange began to sense something amiss. Upon further investigation, she abruptly recognized the issue. The account's moments had suddenly surged in quantity over the past 10 days. Previously, posts were sparse, appearing once every couple of days, but now, over the last 10 days, more accurately, the last 9, content had proliferated, with multiple posts emerging daily. The categories of blessings sought had expanded from simple requests for peace and love to a plethora of various desires. This sudden increase in posts and categories served a singular purpose: to entice more individuals to seek blessings. Coupled with the fact that the person behind this account was a sinister practitioner capable of stealing others' lifespans through birth charts, the urgency to siphon life from others indicated a dire need. This person's life was likely nearing its end. Xia Wange was also privy to a particular event that could spell doom for a practitioner: the backlash following the confrontation with the Child of Fortune. Resolutely, she adorned herself with a jade ring and began calculating with her fingers, yet the results were shrouded in fog, obscuring any clear insights. Pursing her lips, she retreated to a corner and drew forth a tortoise shell for divination, only to receive conflicting results multiple times. Observing several entirely different hexagrams, Xia Wange narrowed her eyes, certain that something was amiss. Moreover, the individual behind this was not merely the novice she had initially presumed, but rather a formidable practitioner. She pondered whether this person had any connection to the senior who had suddenly passed away 18 years prior. Gazing at the almost depleted spiritual energy within her ring, Xia Wange felt a pang of frustration. This was the consequence of her inability to cultivate, relying instead on external spiritual forces. The energy was consumed too quickly, and replenishing it was a slow process. Given the opponent's expertise, unless she expended the power of 2 jade bracelets, she likely wouldn't uncover the truth. Yet now, she needed the jade bracelet's energy for her own survival. Fortunately, she had just identified a path forward. As Xia Wange turned to observe her reservoir of spiritual energy, she was taken aback to find the entire floor deserted, leaving her all alone. Perplexed, she checked her phone to find it was indeed mealtime. Zhang Yu had left her a message. "Master Xia, I noticed you were deeply focused on your calculations, so I refrained from interrupting. I have prepared your meal at the cafeteria on the 2nd floor. You may come and eat whenever you wish. I hope it suits your taste." Attached is a picture. JPG. Sutas Huzu had also left a message, indicating he had seen her busy and chose not to disturb her. Did Lu Qiu also witness her crouching in the corner with the tortoise shell? Clicking on Lu Qiu's chat box, she noticed he was typing a response. After a brief wait, he sent, "Miss Xia, after all, our company is a new technology firm." Xia Wange felt a tinge of embarrassment. She typically refrained from conducting such activities in crowded places, especially since mainstream belief leaned heavily toward science, and here she was, on someone else's turf. Having acted a bit unseemly, chiding herself for her earlier impulsiveness, she readied to send a message of apology when Lu Qiu sent another message. "If necessary, you may use the empty conference room or come to my office." Xia Wange's fingertips lingered on the screen for a moment. Shortly, he followed up with further clarification. "After all, we are in a cooperative relationship. Your convenience is also my convenience." Xia Wange smiled slightly. "All right, thank you." She sensed that the Child of Fortune was not as difficult to engage with as she had initially thought. Although he had initially presented himself with the typical elite politeness and aloofness, which could be perceived as either courteous or distant, she found through their interactions that his character was genuinely quite agreeable. Perhaps the instinct to seek benefit while avoiding harm is inherent to human nature. Their line of work is inherently about aligning with the tides. The courtesy he extended towards her stemmed from the genuine belief that she could remedy his leg. Thus his fortune would not lead him to harbor ill thoughts towards her. After all, the technique of guiding qi is exceedingly rare. Currently, no more than 3 individuals possess the skill, and she undoubtedly excelled at it, for it was her lifeline. Having replied to a few messages, Xia Wange tucked her phone away and descended the stairs to the 2nd floor employee cafeteria. The Autumn Industry Group offers remarkably generous employee benefits, with ample meal subsidies, a diverse selection of dishes, affordable prices, and delectable flavors. This has drawn individuals from other companies to dine here, and the group welcomes them, expanding the variety of offerings. It has effectively transformed into a grand cafeteria for the surrounding area, attracting employees from nearby firms who come to enjoy the meals, albeit at standard prices.
Consequently,
There is a palpable sense of envy among other companies' employees towards those at autumn industry. Regular working hours are complemented by overtime pay for occasional extra hours. A 2-day weekend, comprehensive insurance, and benefits during various holidays, truly a paradise for laborers. Chapter 13 this year, I am well into my 40s. Jiao Xiaolian, who has always had a contentious relationship with Zhang Yu, noticed a covered dish placed before Zhang, filled with a well-balanced assortment of both meat and vegetables, particularly sumptuous. With a flick of her eyes and a smirk of derision, she remarked, "Oh, I heard just the other day that you've moved past your infatuation phase. I thought your once blind eyes had finally regained their sight. What are you up to now? Have you found yet another man to curry favor with? I suggest you reconsider your methods, merely feeding a man one tea in his heart." Although a colleague had recorded a video of a previous incident, the camaraderie among co-workers ensured that it remained an internal matter, only whispered about within the confines of the company. Thus, other firms had only caught wind of Zhang Yu's altercation with her security guard. Jiao Xiaolian and Zhang Yu had been rivals since high school, constantly competing over academics, boyfriends, handwriting, and the neatness of their papers. There was no limit to their rivalry. Upon hearing Jiao's words, Zhang Yu's face darkened. That previous experience was a source of deep humiliation for her, one that left her utterly speechless despite Jiao's barbs. Being the victim of a hex was an indignity no one could easily dismiss, and she was not one to quietly endure such grievances. Initially, Zhang had contemplated revenge, but sought advice from Xia Wange first, as the fear of these events lingered in her heart. Xia Wange advised her that the past should remain buried, cautioning against entangling herself with toxic individuals, assuring her that brighter days lay ahead. Zhang had taken Xia's words to heart. With this in mind, Zhang retorted, "What's this? You come to our company to eat, and still can't find a retort?" Jiao Xiaolian's expression shifted. Not securing a position at Autumn Industry was a setback, yet she reminded herself that her own position at her company was not inferior to Zhang's, which bolstered her confidence. "Your cafeteria is open to the public, which indicates you welcome me. Did my earlier words strike a nerve? By the way, has your ex-boyfriend ever gifted you anything? Look at the bracelet my foreign boyfriend sent me. Doesn't it look exquisite?" With that, Jiao extended her hand to display a beautiful brown bracelet. While it was indeed attractive, Zhang was in no mood to offer compliments. With a wry smile, she retorted, "ISN to your boyfriend from a place called Nibuk? That counts as foreign, I suppose. It sounds rather impressive, but really, he only has height and a decent living situation to boast about."
How dare you?
Jiao Xiaolian seethed. "At least I'm not like you, pathetically trailing after a lanky man like a dog." Zhang leapt to her feet in outrage, shouting, "You!" Just then, an unexpected voice interjected from beside them, a clear and soothing tone that seemed to possess an enchanting quality, diffusing the palpable tension. Zhang turned to see who had spoken, her face instantly brightening. "Ah, Sister Xia, I've prepared your meal." With others present, Zhang refrained from addressing her as master. She wished to avoid any potential accusations of promoting superstition. Xia Wange had long since ceased to correct Zhang's title. Sister Xia was preferable to being referred to as master in a technology company. She had officially entered the workforce shortly after graduating at 22, and hearing such titles was still somewhat awkward for her. The path to the cafeteria was not without its challenges. While many employees recognized her, they hesitated to approach, fearing that seeking her out would bring misfortune or disturb her, yet they also worried about missing an opportunity to connect. Thus, as Xia Wange walked, many paused to greet her, eager for her insight on their appearances. However, Xia, accustomed to her profession, merely glanced at each individual as they passed. In truth, most people had no significant calamities. Minor ailments were usually best left to run their course naturally. Feeling slightly lost, she called out to a tall man who had paused for a moment, only to see him tremble in fear as he turned pale, his eyes reddening. Before she could say anything, he clasped his hands in prayer and pleaded, "Master, please save me. Am I destined for disaster? I'm willing to pay any amount if you can help me avert calamity." No, Xia Wange stammered, stepping back in surprise. "I was merely inquiring about the way to the cafeteria." The man stood frozen for a moment, then exhaled deeply, hesitating. "Master, am I truly all right? I've been plagued by insomnia and vivid dreams." "You should see a doctor," Xia suggested. The man grew anxious. "Are you implying I'm on the verge of a serious illness?" "No, I did not mean that at all. You're healthy and free from any affliction." She reassured him before finally spotting the cafeteria and hastily making her way there. The man followed, insisting on offering her a fee for her services. But after a strenuous effort, Xia finally escaped him and sat down to enjoy her meal. "Thank you, it's delicious," she remarked. Jiao Xiaolian, observing the two, placed her own meal down and sat across from Zhang, her expression brimming with curiosity. "Sister Xia, you look remarkably young. You must be only 30, right? You seem to share a close bond with Zhang. She even served you food. How did you become so familiar with her? You're only the second person I know of to receive such treatment." Jiao's insinuation was deliberate, waiting for the other to inquire about the identity of the first. Zhang was taken aback, thinking, this Jiao Xiaolian is truly insufferable. She's once again full of herself. The master clearly appears to be in her early 20s. Xia Wange paused, blinking as she swallowed her food. "What do you mean 30? You've just made me sound younger. I'm actually well into my 40s. But I take good care of myself." Jiao was stunned and leaned in closer to inquire, "In your 40s? You must be joking. You look far too youthful. What is your secret?" "Oh, it's quite simple," Xia replied. "Drink plenty of water, get ample sleep, avoid snacks, and mind your own business." Jiao detected the playful tone in Xia's words, and her expression soured. "I was merely showing concern for you, but you're ungrateful." Xia glanced at her, her eyes lingering on the bracelet Jiao wore, and firmly stated, "Gabala, don't wear it. You can't handle it." Chapter 14. What is Gabala? Jiao asked, confused. Following Xia's gaze. "This bracelet was a gift from my boyfriend." "What do you mean by that?" "Just don't wear it. It's not good for you," Xia replied curtly, choosing not to elaborate further. Her instinct to warn was a professional reflex. Whether Jiao heeded it was beyond her concern. Zhang's expression shifted as she contemplated Jiao's words. While Jiao had a sharp tongue, she wasn't malicious. During the time Zhang was tormented by her past relationship, Jiao had frequently criticized her, deriding her for seemingly squandering her life while chasing after a worthless man. "Tell me, how is this bracelet bad for me?" Jiao pressed. Her curiosity piqued. Jiao Xiaolian was midway through her words when Zhang Yu swiftly covered her mouth. As Jiao attempted to break free, she was met with a fierce glare from Zhang, which made her instantly realize the gravity of the situation, prompting her to seal her lips. "Sister Xia, please do not take offense," said Xia Wange, who had just finished her meal and was wiping her mouth. "It's nothing, I don't mind. You two continue your conversation. I'll just step out to fetch something." With that, Xia Wange carried her plate and departed, with Zhang Yu quickly following. "Sister Xia." Xia Wange turned back, offering a resigned smile. "Zhang, I genuinely don't mind. It is only natural to face skepticism in my profession, as it starkly contrasts with the conventional values instilled in us since childhood. I refuse to let such trivial matters provoke my ire, so rest assured. Oh, by the way," Xia Wange continued, "just tell me the amount for the meal, and I shall transfer it to you." "Sister Xia, truly no need for that," Zhang Yu insisted, waving her hands. "You are like a second mother to me. I still shudder when I think back to what happened recently. I dread to imagine how my life would have unfolded had I not encountered you. I owe you so much, Master. Do not fret, the past is behind us. You should express your gratitude to your mother as well." With that, Xia Wange pressed her meal card into Zhang's hands. "Next time, please use my card to get my food. In our line of work, we adhere to a saying, penny wise, pound foolish." Watching Xia Wange's retreating figure, Zhang Yu felt her stature grow even more impressive in her eyes. At this moment, Jiao Xiaolian approached, whispering, "Is her position very high? Why are you fawning over her?" "Ugh, you." Zhang Yu glared at Jiao Xiaolian in frustration. "I cannot divulge, but if you know anyone else from my company, you might inquire discreetly. And about that bracelet of yours, if she advises you not to wear it, you would be wise to heed her, lest you find yourself in regret." With that, Zhang Yu dismissed her and hurried away. Even if she claimed the other was a feng shui master, it would be of no consequence. The latter might perceive her as superstitious. One cannot learn from others. Practical experience is the only teacher. Jiao Xiaolian gazed at the bracelet on her wrist, muttering, "What is all this secrecy about? Just because you say not to wear it, I shall comply? You all are merely envious of the exquisite and unique bracelet my boyfriend gifted me." In the lounge of the president's office, Lu Qiu curled up on a small bed, gripping his knees tightly, the pain causing his veins to bulge and beads of sweat to form on his brow. For the past week, his legs had been intermittently aching, typically around noon, easing somewhat after that hour. Neither painkillers nor acupuncture had provided any relief. He often locked himself away in the lounge to endure the discomfort alone. However, this time, the pain persisted longer. Lu Qiu understood this as a foreboding sign that his condition was worsening. "President Lu? President Lu?" Are you there? In his haze, Lu Qiu vaguely discerned Xia Wange's voice. In his pain-induced stupor, he couldn't help but mock himself. After steadfastly adhering to materialism for years, he found himself, when faced with adversity, resorting to prayers and seeking divine intervention. President Lu, are you alright? Xia Wange sensed something amiss and immediately activated her third eye, perceiving the rampant purple energy. Without a moment's hesitation, she kicked the door open, only to find Lu Qiu pallid and collapsed on the bed, his white shirt completely soaked with sweat. He gritted his teeth, his eyelashes trembling, exuding a sense of inexplicable vulnerability. President Lu Qiu, wake up. Xia Wange rushed forward, gently patting Lu Qiu's cheek, only to be horrified by the icy chill of his skin. I know you are burdened by heavy purple energy, but I did not expect such a meek exterior to conceal such ferocity within. The nature of purple energy follows its master. Upon first encountering Lu Qiu, she perceived his humility and warmth, assuming he was merely a city guardian in ancient times. However, sensing the purple energy surrounding him, she realized that should he be transported to the past, he would undoubtedly be a conqueror, tirelessly expanding his territories. With determination, Xia Wange lifted Lu Qiu into her arms. Just as Assistant Su returned, he was taken aback to see Xia Wange carrying the unconscious president from the lounge, nearly losing his wits in fright. What happened? Should I call a doctor? A doctor? No, open the bathroom door, Xia Wange commanded. Oh, right. Lu Qiu, tall and lanky, made it difficult for Xia Wange to navigate the door without bumping him against the frame several times. Get my compass, the round object from my bag, she instructed. Assistant Su hurriedly complied, retrieving the compass. Xia Wange glanced at it before heading directly to the bathroom's north wall, positioning it at the water element's location, which is associated with heavy yin energy. Indeed, the rampant purple energy that had been overwhelming under the influence of the positive yang energy began to subside considerably. She gazed enviously at the scene. If only she could harness that energy, she might achieve transcendence. Unfortunately, her role was merely to manage the situation. With that thought, Xia Wange donned a dull-colored jade cat's eye bracelet on Lu Qiu's wrist. Lu Qiu, this is your jade cat's eye bracelet. My bracelet? Lu Qiu murmured, regaining a sliver of consciousness. Yes, yours. Feel it, Xia Wange urged, guiding his other hand to the bracelet. My bracelet. Indeed, yours. After uttering those words, Xia Wange fell silent. The spiritual energy within the jade cat's eye bracelet had been depleted by her, rendering it an empty shell, tainted with some murky energy, appearing gray under her third eye. Once Lu Qiu fully accepted the addition of the bracelet, the rampant purple energy seemed to recoil, perceiving the presence of an unwelcome entity, and ceased its assault on him. Instead, it surged toward the bracelet, expelling the murky energy and nourishing the bracelet, which began to visibly glow. Witnessing this, Xia Wange felt a mix of relief and envy. Look at that purple energy, utterly intolerant of the presence of a worthless trinket. In truth, the optimal solution to dispel the purple energy would involve Lu Qiu experiencing misfortune, allowing the energy to counteract his ill fate. However, as the child of destiny, he was bound to avoid misfortune. Intentionally orchestrating such outcomes would only lead to greater backlash. Thus, it became a vicious cycle. Chapter 15. Why do good people have mouths? Xia Wange sensed that Lu Qiu would not awaken anytime soon, so she retracted her third eye, planning to periodically check on the bracelet's condition. As she turned, she caught sight of Assistant Su, whose expression was laden with concern. With nothing else to occupy her time, she called out, Hey, should we count? Assistant Su was momentarily stunned but quickly brightened at the realization. Of course. Payment is necessary. Xia Wange continued in a playful tone. 500. What payment method is convenient for you? She asked, momentarily taken aback by Assistant Su's meticulousness. Just then, a weak voice interjected, I'm merely unconscious, not deceased. This space is so confined that your hushed tones beside my ear are rather noisy. Both Xia Wange and Assistant Su turned to look at Lu Qiu, who remained with his eyes closed. Xia Wange relaxed slightly and inquired, So, do you want to count? Assistant Su hesitated, glancing at Lu Qiu, who remained unresponsive.
Oh.
What are you afraid of? It's midday. President Lu won T-mind. What are you in comparison? After saying this, Xia Wange paused, pondering. What are you in comparison? What are you? Assistant Su understood that President Lu typically did not intrude upon rest periods, Yet given Lu Qiu's current frailty, moving him was out of the question. He certainly could not allow the master to accompany him for fortune-telling, but failing to consult this time left him uncertain if the master would assist him in the future. Regarding relationships, Assistant Su admitted, slightly embarrassed. He had been single for many years, too busy to pursue romance, but recalling Zhang Yu's unfortunate circumstances, he hastily added, "Just the genuine connection, please."
All right.
In matters of fate, she relished the practice of analyzing birth charts. Just as she was about to inquire, her gaze fell upon the jade cat's eye bracelet adorning Lu Qiu's wrist. Without hesitation, she removed it, noticing the faint purple aura that clung to it. She contemplated opening her heavenly eye to glimpse the future, as examining the destiny of an ordinary individual would not demand excessive energy. "Wasn't this given to me?" Lu Qiu murmured softly. Strangely, he felt a reluctance to part with it, not solely because the bracelet alleviated his pain, but also due to an inexplicable emotional connection. "Here, wear this first." After saying so, Xia Wange adorned his wrist with a string of white jade beads from the mountains. "Oh, dear, I brought too few today. I must remember to bring more tomorrow. Had I known he would fall ill today, I would have brought my entire stock from home. What a loss." During a fit, the purple aura surged, quickly infusing the otherwise insipid jade cat's eye bracelet with vitality. In times of tranquility, however, it would take at least 3 days to acquire even the slightest trace. "Look, it's calm now. And this white jade bracelet is absorbing the aura at a much slower pace." Taking a deep breath, Lu Qiu chose silence, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in his chest. With the jade cat's eye bracelet in hand, Xia Wange turned her attention to Assistant Su. Upon opening her heavenly eye, a myriad of future images unfolded before her. In a short while, she deftly slipped the bracelet onto her wrist, which fit Lu Qiu perfectly, though it was slightly loose on her. Assistant Su was fortunate. He came from a well-to-do background, worked hard, and was surrounded by benefactors, leading a life largely free of significant tribulations, save for matters of romance. "Are you certain you wish to focus solely on romantic prospects?" Assistant Su's heart tightened at her words. "Master, is there no other ominous fate awaiting me?" "As luck would have it, there's a matter at hand," Xia Wange quickly reassured him, sensing his anxiety. "In truth, your destiny is quite favorable. Your parents will not suffer grave illnesses, and will live to a ripe old age. However, I have calculated that your parents have recently suffered financial losses, just moments ago." "Financial losses?" "On the order of tens of thousands. It seems they've been deceived into purchasing health supplements and a water purifier. While it should have cost 200 or 300 online, they spent a whole 10,000. With a sudden jolt, Assistant Su rose, his head pounding. "They bought more again? After the last scam, my mother couldn't sleep for days, and my father has been smoking excessively. How could they fall for it again? Tens of thousands? They might need to go to the hospital. You still have time to address it. The scammers have yet to flee," Xia Wange added. Assistant Su glanced at Lu Qiu.
Hesitating.
"Go," Lu Qiu urged. "If you can't resolve it quickly, there's no need to return this afternoon. It's hard-earned money." "Thank you, President Lu." Before leaving, Assistant Su took the time to adjust the wheelchair, ensuring the cushion was comfortable, and contacted a doctor before departing. Xia Wange couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Indeed, a good superior fosters commendable subordinates, fostering mutual understanding. "If you were more like Zhou Bapi, perhaps your legs wouldn't hurt so much." Reflecting on Lu Qiu's upbringing, she added, "Zhou Bapi is precisely that sort of person. Anyone running a business knows." Lu Qiu slowly opened his eyes, turning to Xia Wange. His hair damp and slightly disheveled. Fortunately, his complexion had returned to a healthy hue. "Are you suggesting that my kindness towards my employees is the reason for my leg pain?" "Indeed," she replied. "If you were to exploit them a bit, they would curse you, and perhaps a couple might even succeed at cursing you, allowing the purple aura surrounding you to contend with these grievances, thus lessening its ferocity." After a lengthy silence, Lu Qiu spoke. "That is a perspective I have never encountered before. It evokes a sense of melancholy, as if good-heartedness does not lead to longevity."
You need not lament.
"If you persist in this manner, one day your fortune will be utterly depleted, and you will inevitably descend from your lofty heights. The greater your elevation, the harsher your fall will be. Isn't that preferable to my current condition, where I am in agony?" Xia Wange raised an eyebrow. "At that point, you might face a shattered family, a bankrupt company, and the scorn of others. You might even find yourself reduced to a miserable existence in your next life. Do you truly believe that is an improvement? Some debts demand payment in this life, or they will haunt you in the next. Those who compel others to toil like beasts may find themselves reincarnated as mere cattle. You are aware of the fates of deposed monarchs throughout history. The truth weighed heavily on him, and Lu Qiu relented. Indeed, perhaps it is better to endure as I am now.
Precisely.
While your legs ache, at least you can still reside atop the summit, a rare flower among lofty peaks, and find solace in the fragrant privacy of your own restroom. Only those closest to you will know. Should your legs hurt later, you might find yourself subjected to the scrutiny of public restrooms. Lu Qiu interjected. Perhaps you ought to refrain from expressing such sentiments. I find my spirits lifted in this fragrant private restroom. Xia Wange scoffed. You seem to relish your own company. Why must you speak so freely? Lu Qiu retorted. Chapter 16. A Moment of Manipulation. Xia Wange toyed with the jade cat's eye bracelet, still imbued with a hint of purple aura, contemplating writing a talisman to observe its effects. You encouraged Assistant Su to address his parents' issues due to their romantic prospects, didn't you? Xia Wange was taken aback, surprised by Lu Qiu's perceptiveness. He truly embodied the aura of one destined for greatness. Yes, Assistant Su is commendable in many respects. Yet he seems to stumble in matters of romance, perpetually missing the mark until he encounters the right person 5 years hence. She smiled. Today presents an excellent opportunity. If they seize it, they may just find each other. Both would confront their parents regarding refunds, dragging them along despite their reluctance. Amidst the chaos, they would argue with their parents, who had been brainwashed by the health supplements. In this shared struggle, they would find camaraderie and solidarity, reporting the fraud together and advocating for their rights. With so much to discuss regarding their parents, their conversations would only grow deeper. With that thought, Xia Wange stretched lazily. How can one clearly delineate fortune from misfortune? Bringing forward the destined connection from 5 years hence, wouldn't it be akin to hastening growth? Lu Qiu's curiosity piqued. But the character and wealth of individuals may change over 5 years. Wouldn't an early encounter risk incompatibility? The reason a destined connection is deemed so is that, regardless of when you meet, they are meant for you, Xia Wange replied, sitting cross-legged as she regarded Lu Qiu. In 5 years, after traversing myriad experiences and achieving success, you will be poised and accomplished. When you both meet, you will find harmony. 5 years ago, you were just beginning your journey, filled with vigor. While she was equally tenacious and driven, you could have been together then. As time pressed on, Xia Wange maneuvered the wheelchair closer. The role of a geomancer is to help individuals navigate fewer detours. Would you like my assistance? No need. Lu Qiu realized he had unconsciously surpassed the duration of his pain. This was the first instance in recent days that he had experienced such a rapid passage of time since the onset of his discomfort. With that, he pushed himself up, using his arms to settle into the wheelchair. Xia Wange discreetly noted the firm muscles beneath his white shirt, feeling an unexpected tickle in her nose. As Lu Qiu sat in the wheelchair, he murmured, "Destined connection." He then discovered that this wheelchair was not electric. Xia Wange was pushing from behind.
What?
Do you wish to calculate? Never mind, Lu Qiu laughed self-deprecatingly. With my current state, I am akin to a burden. Why should I delay others? Xia Wange paused, offering comfort. Do not speak like that. You will recover. Though her words were reassuring, her thoughts brimmed with sarcasm. Oh please, with your aloof and self-important demeanor, coupled with your distant friendliness, prideful obstinacy, and tyrannical tendencies, even if you were to lose a limb, you would refuse to settle for less, all while holding others back. Are you afraid they will hinder you? Lu Qiu remained silent. After her teasing, Xia Wange smiled. You're too kind. You will undoubtedly find a suitable partner. Who would want to be your partner? They might just freeze to death from your cold and distant demeanor. You excel at passive aggression. Lu Qiu. Indeed. This is the essence of speaking more melodiously than singing, isn't it? Such a duplicitous individual. Not wishing to be exasperated by this person right after enduring pain, Lu Qiu raised his hand to spin the ring, facing Xia Wange. I am preparing to change my attire. Xia Wange paused for a moment, then quickly grasped the implication. Pointing towards the wardrobe, do you want me to fetch your clothes? Lu Qiu smiled lightly. I meant for you to step outside. Oh. Xia Wange finally understood, awkwardly making her way out. As Lu Qiu unfastened a button, Xia Wange, who had already closed the door halfway, peeked her head back in. May I borrow your desk? I wish to draw something. Borrow. Lu Qiu furrowed his brows. Please close the door properly. Thank you.
All right.
The lounge finally fell into silence. Lu Qiu let out a deep sigh, pondering why he, who typically detested prolonged conversations with others, could engage with Xia Wange for such an extended period, despite much of it being him rendered speechless. Perhaps it was due to the realm she inhabited, one he had never traversed in his 27 years of existence. Reflecting on this, Lu Qiu glanced at the white jade bracelet on his wrist, pressing his lips together. It might also be that the beliefs he once held steadfastly were continuously challenged by her, or perhaps her innate charm compelled him to converse more than usual. It was even possible that he could hear her innermost thoughts. Initially, he intended to utilize his ability to hear her thoughts as a safeguard for himself. Yet he found himself surprisingly ensnared by this talent. Though perturbed, he discerned from her thoughts that she harbored no malicious intent towards him. And this situation was also advantageous for her. Recalling her thoughts about extending her life, Lu Qiu furrowed his brow slightly. Extend what life? Is she on the brink of death? Xia Wange searched for quite some time, but could not find a chair of suitable height. So she simply sat down in the boss's chair. She procured vermilion, laid it on yellow paper, donned the by jade cat's eye bracelet, and with bated breath concentrated. Summoned all the purple energy, lightly dipping the vermilion, she swiftly completed a talisman for peace. Observing the energy contained within, Xia Wange spun around in the chair. Indeed, the borrowed energy felt distinct. Had she been able to gift this talisman to Zhang Song last time, perhaps he would have only lost a finger at most. Xia Wange then thrust the bracelet into Lu Qiu's hand, feeling that having one bracelet on each wrist looked somewhat unappealing. She decided to have Lu Qiu wear it on one hand. Although Lu Qiu found this perplexing, he accepted it reluctantly, understanding she could not cause him harm. He had promised to cooperate during the trial period of this month, and he intended to uphold that commitment. The afternoon dragged on, still tedious. As she continued scrolling through her phone, perusing the account dedicated to lighting lamps. Yet, after a brief interval, the absurdity of the posts had escalated. Individuals claiming to have grown taller from the lamps spoke with fervor. Xia Wange scoffed. Aren't they afraid of attracting malevolent spirits to trip them up? Opening the chat with this individual, Xia Wange messaged, expressing her desire for longevity. As anticipated, the response was a rejection, stating that such services were not offered. Only alternative requests could be entertained. Xia Wange understood. No matter how malevolent the art, it required an exchange, exchanging one's lifespan for something else. The other party sought lifespan, naturally unwilling to assist in prolonging it. Grasping the situation, she wrote, "Then I wish for my career to thrive and to overcome all obstacles." The reply came promptly, "Darling, it cannot be so vague. You must request something specific." "Very well then, I wish to solve a case." "All right, darling, I need your exact birth date and time. When I inform you it is time to light the lamp, you must close your eyes and silently chant, 'I wish to light the lamp in exchange for solving this case.'" "Understood." She swiftly sent her birth details. Not long after, a message arrived. "Darling, is this truly your birth date? You must be sincere." "Yes, it is mine." "What's wrong? Are you certain? What's the matter?" "Darling, the master says that according to your birth date, you should have passed away shortly after being born 22 years ago. How could this possibly be your birth date?" Chapter 17, Scripted Life. Xia Wange smirked. Not bad, quite astute, knowing I was supposed to die 22 years ago. In truth, I am not truly alive now. God, don't scare me. This is indeed my birth date. Can your master really discern this? Could you possibly inquire? Or I could visit you. I have the means as long as you can assist me. This is terrifying. How could I have died 22 years ago? I am only 22 this year. Her panicked messages left the other party silent for an extended period. "Darling, please hold on a moment. We will consult the master to see if he is willing to assist. Thank you so much. I implore you to help me. I am genuinely terrified. I no longer wish to make any requests. I merely want to understand why my birth date is like this. There must be no mistake. I can fly to wherever your master is. Please, I beg you." Xia Wange smirked, preparing to see if she could draw the snake out of its hole. "Darling, the master just mentioned that the owner of this birth date had her mother die before her birth. She was a child born from a coffin and was supposed to perish shortly after. Could you please confirm this?" As she read the message, Xia Wange's initially playful expression gradually turned cold, her previously cheerful gaze now tainted with hostility. In the realm of metaphysics, those with perfect destinies could not learn, while the most flawed destinies seemed to flourish. Surely, no one possessed a fate worse than hers. A master of skill would find her birth date perplexing, yet would not understand why one was born long after their mother's death. However, Those familiar with such sinister methods could easily apply their own dark arts to explain. Only those from that sinister sect would possess such knowledge. How fortuitous it was to stumble upon them after searching for so long, having vowed to eradicate all evil practitioners due to her profound disdain for their kind. Xia Wange felt her inner turmoil rise, and even the silent recitation of the calm mind mantra could scarcely quell it. At that moment, she suddenly sensed a wisp of purple energy coiling around her, swiftly soothing her negative emotions. Upon closer inspection, she recognized that the purple energy was accompanied by a sense of gratitude. Having regained her composure, Xia Wange picked up her phone once more. "All right, I will confirm this. Please ensure to consult the master and see if assistance can be provided." What was initially a chance to eliminate a malevolent presence had turned into an encounter with a nemesis. Contemplating this, Xia Wange set up a minor formation to bring misfortune upon this account. After some thought, she decided it was insufficiently secure and reported the account for promoting superstitious practices, considering enlisting paid supporters to join in the denunciation. Having completed these actions, she felt refreshed. But why did Lu Qiu suddenly express gratitude toward her? In the CEO's office, Lu Qiu had just organized everything and settled into his chair when he noticed the 2 strands of beads, one blue and one white, on his wrist, along with a blue-covered booklet resembling something from a martial arts drama, inscribed with a mantra against anger. Remembering the alleviated pain and the accelerated passage of time during their conversation earlier, he chuckled softly, suddenly feeling that this inexplicably intruding person was not so bad after all. However, as he picked up the booklet, he spotted a note beneath it. "I apologize for accidentally smudging your practice paper while using the vermilion. My sincerest apologies." Upon seeing those sheets of paper, Lu Qiu inhaled deeply. What does it mean to practice calligraphy on paper? Clearly, it is a document he has signed, marred and crumpled among the thickest stack, each page bearing a number. Destroying one necessitates starting anew. Do not be angry. Do not be angry. Anger harms the body. No wonder she fled so swiftly. By the time he emerged, the other party had vanished, revealing her guilt. Never mind. It is his fault for not securing it properly. Outside, Xia Wange opened a certain app and navigated to account number 3, sifting through the follower list. Her fingertips glided over countless avatars until they halted abruptly at one featuring a red-themed profile picture. Upon clicking it, she discovered a man in his 50s, clad in a striking red suit. Delving deeper into his account, she noted his penchant for flamboyant colors, posting videos almost daily, yet he had ceased updating 10 days prior. Zooming in on his face, Xia Wange scrutinized his features for a moment. He was already deceased, yet he appeared strangely familiar. How fortuitous. Could he possibly be the deceased from the funeral Xia Wange attended last time? Lu Qiu had also been present at that funeral, being the cousin of the deceased. Xia Wange desired to inquire with Lu Qiu about the outcome of his recent car accident. However, recalling her earlier mishap with smudging the characters he had written, she opted to postpone the matter. The intricacies surrounding the fateful son of a noble are not easily discerned. One can only speculate, for otherwise, one's own fortune may be jeopardized. Thus, she refrained from probing into the circumstances of the Lu family thus far. Just as anxiety began to consume her, Zhao Wan suddenly sent a message. "Wan, the Avenger of Wrongs, sister. Do you remember the funeral I attended last time?" Xia Wange raised an eyebrow. Was it a coincidence that someone had come to her aid just as she was feeling drowsy? Her luck had been remarkably fortuitous of late. Xia Wange, wishing for longevity. "I remember. Why? Wan, the Avenger of Wrongs. Damn it, I need help. It's utterly disgusting. That man's cousin has fallen ill since a few days ago, and his condition has worsened to the point of being in ICU. His wife has stood by him through thick and thin, and after years of hardship, they finally managed to live a somewhat stable life, a true partnership through adversity. They have a daughter around our age, and everyone believed this couple was very loving. My mother was a college classmate of theirs, and upon hearing the news, she went to offer her condolences. Guess what? In the past few days, a woman showed up at the hospital with a man who looked about the same age as their daughter. She claimed to have been with this man for many years, and, while he is still alive, she confronted the legal wife, asserting that her son also had a right to inherit and demanded a share of the assets. That son is a love child, born just a month apart from their daughter, and he's decked out in designer labels, looking splendid. Later, the legal wife discovered that this man had been living with his mistress in a grand villa for over 20 years. The illegitimate child had been raised in luxury all along. Meanwhile, the legal wife and their daughter only recently moved into a decent neighborhood. Their previous life had steadily improved, little by little, visible to the naked eye. This year they got a new bed, next year a refrigerator, the year after that an air conditioner. The legal wife always believed they had built their life together from nothing, only to realize that it was all scripted by the man. This means the man has been financially supporting his mistress while returning home to endure hardships with his legal wife, all the while claiming he was working hard to provide, when in reality, all the money was funneled to the mistress. Xia Wange was momentarily taken aback. Are you asking me to help file a lawsuit to reclaim the assets? Wan, the avenger of wrongs. You need not involve yourself in such mundane matters. I simply want to know if there's a way to uncover that man's bank card password. The legal wife has been devastated upon discovering her husband's infidelity. But with my mother's encouragement, she's managed to pull herself together for the sake of her daughter. Chapter 18. The Emotionless Assassin. She unlocked her husband's phone with his fingerprint and discovered he had substantial sums in several banks, a total of 8-digit figures. She also examined the vehicle's dashcam footage, locating multiple properties owned by her husband. Armed with the household registration and marriage certificate, she proved her claim, unlocked all the properties, and swiftly sold several of them. Xia Wange, wishing for longevity, wouldn't she need the man's consent for that? Wan, the avenger of wrongs. These are all marital assets. There are plenty of actionable measures. The man is in the legal wife's grasp, so extracting something from him shouldn't pose much difficulty. Xia Wange, wishing for longevity. Is it urgent? Does the love child have a paternity test? Wan, the avenger of wrongs. Exactly. After the legal wife sold the house and acquired the funds, she bought a new house and registered it under her daughter's name. Now she is asking if there's a way to calculate the scoundrel's bank card password, hoping to transfer all the money to her daughter before the scoundrel passes away. Xia Wange, wishing for longevity. Send me a photo. It seemed that Wan had been prepared for this, as she immediately sent a family portrait. In the photograph, all three individuals wore radiant smiles, exuding the appearance of a harmonious and happy family. The matriarch's face, lined with wrinkles, donned simple attire, embodying the traits of a diligent homemaker, content, gentle, and remarkably easy to satisfy, yet also resilient and unafraid of challenges. A man fortunate enough to marry such a woman should indeed feel blessed, as she epitomized the traditional supportive spouse. Their daughter was equally commendable, kind-hearted, optimistic, and tenacious. Both she and her mother bore the marks of having endured hardships. Yet they had emerged into brighter days. Xia Wange prodded at the scoundrel's face in the photo, magnifying it. A life of affluence was evident in his features. Xia Wange, wishing for longevity. The man likely has other mistresses. Once the legal wife successfully sues, her better days are still ahead. Wan, the avenger of wrongs. How disgusting. My mother once envied this couple, believing they were industrious and gradually improving their lives. How rare. Ugh. Xia Wange, wishing for longevity. Moreover, this man might very well pass away by tomorrow night. Wan, the avenger of wrongs. Then there won't be time to transfer the money? Online transfers have limits, and it's impossible to withdraw large amounts out of bank. The procedures are too cumbersome, especially since he is in a coma. Operating under such circumstances is exceedingly difficult. Xia Wange, wishing for longevity. The most effective method would be to inquire of his spirit about the password. He wouldn't dare deceive me. Calculating it would be somewhat challenging. Wan, the avenger of wrongs. Fuck. Isn't that a dead end? Once the man dies, it becomes an inheritance, and then everyone will come to claim it? Xia Wange, wishing for longevity. It's not complicated. When he nears death, I will ask him for the password. Afterward, I will extract a soul fragment and leave it within him, allowing him to continue breathing. Then, the legal wife can bring him home and commence her operations. After 7 days, he can be returned to the hospital for resuscitation, at which point, the soul fragment will depart, providing evidence that he only died then. Those 7 days will be sufficient for her to transfer all the assets to her daughter, claiming it was a moment of revival. The legal wife will have ample room for maneuvering. Such matters arising indicate that the other party has a karmic tie to her, and she certainly intends to handle it adeptly. Wan, the avenger of wrongs. Wow, you're meticulous, sister. I finally understand how terrifying those well-versed in legal metaphysics can be. Xia Wange, wishing for longevity. Which hospital is he in? Wan, the avenger of wrongs. Xia certain and. Xia Wange, wishing for longevity. Tomorrow, no, It should be the day after tomorrow at dawn. I'll arrive at the hospital by the 4th watch. Wan, the avenger of wrongs. Why the 4th watch? Isn't it said that one dies at the 3rd watch? Xia Wange, wishing for longevity. Haven't you heard the saying? The king of hell allows you to die at the 3rd watch, but Xia Certain keeps you alive until the 5th watch? The underworld messengers know it's Xia Certain's case, so they want to arrive early. But it's no matter. Exorcising spirits and extracting souls is not difficult. Wan, the avenger of wrongs. Sister, are you speaking in human language? I feel as if this world has turned surreal. By the way, why not let the legal wife take him home right now? Xia Wange clicked her tongue softly, turning around and swiftly calling the hospital. How foolish. Given his unstable vital signs, he couldn't be taken home for an extended period. After a brief moment of silence, I contemplated the necessity of providing medical assistance. Once I had severed his soul, I could ensure his life would be perpetually tranquil. However, this affliction he suffers from entails considerable suffering during the rescue process. I could not allow him to evade the last physical agony of his existence. Is there also psychological pain? Came a voice, breaking the stillness. Indeed. The act of severing a soul is quite painful, I replied, as if I could hear the whispers of the king of hell. Xia Wange chuckled lightly. TSK. The king of hell cannot compare to my ruthlessness. Surely you recognize my prowess now. Be kinder to me in the future. For I am but a heartless and merciless assassin devoid of emotion. Upon uttering these words, Xia Wange turned, her smile freezing upon her face. She blinked and gazed at the 2 police officers, one male, one female, whose expressions were decidedly peculiar, alongside the awkwardly flustered Zhang Yu. Seeing Xia Wange's face turn towards her, Zhang Yu hastily exclaimed, "We happened to arrive just as you said that last line." Xia Wange fell silent, realizing that this was no different from them having heard everything. She forced a laugh. "Comrades in blue, my friend and I were merely jesting, just having fun, you see." With that, she activated the speakerphone. On the other end, Zhao Wan exclaimed animatedly, "What is going on? Why are there police there? What do you want me to hear?" Xia Wange immediately terminated the call, raising her hand to cover her face, feeling as though she could dig a castle from the floor with her embarrassment. "My friend has been watching too many crime dramas lately. Her mind isn't quite right. My apologies." An eerie silence lingered for some time until Zhang Yu broke the stillness, stating, "The police are here to inquire about your whereabouts this afternoon, as Tan Lei has died." "Died?" Xia Wange's expression turned to one of astonishment. Zhang Yu bit her lip, glancing at Xia Wange's incredulous face, her heart racing. She vividly recalled the Master's warning against seeking revenge, fearing it would entangle her in karmic retribution. Could this be the reason? Did the Master foresee his demise? "Comrade, please don't be alarmed," the female officer interjected. "We are merely conducting inquiries, asking you to recount your activities between 12:20 and 1:30 p.m. today, and whether anyone can vouch for your whereabouts, as the deceased had engaged in a fierce altercation with both of you." Li Fan and Qian Ming's desks were not far from Xia Wange's, and upon hearing of the death, particularly its connection to Xia Wange, they perked up, attentive. Xia Wange hesitated momentarily. At that time, she had been in the restroom of the CEO's office, conversing with Lu Qiu for nearly an hour, during which Lu Qiu had taken a shower and changed clothes. She felt that revealing this would instantly make her the center of attention within the company. "I was at the company," Xia Wange mumbled, "and there is surveillance to confirm it. However, we have just inquired, and no one has reported seeing you at the company during that time frame," the male officer pressed. "I was chatting with someone," she replied. "For how long?" "Approximately an hour." "What was the content of this conversation?"
Who were you speaking with?
"Is there anyone who can corroborate?" Xia Wange produced her diploma, degree certificate, and legal qualification certificate, stating, "These are my private documents." Chapter 19. Level gaze. The 2 officers found themselves momentarily at a loss. Here was a brilliant law student, and mishandling this case could lead to significant complications. Moreover, she had indeed provided her account and stated that there was surveillance as evidence. Tan Lei had been found dead in a rental apartment, with no signs of foul play. The person who reported it was his mother, who had made a scene, insisting he had been murdered, causing the authorities considerable headaches. They were indeed only here for routine inquiries, but the more they questioned, the more inconsistencies surfaced. For instance, both Zhang Yu and the individual named Xia Wange had previously clashed with Tan Lei, and Xia Wange had publicly stated that Tan Lei would not find peace even in death. The officers had also overheard her joking remarks. Zhang Yu had an alibi. with both witnesses and physical evidence to support her, yet Xia Wange had none during the time of the incident. Nonetheless, given her impressive background, it seemed implausible that she would jeopardize her future for someone who was a mere ne'er-do-well, steeped in vice and lacking ambition. Yet, high IQ crime was not uncommon. Sighing, Xia Wange remarked, "I truly find it difficult to articulate. Otherwise, I would have already done so. There is surveillance at the entrance of our floor. You may verify it later." The male officer instinctively responded, "There is indeed surveillance at the entrance. However, the cameras on this floor do have blind spots if one is determined." It was during this time that she was in my office. A cool voice suddenly interjected from behind. Everyone turned to find Lu Qiu, seated in a wheelchair, having encountered some difficulties with his legs, unable to move. She refrained from disclosing this to protect my privacy. I can attest to this, as can my assistant, and there is also surveillance at my office door to capture some of the events. The male officer glanced at Lu Qiu's legs and then at his face, instantly recognizing him as the second young master of the Lu family from East City. An overwhelming sense of regret washed over him as he observed someone so distinguished and graceful reduced to a wheelchair due to disability. His subordinate had helped conceal this. Yet they were now prying into the personal anguish of a noble family over the natural death of a scoundrel. He felt he could slap himself awake. The second young master of the Lu family had no need to delve into anything for the sake of a wastrel. He quickly stated, "My apologies. We shall take our leave." The female officer turned to Xia Wange, "We apologize. We would still like to review the surveillance footage at your office door."
If you don't mind.
"Of course," Lu Qiu responded, leading the two officers toward his office. Xia Wange observed as the male officer continued to tug at his colleague's sleeve, whispering for them to let it go, but the female officer resolutely proceeded toward the office. She found herself somewhat admiring the female officer. Previously, she had been at a disadvantage, yet now, faced with authority, the officer maintained her integrity, treating everyone fairly before any legal conclusions had been drawn. Due to her earlier embarrassment, Xia Wange had not closely scrutinized their faces. But as she studied the female officer's features, she raised an eyebrow and followed into the office. Upon entering, Lu Qiu did not comment, but directed everyone to gather around his desk to view the surveillance footage. The camera only captured a small portion of the entrance, vaguely showing a corner of the lounge door. The male officer sat there somewhat uneasy, while the female officer was intensely focused on the screen. Xia Wange, feeling guilty, sat off to the side, her eyes occasionally darting to the hard paper beneath her, which bore traces of red ink from her copying of the Chuxi texts. She sensed that Lu Qiu had deliberately placed it there as a reminder. Lu Qiu sat quietly, his gaze downcast, seemingly lost in thought. When Zhang Yu entered with water, she observed the scene, her expression a mix of emotions. After serving everyone a cup of tea, she hesitated briefly but ultimately decided to stay, standing to the side. The surveillance footage clearly captured Xia Wange entering the office around 12:20 p.m., lingering outside the lounge for a moment before stepping back and kicking the door lock open. Before long, she emerged holding a pale-faced Lu Qiu, who had his eyes tightly shut. At that moment, Assistant Su returned, and all three vanished down the restroom corridor. Soon after, Assistant Su left first, followed by Xia Wange, who hurriedly exited the office, while Lu Qiu emerged from the lounge shortly thereafter. This encompassed the entirety of that time frame. Zhang Yu observed that Lu Qiu had witnessed the entire surveillance, remaining silent, aware that he was fully informed. She turned to the two officers, who were taking notes, and quickly stated, "It was I who had a conflict with Tan Lei. I struck him that day. Although he desperately messaged me afterward, I never replied or met him again. Sister Xia is a good person, entangled in my mess. If you have any questions, feel free to investigate me." The female officer paused, turning to Zhang Yu. "We are merely conducting our duties. Rest assured, there is nothing to fear." After concluding the conversation, she rose and addressed the group with gratitude. "Thank you for your cooperation. We have gathered all the necessary information and will take our leave for now." She then turned to Zhang Yu and inquired, "Have you had any prior interactions with this Tan Lei's mother?" Zhang Yu shook her head, indicating she had not. The policewoman, displaying a hint of concern, advised, if circumstances allow, it would be prudent to commute with colleagues for the time being. "Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to contact us. Here is my number." Zhang Yu understood immediately that this implied the mother might be relentless. "Rest assured, my relatives live in the same community. We look out for one another. If she dares to cause trouble, they are not defenseless." "That's reassuring." "We shall take our leave now," the policewoman replied, nodding. "I apologize for the disturbance. If further assistance is required, We may need to trouble you again. Please sign here. The group complied and signed promptly. When it was Xia Wange's turn, she remarked to the policewoman, I noticed the fountain pen you used to take notes was quite exquisite. May I borrow it to sign? The male officer interjected immediately. Why would you need a specific pen just to sign? Is that a problem? Xia Wange replied, casting a glance at him. You've interrupted my work for quite some time, and all I ask is to borrow a pen. Is that too much to ask? Shouldn't you accommodate us with some minor requests? Do you know how special that pen is? It is, the policewoman responded, producing the pen. Here, go ahead. Xia Wange smiled, took the pen, twirled it in her fingers, and said, I have numerous signatures to make. Boss, could you please give me some space? I will sign at my own pace. Zhang Yu noticed Xia Wange discreetly twisting the pen, seemingly hiding something within it, and quickly moved to obscure the view between the two of them. In Chapter 20, Defending the Bottom Line with Mysticism, Lu Qiu also observed this exchange and subtly shifted his position to place himself between the police and Xia Wange. Xia Wange swiftly slipped a piece of talisman paper inside the pen, completed her signatures, and casually handed the documents and pen back to the policewoman. The pen is indeed lovely. It's no wonder you keep it close. Perhaps it will assist you in navigating future perils. I wish you relief from hardships. The policewoman accepted the pen with a smile, said nothing further, and departed. Once they had left, Zhang Yu whispered, Sister Xia, I feel I have burdened you. What burden? Xia Wange replied nonchalantly, crossing her legs in the boss's chair. It's merely trivial matters. I have nothing pressing to attend to. Realizing something was amiss, she quickly glanced at Lu Qiu, who was gazing intently at her with his dark eyes. Xia Wange promptly stood and cheerfully said, Boss, please remain seated. I must attend to some tasks. Zhang Yu hurried out first, but as Xia Wange made her exit, Lu Qiu called out, Thank you. Taken aback, Xia Wange pondered momentarily before realizing he was expressing gratitude for her discretion in not revealing the other party's private matters. There's no need for thanks. It's simply my duty as a law student to respect privacy, she replied. Out of curiosity, why did you choose to study law? Lu Qiu asked, and upon her nod, he continued, I am genuinely curious. If you prefer not to share, I understand. I find it intriguing that your chosen field seems at odds with your current profession. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Wange responded, As a child, I believed all people possessed morality. However, after learning certain truths, I came to realize that law is humanity's bottom line. Subsequently, I discovered there are numerous matters that even the bottom line cannot protect. I merely wish to comprehend where that line lies. Matters above it should be resolved through law, while those below it should be addressed through mysticism. Lu Qiu regarded Xia Wange for a long while before shifting the topic. Since you feel untroubled, would you accompany me to meet a client tomorrow? Xia Wange suspected this was Lu Qiu's true intention, wondering if the capitalist was beginning to reveal his predatory nature. Is it during the day or at night? Lu Qiu, who had been organizing documents, looked up in confusion. Day?
Night?
Daytime is my working hours. If it's at night, additional compensation is required, she stated. Lu Qiu assured her, the evening engagement involves socializing. I will bring a male assistant, so you need not worry. Is that the kind of gathering that requires a dance partner? Xia Wange inquired curiously, leaning closer. Lu Qiu sighed, gazing at her for a long moment. Is it really that difficult to discern that I am disabled? What do I need a dance partner for? My legs are of no use. Please spare me that notion. In my eyes, you are simply a person with unique experiences. You are merely injured at this point. Do you expect sympathy from me regarding your legs? Let me tell you, if I accompany you tonight, I expect fair compensation. Emotional appeals won't suffice. With that, Xia Wange shot Lu Qiu a look, as if accusing him of trying to garner sympathy for his condition to evade paying her, and exited. Lu Qiu stared after Xia Wange for a long time, then suddenly broke into laughter, striking his unfeeling knee with his fist, nearly brought to tears by his mirth. A person with unique experiences, merely someone temporarily injured. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the crimson markings on the paper scattered across the desk. From a young age, he had been proud, achieving everything he set out to do, amassing countless awards throughout school, and gradually building a business during university. Yet, fate played a cruel joke on him, rendering his legs inexplicably numb. After countless consultations with doctors both domestic and international, employing every conceivable method, he was met only with repeated disappointment. He could endure these setbacks, but what he found intolerable were the pitying gazes directed at him by others, that condescending look that relegated him to the status of a vulnerable individual, something he, with his inherent pride, could never accept. He could withstand unimaginable pain, yet could not ignore the sympathy emanating from others. He sought no pity, not even in death. Everyone was aware of his taboo and feigned normalcy. He could sense their efforts to treat him as an ordinary person, but the eyes betray the truth. Only Xia Wange was different. Regardless of her motivation, there was no trace of pity in her gaze. She treated him not merely as a normal individual, but seemed to regard him as even more capable than the average person. In both words and actions, she was not overly cautious around him. She inherently treated him as an ordinary person. To be honest, whether or not Xia Wange could heal his legs, he felt immense gratitude towards her for not discriminating against him, for not pitying him, and for not looking down upon him, since the issue with his legs arose. What Lu Qiu had longed for was simply a semblance of normalcy. That evening, policewoman Lu Mei, after completing her shift, felt exhausted from dealing with the family of the disturbance earlier that day. Fortunately, they were not relentless. After dark, they retreated. Her son had died in a rental unit, clutching a lottery ticket, with the coroner's report confirming sudden death. Yet, the mother remained obstinate, throwing tantrums, insisting her son had confided in her that Zhang Yu had summoned a master of mysticism who caused his demise, demanding they deliver justice by apprehending this woman of mysticism. A master of mysticism? Lu Mei thought incredulously. She is merely a high-achieving law student. If studying law equated to mastering mysticism, then indeed, she was proficient. After bidding farewell to her colleagues and gathering her belongings, Lu Mei began her journey home, passing by a dimly lit alley. As she approached, she faintly heard a man and a woman embroiled in a heated argument. The woman pleaded, "Dad, can you please stop this?" The man retorted loudly, "What's wrong with me? I'm just here to bring you home. You haven't returned in years. If it weren't for your uncle spotting you, I wouldn't even know where to find you." A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Mei as she instinctively slowed her pace. The woman choked back tears. "What do you want me to come home for? It is merely a matter of selling money to fund your brother's wedding, isn't it?" The man retorted angrily. "Since you are aware of it, hurry up and come back with me. I have already accepted a bride price of 100,000. No matter what you say today, you must return it to me." The two began to grapple. The woman wept bitterly. Dad, 150,000, right? Let me go. I will give you 150,000. If you let me go, I will give you 150,000. The man, incensed, exclaimed, "What are you thinking? The money in your pocket was originally ours. Return it to me. If you do not come back, I will not allow you to wander outside." Such disgrace. A woman should return home, obediently marry, and bear children. Only with the permission of the in-laws can she come out to work. Will you return or not? Chapter 21. 500 for a story. The sounds of screaming and clamor echoed incessantly. Lu Mei strode over without hesitation, shouting, "What are you doing? Let her go. You have no right to restrict another's freedom. Help! Help! Please save me. What is it to you? Young lady, mind your own business. We are father and daughter. I am a police officer." Lu Mei, pulling off her jacket, suddenly remembered she had removed her uniform and quickly presented her credentials. "Look closely. I am a police officer. I demand that you release her and stand against the wall. Help, officer. Help. I am not his daughter. Don't let him take me back. If I go back, it will be over for me. Help." A loud slap rang out. "You wretched girl. How could I have given birth to such an ungrateful wretch? I tell you, no matter what, I will drag you back. Your brother cannot marry. I will be ridiculed by the neighbors. It is his own fault for not striving for better, idling away his days. What does that have to do with me? Why must I suffer for him? Release her." Lu Mei stepped forward, kicking the man away, shielding the now trembling woman. "No matter who you are, you cannot forcibly take her. I am a police officer. This is my badge. You will come with me to the station. Damn you, you meddlesome woman. Am I afraid of you?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Mei felt a cold flash before her eyes, and a chill ran down her spine. But at that moment, she felt a particular part of her body suddenly heat up, causing her to instinctively recoil. A tearing sound followed, her credentials fell to the ground, and the badge lay tarnished in the dim light. Lu Mei raised her hand to cover her waist and slowly knelt down. The man caught sight of the badge, then glanced at the woman kneeling on the ground, and in an instant, his fury was doused as if doused with cold water. He took a few steps back and fled. "Officer, are you all right? Is anything wrong? Please don't scare me." The woman rushed over, her face streaked with tears. "I am fine." Lu Mei shook her head, retrieving her phone to call her colleagues. then slowly produced the weapon. It was a rusty fruit knife. She set the knife aside. She had merely been punctured through her clothing. With the light from her phone, she illuminated the damaged fabric, discovering a faint red mark. Lu Mei recalled the sudden sensation earlier, akin to being scalded, wiped the cold sweat from her brow, and fished out a pen from her pocket. The abrupt, scorching sensation that had prompted her reflexive evasion of the weapon was due to this pen. After some contemplation, Lu Mei twisted the end of the pen. Aside from its usual construction, black powder spilled out. "Officer, are you okay?" Lu Mei was startled back to reality by the woman's voice. She found a piece of paper and collected some of the black powder before standing up. "My colleagues will arrive shortly. I need you to accompany me to take a statement."
All right. All right.
"I will cooperate fully." The woman nodded repeatedly. Lu Mei noticed the woman's tear-streaked face, trembling with fear, and handed her a tissue. "Do not worry. No one will take you away. You are safe now." Upon hearing this, the woman could no longer hold back and began to weep. "I had planned to flee to another city this morning. It's all my fault for being too greedy, wanting to end my work on a good note."
It's all my fault.
"It is not your fault." Lu Mei softly consoled her. "This is the fault of others. You have done nothing wrong." Early the next morning, Xia Wange arrived punctually at the company's entrance. After all, it was her first official day at work following her agreement with Lu Qiu, and she wanted to make a good impression. Standing at the entrance with her suitcase made her conspicuously noticeable, drawing the attention of many entering the company, but upon recognizing her, they greeted her warmly.
Xia Wange,
who had never held herself aloof, returned their greetings with a smile. At that moment, her keen eyes spotted someone standing by the side of the entrance. Raising her hand to shield her brow from the sun, Xia Wange realized it was the police officer from yesterday. Last night, she had felt a surge of golden merit illuminating her being. Judging by its intensity, it seemed capable of extending her life by 2 months. Xia Wange was momentarily astonished. She knew this police officer was a good person, but she had not anticipated that saving her would yield such immense merit. It is known that the more one contributes to this world, the greater the merit accrued from saving others. Over the years, she had saved countless lives, and the merit accumulated was measured in days, sometimes even hours. Thus, the notion of gaining 2 months of merit was profoundly shocking to her. Without hesitation, Xia Wange strode toward the source of her newfound merit. No, toward the police officer. "My name is Lu Mei. I am the officer who sought you out yesterday. I have come to discuss a personal matter with you. May I take up some of your time?" Of course. Xia Wange glanced around, noticing a shaded area with a stone bench, and pointed. "Would that be all right?" Lu Mei checked and nodded in agreement. Xia Wange dragged her suitcase over, gently placing it on the ground before sitting atop it, then gestured toward the stone bench. "Please sit." Lu Mei regarded the stone bench, then looked back at Xia Wange. Without further ado, she took a seat. Observing the stone bench, Xia Wange rested her elbows on her knees, propping her chin in her palms, pondering whether she should clean the stone bench for this benefactor who had granted her 2 extra months of life. There are many kind souls, but those who could extend her life in such a manner were exceedingly rare.
Liu Mei favored straightforwardness.
She retrieved a pen from her pocket and produced a transparent bag filled with black powder. This black powder was discovered inside the pen's barrel. "My colleague mentioned it as residue from burnt paper. You are the only one to have touched this pen yesterday." Xia Wange fell silent for a moment, unsure how to respond. After all, given Lu Mei's profession, speaking too much could lead to unintended consequences. "I am not prying," Lu Mei, perceiving her silence, hastily added. "I have come to express my gratitude. This pen saved my life last night. I encountered an unexpected danger, and its sudden heat prompted my reflexes to evade. The mother of the deceased had claimed you were a sorceress, urging us to apprehend you. I initially thought such supernatural claims were nonsensical, but my personal experience points in another direction." "Well, how about this?" Xia Wange, considering Lu Mei's profession, cautiously proposed. "If you give me 500 yuan, I will tell you a story. How does that sound?" Lu Mei paused in surprise. Xia Wange scratched her head. "It's not that I am unwilling to negotiate. It's just that I have a fixed price for my stories, and it cannot be changed." Lu Mei remained silent and promptly transferred 500 yuan. The officer had saved her. She would gladly give her all, even if it were her entire savings. She had inquired with her colleagues, and had she been stabbed yesterday, she would have faced a near-fatal outcome. Xia Wange readily donated the money she received, and then began to recount. 26 years ago, in the winter, a little girl was born in a remote mountain village. Her birth was met with no blessings, leading her father to name her Mei in hopes that she would cease to exist. Chapter 22. Escape from the Swamp. Lu Mei's eyes widened instantaneously at these words, her fingertips trembling slightly. Soon after, she cast her gaze downward, her hands clasped together, suppressing the overwhelming emotions brought forth by her racing heart. During her household registration, a female police officer, unable to bear the injustice, altered her name from Wu to Mei, symbolizing resilience. Lu Mei's eyelashes fluttered as she contemplated standing, yet Xia Wange pressed down on her knee, urging her to remain seated. Undoubtedly, the girl from this remote mountain village did not squander the hopes placed upon her. Despite the oppressive environment at home, she persevered in her pursuit of education. However, upon completing junior high, she encountered a formidable obstacle. Her family forbade her from continuing her studies and insisted on marrying her off. Yet this girl refused to surrender. She resorted to starvation and even contemplated self-harm, desiring to disfigure her face to escape the impending marriage and secure the chance to continue her education. Fearing that her daughter would fetch a meager bride price if she were marred, her parents, having learned that high school graduates could earn significantly more than junior high graduates, ultimately permitted her to attend school, albeit without financial support. Fortunately, at that time, a compassionate teacher who had been closely monitoring her situation intervened. After discussing the matter with the girl, they settled on a second-tier high school that waived tuition based on her academic performance. This teacher also provided her with living expenses. Throughout her high school years, her parents repeatedly regretted their decision and attempted to bring her back home, but with the support of her classmates and teachers, she consistently navigated perilous situations, successfully remaining in school. During winter and summer breaks, she dared not return home. Her teacher took her in, and unwilling to accept charity, she sought work, laboring in strenuous jobs. Understanding her tenacity, her teacher arranged for her to tutor elementary and junior high students. The girl divided her earnings into 3 portions, one to stabilize her parents and deter them from trying to retrieve her, another to repay her teacher, and the last for her own living expenses. Eventually, the girl graduated, fully aware of her family's nature. She applied to a police academy and subsequently enlisted in the military. With her remarkable physical prowess, she was successfully inducted, leaving her parents to watch helplessly as she departed. Later, driven by her aspiration for a career in law enforcement, she returned from military service to continue her studies. Ultimately, she donned the coveted cap, but beyond that, her most cherished possession was the pen gifted to her by the teacher who had always encouraged and supported her. The teacher hoped the pen would serve its purpose, and thus the girl used it with utmost care. She was a remarkably kind-hearted individual, resolute in her convictions, capable of enduring hardship, principled, and astutely perceptive. She would undoubtedly fulfill all her aspirations. At this juncture, Lu Mei was in tears, reflecting on her past, her voice choked as she asked, "Can one truly know a girl's past so intimately?" Xia Wange offered her a tissue and replied, by observing her demeanor, considering her background, and analyzing significant turning points in her life, along with her character and solid foundational skills, one can indeed glean insights about her past. The past is easier to decipher. The future, however, is fraught with uncertainty. Would you like to know about the girl's future? Lu Mei hesitated, shaking her head, aware that such knowledge might instill fear and indecisiveness in the girl, rendering her less resolute. Very well, Xia Wange nodded. Let us discuss the girl's shortcomings. Lu Mei turned her gaze toward her. She lacks decisiveness and is perhaps too compassionate, Xia Wange remarked. This little girl is somewhat naive. She hopes that by using half of her military discharge pay to deter her parents from seeking her out, she can escape their grasp. Yet, she fails to comprehend the insatiable nature of human greed. With that, Xia Wange carefully lifted her suitcase, asserting that only through resolute action could one embrace a new beginning. Indecision, she cautioned, could lead to a life ensnared in a quagmire, seemingly alive yet perpetually sinking. The girl had a promising future ahead, capable of saving many. If her family background was a quagmire, she must find a way to escape it and dry it out. With those words, Xia Wange waved her hand and departed. As she reached the entrance, she scratched her head, contemplating whether she should concoct an excuse for being late on her first day of work. The security guard, spotting her from a distance, hurriedly opened the door and cordially inquired if she needed assistance with her suitcase. Upstairs, Lu Qiu, seated by the window sipping water, noticed the half-person height suitcase in Xia Wange's possession. His brow furrowed slightly, and he turned to Assistant Su, asking, "Did Xia Wange apply for a dormitory?" Assistant Su leaned out to look outside, perplexed. No, she didn't. Recalling their conversation from the previous day, Lu Qiu set down his cup and casually inquired. Have you resolved matters concerning your parents? Do you need to take another day off to handle things? Assistant Su paused, quickly replying, No, President Lu. I encountered a young woman yesterday whose parents were deceived in a similar manner and sought money. We reported it to the police. And today she said she would assist me with some matters, indicating that one document needed to be submitted while another two were also due. She asked me to send everything directly to her. Is that so? Lu Qiu smiled. Then you should treat her to a nice meal. Of course. Assistant Su chuckled. I've already planned what to treat her to. I notice she frequently posts about hot pot on her social media, so I've decided to take her out for hot pot. Lu Qiu's fingers subtly traced the rim of his cup. Assistant Su rarely discussed personal matters in his presence, and his sudden openness indicated a genuine connection with the girl. Though Assistant Su was merely expressing gratitude, the sincerity in his eyes was unmistakable. He lowered his gaze to sip his tea. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Lu Qiu estimated the time and presumed it was Xia Wange. Assistant Su went to open the door, and Lu Qiu watched as Xia Wange rolled in with her large suitcase. Before they could inquire, Xia Wange beamed, Boss. I've brought you some warmth. Both Lu Qiu and Assistant Su were taken aback. They exchanged bewildered glances as Xia Wange opened the suitcase, revealing a trove of white and green stones. Nay, they should be called jade. Boss, look. This Hetian jade cabbage ring. Put it on. Without waiting for permission, Xia Wange slid the cabbage ring onto Lu Qiu's finger, followed by a jade ring. What are these for? I'm borrowing them. No. I'm gifting them to you. After you wear them, I might occasionally borrow them back. Lu Qiu. Literally what I just said, Xia Wange grinned. And here us this jade forehead strip. All of them? Lu Qiu protested. Let us skip that one. Very well, wear it on your wrist then, and here us this string of prayer beads. Xia Wange continued, fastening them as she asked, Boss, do you feel your leg is any better today? Lu Qiu shook his head. It's the same as yesterday. Xia Wange nodded, realizing that the aura infused in the jade could not alleviate Lu Qiu's pain. To help him, she would need to access it fresh. The thought of not only being able to store a multitude of auras, but also possessing a portable aura reservoir uplifted her spirits even further. Chapter 23. All good things in the world come with a price. Assistant Su stood silently to the side, observing as Xia Wange retrieved an array of ornaments from the suitcase and adorned Lu Qiu with them. Typically serious and somewhat aloof, Lu Qiu, who seldom partook in frivolities, surprisingly acquiesced when pressed by Xia Wange to wear various items. He noted that despite a look of displeasure on Lu Qiu's face, there was no inclination to send her away. Rather, he seemed to watch her with a hint of anticipation, curious about what she would produce next. Most crucially, these items appeared to be genuine. He would never have dared to hope for such quality. Clearly, in this room, the only true worker was him. The other two were merely here to experience life. Although Lu Qiu intended to refuse many of the items, each time Xia Wange adorned him with something, he could faintly hear her thoughts. Wow, this jade ring actually suits him quite well. So elegant. The bracelet from yesterday is still here. What a good person. In a moment of contemplation, one might reflect on how much of that ethereal purple aura has enveloped them as praise reverberates around. Ah, how striking. It seems that beauty can indeed be deceptive. I had long assumed that this style would diminish one's allure, yet it appears to be a matter of facial features. The compliments continued to cascade, and amidst the adulation, Lu Qiu gradually lost himself, transforming into a veritable Christmas tree, as if he were a display piece. He even fancied the notion that perhaps the others were aware of his ability to perceive their innermost thoughts, hence their internal evaluations. Simultaneously, he questioned whether his modest affinity for purchasing clothing and accessories might stem from the fact that sales associates rarely dared to engage him in conversation when he ventured out shopping. As time meandered on, after Lu Qiu had declined a pair of jade earrings, a necklace of Australian white pearls, and an assortment of various jade artifacts, he engaged in a serious tug-of-war with Xia Wange regarding what he could keep in the office. Ultimately, he resolved to retain only a select few items for personal use, while Xia Wange conceded to divert her attention elsewhere. Mr. Lu, have you seen this toad? Xia Wange produced a nearly translucent jade toad, its quality reminiscent of glass,
Proclaiming it to be a mobile phone stand.
Lu Qiu raised an eyebrow. Has the development of mobile phone stands progressed to such sophistication? Indeed, Mr. Lu, observe this toad. Xia Wange presented another, a bright yellow toad, equally serving as a mobile phone stand, one for each hand. Then, she unveiled the final item from the box, a grand jade sculpture of the Great Wall, spiraling and winding, large enough to adorn a coffee table, its clarity illuminated by the sunlight. This, Assistant Su murmured, surely cannot be a computer stand? Not at all, Xia Wange replied with a smile. This is merely a decorative piece, one I acquired not long ago and have yet to find a suitable place for it. Buried? Lu Qiu squinted. Displayed. I simply have not found the right spot for it, Xia Wange quickly corrected herself. Buried is just a local term for display, hee. With that, she waved goodbye, reminding him at the door, Boss, remember to treat it as your own. As the door closed, Assistant Su turned to his boss, blinking in astonishment. To be candid, every item Xia Wange brought was extraordinary, and each suited Mr. Lu remarkably well, complementing his appearance beautifully. Yet no matter how exquisite, one cannot adorn oneself with an excess of such items. He already wore 5 rings on his fingers alone, and these jade ornaments were utterly at odds with the office's minimalist luxury decor. Assistant Su, do you not think my office's decor is? Lu Qiu rubbed his forehead, pausing for a moment before continuing. In a little while, someone will be coming in to sign a document. Please intercept them. Rest assured. I shall ensure no one enters, Assistant Su replied, glancing at his boss, who appeared deeply troubled. At that moment, Lu Qiu felt as though he had momentarily lost his grip on reality. For a fleeting instant, he had considered altering the office's aesthetic to better accommodate the jade artifacts. Meanwhile, Xia Wange had been idling until noon and, when she went out to lunch with Zhang Yu, encountered that woman from another company, the one wearing the GABA law, standing at the restaurant entrance, arms crossed, clearly waiting for someone. Upon making eye contact, Xia Wange felt a surge of confusion, wondering if today was an inauspicious day, as she seemed to keep running into people obstructing her path. Zhang Yu hastily attempted to intervene, but Xia Wange raised a hand to stop her, sensing that the woman was likely facing some sort of predicament. Jiao Xiaolian approached Xia Wange directly, her lips pursed as she quietly said, You advised me yesterday against wearing this GABA law. I asked my boyfriend about it, and he merely mentioned that it is a common adornment in their culture. I forgot the name you referred to, and, despite searching, I couldn't find anything. GABA law, Xia Wange replied. You can look it up now. With that, she turned to Zhang Yu. Let us have our meal first. Once seated, Jiao Xiaolian, with a pale complexion, sat across from Xia Wange, her voice trembling as she asked, Is this really that thing? Indeed, Xia Wange said, savoring a few pieces of sweet and sour ribs, shattering all of Jiao Xiaolian's illusions. The GABA law you researched must refer to one crafted from a high monk skull, but the GABA law I mentioned refers purely to the skull itself. Yours likely utilized the skulls of at least 20 individuals. Zhang Yu gasped, her chopsticks clattering onto the plate, as she glanced between Jiao Xiaolian and her own ribs. Unsure whether to continue eating, Jiao Xiaolian, trembling, removed the GABA law from her wrist, glancing at the bracelet with a lingering hope. How can you be so certain this isn't the revered High Monk's artifact? Have you not noticed the anomalies? Xia Wange replied. This piece was crafted from a living person's skull, imbued with immense resentment. Once you have suffered enough, your own skull may very well join the collection. Could it be he is unaware? Jiao Xiaolian suddenly broke down in tears. I truly love him. He has treated me wonderfully. Never has a man been so kind to me. He is handsome and cooks for me after work, washes my feet, does my laundry, cleans the floors, and washes the dishes. He does it all, even better than my own parents. Consider this, Xia Wange stated bluntly. I do not wish to belittle you. But reflect on how your relationship began. Why does he treat you so well? What compels a handsome man to shower you with such attention? Everything of value comes at a price. What have you offered him in return? Chapter 24. Only the individual can truly desire change. Jiao Xiaolian stood frozen in place. Though she was not unattractive, she was certainly not among the most stunning. Her romance with her boyfriend bore the hallmark of a cliché romance novel. He got lost. She guided him, they crossed paths again, and she discovered his navigational ineptitude, ultimately leading him to his destination. In gratitude, he added her on WeChat, revealing that he was there for studies. After many conversations, they naturally fell into a relationship. He hailed from a wealthy family, attending classes by day while they enjoyed each other's company by night. He gifted her presents, accompanied her to films, shared laughter, and indulged her every whim. The time spent with him was the happiest of her life. I still find it hard to believe. Jiao Xiaolian covered her face. Could it be that he too is being deceived? I cannot fathom that someone so kind would seek to harm me. Zhang Yu observed Jiao Xiaolian's pained expression and glanced at the engrossed Xia Wange, pondering whether the woman might also have been ensnared by some malevolent force. But after a moment's reflection, she sealed her lips, recognizing the absurdity of such a notion. Firstly, if she were truly under a curse, a master would have detected it. Secondly, Jiao Xiaolian pursued a man who had humiliated her, yet she remained captivated by him. There was a stark difference in their situations. He was handsome and treated her well, making her infatuation understandable. Well, Xia Wange finally spoke. Is it possible that his kindness stems from a desire to ensure that even after he has caused your demise, you would still harbor feelings for him? That when you harm him, he may plead with you to spare him? Jiao Xiaolian's complexion paled once more. Zhang Yu felt an urge to crack a darkly humorous joke, but observing their expressions, she sensed that Xia Wange's words were delivered with utmost seriousness. Setting down her chopsticks, Xia Wange said gravely, "You have already recognized something is amiss, have you not?" Jiao Xiaolian pursed her lips, casting her gaze downward. Indeed, she has discerned something amiss. She realizes that her body is increasingly fatigued. The reason her boyfriend tends to wash her feet is simply because, upon returning home, she inexplicably feels overwhelmingly drowsy, unable to lift her hands, and her complexion has been deteriorating. She had always attributed this to recent work overtime, never considering any other possibilities. However, after Zhang Yu's remarks yesterday, she inquired about Sister Xia and immediately understood that this Sister Xia was not to be underestimated. Jiao Xiaolian furrowed her brow. Her eyes filled with reluctance, wondering if it could possibly be her.
Stop it.
Do not speculate any further. I do not require your belief. I am merely sharing what I know. Xia Wange gazed at her ashen face and continued, regardless, you cannot escape this predicament now. Jiao Xiaolian's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white as she clutched her bracelet tightly, afraid to reveal it even slightly. Once again, this was a detail she would overlook unless mentioned. During her daily routines, she would remove it, and when she returned to her room for skincare,
she would not wear it.
Yet, when lying in bed, if her boyfriend inquired about it, she would almost instinctively mention it was in the bathroom, only to find it unexpectedly on her bedside table, mistakenly believing her boyfriend had placed it there. Additionally, there were mornings when she would forget to wear it. But upon suddenly recalling it at work, it would miraculously appear in her bag or directly on her desk. She previously thought she had simply become accustomed to misplacing it. Wasn't that the case?
No.
The first scenario might indicate her boyfriend discovered it on the bedside table, while the second could genuinely suggest she had grown accustomed to it. Xia Wange observed the shifting expressions of her companion, recognizing that she was once again concocting excuses for her boyfriend. This was not entirely her fault, encountering a partner who met all her fantasies in every aspect. It was only natural for her to resist the notion that this person intended to harm her. With a soft sigh, Xia Wange stated, "There is no need to rush. As long as you do not leave the country with him, the situation may merely remain stagnant or worsen gradually." Jiao Xiaolian looked at Xia Wange, questioning why not leaving the country mattered. The party and the people do not permit it. Zhang Yu and Jiao Xiaolian exclaimed in unison. Xia Wange cast a glance at them, her expression devoid of emotion. In this country, especially in first-tier cities, with work, friends, and family, how could anyone allow you to be so casually stripped of your skull? Zhang Yu and Jiao Xiaolian fell silent. Xia Wange rose from her seat. "If you wish to rid yourself of this bracelet, give it to me. I can unravel its mystery. If you prefer to experiment further, entrust it to Zhang Yu." Zhang Yu was taken aback. Xia Wange added, "Let Zhang Yu hide it or dispose of it. Take your time to contemplate." With that, Xia Wange exited the restaurant, soon followed by Zhang Yu, who held a cloth wrapped around the bracelet, looking troubled. "Master, this. Find a clean garbage bin and dispose of it." Zhang Yu hesitated, but out of trust for Xia Wange, she said nothing and promptly discarded it into a nearby trash can. Afterward, the two awaited the elevator together, and she seemed to hesitate before speaking. "Zhang, only when a person is deeply pained and yearns for change can others assist them. If one continues to waver, no one can help." It was akin to that police officer Lu Mei. She genuinely wanted to pursue an education, and upon witnessing her determination, everyone endeavored to support her. Conversely, had Lu been indecisive, her desire to learn yet reluctance to act would have left her forever ensnared in a quagmire. Zhang Yu paused, bowing her head. "I used to be just as stubborn, so I understand her plight." "Stop right there," Xia Wange interjected, "if she is still unwilling to part ways. It must be because she has experienced certain benefits. Her partner is affluent, providing ample financial support, bestowing lavish gifts. Or perhaps possesses an appealing visage that renders her rationality futile upon gazing at him. Alternatively, he may treat her exceptionally well, making her feel like a princess in his presence. To put it plainly, he may excel in certain intimate endeavors, rendering her unable to resist. Should he be both handsome and wealthy, with extraordinary skills, and treat her with utmost kindness? It is often said that one would rather die under a peony than live a mundane existence. For many, this can lead to inner conflict. Even if facing imminent death, one might still seek pleasure for a day. She likely will not come to me until she truly believes her demise is nigh, which I can fully comprehend. You, however, are different. You have been ensnared by a curse. Yet, curses vary. Your prior situation indicates that your impression of him is not entirely negative. In fact, you may even harbor some fondness for him, which could result in you becoming another's foot servant after being cursed. Do not compare your life to the brilliance of others. Your perspective is exceedingly poor. Zhang Yu was momentarily speechless. Just then, she received a call from her mother, Song Mu, whose voice was loud and clear, resonating prominently within the elevator.
Hey, yeah.
That Lei's mother hasn't he sought you out, has she? No, the doorman didn't he mention anything. There are too many people here. She probably wouldn't he dare. That is good to hear. His mother came to our neighborhood looking for me, demanding compensation. Can you believe it? Just because we're easy to bully? When I raised my voice, your aunts and uncles all came rushing in. She only brought a few people, thinking she could extort us, underestimating our resolve. I reprimanded her, and she had nothing to say. Zhang Yu fell silent for a moment. She had always despised her relatives meddling in her affairs, yet now they had all stepped up. Song Mu, riding high on a recent victory, could hardly contain her excitement. She mentioned waiting for reinforcements, thinking she could intimidate us. Humph. Isn't she just waiting for her family to finish work? When they do, our relatives will be there too. I refuse to believe they can bully us this way. Oh, and yeah, I've asked your brother to pick you up after work. Return home with him, and be safe. Chapter 25. How wonderful it is to have relatives. Xia Wange found herself quite fond of Song Mu's character. She tilted her head slightly. Andy, I'll take her home tonight. It was a voice call, and Song Mu immediately recognized Xia Wange's voice, responding with delight. Oh,
You're too kind, master.
not at all. It's on my way. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate your help, master. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Yu hung up the phone. Before she could speak, Xia Wange interjected. You see? That handsome man desires her life, yet is willing to spend money. What about you? You've gained nothing, and they still want to extort you for money. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wait for me after work. With that, she departed, leaving Zhang Yu feeling bewildered. Originally, Lu Qiu had appointments with other companies, but it seemed they had been rescheduled. Xia Wange diligently spent the afternoon working. Each time she saw various department heads blocked by Assistant Su waiting for Lu Qiu to sign, she felt a pang of guilt, realizing the sacrifices made on her behalf. However, after a brief moment of anxiety, Xia Wange grew calm. The other party was a child of fortune, and she could not count herself among them. She could only leave it to fate, do her best and let destiny take its course. That was Lu Qiu's path, and there was nothing she could do about it. As soon as work concluded, she took the initiative to find Zhang Yu, primarily to avoid running into Lu Qiu, who resembled a Christmas tree. Xia Wange primarily used a motorcycle as her mode of transport, and this was Zhang Yu's second time riding with her. With a helmet on, Zhang Yu felt as though her perspective had drastically transformed in just a few days. Previously, she had harbored hopes of a blissful life filled with love, but now she merely wished for him to endure the tortures of the 18th level of hell. Zhang Yu was escorted to her destination, where Song Ma, Zhang Song, and Zhang's father were deliberately waiting at the foot of the building. Upon seeing the motorcycle's arrival, the trio promptly approached to exchange pleasantries with Xia Wange. Zhang Song remarked that the scoundrel's mother had indeed brought along 7 or 8 individuals in the afternoon. However, upon encountering over 20 members of his family, she uttered a few harsh words before scurrying away, revealing her cowardice against the strong. Song Ma lavished praise upon Xia Wange, to the point that the latter felt somewhat embarrassed. Subsequently, Zhang's father earnestly invited her to join them for dinner. Xia Wange removed her helmet, politely declining, stating that it would be inappropriate to intrude on their gathering with relatives. Song Ma clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Ah, a true master indeed. You are aware of everything, aren't you? What could possibly escape your notice in this world?" With a twinkle in her eye, Xia Wange pointed towards the upper floor and chuckled. "It's not divination. Your relatives have nearly filled that window." Both Song Ma and Zhang's father looked up, only to see their curious relatives hastily withdrawing their heads. Zhang Yu's face flushed as she said, "Master, I apologize. They are merely curious and mean no harm." "No worries," Xia Wange replied with a smile, patting Zhang Yu's shoulder. "Go on and entertain them properly. Some may have sharp tongues, but their hearts aren't malicious. There's no need to let relationships sour so badly. With so many standing up for you, the past should be put behind. Only then can your future be bright." Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback. She had nearly voiced her surprise at how Xia Wange knew of her strained relations with her second aunt's family, but she quickly realized that a master like her must know everything. Indeed, the master's appearance was deceptively youthful, upon first glance. One might assume her to be a recent university graduate in need of guidance, yet she was already capable of independently providing insights and assistance. After Xia Wange spoke, she noticed a change in Zhang Yu's demeanor, as a potential conflict that could have influenced her destiny dissipated. Xia Wange clicked her tongue softly, reveling in the company of perceptive and obedient individuals, finding that a few words of guidance could significantly smooth their paths compared to those who remained obstinate despite countless admonitions. Donning her helmet once more, Xia Wange transformed back into the cool sister riding her black motorcycle, and with a roar, she vanished from sight. After enjoying a meal in a random spot, Xia Wange planned to take a ride to scout for suitable locations to dig and bury items for accumulating spiritual energy. Although Lu Qiu could assist her now, relying on others was always temporary. She needed to depend on herself. Walking on her own two legs was the only solid foundation. Just as she activated her navigation to seek her destination, a gust of wind whispered in her ear. Utilizing her rudimentary skills in fengxiang divination, she carefully discerned that she should return. With a slight frown, though puzzled, Xia Wange turned her motorcycle back to the shop where she had been residing on the second floor. The shop had a spacious courtyard behind it, offering a tranquil escape from the bustling surroundings, which she quite appreciated. Once her finances allowed, she intended to purchase the shop instead of continually spending on various high-quality jades. Performing a graceful drift, Xia Wange parked in front of her shop, only to be taken aback by the crowd gathered at the entrance. Upon recognizing the middle-aged woman at the forefront, wielding a loudspeaker, she instantly understood who they were. The woman bore a pronounced vertical line in her forehead, known as the cutting sword, indicating her connection to the scoundrel's mother. Unable to disrupt the company, she had opted to target Xia Wange instead after being turned away from Zhang Yu's home. Observing the 7 or 8 individuals surrounding her small shop with an air of intimidation, Xia Wange felt a twinge of envy towards those with relatives. Having a crowd could easily scare off troublemakers. In contrast, as a solitary figure, she would be less visible in a gathering of small spirits. "Come, come, fellow villagers. Everyone passing by, come and judge for yourselves," Tanma shouted through the loudspeaker, drawing the attention of passers-by and people heading to dance in the square, who paused to witness the spectacle. "Look at this little shop. It's nothing but a den of charlatans. This very shop, devoid of integrity, has caused my son's demise. Alas, in my old age, I have lost my only son." As Xia Wange observed the unfolding drama, she exchanged glances with a small spirit hiding behind Tanma, signaling it to remain silent for the moment. "How am I to live now, as a lonely mother? At my age, I have lost my only child. The worst part is that this charlatan has caused my son's death without offering a single penny in compensation. This is a path to my own starvation. Look at the hodgepodge of nonsense on this shop sign. Can anything here be trusted? It's nothing but a deceitful scammer. They deserve to have their tongues pulled out and fried in hell." The unsuspecting crowd, witnessing Tanma's emotional outburst, began to murmur among themselves. "I passed by the shop a few days ago, and felt something was off just from the sign. I knew it was a scam. It's tragic. At such an old age, I saw a young girl entering and exiting here while I was out buying groceries. I didn't see anyone older. That must be a scammer. Old lady, why didn't you report this to the police?" Tanma seemed to finally hear what she wanted, plopping down on the ground and pounding it. "I reported it. I reported it from the very beginning. But the police told me my son died from an accident. Just look. The night before, he sent me a message saying he wanted to take care of me and make big money. Yet the next day, the police informed me he died in an accident. It's all collusion between officials and businessmen. They bully us common folk. That scammer is now employed at a big company. The police won't properly investigate her. My poor son. Dead, for no reason. I can't even seek justice." Hearing her words, someone in the crowd, incensed, asked, "Which company? Let us know so we can avoid it." It's that local Qiu group.
Tanma replied bitterly.
At this revelation, many were taken aback. Although Qiu Group was a relatively new company, anyone with a job would speak highly of it, praising its benefits, good treatment, and, most importantly, no overtime. Even if there was overtime, they compensated fairly. While people might agree with criticism of other companies, when it came to Qiu, they protested, "Old lady, are you sure you're not mistaken? Qiu's people are wonderful. After we finish complaining about our own bosses, we always praise the leaders at Qiu. Yes, old lady. The police wouldn't just deceive you for no reason. They gain nothing from it. Old sister, I might let other companies slide, but if you mention Qiu, I must speak up. My husband works there, and when he had an accident on his way home, the company immediately helped with injury compensation, sent people to check on him, and even provided supplements and medical funds." Tan Ma was momentarily stunned by the chorus of voices surrounding her and quickly attempted to clarify. This scammer is someone close to the president of Qiu Group. The president will surely protect her. Who knows what means she used to climb this high branch that even the police cannot apprehend her. Alas, my child. Only in his 20s, yet he died before marrying. By the way, isn't that eldest son of the Zhang family the one who works as a driver for that president? Now that you mention it, it does seem like it. His daughter works there too, and her salary is quite high, returning home early every day. She looks as vibrant as we did when working in the factory. Isn't that old hag the one we saw earlier at the Zhang family's place today? As the discussion among the older women intensified, Tan Ma's identity was quickly revealed, with a particularly sharp-tongued woman exclaiming, "Oh, I thought who it was. It's you, old toad. Unable to extort from other people's daughters, you come here to swindle a master. I must tell you, that little song from the Zhang family boldly proclaimed to me that this master possesses remarkable abilities. Did you not notice how her daughter, once the epitome of a miserable soul, was observed by all the neighbors? Yes, it was none other than the young frog from that old toad's household. It was this very master who personally severed their karmic ties. On the day her daughter regained consciousness, Little Song wept bitterly downstairs, claiming that her daughter had been cursed. Can you fathom the heartlessness of that frog? I used to find the notion of curses quite preposterous. Yet I was astounded to learn that her son truly met his demise after their breakup. Alas, I can hardly dismiss this now. Could it be that he suffered retribution?" Suddenly, a cacophony of voices erupted as the neighbors, having resided here for decades, began to connect the dots. With many relatives of the Zhang family living nearby, it took but a moment for them to recall the incident involving the youngest daughter of the Zhang household. Oh, how they initially pondered who it could be. The Zhang family's daughter had been seen with swollen eyes from daily trips to the market, but now she was all smiles, attributing her good fortune to the extraordinary master in the vicinity. It was indeed a Zhang affair. I even witnessed that old woman dragging her relatives into a ruckus just today. Tisk, she's merely an old toad. And her young frog is hardly deserving of the swan's grace. The old toad is merely here to extort money. Hearing the incessant hissing of Toad from the crowd, Mother Tan's composure shattered. She sprang up, shouting, "You are the toad. Your entire family is composed of toads. My son is the sole heir of 3 generations. He is an only child. How could he possibly be unworthy of that Zhang girl? Does anyone remember how fond she was of my son? Oh, and what a toad she is, sprouting from a cesspool. How could she dare to entangle with others? I told you. How could the police possibly target you without reason?" Mother Tan leapt forward, ready to grapple with that venomous-tongued ant, but her relatives intervened. The onlookers, witnessing the scene unfold, deemed it to be the spectacle of a madwoman and began to disperse. As night deepened, only a few young people remained, curious about the commotion. They captured videos of the squabbling, wary of the potential for a sudden outburst of violence. Despite several attempts, Mother Tan failed to achieve her desired effect and, in frustration, hoarsely cried out, "Second aunt, what should we do? It's futile, without an audience to bolster our cause. We can't ruin our reputation or intimidate her. Our goal is not to shut down the shop, but to extract compensation." A burly man with a scar across his forehead suggested, "Shall we return tomorrow during the day? The upper management's phone remains unreachable, and it's unwise to insult them. Second aunt, I understand your urgency for money, but we cannot afford to humiliate ourselves in this manner." Humiliation? What do you mean by humiliation? That wretched woman caused my son's death. How is it humiliating to seek compensation from her? A disheveled Mother Tan rose, pointing fiercely at the dwindling crowd. No one is watching? Is there not a soul here? Today I shall enact justice and demolish this fraudulent establishment, claiming the ill-gotten gains to honor my son." With that, Mother Tan picked up a brick from the ground, ready to shatter the glass door. Just as the brick was about to connect, a slender hand reached out, firmly catching it. In the astonished gaze of bystanders, Xia Wange elegantly tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, weighed the brick in her hand, and smirked. "You dare to vandalize my establishment? You possess quite the audacity." Chapter 27. Assistance Required. The onlookers were momentarily rendered speechless by the sudden appearance of the woman at the entrance. A lecherous man with a prominent belly stepped forward. "It is said that you are responsible for my cousin's demise. Thus, if you agree to become my wife, we can consider this matter resolved. Though our village may not rival the city, we possess sufficient means. What do you say?" Mother Tan was incensed. "What do you mean? I summoned you to seek compensation, not to have you undermine my efforts." "Second, aunt," the man continued, "my last wife ran off, and it was you who urged my mother to impose on her, demanding she do this and that, even supervising her daily. Shouldn't you compensate me for that?" He stepped closer to Xia Wange. "Since you excel at deception, why not practice it in our village? Our money is easy to obtain, and even if exposed, my family has plenty of men to protect you from the harshness of the city." Xia Wange regarded the assembly before her, stifling laughter. She had anticipated this uproar and had retreated to her home, observing from the second floor as they bickered. She had prepared to address them swiftly after they attempted to vandalize her store. Yet, she was surprised by their cowardice as they continued their commotion without taking action. It was only when Mother Tan was provoked that she finally attempted to strike. Xia Wange scrutinized the faces of the men, recognizing them as bullies who preyed on the weak, lacking genuine intent to assist Mother Tan. They were merely saving face for familial ties. Otherwise, they would not have dithered for so long, with the men waiting for Mother Tan to act, while she awaited their initiation. It was no wonder that they had remained stagnant for so long. They were all talk. Rather than respond immediately, Xia Wange crossed her arms, fixing her gaze on them for a moment before shifting her attention to Mother Tan, stating coolly, "You are aware of my profession. Are you not afraid of the repercussions?" With a derisive laugh, Mother Tan replied, "You are merely a charlatan. Why should I fear you? I demand 30,000 from you immediately, or I will ensure you cannot continue here. You shall not reside in this place, nor operate your shop, and you can forget about attending any classes. I will see this through." 30,000? Xia Wange chuckled. "Such a sum is hardly sufficient for your medical expenses." Mother Tan paused, bewildered. "What do you mean?" "I suggest you visit the hospital for a thorough examination." Xia Wange stretched languidly, "But even that may be futile. Without an examination, you will die in ignorance. With one, you will merely learn the nature of your illness. In either case, the outcome remains unchanged. Pancreatic cancer, 3 months at most." The weight of her words hung heavy in the air, a consequence of her past misdeeds. Xia Wange then turned her gaze to the rotund man beside her, suddenly bursting into laughter. "So, your last wife ran away?" The man stepped forward. "Indeed, she left, and now I seek another. I, Tan Lao-san, am a man of my word." "She hasn't left. She is clinging to your back," Xia Wange retorted, and the man fell silent. The cousins standing nearby felt a chill run down their spines, their skin prickling with goosebumps as they glanced at Tan Lao-san, who seemed to lean forward as if burdened by an unseen weight. Even the fierce Mother Tan involuntarily took a step back. What are you saying?" "My ex-wife did leave. Many witnessed it." Tan Lao-san stammered, his fierce demeanor faltering. "I was considering letting you off this time, but if you continue this nonsense, I will smash your store." "How unsurprising," Xia Wange mused, glancing behind Tan Lao-san. She pushed open the glass door behind her, pulled out a stool, and sat down. "No wonder you can only cling to her back, unable to act. However, I happen to have an outing planned for early tomorrow. I have ample time to engage with you." The woman crouching behind him was laden with resentment, yet it was undeniable that Tan Lao-san was indeed a villain. Typically, mere manifestations of grievance were insufficient to confront him. Xia Wange tapped her finger on her knee, contemplating how to proceed with the evening's entertainment when, from a distance, a disheveled woman, weeping, rushed towards her and knelt before her. Master, I beseech you, help me. I was sent by Sister Song. I truly have nowhere else to turn. Master, my child is missing, lost for 5 hours. The police have been dispatched to search, but my heart is in turmoil. Please, I implore you to help me find my child. I beg you. He is only 3 months old." Xia Wange swiftly assessed the woman's face and immediately rose to her feet. With life hanging in the balance, Even if she found the child, time might not be on her side. Her eyes flickered, and she grabbed a small bag hanging by the door, yanking the woman along. Come with me. After taking a few steps, she turned to the raucous group, retrieved a stick of incense from her bag, murmured a few incantations, lit it, and planted it firmly in the ground. You keep them occupied. I shall return to discuss matters further. Without waiting for a response from the crowd, she pulled the woman toward her motorcycle. Do not ask questions. I will take you to search. The rest is left to fate. Despite the woman's trembling legs. Upon hearing Xia Wange's words, she swiftly mounted the bike, wiped her tears, and declared, Master, let us go. We must see the living and the dead. Regardless of the outcome, I can endure. The motorcycle roared to life, and in the brief moments between traffic lights, Xia Wange dialed Lu Qiu's number. The call was answered promptly, his calm and melodious voice cutting through the howling wind, reaching Xia Wange's ears. Hello? Lu Qiu. It's urgent. I need your assistance. Xia Wange spoke rapidly. If you help me, where shall we meet? Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Qiu, who had just exchanged a few words with his parents and brother at his family home, straightened in his seat, his tone resolute. Xia Wange paused, swallowing a torrent of explanations she had prepared, and swiftly relayed her address, requesting a larger intersection. Right? The intersection of Happiness Road and My Love Road is conveniently situated between us. I will head there immediately, Lu Qiu responded, signaling the driver to ready the vehicle. Xia Wange adjusted the navigation, turning the motorcycle with precision. All right, see you soon. Yes, see you shortly. Mr. and Mrs. Lu, along with Lu Qiu's elder brother, watched in astonishment as he, barely back from his prior errand and still in his wheelchair, dashed out once more. Mr. and Mrs. Lu exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes reflecting mutual confusion, before turning their attention to Lu Qiu's brother, who had been unexpectedly drawn into their conversation. After a moment of contemplation, he blinked and recalled the last time he had inquired about directions to Jiangwo. Outside, the flickering lights cast shadows across Lu Qiu's face as he instinctively clenched his fingers, his heart racing with anxiety. Though he had known Xia Wange for a short time, he had gleaned some understanding of her character. She was typically composed and adept, never displaying such urgency as she had moments ago. Lu Qiu wondered if something extraordinary had transpired on her end, or if he was finally experiencing the opportunity she had mentioned. The driver, aware of his employer's urgency, abandoned his usual cautious approach and accelerated to maximum speed. Though he was unsure why they were heading to an intersection, he nonetheless reached the destination and pulled over. Lu Qiu sat in the back seat, his gaze heavy with contemplation as he stared into the distance. Meanwhile, Tan Ma and her companions watched as Xia Wange lit the incense and uttered inexplicable words before departing, leaving the shop's door unlocked. It was at this moment they realized the small establishment lacked the protective roller shutters common to others, merely featuring 2 bare glass doors, and now, the lock that had once hung there was absent. What now? One of them inquired. They were not the leaders and wished to avoid responsibility, hence their questions. Tan Ma cast a fierce glance in the direction Xia Wange had departed, declaring, since her shop is open for business, it's not illegal for us to take a look, right? Wouldn't you agree, Tan Lao-san? Before Tan Lao-san could respond, Tan Ma strode toward the shop. But after just a few steps, she suddenly felt disoriented, as if the shop before her had momentarily vanished. Shaking her head, she glanced towards the neighboring store and continued her march. Resting her hand on the glass door, she furrowed her brows and called back. What are you all standing around for?
Come in.
However, to her shock, she turned to discover that the brightly lit shop had appeared behind her. She spun around again, realizing her arm was outstretched in a gesture to push open the door, and before her stood the relatives she had brought along. What is happening?
Tan Ma stammered.
Unable to articulate her confusion. Wasn't I just pushing the shop's door? One of her relatives, a slight figure trembling, stuttered, Nyang. You took a few steps toward that shop door, and then suddenly turned back. We thought you had changed your mind. Tan Ma's eyes widened, her complexion fluctuating between shades of pale and ashen, fear gripping her. She spat out her disbelief. I must have just been dizzy. I refuse to believe I can't get in. With that, she turned once more toward the shop entrance. Yet, unbeknownst to her, a brick lay beneath her feet, causing her to stumble and fall, her knees striking the ground painfully. Only then did she realize she was kneeling before the very incense the woman had lit earlier. Staring at the incense before her, she glanced back at her bewildered relatives. What just happened? Nyang, several of the younger ones paled in fear. Just moments ago, after you declared you didn't believe you couldn't enter, You walked straight toward that incense. We should leave this place. It's eerily strange. Tan Ma's pupils dilated as she surveyed her wavering relatives and then the incense before her voice rising in pitch. Evil spirits fear the wicked. I refuse to believe such things exist in this world. It must be the incense that is at fault. Just like in the dramas. This incense must be clouding our minds. With that, Tan Ma reached out to snatch the incense, but despite several attempts, she found herself grasping at air. Every time she opened her eyes, the incense remained where it had been. It was clearly within reach, yet no matter how fervently she tried, she could not seize it. Despite it being planted firmly in the ground, her hands kept missing, flailing in vain. Her relatives stood behind her in terror, witnessing her frantic circling, her cries echoing. I've got it. I've extinguished it. Yet, with each turn, she seemed to drift further from the incense. This small shop's entrance encompassed merely 50 square feet, yet she continued to spin in circles. Fear gripped everyone's hearts, as they had just witnessed the disheveled woman kneeling before Xia Wange with such sincerity. She might indeed be a formidable master. One of them, glancing around, spoke up, seeking guidance from Tan Lao-san. Should we leave? This all feels very mysterious. It's better to believe than to doubt. We are merely here as a favor to our relatives, seeking a bit of money on the side. We need not put ourselves at risk. Indeed. To be frank, with our second uncle gone and our cousin deceased, Nyang might need money to remarry or move to our cousin's city. Who knows? She may no longer be a member of the Tan family. We need not push ourselves so hard, right? Tan Sanga, please say something. To be honest, you gathered us here. You said as long as we supported you, it would suffice. But now, it's not that we aren't supportive. It's that we've encountered something beyond our understanding. Sanga, I don't care.
I am withdrawn.
You all can do as you please. After a cacophony of complaints from several individuals, one person finally discerned something amiss. Trembling, they exclaimed, "Look at Sango. Why does his complexion appear so ashen?" The others turned to gaze, and although their own faces were far from healthy, none resembled Tan Lao-san, whose visage was a ghastly pallor, truly alarming. One person nudged him. Sango. Suddenly, Tan Lao-san's robust form quivered violently. And then he revealed a benign smile. He reached a hand to stroke his temple and chuckled at the one who had nudged him. What is it, fourth brother? The strange tone left the others baffled.
Sango, you.
Fourth brother, are your eyes failing? I am not your Sango. I am clearly your Sansa. The group gasped in disbelief, retreating several steps, their scalps prickling with fear. Sango, please don't frighten me at this moment. I'm terrified, stammered the youngest among them. Little brother, when has Sansa ever deceived you? You know you adore the fermented rice eggs she makes. I'm leaving you all. I want to go home. With that, he screamed and dashed towards the main road, only to collide headfirst with the pale visage of Sango. Stumbling to the ground, he wiped his tears and questioned, Did I just run away? I distinctly ran away. Chapter 29. The search for the lost child. The remaining individuals huddled together, equally terror-stricken. You were shouting just now, yet you stood still? And then you took a step and bumped into Sango. The one identified as the youngest began to wail uncontrollably. I want to go home. I'm not coming back. I want to leave. Others sank to their knees, bowing their heads in desperation. Sansa, I have never harmed you. Please let me go.
Shan Shao.
I beg you, allow me to leave. What are you saying? Tan Lao-san replied with a seductive smile. Am I unaware of whether you have harmed me? Do you think I can be a ghost and remain utterly oblivious? A ghost. Help.
I don't want to die.
Instantly, cries of despair echoed as they scattered in terror, only to converge back into a cluster. Tan Ma continued to frantically circle around, while Tan Lao-san stood there, grinning, twisting his body, and whenever someone calmed down, he would approach and utter a few comforting words. Meanwhile, the passers-by grew increasingly sparse, even if someone did stroll by. They hurried their pace inexplicably, most opting to circumvent the area entirely, blissfully unaware of the turmoil unfolding. It was as though an invisible wall separated Tan Ma from them, rendering them incapable of perceiving one another. Even Zhang Song, Song Ma, and Zhang Yu, who intended to check in on the situation, found themselves inexplicably shifting their conversation and walking past the vicinity. On the other side, at the intersection of Xingfu Road and Wai Road, Lu Qiu rested his eyes, his fingertips gently tapping the car door. Upon hearing the distant roar of a motorcycle approaching, he abruptly opened his eyes, pushed the car door open, and maneuvered his wheelchair down the modified ramp. The sharp sound of the motorcycle tires scraping against the pavement pierced the air as Xia Wange dismounted, flinging her helmet aside and nodding slightly at Lu Qiu. She scanned the surroundings with a slight frown, stating, "I'll clear the area first."
With that,
She proceeded toward a corner of the curb. The mother, who had lost her child, clutched her helmet in a daze, anxiously watching Xia Wange. In this moment, Xia Wange had become her pillar of hope. Driver Xiao Lu, under Lu Qiu's signal, parked the motorcycle by the roadside, casting a puzzled glance around. Feeling a sense of oddity. Clear the area? Clear what area? It's already past 10, and this isn't even a main road. It's just us here. Yet. They witnessed Xia Wange approach a spot not far from them, bending down as if to pat something on the shoulder, then raising her hand to point in a direction, saying, "Grandma, head to that intersection for some money. I saw someone burning paper over there, and you might find quite a bit. Really, this area doesn't allow burning. Go out to another intersection where they do allow it. Tomorrow, there might even be a funeral procession throwing money. Right, no need to thank me." The driver looked on in horror at Xia Wange's earnest demeanor, trembling as he asked Lu Qiu, Mr. Lu, who is she speaking to? Lu Qiu furrowed his brows, watching Xia Wange walk further away, calmly replying, "Over time, pay will be doubled." Understood. The driver quickly grasped the implication. It was best not to ask questions that shouldn't be asked. Curiosity was less important than profit. Before long, Xia Wange returned at a brisk pace, noting, "It seems there have been quite a few accidents here. They are all wandering souls oblivious to danger." If they were ordinary spirits, sensing Lu Qiu's presence, they would instinctively avoid him. These wandering souls have drifted too long, having lost their ability to perceive danger. Their instincts dulled. Their sex rules were to never harm any spirit lightly, to avoid causing harm, as all things possess a spirit, and heaven is benevolent, allowing all things a chance. She briefly explained this to Lu Qiu before retrieving an incense stick, a red thread, and a bowl. "Drip some blood into it." As Xia Wange spoke, she rummaged through her bag for a blood collection tool. Upon looking up, she noticed the mother of the lost child had already bitten her finger, desperately squeezing blood into the bowl. The heart is connected to the fingers. But the woman showed no sign of pain, merely gazing at Xia Wange. "Bite it off. And some hair. Just a small lock is fine," Xia Wange said, promptly producing scissors. "Here are the tools. Don't pull too hard." The mother of the lost child offered a smile more painful than tears as she placed a lock of hair into the bowl. "Lu Qiu." Xia Wange turned to him. "I need to borrow a bit of your fortune." Lu Qiu immediately inquired, "How do I lend it?" "You just need to sincerely wish to lend it," Xia Wange explained. "Her child is lost. I'm helping her find him." As soon as the words left her mouth, Xia Wange sensed a surge of purple fortune drifting toward her. She raised her hand to seize the essence and placed it all into the bowl. "That's sufficient." Lu Qiu, still contemplating what constituted agreement, was taken aback. "Is that all it takes?" The others then watched as Xia Wange produced a talisman from seemingly nowhere, pinching it between her index and middle fingers and flicking it vigorously, igniting the talisman spontaneously. She then tossed it into the bowl, giving it a gentle shake as everything within ignited. After thoroughly soaking the mixed contents in water, she wrapped it around the incense stick and lit it with a lighter. As the fragrant smoke billowed upwards, slowly expanding, Xia Wange handed the incense stick to the mother of the lost child, instructing, "Hold the incense in the car. Silently chant your child's name in your heart, envisioning his appearance with as much detail as possible. And you, Xiao Lu, right? You'll drive. I'll take over in the back." With that, they quickly boarded the vehicle. Once everything was ready, Xia Wange leaned over the front seat, observing the smoke. "Follow the direction the smoke is moving. Turn left." Driver Xiao Lu had initially been skeptical. The company spoke highly of Xia Wange, yet he thought it was mere exaggeration. When he saw her talking to thin air, he found it bizarre. However, as they drove on, he couldn't help but feel compelled to believe. The loss of a child was a devastating blow to any family, and he genuinely hoped they could find the child. As they drove, the incense acted like a navigation system, continuously directing them at each intersection. Gradually, following the guidance of the incense, they ventured out of the city and onto the highway. Once they established that their route would not change, Xia Wange finally settled back in her seat. "May I ask your surname?" The woman, who had been silently repeating her child's name in her heart, was momentarily taken aback and quickly replied, "My humble surname is Shui."
You may call me Xiao Shui.
"Xiao Shui, how did your child go missing? Where is your husband?" Xiao Shui nodded, her voice choked with emotion. My husband is at the police station, searching alongside the officers. We belong to the Zhang family, distant relatives of Zhang Yu and Zhang Song. Today, they informed us that someone had caused a disturbance at their home and asked us, their kin, to assist. Then my mother-in-law mentioned that our child was missing and at the police station. Zhang Yu's mother privately messaged me, saying there must be a way to find her. Initially, I was skeptical, but after following the police to investigate the surveillance footage, we couldn't find any clues. I was at my wits' end and came to seek your help. It's been 5 hours since she disappeared, Xiao Shui said, wiping her tears, her voice breaking. Given the current ease of transportation, my child could have reached anywhere by now. It's my fault. I shouldn't have stubbornly stayed home today, leaving my mother-in-law to take the child out alone. It's entirely my fault. Xia Wange gazed through the glass, reflecting on Xiao Shui's face for a long moment. Did your mother-in-law say something today that made you decide not to take your child out? Xiao Shui replied. My mother-in-law commented today that my milk supply was insufficient, that the child was often hungry and much smaller than others. I told her that I wake up every night to nurse and hardly get any rest, but when I couldn't provide enough, I resorted to formula. My mother-in-law disagreed, insisting I stay home to catch up on sleep while she took the child to the park. I was utterly exhausted. I had been caring for the child all morning and finally agreed. As she recounted this, Xiao Shui broke down in tears. Typically, she managed to take the child out on her own, but today, an elderly person suddenly collapsed before her, startling her and diverting her attention. When she turned back, she realized the child had been taken away. We saw the surveillance footage. It was a short woman dressed in red who abducted her. It's all my fault. I am to blame. Xia Wange's expression darkened as she softly inquired, a daughter? Yes, I have a baby girl. She is adorable. Just a little tease brings out her laughter, and she has 2 lovely dimples when she smiles. Xiao Shui sobbed uncontrollably. Xia Wange's tone turned icy. Has your mother-in-law been pressuring you for a second child? Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui sighed. My mother-in-law always says it's fortunate I had a natural birth and that I could have a second child soon. This infuriates me. We agreed to have just 1 child. I handle all the nighttime care. I don't want to go through that again. She insists that without a son, our family line will perish. In those moments, my husband would chime in, saying we have no royal lineage to inherit and 1 daughter is sufficient. Then my mother-in-law would storm off to her room, sulking. But later she would return, helping us out again. She is a good person, albeit with a sharp tongue, and she has been incredibly helpful. Hearing this, Lu Qiu glanced at Xia Wange, noticing a chilling expression on her face, and he began to form a silent suspicion. Sensing Xia Wange's growing agitation, Lu Qiu skillfully shifted the topic. Does the method you are employing have a name? After a brief pause, Xia Wange opened her eyes and replied. This method is called the rope incense. Driver Lu interjected at the opportune moment. Master Xia, is this considered confidential? I'm just a bit curious about how that talisman spontaneously ignited. It was white phosphorus, Xia Wange explained.
Ah?
White phosphorus. Driver Lu exclaimed, astonished. So the entire contents of the bowl ignited because of the white phosphorus? Due to the alcohol, Xia Wange stated matter-of-factly. Instantly, Driver Lu's voice rose a few octaves. Alcohol? Indeed, Xia Wange affirmed. As the car exited the highway, she noticed the smoke shortening and the speed increasing significantly.
Pull over, I'll drive.
After saying this, she added, at such a young age, do not indulge in superstitions. Believe in science. Lighting a fire with bare hands is the work of deities. In the back seat, Driver Lu observed the shifting smoke, holding his breath. You say that, yet you tell me not to be superstitious? Who believes that? The worldview has changed, and you want me to revert back. The group shared a light-hearted banter, alleviating Xiao Shui's previously heavy heart. However, as Xia Wange navigated the winding country roads at breakneck speed, her anxiety resurfaced. Xiao Shui, open the navigation and check the name of the village to the southwest. Xia Wange instructed. Xiao Shui promptly opened the navigation app and reported, it's called Qinjia Village. My mother-in-law's family also seems to be from Qinjia Village. I visited during the day once. Call 120 and report that a 3-month-old infant in Qinjia Village is struggling to breathe and requires urgent medical assistance. Xiao Shui's heart leapt to her throat as she trembled and quickly dialed 120, following Xia Wange's instructions. After completing the call, she slumped back in her seat, drained of energy, afraid to contemplate or inquire further. After a moment, she stared blankly out the window at the passing farms and murmured, Master, Am I hallucinating? I feel like I've been here before. Xia Wange drew a stick of incense, holding it between her fingers while continuing to drive. What a coincidence. Qinjia village is indeed the very same one you visited. In an instant, Xiao Shue's eyes widened, her breath quickening. She turned and pressed her forehead against the window, intently watching the fleeting houses she recognized from her previous visit. Suddenly, she clenched her fists and broke down into tears, exclaiming, Qinjia village. It's actually Qinjia village. What a revelation. I always bought her this and that, fearing I was neglecting her. I even gave her money each month, worried she might be dissatisfied. And this is the outcome. How foolish I am. Truly, I am so foolish. We've arrived, Xia Wange announced gently as she parked the car. Xiao Shui immediately ceased her sobbing, wiped her tears, her gaze now filled with determination. Driver Lu followed suit and exited the vehicle, while Lu Qiu glanced at the wheelchair and the uneven path ahead, shaking his head. I won't be joining you. I will wait in the car. You must go, Xia Wange insisted solemnly. You are vital. With that, she pushed the wheelchair forward, following the incense's guidance, instructing, Lu, carry him. All right, Lu promptly complied, lifting Lu Qiu without question. Lu Qiu observed Xia Wange pushing the empty wheelchair, pressing his lips together and refraining from further comment. Eventually, they halted before an abandoned well, which was covered by a heavy iron lid. The surrounding area was dusty, but the lid bore little dust, indicating it had been placed recently. Xiao Shui was utterly distraught and rushed to lift the lid, but Xia Wange restrained her, addressing Lu Qiu, who had moved to the wheelchair. You do it. Lu Qiu paused in surprise but nodded, grasping the lid with both hands. Think of good outcomes, Xia Wange encouraged, holding the other side of the lid. Lu Qiu looked at her and softly declared, She will surely overcome this peril. The future shall be smooth. Xia Wange bestowed upon him her first genuine smile of the evening. I borrow your auspicious words. Chapter 31. The Dual Cultivation Master. It felt akin to Schrödinger's cat. The lid now represented Schrödinger's cover. Until it was lifted, the state within remained uncertain. The incense held between her fingers continued to flow into the well, undeterred by the surrounding wind. When Xia Wange perceived a wisp of purple energy entering the well, she exerted force. The lid was abruptly flung open, and the group illuminated the interior, discovering an infant whose clothing was snagged on a protruding root within the well. The infant's back faced them, rendering its condition unclear. Xiao Shui immediately covered her mouth, stifling a cry, trembling as she frantically sought something to retrieve the baby. She was apprehensive that if she cried out, and her child remained unresponsive, she would be at a loss as to what to do. Xia Wange retrieved a rope from her bag and emptied its contents onto the ground. Lu Qiu, let us use this to hoist her up. Xiao Lu, take your phone and head to the roadside to summon an ambulance. Understood, replied Lu Qiu and Xiao Lu in unison. Together, Lu Qiu and Xia Wange lowered the bag, now equipped with the rope, into the well. Xiao Shui, anxiously shining a flashlight, gasped in relief when she saw the infant being lifted into the bag, followed by a faint cry. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Xiao Shui burst into tears. She smiled at Xia Wange. She is alive, right? She's crying, isn't she? She turned to Lu Qiu, seeking reassurance. I didn't mishear, did I? She's crying. She is alive, right? Xia Wange pulled the bag out, glancing at the feebly crying infant. Yes, she is alive. Though her condition seems dire, exhibiting signs of fever and possible starvation, as long as she lives, there remains hope. Without hesitation, Xiao Shui cradled the child, checked her condition, and hurriedly turned away to a corner to feed the baby. At that moment, Xia Wange let out a heavy sigh of relief and began gathering the items scattered on the ground, placing them back into her bag. Once everything was in order, fatigue washed over her. She glanced at Lu Qiu's wheelchair, resting her hand on its armrest and giving it a gentle pat. Just as she was about to speak, she caught a glimpse of Lu Qiu's silent disapproval. In her heart, she thought, I wish Lu Qiu would make room for me to sit. I'm so exhausted. Lu Qiu muttered to himself, is this person for real? Despite his irritation, he prepared to offer his blanket to Xia Wange to sit on. However, to his surprise, she simply sat down at the edge of the well, gripping the armrest of his wheelchair. He hesitated, awkwardly redirecting the blanket to cover his legs. Oh, Mr. Lu. You are quite the gentleman, she remarked with a hint of amusement. Lu Qiu closed his eyes, maneuvering his wheelchair backward, creating distance between Xia Wange and himself. He truly did not wish to hear anything at that moment. Finally, They had the opportunity to observe their surroundings, a desolate courtyard overrun with weeds, dilapidated houses in the distance, and the autumn air filled with the cries of nearby cats. The infants' cries blended with the sounds of the felines, leaving no one inclined to investigate. Truth be told, had it not been for Xia Wange, it was unlikely anyone would have stumbled upon this place. Before either could articulate their thoughts, Xiao Shui rushed over, kneeling before Xia Wange while cradling the child and knocking her head 3 times in gratitude. Startled, Xia Wange nearly stumbled into the well, but Lu Qiu's quick reflexes saved her. Master. She just drank milk and has stopped crying. She even smiled at me. Xiao Shui exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. Master. You are like my reborn parents. I truly don't know what I would do without her. What will happen to our family? If it weren't for you, I would have never imagined that the seemingly kind grandmother could commit such a heartless act. If this matter isn't resolved, I will take my daughter and leave. I will ensure that old woman pays dearly for her actions. Xia Wange quickly helped her up, gently patting her shoulder to soothe her. After a moment of contemplation, she said, we must also consider the consequences. Xiao Shui paused, taken aback. Xia Wange continued, after all, direct relatives committing crimes can affect the child's political evaluations. Xiao Shui was speechless. Lu Qiu, too, remained silent. Truly, a dual-cultivating master, he thought. Please be mindful. The mistakes of a grandmother should not fall upon the child. There are countless fates more torturous than imprisonment. Just then, Xiao Lu, the driver, rushed in with the paramedics. Xiao Shui, disregarding everything else, hurriedly followed the medical personnel. Clutching the infant. Although the baby had stabilized for the moment, a thorough examination was necessary, as they had just snatched her from the jaws of death. At this juncture, Lu Qiu instructed Xiao Lu, accompany her to the hospital and assist as needed. I will double your overtime pay.
No, boss.
Please don't. At a time like this, asking for more money would be inhumane, Xiao Lu replied, but then added hesitantly, just give me the previous double rate, and that will suffice. With that, he jumped into the vehicle alongside Xiao Shui, as the hospital was nearby and Xiao Shui's husband might not even make it in time. I'll drive? Xia Wange was about to push Lu Qiu out slowly, when he declined, maneuvering his electric wheelchair himself. Though the path was somewhat rugged, they weren't in a hurry and could take their time. Thus, they proceeded side by side. Hearing her words, Lu Qiu opened his mouth, then closed it, ultimately unable to resist saying, what if I drive? It dawned on Xia Wange that Lu Qiu had a disability. It was hardly her fault for forgetting. His commanding presence made it difficult to perceive him as someone in need of assistance. Once they were in the car, as Xia Wange started the engine, she suddenly felt a wave of benevolent energy enveloping her, signifying that the infant had successfully escaped danger. Upon further reflection, she realized that this influx of positive energy would grant her 5 additional days of life. She quickly turned to Lu Qiu and asked, did you feel that? Is there any improvement in your leg? Lu Qiu, momentarily taken aback, raised his hand to his knee. After a moment, he replied, I'm not sure if it's just my imagination, but it feels like the areas of my leg that lacked sensation have diminished somewhat, roughly the length of a finger joint. He had been meticulously monitoring the deterioration of his legs, and for the first time, he sensed a gradual improvement. His eyelids fluttered, and he felt a dryness in his throat, at a loss for words. Is it really improving? Xia Wange smiled, her gaze falling on the 2 bracelets adorning Lu Qiu's wrist. Please lend me that white one. Chapter 32. The rooftop of a luxurious hotel. Before he could fully grasp the overwhelming joy, Lu Qiu promptly removed the white jade bracelet from his wrist and handed it over. Xia Wange accepted the bracelet, sliding it onto her wrist as she drove. She activated her clairvoyance and glanced at the bracelet, nearly losing control of the vehicle in her shock. In just over a day, the energy accumulated within this bracelet surpassed what she had gathered from burying a treasure in the ground for over half a month. Xia Wange was momentarily speechless from excitement. A year of life, neither long nor short. She felt for the first time that her life was truly salvageable. As long as the jade remained near Lu Qiu, even if they ceased collaboration, she could rely on its energy to ensure her continued existence. A clear thought blossomed in her mind. She must cultivate a strong relationship with Lu Qiu. The longer, the better. The car sped along the highway and Lu Qiu, regaining his composure first, pondered the bracelet on Xia Wange's wrist before quietly asking, even without me, you would still be able to find her, right? Xia Wange met his gaze in the rear-view mirror. Yes, even without you, I can find her daughter. Then, all I can do is find her. Xia Wange interrupted Lu Qiu, but you can bestow her with luck, granting her a glimmer of hope. Lu Qiu was taken aback. Xia Wange elaborated. When I saw that woman's face for a fleeting moment, her future was in constant flux, oscillating between despair from losing her daughter and a life filled with joy and longevity, surrounded by her grandchildren. The former holds a greater probability, while the latter bears a lesser chance, indicating that her daughter is also caught in the liminal space between life and death. I may locate her, yet I cannot guarantee her survival. Have you noticed that our journey was uninterrupted by red lights, flowing seamlessly with green all the way? After a while, Lu Qiu spoke, her tone laden with unspoken emotions. I never expected to find myself quite so useful. Remarkably useful, in fact. According to your method today, as long as I am willing to lend my energy to others, my legs will heal? Xia Wange chuckled softly. Unfortunately, you still require me as an intermediary. Only she possesses the dexterity to wield this energy effectively, directing it to where it is truly needed. It is only when this energy is genuinely consumed that it proves beneficial. Otherwise, with Lu Qiu's luck, which was nearing a crimson hue, the energy would dissipate in another form upon release. Will using the jade I have worn also aid in healing my legs? Lu Qiu inquired. Xia Wange shook her head. Initially, I thought it could, but later realized it cannot. Merely utilizing these would only increase my own merits. Eventually, she grasped the concept. Lu Qiu resembled a sealed incense box. If she placed jade within for a period, the jade would absorb the fragrance. Yet, the scent within the box would hardly diminish. However, releasing energy to those in tangible need would be akin to allowing the box to exhale some fragrance. With multiple releases, the scent would inevitably become more subtle. Lu Qiu murmured, "That's not too bad." What? Lu Qiu shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further. At least among them, one would always survive. Upon reaching the highway exit, Xia Wange parked and inquired, "Boss, where shall I take you? It's late. There's a decent hotel nearby. I inquired earlier, and there's a suite available. Would you care to join me?" Upon saying this, Lu Qiu sensed the potential for misunderstanding and quickly clarified, "I mean no ulterior motives. It's simply past 1 o'clock. Are you suggesting you want me close at hand, so you can conveniently borrow my energy to assist your legs?" Xia Wange turned back, squinting with an expression that conveyed, "I see through you." Lu Qiu swallowed her retort, ultimately responding blandly, "Well, something like that." It was a fleeting opportunity, one that was rare to encounter. Xia Wange recognized the hotel, reputed to be the most luxurious 7-star establishment in the city. She had spent all her earnings on various pieces of jade. The chance to stay in such a suite was indeed a rare occurrence. At that moment, Xia Wange began to realize that the individual in the back seat was, in fact, a figure of considerable stature. No, to label him merely as a magnate was an understatement. Should he possess a touch more ambition, he could indeed ascend to the status of a tycoon, and with even greater aspirations, he might establish a nation. In ancient times, she might well have been a national advisor. With that thought, Xia Wange pressed the accelerator, speeding towards the hotel, exhilarated by the prospect of visiting a 7-star establishment. Upon arrival, she was once again struck by the undeniable truth of Lu Qiu's prominence. Nearly all the staff on duty were gathered at the entrance, with the foremost individual appearing to be the hotel's vice president, someone she recognized from browsing the hotel's website. Xia Wange remarked, "Wow, what a show of grandeur." Lu Qiu placed a hand to her forehead, sighing, "This must have been arranged when I contacted the person in charge. Rest assured, you can handle such an affair." As Lu Qiu began to exit the vehicle, Xia Wange quickly interjected, "Don't move, don't move. Let me handle this." She then mimicked the demeanor of a driver she had observed in a drama, cheerfully circling the car to open the door. Upon opening it, Xia Wange was momentarily taken aback. She had opened the right side door, while Lu Qiu, seated in a wheelchair, was positioned on the left. Lu Qiu shot her an incredulous glance across the seat. Hastily, Xia Wange closed the door and hurried to the other side, raising a hand to block the doorframe. Lu Qiu, maintaining a stoic expression, maneuvered her wheelchair out of the modified vehicle. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xia Wange pursed her lips and lowered her gaze to push Lu Qiu's wheelchair. "Oh dear, Ms. Lu, I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome." The vice president, undeterred by the disruption, greeted them with a smile. "Our general manager Huang mentioned that the top-floor suite would be occupied. At first, I wondered who could afford such extravagance, only to discover it is you, Ms. Lu. Truly, your presence elevates our hotel's prestige." Lu Qiu maintained her customary polite yet distant demeanor. I apologize for the disturbance. Not at all, not at all. I must express my gratitude to you, Ms. Lu, for allowing me to escape the banquet. The vice president chuckled, glancing at the individual behind Lu Qiu. And who might this be? Assistant, Lu Qiu replied. Driver, Xia Wange added simultaneously. Their expressions faltered slightly, a momentary lapse in coordination. Driver, Lu Qiu reiterated. Assistant, Xia Wange responded again. The two were utterly devoid of synchronization. The vice president paused for a few seconds before hastily stating, No, Ms. Lu. What I meant was, do we need to arrange a separate room for this young lady? No need, Xia Wange interjected firmly. What a joke, a top-floor suite. There are so many rooms. Can Ms. Lu occupy one alone? The vice president's smile stiffened as he turned to Lu Qiu. She nodded in affirmation. The vice president promptly gestured for them to enter. As Xia Wange surveyed the hotel's opulent decor, her gaze fell upon an ornate antique clock. Upon noticing the time was 2:30, she froze momentarily. Oh no, she exclaimed softly. Lu Qiu turned to her, a puzzled look in her eyes. Boss. I forgot something important. Xia Wange hurriedly pushed Lu Qiu back towards the car. You need to accompany me somewhere. This is bad. My phone has long since died. I forgot something crucial. Thus, Lu Qiu was expressionlessly pushed back into the vehicle by Xia Wange. Chapter 33. Peculiar Individuals. As Xia Wange assisted Lu Qiu into the car, she waved back at the vice president. We'll be back later. With that, she slammed the accelerator and sped away. What truly left Lu Qiu speechless was that he had just overheard Xia Wange's inner thoughts. Oh no. Oh no. I forgot about the hospital. It seems a bit late. I need the boss to create a diversion for the EN officials so I can attend to business. So now he was merely a pawn to be moved wherever needed? Could someone please deactivate this inexplicable mind-reading ability? Sometimes, reading minds alone was utterly exasperating. At the hotel entrance, the vice president watched Lu Qiu's car vanish before exhaling a sigh of relief. A nearby associate quietly inquired, Uncle, who was that person earlier? The second heir of the Lu family from Dongcheng, the vice president replied softly. Their ancestral home is nearby. I've heard they've been residing here for health reasons along with their parents. The Lu family from Dongcheng. No wonder they carry themselves with such distinction. Especially with that leg, the vice president's nephew remarked. The vice president shot him a warning glare. Speak only what is necessary. Refrain from discussing matters best left unsaid. The nephew quickly fell silent, and after a moment, he whispered, What about the suite on the top floor? Of course, it shall be reserved, the vice president assured him. Didn't you notice the couple's bracelets they were wearing? The nephew's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, Ms. Lu wore a white bracelet, while Mr. Lu had a green one. They were quite exquisite. I couldn't help but look twice. Such a leg is troublesome, the vice president remarked with a sharp look. Other attributes are satisfactory. Let us focus on what needs attending to and avoid needless concerns. Don't let their courtesy deceive you. Should you provoke him, not only will you struggle here, but you may never amass wealth in your lifetime. The nephew shrank back, feeling a chill run down his spine, and once again grasped the meaning of the phrase a hero falters before a beautiful woman. Earlier, he had witnessed the striking woman effortlessly pushing Lu Qiu along, nearly causing him to be thrown off balance, and she had said little throughout. Xia Wange sped towards the hospital, pushing Lu Qiu towards the ICU, while Lu Qiu clutched the sides tightly. To be honest, it had been a long time since he had experienced such a brisk feeling of movement. Upon arriving at the building, a woman with short hair and glasses, impeccably dressed, rushed out, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Xia Wange. Xia Wange, how many calls have I made to you? You wretch! The intensity of her anger plummeted to the nadir upon catching sight of Lu Qiu, her fierce demeanor dissipating instantaneously. Your elegant arrival truly brings me immense joy. Xia Wange tightened her grip on the armrest of the wheelchair. Indeed, bringing Lu Qiu here was the right choice. Lu Qiu slightly shifted in his seat, resting his chin on his hand.
Ha!
Zhao Wan's expression morphed through various shades. She glanced at Xia Wange, then at Lu Qiu. After mustering every ounce of control, she forced a smile and urgently signaled to Xia Wange, her voice barely escaping her clenched teeth. You must hurry. It's too late to save him. The doctors have issued multiple critical condition notifications, and preparations for the death certificate are underway. Xia Wange said nothing further and promptly wheeled Lu Qiu into the elevator. Once they exited, she produced a red stone, kneeling before Lu Qiu.
Boss.
You may encounter some peculiar individuals who will engage you in conversation. Please, do your utmost to converse with them. It will help buy us some time. Rest assured, there is no harm coming to you. With that, Xia Wange clasped her hands together, her gaze filled with compassion. The child of fortune was reluctant to take the Een stone. No one could compel him to do so. Not only was she devoid of spiritual energy as a practitioner of metaphysics, but even if she were to ascend, she could not coerce the child of fortune. In comparison, he thought it was infuriating. Lu Qiu pursed his lips, briefly glancing at the stone before looking back at Xia Wange. After a 3-second internal struggle, he resignedly took the stone. Peculiar individuals, had he not heard their thoughts, he might have believed it. Observing the sterile corridor of the hospital and the illuminated green lights in the safety passage, he felt goosebumps rising on his arms, a chill creeping over him. For goodness sake, while he was formidable in their eyes, he was fundamentally a staunch materialist, raised under the banner of science for over 2 decades. And his worldview had only recently begun to shift. Thus, he was afraid. Clearing his throat, Lu Qiu suggested, peculiar individuals? Well, they aren't exactly humans, Xia Wange elaborated. Think of them as magnetic energy fields, residual magnetic energy on Earth that has not dissipated, now arriving alongside other disembodied magnetic energies. Lu Qiu replied, your explanation nearly convinced me. Regardless, you are the safest person in this world, so there's no need for you to fear. They should be the ones afraid of you. Xia Wange handed him a wooden pendant strung with red thread. This contains a fragment of my soul, a bit of energy. If you encounter any trouble, just break it, and I'll know immediately and come to your aid. You can trust me. She then slipped him a small pouch. This represents the most steadfast belief of the people. Keep it, it will safeguard your will. Lu Qiu was momentarily taken aback, holding the wooden pendant and the pouch, and when he looked up again, he realized Xia Wange had already departed the elevator lobby with another person. Lu Qiu felt a twinge of suspicion. Was Xia Wange attempting a diversion to draw his attention while she slipped away? He glanced down at the palm-sized pendant, contemplating whether it could indeed be broken. The front was inscribed with a character for cloud, while the back depicted a mountain, inscribed with the words Qingya Peak. As his thumb gently brushed over the pendant, Lu Qiu found his previously tense emotions inexplicably easing. However, the overhead light flickered suddenly, causing his recently calmed heart to race once more. If he were to converse with someone, he would be completely at ease. Yet, the beings he was about to meet were not ordinary. On second thought, he mused, perhaps the Een messengers would behave relatively normally? Feeling a bit anxious, he opened the pouch for a glance, only to close it in disbelief. Good heavens, 100 yuan. Truly the most unwavering belief. Had he known, he wouldn't have opened it, realizing that overthinking would only burden him further. Lu Qiu took out his phone to review contracts and approval processes, as he had little else to occupy his mind. After perusing a few processes, he felt his anxiety dissipate. At that moment, the elevator chimed, indicating it was about to open. His heart sank. He distinctly hadn't seen any change on the floor indicator above. But when the elevator doors parted, and he came face to face with the 2 figures inside, his heart plummeted. Xia Wange, is this what you meant by peculiar individuals? Chapter 34. Overjoyed to tears. Staring at the 2 enigmatic beings in the elevator, Lu Qiu swiftly shifted his gaze back to his phone screen. However, the image of what he had just witnessed continued to replay in his mind. 2 figures clad in long robes, one with a bull's head and the other with a horse's head, appeared before him, their presence strikingly surreal. Lu Qiu could no longer focus on the contract in his phone. He bit his lip, clutching the stone in his hand as he heard the sound of shattering. It was as if his previously intact worldview had crumbled entirely. Yet, before he could react, one of them spoke first. Wow, you startled me. I haven't seen such dense purple chi in over a century. The bull-headed figure's round eyes were filled with astonishment. A purple star like this appears only once in several centuries. The horse-headed figure added, it's been ages since I last encountered one. What is he doing sitting there? Someone with such a constitution shouldn't fall ill, right? Didn't you see his legs are problematic? Another interjected. He seems like a decent person, otherwise. The purple chi wouldn't be so potent as to affect his very essence. We must hurry to guide his soul. We're already behind schedule. You know what the doctors in this hospital are like. Remember how our little brother had to wait all night, only for the person to be saved? Arriving early is of no use. It might just be the right time now. True. Lu Qiu watched as they bypassed him, discussing among themselves while leading the way. Recalling Xia Wange's instructions, he mustered his courage and spoke, Excuse me, gentlemen. At the sound of his voice, both figures halted abruptly and turned, their four eyes fixated on Lu Qiu. You can see us? Lu Qiu slightly raised his deep, striking eyes, meeting their gaze with composure. He began to brainstorm wildly. In an instant he proposed, I just overheard you mention how you've often missed your targets. Would you be interested in collaborating on a soul collection app? The bull-headed and horse-headed figures tilted their heads in unison, their expressions filled with confusion. Lu Qiu licked his slightly dry lips, pressing on. We could partner with a hospital to streamline soul collection and transportation, efficient and swift. We could implement synchronous communication. Once someone passes, news could be transmitted immediately. Orders could be fulfilled within half a day in the same city and within 3 days for distant locations. You would only need to focus on receiving, ensuring that each task is accomplished in one go, conserving manpower and spiritual energy, simple and efficient, with guaranteed results. In the blink of an eye, the two messengers, who had been 10 steps away, were suddenly before him. Lu Qiu closed his eyes, exhaling deeply, and mustered a smile. What do you think, gentlemen? The bull-headed figure looked at the horse-headed figure, astonished that he could truly see them. The horse-headed figure returned the gaze, considering that the app Lu Qiu proposed indeed sounded impressive. Lu Qiu rubbed his temples. He felt he ought to seek mental compensation from Xia Wange.
Meanwhile,
Xia Wange did not let Lu Qiu's efforts go to waste as she and Zhao Wan hurriedly rushed to the waiting area outside the emergency room. What is going on, sister? Why are you calling Lu Qiu boss? Impressive, huh? You've risen so quickly in just a few days. Zhao Wan queried rapidly. Not now, we'll talk later. Xia Wange replied while retrieving a palm-sized straw doll from her bag.
where are they?
Zhao Wan pointed to a corner where a mother and daughter sat on a bench. Right over there. Upon seeing Zhao Wan and Xia Wange approaching, the mother-daughter duo rose swiftly, their expressions devoid of sorrow, their gazes resolute as if preparing for battle. It appeared that the recent events had thoroughly obliterated all she once envisioned, and now they were to be known as the New Hilu clan.
On wen kin, gao iu.
Zhao Wan introduced briskly, Master Xia, greetings. Greetings, Master Xia, and Wenqin offered, extending her hand with utmost courtesy. Hello, Master Xia, Chao Yu echoed, following suit. Without further ado, Xia Wange resolved to commence her task. She felt a pressing urgency. If she tarried, she would surely incur the wrath of the Son of Fate. When I engage him in conversation, you must pretend not to see me and maintain the facade of anxious anticipation for his rescue. When I inquire about the passwords, it would be advantageous if you could shed a few tears. It would facilitate the questioning process. Wenqin hesitated. Must we really cry? The thought of how he had treated them over the years ignited a burning desire for vengeance within her. Xia Wange produced vermilion powder, scribbling without lifting her gaze. Consider this. Shortly, you too shall possess all his wealth, residing in a grand house, awakening each day to substantial interest accumulating in your accounts. One moment, you ponder breakfast in bed, and the next, thousands in rent have been deposited into your bank. Your concerns will soon shift to leisure activities and thereafter, to the collection of rents. You shall employ the most handsome servants and the most dashing bodyguards, with funds available for reclamation from the other parties involved. Even the most expensive lawyers will be at your disposal. Shouldn't such a life elicit tears of joy? Upon hearing this, Wenqin instinctively burst into tears, wiping her eyes as she lamented through the glass. Ahua, oh ahua, what shall we do now that you are gone? Chao Yu followed suit, tears streaming down her face as she reflected on the hardships her mother endured for that man. Her memories of her father were solely shaped by her mother's narratives. She hardly knew him, merely aware of his existence. It was her mother who braved the elements to raise her, always attributing major purchases to her father's hard work, stating he was too busy and burdened with labor far from home. As she grew older, observing her father at festive gatherings, boasting and drinking, alongside her grandmother who derided her mother for having a daughter, while witnessing her mother suffer from frostbite in her quest to save money, her resentment towards her father burgeoned. Now, armed with the truth, she wished to encase his ashes in cement. Was he not always claiming to be busy with work? Then let him remain busy in death. However, after hearing Master Xia's words, a revelation dawned upon her. As long as they succeeded, they would have ample time to relish their newfound fortune, spending his money to live blissfully for the rest of their days. This thought flooded Chao Yu with a sense of bittersweet relief, and her tears flowed freely. Noticing the mother and daughter had reached a suitable emotional state, Xia Wange turned her attention to Zhao Wan. Instantly, Zhao Wan understood, moving between the two to offer consolation. her demeanor filled with grief. When Xia Wange sensed the atmosphere was ripe, she delicately traced her finger in the air, transforming the world into a vibrant spectacle. She gazed into the hospital room, discovering the soul of the patient had detached from the body, wandering in confusion. She gently tapped the head of the straw man, signaling its ascension. In an instant, the wandering spirit within the room surged forth from the straw man. Chapter 35. Are you satisfied with my service? Where am I? Chao Hua looked around in bewilderment, then at the woman holding paper and pen. Am I dead? Is this truly death? Wenqin? Xiaoyu?
Can you see me?
The paper in Xia Wange's hand contained a list of bank account passwords the mother and daughter had prepared in advance. Upon realizing the multitude of bank and safe deposit box codes she needed to inquire about, her shock morphed into disgust. To guard against his own wife and daughter, withholding vital information while dragging them into his suffering, was such behavior human? Stand still. Soon, a messenger will come to escort you away. I am merely here to conduct some inquiries. Xia Wange coldly glared at Chao Hua. You'd best cooperate and not waste time. The weeping Wenqin and Xiaoyu, alongside the comforting Zhao Wan, caught furtive glances at the scene, oblivious to anyone besides Xia Wange. Their sobs intensified. I'm so scared. Am I truly dead? Why? I was so wealthy. Chao Hua, why did those incompetent doctors fail to save me? It must be that they were reluctant to spend money, right? I'm rich. I'm very rich. I can still live, can't I? Upon hearing this, Xia Wange's mind sparked with new ideas. Isn't that your own fault? Did they know of your wealth? Did you tell them your bank passwords? Speak quickly. If they tire from crying and fall asleep, I might still be able to relay a message, perhaps even before your cremation, to ascertain those passwords. In a state of utter panic, Chao Hua felt as though he had grasped the lifeline. He glanced at the paper, then at his wife and daughter, who were oblivious to his presence, and instantly believed Xia Wange's words. He feared that if he hesitated, it would be too late. Rapidly pointing to the contents on the paper, he revealed, I have substantial deposits in these banks. These 3 are the passwords. The next 3 are just the numbers reversed. And the last 3 banks, replace the final digit with an 8. Yes, that's it. I'll also tell you the passwords for those apps. And I have an overseas account on my other phone. We could use that money if I need to go abroad for treatment. By the way, can you convey these passwords to someone else? My wife and child are unaware of this money. They've never seen such wealth. Please help me get this message across. They might act faster. Xia Wange frowned, reprimanding. Is this the time for bargaining? Also, tell me the safe deposit box password. That's unnecessary, my lady, Chao Hua muttered. My mother knows it. She'll be able to access it without your guidance. Xia Wange conceded, realizing it could be pried open later. Ultimately, it was his wife who would decide how to handle their possessions. She pocketed the paper, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed at Chao Hua. Recently, did you act under someone else's direction to damage another's vehicle? You should disclose who instructed you. Chao Hua's eyes widened in shock. My lady, you know about this matter? Xia Wange intended merely to provoke him. Despite his misdeeds, he did not seem to fit the profile of someone doomed to die prematurely. His sudden illness must have stemmed from something egregious, coinciding with the timeline of Lu Qiu's accident. Zhao Wan had also mentioned that this man was related to the man in the red suit, suggesting he might have aided that individual, thus incurring the wrath of the Son of Fate. My cousin was the one who directed me, but he passed away recently. I don't know if you've encountered him. Chao Hua, looking dejected, added, however, I genuinely cannot disclose who else was involved, even in death. I cannot speak of it. He warned me that if I uttered a word, he would deny me even the chance to be reborn. Just then, the doctor who had been performing the rescue emerged, perspiring profusely as he wiped the sweat from his brow. He addressed Wenqin and Xiaoyu, saying, We did all we could. Please accept our condolences and make arrangements for the aftermath. Upon finishing, he turned to Xia Wange, who stood detached with paper and pen in hand, and inquired, And who might this be? A friend of yours? The moment those words escaped his lips, the 3 individuals present were struck with sheer astonishment. Wenqin and Xiaoyu hurriedly led the doctor aside, while Zhao Wan began to jest and chatter nonsensically. Upon witnessing this scene, Chao Hua's muddled mind abruptly cleared, and he shouted, The doctor can see you? You're not a ghostly messenger. You are human. Are you the wretched person who sent me here to extract information? Damn it, that vile creature. I wouldn't let her off even in death. Not only did she neglect my treatment, but she also seeks to rob me of my money. Damn it, I will take her away as well. Hearing Chao Hua's outburst, Xia Wange swiftly glanced in Lu Qiu's direction, and upon noticing that the energies representing Lu Qiu and the ox head and horse face were steady, she breathed a sigh of relief and stepped in front of Chao Hua. Speak quickly. Who is the mastermind behind this?
Gao Hua's gop.
You think you can outdo others here with your meager skills, playing tricks on me? It's impossible to extract information from me. You might as well give up. You wretched woman. You're just like that mother and daughter duo. Both of you are despicable. Women should stay at home and not engage in such disgraceful activities. What skills do you even possess? Eventually unable to maintain her composure, Xia Wange seized one of the scarecrow's legs and hurled it against the wall. With a powerful motion, she smashed the scarecrow's head against the wall, then flung it to the ground and onto a chair, and finally swung it down hard onto the floor. Instantly, the anguished cries of Chao Hua echoed through the air. Wen Qin, Chao Yu and Zhao Wan, who were discussing matters with the doctor, stood frozen in place, their eyes wide as they momentarily forgot what they were supposed to convey to the doctor. Captivated by Xia Wange's frenzied onslaught on the scarecrow, they vaguely sensed that a strong gust of wind accompanied Xia Wange's actions. The doctor and nurse, observing the scene, exchanged nervous glances and gulped, pointing at Xia Wange and quietly inquiring of Wen Qin, "Is she one of yours? Does she suffer from a mental illness? Our psychiatric department is quite competent. Would you like me to call someone to assess her? Is she always like this? Does she hit people?" At that moment, Xia Wange stepped onto the nearly shattered scarecrow, elegantly and calmly tidying her disheveled hair from her earlier agitation, and turned to smile at them, saying, "You may continue."
Do not mind me.
With that, she dragged the scarecrow a bit farther away while under the gaze of everyone. In the corner, she crouched down, tilting her head slightly to observe the broken and voiceless Chao Hua, and with a kind tone inquired, "Sir, are you satisfied with my service?"
Can we speak now?
Chapter 36, The Emperor's Funeral Procession. After saying this, Xia Wange gently squeezed the scarecrow's head. "All right, you may speak now." Chao Hua felt a pain unlike any he had experienced in his life, even more intense than during his recent resuscitation. Looking at the kindly, smiling woman before him, he regretted ever crossing paths with her. He feared offending that master. Was there truly no other master to threaten him? He had been so naive. Seeing the woman before him prepare to strike again, he hurriedly cried out, "That master. My cousin calls him Master Bai. I only know that he resides in the capital and is said to have lived for many years, holding great prestige among the wealthy. Beyond that, I know nothing." Xia Wange assessed the situation and concluded that the spirit before her was indeed not lying. "Can you let me go? I've told you everything I know. I genuinely know no more. Please, master, spare me." Having asked all her questions, Xia Wange tugged on the scarecrow's head, causing Chao Hua's already fragmented spirit to utter not a single word. Gazing at the shattered soul, Xia Wange found herself in a quandary. She had initially refrained from acting out of fear of being too harsh. Squatting down, she sifted through the pieces and managed to gather a few larger fragments of the soul, compressing them and forcefully flicking them onto the hospital bed, causing Chao Hua's ECG to spike. From a distance, the doctor, who had been conversing with Zhao Wan and the others, noticed the heart rate stabilize and rushed back into the room for resuscitation without a word. Xia Wange painstakingly reassembled Chao Hua into a human-like shape, no, a soul shape. After completing this task, she stored the scarecrow away and approached Wen Qin and the others. Though there were some setbacks, things generally proceeded according to plan. However, you may not be able to keep him at home for long, at most 5 days. You must act swiftly. He has overseas accounts that will take time to manage. After saying this, Xia Wange pressed a piece of paper into Wen Qin's hand, adding that she hadn't had time to acquire the safe's code, suggesting they either cut it open or hire someone to move it slowly. "Master, this is already quite sufficient." Wen Qin grasped Xia Wange's hand, expressing profound gratitude. "If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know how to reclaim what rightfully belongs to us." Xia Wange had no time for pleasantries, turning to Zhao Wan to say, "I have further matters to attend to. Contact me via phone." With that, Xia Wange hurried toward the stairwell.
Meanwhile,
Lu Qiu was engaged in a discussion with the Oxhead and Horseface regarding the specific name the app should have. "I think is it dead? Sounds best," the Oxhead suggested. "Straightforward and to the point. That's not as good as calling it DD Fast Delivery." The Horseface countered, "There's already an app with a similar name in the mortal realm, and it's widely accepted. It sounds like it's for delivering parcels. That's not right. What's wrong with that?" Lu Qiu whispered. "Let the king of hell decide on the name. We shouldn't interfere. The ox-head exhaled. Right, let Lord Yan Wang name it. With that, the ox-head and horseface turned their attention to Lu Qiu, assuring him, rest assured, we will report this matter. If Lord Yan Wang is interested, he will likely seek you out. Given your status, if you wish to die early, please inform us in advance, and we will prepare a royal funeral procession for you. Lu Qiu felt a wave of despair wash over him. That is entirely unnecessary. To be honest, he hadn't engaged in such lengthy conversations with anyone for quite some time. No, he hadn't spoken much to anyone at all, especially since the two before him were not human. Just as he pondered how to keep them here a little longer, Xia Wange rushed in, and Lu Qiu's spirits lifted. He felt as if he had encountered a savior. Xia Wange dashed over to press the elevator button, exclaiming, "Boss, why are you here talking to yourself?" Saying this, she unceremoniously shoved Lu Qiu into the elevator and rapidly pressed the close button. Once they noticed that the ox-head and horseface were caught off guard, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Qiu glanced at the time. In reality, no more than 7 minutes had passed since Xia Wange had left. Yet it felt as though an entire night had dragged on. No, the experiences of that one night were far richer than the past 6 months combined. Did you not see them? Lu Qiu asked Xia Wange. I did. By the time we reached the first floor, I had dealt with that spirit, increasing their workload. If they don't escape, they might even have to stay behind to replenish souls. Once the task was complete, Xia Wange was no longer in a hurry, strolling leisurely while Lu Qiu maneuvered his electric wheelchair beside her. What used to be a 5-minute journey had now been stretched indefinitely, with autumn just beginning. And after the recent heat, the night air was pleasantly cool, occasionally caressed by a gentle breeze. For Lu Qiu, his spirit indeed needed some relaxation. Truth be told, had he not been pushed, he wouldn't have even realized his own marketing talent. Boss, how did you manage to hold them off? Xia Wange suddenly inquired. You've been a tremendous help. She had anticipated encountering ordinary ghostly messengers, which would have been easy for Lu Qiu to stall. But she and expected that this spirit had coincidentally drawn the attention of the ox-head and horseface. TSK. Lu Qiu truly lived up to being the child of destiny, managing to delay them for a full 6 minutes. Such a feat would be among the top achievements in their circles. After a moment of silence, Lu Qiu shared his concept for the "Is it dead?" app. In a rare moment of astonishment, the well-informed Xia Wange found herself momentarily speechless, sighing in disbelief. Truly, one cannot fault a businessman. If you do not profit, who will? It seems they have even begun to accumulate wealth from the underworld. How remarkable is your app concept? Lu Qiu, with an impassive expression, fixed his gaze upon Xia Wange. Instantly, she grasped the burgeoning indignation within him and promptly amended her words, declaring, this exquisitely crafted app was conceived solely for your benefit. Its logic is impeccably sound, significantly streamlining the operations of various departments. I hold you in the highest esteem, dear boss. My admiration for you flows like the boundless waters of the Yangtze River, unceasing and profound. All right, that's enough, Lu Qiu interjected, taking a deep breath. Any further elaboration would be nauseating. Xia Wange pondered briefly before softly stating, by the way, they mentioned that they would consult with the King of Hell regarding me. Fear not. The King of Hell is quite occupied and will certainly not engage in discussions with you, Xia Wange reassured him. Moreover, it would be illogical to exert effort at the top only to do so again below. If the time comes, we shall create additional job opportunities. Your app, once launched, would necessitate layoffs. Given the current low birth rate, with everyone hesitant to conceive, your app would only exacerbate the situation. Lu Qiu paused, directing his gaze towards Xia Wange. She continued her fervent discourse. Furthermore, many fairy departments are already collaborating to guide souls. The mortality rate is not alarming. They are managing quite well. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Qiu mused. If they are aware of its impracticality and consider it a superfluous proposal, why would they listen to my input? Chapter 37. A Night of Running. Because you are the child of extraordinary fortune, blessed with auspicious energy. Even if your ideas possess certain limitations, they may yet find utility in the future. In ancient times, you would have been an emperor, a sovereign. Though you may seem inconsequential now, they will still take your thoughts seriously. With that, Xia Wange crouched down to meet Lu Qiu's gaze, her eyes filled with conviction. You may not yet realize your own magnificence, but one day, you will understand the monumental impact a rare individual like you can have on this world. As she spoke, the light from the street lamp illuminated her pupils, making them sparkle like stars. Lu Qiu, feeling inexplicably flustered, lowered his gaze and forced a smile. Yet I would prefer to be an ordinary person, with an ordinary body. Then let me assist you with your legs, Xia Wange encouraged. Your legs will heal. With my presence, they surely will. Accompanying you to encounter spirits? That sounds rather appealing. Xia Wange laughed. There are far too few ghosts in this world. Ordinary people rarely encounter them, let alone someone with your unique constitution. They are merely souls that have yet to depart, lingering in fixed locations. Some dissipate, others are taken away, and some stumble upon their fortunes and move on. Biting her lip, Lu Qiu appeared anxious. Could we not replicate today's actions and directly seek out the parents of lost children to assist in their reunification? Xia Wange met his gaze. Intently articulating, all things possess their own destinies. We cannot arbitrarily interfere with the karmic paths of others. We can only wait, only encounter, only follow fate. Sighing deeply, Lu Qiu closed his eyes, acknowledging his impatience. Perhaps the bizarre events of the night had shattered his composure, igniting a flicker of hope in his previously desolate heart. He felt as though he were a drowning man clinging to a branch, desperately yearning to return to shore, overly eager to alter his circumstances and rise anew. Suddenly, a cool sensation brushed against his wrist. Xia Wange had returned the white jade bracelet to him, deftly removing a delicate jade ring from his finger. Lu Qiu stared, entranced, at the contrasting bracelets, one white, one green, his eyelashes fluttering gently. Just as she exchanged the items, he heard her unspoken thoughts. Simply wait. I shall ensure your future is adorned with blooming flowers along your path. A self-deprecating smile crossed Lu Qiu's face as he regained his composure. He had thought himself to have traversed countless trials, only to find himself, after a single night, in need of comfort from someone younger than himself. The two continued their slow walk toward the hospital, bathed in the bright moonlight. Suddenly, Lu Qiu recalled something and retrieved the small wooden plaque Xia Wange had previously given him. Here, this is for you. Xia Wange paused, momentarily surprised by the plaque, and smiled. Keep it. Use it as I instructed. Suppressing a smile, Lu Qiu gently clasped the plaque in his hand, caressing its surface. But should I really keep it? It contains a fragment of your spirit. What harm could it do? Do not be so modest. With that, Xia Wange produced a collection of wooden plaques from her bag, the sandalwood clattering together in the moonlight. If you wish for more, there is an abundance. This essence can be easily shared and will restore with time. One is sufficient. Lu Qiu replied, steering his wheelchair outward with an impassive demeanor. It is already 3:30. Even the dogs should be resting. Xia Wange hurried after him. You don't need to return the plaque. What about the money I gave you? You should return it. Is it so difficult to part with a bill? The serial number is all sixes. Lu Qiu halted beside the car. You want to reclaim my hard-earned fee? Who knew you could be so stingy? Just transfer it. I shall send you tenfold, Xia Wange said, awkwardly opening the car door. The money I gave you is deducted from my earnings. I'm too lazy to repeat the process. Refusing the transfer? If you wish to employ me in the future, you will have to pay in cash. Lu Qiu entered the vehicle, closing his eyes to rest. Take me back to the hotel. Let's hurry. Xia Wange recalled the penthouse suite and quickly dismissed her earlier concerns about the money. The hotel was far more expensive for a single night than her current month's rent for her small shop. Though she could afford it, the nature of the fortune she had received from the child of destiny felt entirely different. Fingers tapping the screen, Xia Wange muttered to herself. Did they not say that a major bridge here had been opened? It's clearly closer. Why doesn't the navigation direct us onto the bridge? Surely it wouldn't make me detour at this hour? She pondered, thinking that perhaps going to her place might indeed be more convenient. Suddenly, recalling her rented space, Xia Wange turned to Lu Qiu, her eyes gleaming with intensity. Sensing her gaze, Lu Qiu shifted his attention to meet hers. Despite their brief acquaintance, he had undergone 2 full days and a half night of trials, and he knew instinctively that this was not a good sign. After a moment's hesitation, he sighed deeply. Just speak. Let's pay a visit to my place first, Xia Wange suggested. I'll drop you off at your hotel, then return before dawn. It won't look good otherwise. Lu Qiu raised an eyebrow. Xia Wange continued earnestly. I have summoned some minor spirits and trapped a few individuals. I must attend to it now. You mentioned earlier that they are rare for ordinary people, Lu Qiu replied. Most people do not possess such bad luck. For you, it is even rarer, as you have always enjoyed good fortune. Xia Wange started the car, turning back with a smile, but you cannot gauge my profession based on luck. So some of your prior remarks were meant to comfort me? Some of the spirit statements were indeed meant to console you, Xia Wange retorted. Didn't you notice how your fright rendered you speechless? Lu Qiu's expression stiffened, and he unconsciously glanced out the window. In the reflection of the glass, he clearly saw the awkwardness on his face. After a moment, he muttered, "I don't usually talk much." Upon recalling their recent conversations, he felt a pang of regret and resigned himself to silence, closing his eyes. Suddenly, he remembered having asked Xiao Hua about Lu Qiu's vehicle, and just as Xia Wange opened her mouth to speak, she caught sight of the weary Lu Qiu with his eyes closed in the rearview mirror. Instantly, she swallowed her words. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she reminded herself that while he was indeed the child of destiny, he still possessed an ordinary human body, and his legs were still inconvenient. She had dragged him along for half the night. Xia Wange quickly calculated in her mind.
All right.
It seems I shall be pulling you along for the entire night. As the soothing melody filled the air, Xia Wange endeavored to drive as smoothly as possible. At the hospital, Niu Tu and Ma Mian exchanged glances after Lu Qiu departed. Niu Tu remarked, "That woman seemed somewhat familiar." Ma Mian responded, "Isn't she the one who traversed our realm, occasionally appearing to assist the souls yet to be reincarnated, all the while displaying her prowess as a necromancer?" Chapter 38. Hallucinogenic Substances. Niu Tu continued, "Did she not previously flaunt her law qualification certificate, declaring her intent to become a sorceress henceforth?" Ma Mian added, "Indeed." Niu Tu chuckled. "I merely invoked one of her previous cold jokes to lighten the mood. I sense we are on the brink of encountering a troubling matter." Ma Mian shared the sentiment, and they conversed as they proceeded toward the emergency room. When had they last seen her? Was it over 3 years ago in the mortal realm? When she brandished her lawyer's certificate in a display of bravado, they jested that perhaps she lacked an audience in the living world, hence her need to boast to them. He recalled her stating that she would soon be able to file legal documents in the underworld. As Niu Tu and Ma Mian beheld the tattered soul, barely recognizable as human, they surmised that she must have known she was likely facing a lawsuit, hinting at it. "I concur," Ma Mian muttered, reflecting on his own unsavory existence. "Let us gather this wretched soul without further ado. I cannot be bothered to report it. She will likely win her case. If the child of fortune assists her, she may not even need to litigate. We were rather courteous to the child of fortune just now, weren't we? After all these years, we seldom extend such courtesy." He appeared quite composed and unperturbed. After they collected the soul, they glanced at the fragment of spirit lingering within Xiao Hua's body, aware that it would dissipate in a few days, and decided to disregard it.
Ma Mian inquired.
"Are we finished?" Niu Tu affirmed, "Indeed." Before departing the hospital, Niu Tu marveled at the diligent doctors. They surpass us in skill, saving so many lives. They accumulate virtue for their next lives, while we possess no such future. We are the true beasts of burden. Alas, which is our next destination? The building behind is still under rescue. No need to rush. It concerns a foreigner. Should we don formal attire? Niu Tu sighed. Why do they not approve some reapers to assist with soul collection? Meanwhile, Lu Qiu merely intended to close his eyes for a moment of rest, not to succumb to slumber. Yet, whether due to the confines of the vehicle, the tranquil music, or the disruption of his routine, fatigue overwhelmed him, and he drifted into a haze. He sensed the vehicle coming to a halt. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a modestly sized red sign, inscribed with words, accompanied by a throng of individuals engaging in frenzied activity before it. An elderly woman, her gaze vacant, grasped at something unseen, endlessly circling. A man lay prostrate on the ground, pausing to regain his strength only to begin bowing fervently. Another knelt with hands clasped in prayer, and several others sprinted, gasping for breath, their faces pale, yet they continued to circle the area. Each time they paused, a rotund, bald man would jovially pat their shoulders, prompting them to spring back into action. At that moment, Xia Wange leaned against the glass, observing with curiosity, "Ah, his wife has truly manifested. Remarkable. I merely offered a stick of incense for assistance. The resentment appears quite potent, indeed commendable." Truth be told, Lu Qiu wished he had remained asleep. Since his earliest memories, he had never encountered any supernatural phenomena until meeting Xia Wange. All the experiences he had avoided throughout 27 years, fearful nighttime walks, the chill of solitary slumber, being pressed down by spirits and nightmares, had all converged upon him in a single night. "Boss, you're awake? Not going to sleep a little longer?" Xia Wange exclaimed, having noticed Lu Qiu had roused. She knelt on her seat, leaning over to look at him, aware that he might soon lose the opportunity for further rest. In a moment of bewilderment, Lu Qiu lifted his exquisitely shaped eyes, his expression one of confusion. I called the police, Xia Wange declared. Lu Qiu glanced outside at the chaotic scene. Xia Wange waved her phone. This case is under the jurisdiction of Lu Mei, the female officer who questioned us at the company. I just inquired. She said she would send someone over as it pertains to a homicide, so we may need to cooperate with their inquiries. Homicide? Lu Qiu noted the time. It was already 4 o'clock. Should we not prepare our statements in advance? Before she could respond, the distant sound of sirens pierced the air. Xia Wange leaned out the window to catch a glimpse of the approaching police cars and then exited the vehicle. She observed the individuals gathered there, removed the still-burning incense, and gently swept the ashes away, returning them to the earth. Unnecessary, Xia Wange remarked, returning to her seat. We'll speak the truth when the time comes. As the police arrived, the group led by Tan Mu instantly awakened, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they knelt in unison. We are saved. Saved.
Ha ha ha.
We are free. Hurry, let us leave. I shall never return. I nearly perished here. Police. Police officers, please take me away. I do not wish to remain here. There are ghosts. Ghosts. Lu Mei and her colleagues were not overly surprised by the scene. She remarked to her partner, "We'll take them back for a urine test to see if they were involved in drug use." At that moment, as the one who had made the call, Xia Wange also exited the vehicle. Before Lu Mei could say anything, Tan Lao Sen suddenly erupted in a frenzy, rushing toward the police, shouting, "I killed someone. I killed my wife.
Ha ha ha.
I buried her in the vegetable garden.
Ha ha ha.
I am a murderer." And with that proclamation, he collapsed. The officers exchanged glances, one quietly asking, "Should we summon a psychiatrist?" Lu Mei looked to Xia Wange, who subtly gestured for silence. Lu Mei replied, "Let us take him in for now." At the police station, the electronic clock on the wall signified 5 o'clock. Lu Mei scrutinized the inquiry records before turning her gaze to the seated Xia Wange and Lu Qiu. "Did you report the incident solely because you observed a group behaving suspiciously outside your establishment?" Xia Wange nodded, yes. "And regarding the individual known as Tan Lao San, who claimed to have committed murder, were you aware of this?" Xia Wange shook her head, no. Lu Mei blinked, studying her. Xia Wange added, "Perhaps he was merely having a change of heart, seeing the police and deciding to confess? However, I was completely unaware of this matter before making the call." Lu Mei's expression turned serious as she formulated her plan. The officer beside her spoke, "We need to verify your recounting of events. After discovering the disturbance outside your shop, you returned home through the back door." Xia Wange nodded. "Yes, there were too many of them. I was frightened." "Why did you not choose to call the police initially?" Xia Wange, evidently seasoned in such matters, replied fluidly, "Because no harm had been caused. I believed mediation would suffice, and I wanted them to know I had returned. I called the police only when they threatened to damage my glass door, prompting me to intervene. You went out for personal reasons, and they neither stopped you nor attempted to follow?" Xia Wange confirmed, "Correct. But they claim you used magic to ensnare them." Xia Wange responded innocently, "Officer, I suspect they ingested some hallucinogenic substance, which is why they are spouting such nonsense." Lu Mei remained silent, deep in thought. Lu Qiu pressed his lips together. The questioning officer nodded in agreement, convinced of this theory. Chapter 39. Everything will be all right, won't it? The police scrutinized the inquiry results, continuing to confirm details. "After you, along with your friends and Mr. Lu, returned due to personal matters, you and Mr. Lu headed to a hotel but halted at the entrance. May I inquire what your purpose was for visiting the hotel?" Xia Wange shrugged. "What else could we possibly do?" Lu Qiu cast a glance at Xia Wange, furrowing his brow, remaining silent. "Then why did you not enter and instead leave?" Xia Wange replied calmly, "We had some matters we couldn't resolve. Coincidentally, my best friend reached out to me, so I went to the hospital and he accompanied me." "Some matters couldn't be resolved?" The police officer's gaze shifted back and forth between Lu Qiu and Xia Wange. Just as he was about to inquire if it involved a financial transaction, Lu Qiu interjected, "We merely had a disagreement." The officer's realization dawned upon him. Indeed, these two individuals, by appearance and demeanor, seemed entirely unrelated to such affairs. "After a visit to the hospital, you returned home with your boss and discovered them still lingering at your doorstep, behaving rather suspiciously, prompting you to call the police." "Indeed." Xia Wange nodded. "Were you unaware of their references to a ghost wall and ghost possession?" Unaware, Xia Wange replied with indignation, "Such utter nonsense. Thank you for your cooperation. You may take your leave," the police officer confirmed with Lu Mei before exiting through the door. Finally, the questioning concluded. Xia Wange stretched languidly. Lu Mei glanced at the open door and then at Xia Wange, her expression tinged with concern. Xia Wange, reclining lazily against the chair's back, snapped her fingers, causing Lu Mei and Lu Qiu to witness a talisman begin to smolder at her fingertip. This record is optimal. Being overly detailed would complicate matters. A narrative as bizarre yet plausible is far superior, no? I cannot honestly state that I saw the ghost of Tan Laosan's wife weeping behind him, which led to their entrapment, can I? Lu Mei's eyes widened as she looked at the nearby monitoring screen. Xia Wange shook her head, indicating all was well, then smiled. I trust you. Please protect us ordinary citizens who are utterly defenseless. Just as Lu Mei was about to speak, Xia Wange raised her hand, flicking the ashes of the talisman away, signaling for silence. She then approached Lu Qiu from behind, encouraging Lu Mei, good luck with the investigation. All your efforts will yield results. We must return home to rest after a long night. The next challenge is yours. With that, Xia Wange gently urged Lu Qiu to leave. Lu Mei remained seated, glancing at the spot where Xia Wange had flicked the ashes, noting the tiles were remarkably clean, devoid of any residue. She stood to review the footage, swiftly dragging the progress bar until it paused at the moment her colleagues exited, the door wide open. Then, she witnessed Xia Wange snap her fingers, remaining still and silent before finally standing up to encourage her, then departing. After a moment, Lu Mei took a deep breath. Exhaling slowly, a colleague, noticing her demeanor, inquired about her well-being. Lu Mei merely rubbed her temples, stating, I feel as though my worldview has been utterly reshaped. Who isn't? Her colleague replied, exasperated. The test results are in. None of them used drugs. Now we await the doctor's assessment. A bunch of lunatics claiming a ghost is riding their backs. Where's this ghost? Let it show itself for a moment. They refuse to speak the truth, wasting our time and police resources. Lu Mei's precinct was somewhat closer to the company, and as it approached 6 o'clock, Xia Wange opted not to linger. Driving directly to the office, the security guard, startled to see the boss's car arrive so early, momentarily feared something serious had occurred. Xia Wange had long since ordered breakfast delivery, and she hurriedly carried it with Lu Qiu to his lounge, setting a bountiful spread on the table. I wasn't sure what you'd prefer, so I ordered a mix of Chinese and Western dishes. After you finish, you can sleep in the lounge, and I'll borrow your office sofa for a brief rest. Lu Qiu picked up a long untouched youtiao, and upon hearing her words, quickly responded, You should stay in the lounge. No, your legs are already strained from prolonged sitting. After a long night, if you don't allow your legs to relax, you may develop further complications. It would be counterproductive if, after resolving the issues with the purple qi, you encounter medical problems instead. Moreover, while the outside sofa is spacious, it is not long enough for someone of your height, making it difficult for you to rest comfortably. Lu Qiu took a sip of sweetened soy milk, finding the diluted taste somewhat unpalatable, and watched as she devoured her food at an impressive pace. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, Are you this busy every night? Not at all, Xia Wange replied, eager to vent. All the tasks coincided. Luckily, I've only been officially engaged for a little over half a month. Still brimming with youthful energy. Otherwise, after a few years, if I were to endure such an exhausting night, I might just ascend on the spot. Lu Qiu raised an eyebrow. A little over half a month?
Yes.
Xia Wange downed half a cup of soy milk before resuming her burger. It was the day of your accident that I happened to be in the suburbs to pick up some items, preparing to officially launch my business. I never expected to cross paths with you, and subsequently, orders came pouring in, which I consider a stroke of luck thanks to you. Lu Qiu's fingertips grazed the paper cup surface, as if the distance between them echoed with the autumn breeze. Momentarily taken aback, Xia Wange burst into laughter. Then I thank you for your kind words. In a few bites, she finished her burger, retrieved an eye mask from her bag, and pointed outside. I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed. I'll rest for a while. I've applied a soundproof talisman, so when it's time to work, just come over and give me a nudge and I'll awaken. Take your time with your meal. With that, Xia Wange yawned and drifted out of the lounge like a wandering spirit. Only after her figure vanished did Lu Qiu regain his focus. Staring at his bowl of soy milk for a moment before taking a few more bites, Xia Wange was correct. His waist and thighs could no longer endure such intense activity and prolonged sitting, with the lower part of his body still possessing some sensation, yet it ached subtly. After tidying up the table, washing up, and changing his clothes, Lu Qiu lay down on the lounge bed, closing his eyes. He recalled Xia Wange's weary visage from the night spent driving, pursing his lips as he rested a hand on his leg. Moments later, he opened his phone. searching for information on obtaining a driver's license for individuals with numb legs. However, the repeated appearance of the term disabled pierced his eyes, causing a throbbing headache. Shutting off his phone and gradually calming his mood, he meticulously measured the areas of his legs that lacked sensation, repeatedly rubbing the small patch of skin that had regained feeling before exhaling a deep breath. It will get better, won't it? Xia Wange. Chapter 40. The Deaf Beauty. At 8:40, Lu Qiu's alarm rang, prompting him to rise and freshen up. Exiting the lounge, it was precisely the start of the workday at 9. He glanced at Xia Wange, still sound asleep on the office sofa, her head covered. Gently, he fiddled with the thin blanket, wary of disturbing her, and carefully placed it on the outer side of the sofa. After ensuring her comfort, he took a seat behind the desk to address various documents and unresolved processes. Correcting a few messages he had mistakenly read and responded to while waiting for the delivery yesterday, Lu Qiu organized everything and officially entered work mode. Assistant Su, as usual, entered Lu Qiu's office with a tablet. Upon noticing someone in the office, he paused momentarily, discerning from the attire and figure that it was Master Xia. Allowing himself to relax. As long as it was Master Xia, even the most absurd situations seemed rational. Even the jade ornaments adorning Lu Qiu's office became increasingly reasonable. In just over a day, Lu Qiu had become accustomed to placing his phone on the jade toad and casually stashing away items he didn't wish to wear or leaving them around him. Yet the 2 strands of jade bracelets remained perpetually on his wrist. However, they were indeed quite beautiful. Su, the assistant, approached with the intention of updating Lu Qiu about the day's meeting and itinerary. Before he could speak, he gestured towards the sofa. It's nothing, just speak normally. She won't hear you. Lu Qiu pinched the bridge of her nose and pressed the intercom, requesting a cup of espresso. After a moment's thought, she retrieved a key and instructed, arrange for someone to take a motorcycle to be serviced at the intersection of Xingfu Road and Wai Road. Su nodded in acknowledgement, understood. When Secretary Zhang Yu brought in the espresso, she was momentarily taken aback to find a woman reclining on the sofa in Lu Qiu's office. However, upon seeing the calm expressions of Su and Lu Qiu, she quickly recognized the woman as Xia Wange, and her surprise dissipated. After all, for a master, such behavior was entirely normal, even if it involved an act as absurd as defecating on the head of the CEO. After reporting some significant matters, Su noticed Lu Qiu continually pinching her brow, her visage weary. He expressed concern. Lu Qiu, do you need to take a break? It's all right. I was just busy all night. Let us continue, she replied. Su then opened Lu Qiu's external WeChat account, glanced at the first message, and discovered it was a 1-minute voice note. Accustomed to the routine, he activated his Bluetooth headset and began listening. Lu Qiu, I sincerely apologize. I was delayed yesterday, and it affected our collaboration. I am truly sorry. Well, would you be available to visit us tomorrow? Our team would like to present the product and discuss subsequent matters. We should have come to your office, but there were logistics issues. So, we would appreciate it if you could visit us instead. Tomorrow works for you, right? Any time is fine. Just let us know, and we'll accommodate. Having listened, Su relayed, Director Ming expressed his apologies for yesterday's no-show and hopes you can spare some time to visit his company tomorrow. Lu Qiu, her gaze fixed on the contract on her computer screen, swiftly responded, schedule it for 2 p.m. tomorrow. And subtly indicate that changing the time again will not be an option in your own words. Understood, Su replied promptly. Hello, Director Ming, I am Lu Qiu's assistant. She is currently in a meeting and cannot respond, but she values your company greatly and does not wish to miss this opportunity again. Therefore, she has entrusted me to communicate that if it is convenient for you, we can set the meeting for 2 p.m. tomorrow. Director Ming, I am aware of your company's capabilities, so I will share something privately. Director Lu's schedule is quite packed, and if we need to change the time again, she may consider other options. Director Ming replied swiftly, still via voice message. All right, 2 p.m. works. I understand. Su sent a handshake emoji back and, noticing the other party still seemed to be half asleep, finalized the time with Director Ming as secretary using his own account. After completing these tasks, Su opened another chat window, and upon glancing at its contents, his eyes widened. He flicked his gaze back and forth between Xia Wange and Lu Qiu before clearing his throat to inform Director Lu. Mr. Qian from Huan Hotel mentioned that the penthouse suite you booked yesterday will be reserved for you indefinitely, welcoming you to visit at your convenience. Could this be the reason Director Lu was busy all night while Master Xia slept soundly? Although he had no desire to gossip or delve into speculation, the juicy tidbit was right in front of him. It was difficult not to think about it. Lu Qiu shifted her position, resting her chin on her hand, contemplating. The suite was indeed quite convenient for entering and exiting the city, not far from the airport. Should Xia Wange pull him into a sudden task again, it would certainly be a practical choice. Thus, he declared, let us reserve it for a season. Su suppressed his trembling excitement as he replied, thank you. Though Lu Qiu did not specify whose tone to adopt, he understood to respond in accordance with her style. He then recorded the arrangement for the suite reservation in his schedule. After a day filled with busyness, Xia Wange remained in a deep slumber on the sofa. Having only shifted slightly under a thin blanket, the marketing director, Du Yun, who had just returned from a business trip, entered the office and was nearly taken aback by the chaotic display of jade ornaments. Wow, Lu Qiu, what is this aesthetic? These items clash terribly with your office.
Wow.
Lu Qiu, what are you wearing on your wrist? Are you preparing for a monastic life or setting aside a dowry for marriage? Wait. How can someone dare to sleep here? Goodness. It's a woman. What's going on? I've only been away for a few days. And it seems like autumn has arrived. Have you finally come to your senses, you old virgin? You look so fatigued. It couldn't have been last night, could it? Shut your mouth. Lu Qiu, unable to endure further, tossed a contract at him. Stop the nonsense and get to the point. Su, Genli observant. Wished he could vanish into thin air. Du Yun, awkwardly settling down, caressed a jade sculpture of the Great Wall. I've heard that one of our projects is collaborating with Director Ming from the West, but according to my sources, he has been having a tough time lately, losing money on several projects. A thud echoed as Du Yun fell silent, glancing at the woman who had tumbled from the sofa. Then at Lu Qiu, who was maneuvering a wheelchair toward her. He began making exaggerated expressions towards Su, eager for first-hand gossip. Having fallen from the sofa, a dazed Xia Wange stared at the individuals in the office, running her fingers across the carpet beneath her. She pondered how she had ended up outside Lu Qiu's resting area, still feeling groggy as she stood up. She stumbled slightly, and Lu Qiu swiftly steadied her before releasing his grip. Xia Wange shook her head and uttered a thankful, thank you. Lu Qiu moved back slightly, responding nonchalantly. What? Xia Wange tapped her ear, asking, what did you say? Oh my. Lu Qiu. Du Yun stood up, exclaiming, while you two look good together. There's no need to match at every turn. Perhaps find a beauty who is hard of hearing? Chapter 41. You are dating 4 men. If you keep talking nonsense, I can't save you. Lu Qiu threw a pack of tissues at him. Du Yun caught them, his expression awkward. Xia Wange turned to him, asking, what did you say? What beauty? Are you talking about me? Thank you. After speaking, she scanned his features. Prominent ears, thick lips, and a sharp tongue. He would have been a master informant in ancient times and in modernity, a social shark. Due to his well-informed nature, he was adept in trade dealings. Lu Qiu found himself speechless. It was only this remark that Xia Wange seemed to have heard. What did you say? The still-dazed Xia Wange shouted at Lu Qiu. Ah. Lovely lady, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Lu Qiu's childhood friend. Du Yun approached for a handshake. Xia Wange nodded repeatedly. Hello, hello. Did you say Lu Qiu is losing hair? Lu Qiu, unable to contain himself, walked over and tore the soundproof sticker off Xia Wange's back. As her hearing returned instantly, Xia Wange glanced at the talisman paper with astonishment and exclaimed, it's still here? Why did it last so long this time? Afterward, she looked at the jade ring that had been removed from Lu Qiu's finger and lightly tapped her forehead.
No wonder.
I forgot it was drawn using the energy from you. She had thought it was a lingering effect from earlier fatigue. Having said that, Xia Wange slipped the ring onto Lu Qiu's finger, yawned and announced, I'll head back to my desk now.
Goodbye.
As she waved to bid farewell to everyone while exiting the office, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief once seated outside. Oh dear, that was so embarrassing. I can't believe I slept on the sofa with a talisman stuck to me for so long without realizing it. I only woke up after tumbling down in front of everyone. At least, she had been addressed as a master. Moreover, it appeared Lu Qiu had hardly rested and was already immersed in the day's work, bustling with activity. TSK. In those domineering CEO novels, the president usually quite idle? Sister Xia, this is the meal prepared for you by President Lu. A sweet voice rang out as Xia Wange reached for the food and lifted her gaze to meet the speaker. This young lady, she recognized, was a new intern in the secretarial department, working alongside Zhang Yu, named Chao Nianyan. However, as Xia Wange gazed at her face for a prolonged moment, her confusion deepened. Judging by her demeanor, she appeared to possess a devoted and serious nature regarding relationships, suggesting that should she encounter her true match, they would be able to traverse life's journey together. Yet, to Xia Wange's bewilderment, she discovered that the girl was in romantic entanglements with 4 different men, one of whom she was even engaged to. What was more astonishing was that 3 of these men were capable of magic. Sister Xia, please eat first, Chao Nianyan said. Preparing to leave, Xia Wange called out to her. Wait a moment. Chao Nianyan froze instantly, her expression tinged with anxiety. The tales of Master Xia's prowess had circulated throughout the company, and sitting beside Zhang Yu, she had witnessed the changes in her over the past few days. Suddenly halted, she imagined various calamities that could befall her, contemplating where she might be buried after meeting an untimely end. Please have a seat for a moment, Xia Wange said, scratching her head. After a brief hesitation, she finally asked, are you currently involved with 4 men, 3 of whom are magicians? Thankfully, her standing here afforded her some respect. And though Chao Nianyan was taken aback, she refrained from hurling her lunchbox at her. Xia Wange felt the urge to curse at the absurdity of it all. The 2 exchanged incredulous glances for a while until suddenly, Chao Nianyan's face flushed. Under Xia Wange's puzzled gaze, she pulled out her phone and pointed to an app. Sister Xia, is this the game you are referring to? It features 4 men with distinct personalities, and we interact with them to build affinity. Xia Wange stared for a few seconds, suddenly enlightened. Ah, a dating simulation game. I nearly forgot. Otome games indeed occupy the realm of romantic fortune. She realized that she had been so mentally drained yesterday that she had momentarily overlooked many contemporary matters. Upon hearing Xia Wange's words, Chao Nianyan's anxiety resurfaced. Do these virtual interactions also count as romantic fortune? Indeed, Xia Wange nodded. Just as raising pets occupies the child palace, how you perceive them determines their significance. Chao Nianyan stammered, I was anxious because I hadn't had my period in several months. A friend recommended this game, saying that looking at handsome men could stimulate hormone balance. And, unexpectedly, my period returned quite quickly. If they count as romantic fortune, will I? It's all right, no need to worry, Xia Wange reassured her. Romantic fortune does not equate to true love. It's better to have fewer fleeting romances. Well, in truth, these 4 men could be considered fleeting romances as well. Chao Nianyan left in a daze, suddenly realizing that something seemed amiss with Master Xia's assertion. She primarily favored 3 characters, and one of them was not to her taste. Why did Master Xia mention 4? However, upon reflection, she had drawn many cards for that character and built a certain level of affection. Perhaps she was indeed in a relationship of sorts. Xia Wange craned her neck to watch Chao Nianyan depart, took a few bites of her meal, and succumbed to curiosity, downloading the Otome game. She had to admit, the current games were indeed exquisitely crafted. What are you eating, Assistant Xia? Du Yun mischievously approached, pulling out a chair to sit across from Xia Wange, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Oh, isn't this the set of utensils prepared specifically for Lu Qiu? Ah, tomato beef stew. Isn't this Lu Qiu's favorite dish? Xia Wange raised her eyes to meet his eager gaze, arching an eyebrow. What's up? Let me share something with you, Du Yun whispered conspiratorially. Actually, tomatoes and beef should not be consumed together. These 2 foods are incompatible. Xia Wange responded with a bewildered expression.
Du Yun continued, winking.
Because cows see red and go wild.
Ha ha ha.
Xia Wange was left speechless. It seemed this fellow had come to engage in absurdity. After a moment's thought, Xia Wange leaned in closer. Let me share something with you as well. What is it?
Du Yun leaned in closer.
500 and I'll tell you. Xia Wange said, presenting her payment code before him. Du Yun's eyes widened. Is this how money is being requested nowadays?
Yes, you.
What I have to share will satisfy you. Xia Wange winked. Fine, Du Yun scanned the code, asking what is it? Do not go out tonight, Xia Wange stated earnestly. Whether for social engagements or friends' invitations, do not leave the house. Just stay home quietly. That's it. Du Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. That's all? Yes. Xia Wange replied with gravity. Rest assured, I will not lead you astray.
Ha. Du Yun was perplexed.
Is this the new trend of extorting money? I came for gossip, not to receive fortune-telling. Xia Wange lowered her head to continue her meal. Seeing that she was no longer engaging with him, Du Yun scratched his ear, realizing it wasn't worth it to trouble a young lady. He returned to Lu Qiu's office. Lu Qiu, your assistant is extorting money from me. You must reimburse me. Lu Qiu, without lifting his head, responded dismissively. What happened? She asked me to transfer her 500 and told me not to go out tonight. to stay home obediently. Lu Qiu paused in his signing, turning to look at him earnestly. Then you should heed her advice. Do not go out. She will not lead you astray. Du Yun was taken aback. He glanced at Assistant Su. What do you think? Assistant Su quietly replied, I also believe you should listen. Do not go out tonight. Du Yun felt a sense of shock wash over him. He had only been away on a business trip for a few days. Yet upon returning, the company felt entirely transformed, leaving him with a feeling of being out of touch with the times. Observing Lu Qiu and Assistant Su busily engaged, he decided against further interruption, as he had matters to attend to at home. After resolving his issues, he was soon approached by someone to discuss business. He nearly agreed but suddenly recalled today's earlier events, managing to resist and reschedule. Bored out of his mind, he contemplated watching a movie before going to bed. But to his surprise, old acquaintances began calling him one by one, inviting him to bars. Had they not all suggested different venues? He would have thought they were conspiring together. Nevertheless, he firmly resisted the urge to go out. The following morning, Du Yun noticed a message in the community property group indicating that someone had been renovating illegally the previous night, causing a balcony to collapse. Opening the photos, he initially assumed it was a mere balcony until he realized it belonged to a penthouse, an 8-meter-long balcony that had crashed down, leaving a large pit below. As he marveled at the incident, he noticed the time of the collapse and felt a tingle in his arm, realizing that had he gone out for business engagements, he would have been passing that very spot at that time. Convincing himself it was merely a coincidence, he opened a group chat with friends, only to find it ablaze with messages. After reading through the records, his face paled involuntarily. One of their friends had fallen into drug addiction and had gathered people the previous day, intending to drag more down with him, only to be caught. Scanning through the list, he found that several of those who had invited him out were included, slapping his thigh in realization. Du Yun felt that the 500 he spent was truly worth it. While Du Yun spent the night declining invitations from old acquaintances, Xia Wange was equally occupied. She busied herself with the otome game, drawing cards. Upon arriving home, she encountered the mother, Xiao Shui, who had lost her child. It was unclear how long she had waited at the door, sitting there as if deep in thought. Yet she appeared well composed, neatly dressed. A stark contrast to the previous day's disarray. Upon noticing Xia Wange's return, she forced a smile and declared, Master, I am preparing for a divorce. The child is currently with my mother. He now clearly understands the circumstances, but instead of reprimanding me, he has urged me to let things be. I cannot swallow this humiliation. I want her to serve time. To this day, I still feel a chill run down my spine. My daughter was on the brink of perishing in that well, unbeknownst to anyone, and I was utterly powerless to reclaim her remains. I must ensure that she pays a price for this. Xia Wange gazed at Xiao Shui for a moment, noticing a transformation in her countenance. A person's visage can change based on the choices they make. Just yesterday, Xia Wange observed Xiao Shui hesitating, leading her to believe that the latter's marital journey would be fraught with difficulties, yet it would culminate in some semblance of resolution. Xiao Shui continued to fulfill her role as a wife, nurturing her husband and children, while her husband toiled to provide for the family. After enduring this tribulation, their daughter aspired to become a police officer. This was why she had offered her counsel yesterday. However, now, Xiao Shui's future had shifted entirely. While her marital prospects lay in ruins, Xiao Shui's career soared, propelling her to a position of prominence within her company. Influenced by her formidable mother, their daughter began investing and embarking on entrepreneurial ventures. Though she encountered occasional setbacks, her trajectory remained upward. All of this stemmed from her husband's opposition and the severance of ties between them. Having never experienced romantic love herself, Xia Wange had observed many faces. Yet she struggled to comprehend how one man could wield such starkly divergent impacts on a woman's destiny. Retracting her gaze, Xia Wange said, Please come in. After pouring a glass of water, Xiao Shui could no longer contain herself and recounted her tale. Master, I believe you have already discerned much from yesterday.
Indeed.
My husband hails from a rural background, while I am the only daughter of an urban family. I once perceived his ambition and potential, believing him to be a hidden gem, which led me to marry him. As it turned out, he truly was a man of potential, with his annual income steadily increasing, and our living conditions improving. Our relationship had been sound, and my relatives envied my fortune, claiming I had struck gold. I had always believed this to be true until we clashed over how to handle matters concerning his mother. In a moment of careless speech, he revealed his true thoughts, stating that even if his mother did not abandon our daughter, we would certainly have another son, for if we had only one daughter, wouldn't the family fortune be squandered? In that instant, I felt as if I had plunged into an icy abyss. All my illusions of love evaporated. This is how he perceives both me and our daughter. He has always harbored intentions to wipe out my family line. Master, I can endure hardship, but I cannot allow my daughter to suffer. I confronted him with divorce, and he dropped the facade, bluntly stating that had it not been for my family's circumstances, he would never have married me. We swiftly signed the divorce agreement. He held no regard for women, nor for our daughter, who would remain with me. Xia Wange listened intently, refilling Xiao Shue's glass. Matters of the heart seldom drew her involvement. Some realizations can only dawn upon individuals through profound personal anguish, otherwise, they remain futile. She had witnessed the darker facets of human nature and the unwavering resolve of young women, even when faced with well-meaning counsel. Xia Wange gently stroked the jade ring she had temporarily retrieved from Lu Qiu, activating her insight to glimpse the future she sought. Evil begets its own retribution. Xiao Shue's former mother-in-law found herself imprisoned, and her ex-husband, entangled in his mother's misdeeds, faced a series of unfortunate attempts at courtship, each thwarted by inquiries into his past. Despite attracting the attention of accomplished women, they swiftly withdrew upon learning of his history, leaving him to settle for a second marriage with a woman bearing children from a previous relationship. Thus began the nightmare for her ex-husband, as they bickered incessantly for years, ultimately culminating in the embezzlement of his finances to support her brother, leading to the collapse of their marriage. Xia Wange observed Xiao Shue's ex-husband, who once appeared vigorous and handsome, but since their divorce, his career had plummeted and his life spiraled into chaos, ultimately leading him back to rural anonymity, devoid of money and allure. She exhaled softly. Fate is indeed equitable. I apologize, master. I did not intend to burden you with these sordid affairs. Xiao Shui, sensing Xia Wange's exhalation, felt a twinge of embarrassment. I regret imposing these unpleasant matters upon you. I was informed by my relatives that you might have a need for jade, so I brought you this. As she spoke, Xiao Shui opened her carrying case to reveal 2 pure jade spinning balls, commonly used by the elderly for hand exercises. However, these spheres were significantly larger, and although they lacked substantial spiritual energy, their quality suggested they could harbor considerable spiritual vitality if well cared for. They were indeed valuable treasures, rare in the market. Xiao Shui pushed the items towards Xia Wange with a smile, saying, I have heard that my ancestor, a military general, possessed notably large hands and struggled to find suitable jade balls to spin. Consequently, the emperor bestowed 2 decorative jade spheres from the inner palace upon my forebear. However, this is merely family lore, and I hope you find them to your liking. Xia Wange did not refuse but graciously accepted the gift. She turned to Xiao Shui, who was preparing to leave, and advised, though the path you have chosen may be arduous at the outset and diverges from your parents' aspirations for you to be a dutiful wife, perseverance will surely lead you to the outcomes you desire. Xiao Shui paused, then smiled, a smile imbued with determination. Thank you, master, I understand. After Xiao Shui departed, Xia Wange reopened the box, examining the 2 pure jade spinning balls, contemplating how to persuade Lu Qiu to accept these substantial spheres. After much deliberation, she arrived at no conclusion, so she pushed the box aside and continued her card drawing. The more despicable individuals she encountered, the more they highlighted Lu Qiu's exceptional nature. Indeed, the world of the second dimension was far superior. Every character was commendable. However, Xia Wange soon realized that her luck was waning. She had yet to draw the card she desired, and the thought of employing spiritual energy to create a formation crossed her mind. Ultimately, she restrained herself. After all, spending money on games was acceptable, but risking her life was not. She resolved to have Lu Qiu assist her with the draws the following day. Chapter 43. Is metaphysics truly this powerful? Boss, please help me draw a card. Xia Wange entered Lu Qiu's office early in the morning, eagerly placing her phone before him. Tap this, then help me draw this blue-haired man. The blue-haired man? Lu Qiu glanced at the game interface, then exited to check again, raising an eyebrow slightly. A female-oriented dating game?
Wow.
Xia Wange clapped her hands. Impressive, you know about this? Years ago, we considered investing in the mobile gaming sector and researched several profitable games in the market. This particular game has consistently performed well, Lu Qiu replied. Then why didn't you invest? Xia Wange inquired. Lu Qiu pursed his lips, then quietly said, I just wasn't comfortable with it. Xia Wange was perplexed.
Huh?
At that moment, Assistant Su entered, neatly arranging the documents with a smile. During the field visit, President Lu was pursued by a frenzied modeler eager to acquire data for his facial features, which frightened him. He feared his likeness would be used for modeling, hence he avoided involvement in such games. Xia Wange burst into laughter, scrutinizing Lu Qiu. She found that if his face were altered slightly, it would indeed fit the image of a cold, aloof nobleman with a fiery inner self.
Boss.
If you truly dedicated yourself to the game, I would gladly spend my life supporting your card draws. Lu Qiu, wishing to avoid her teasing, retorted, so, it's here to draw cards? Yes, Xia Wange immediately ceased her laughter, nodding. Just focus on drawing that blue-haired card. Lu Qiu gently tapped the screen, and a radiant glow enveloped them, revealing the very card Xia Wange had hoped for. She clenched her fists in triumph, exclaiming, yes, this is the one. However, Lu Qiu furrowed his brow upon seeing the card's depiction of a scantily clad character. In truth, before his leg injury, his physique was quite similar to that of the character on the card. Following his injury, he had concentrated on upper body strength training, resulting in a physique that now surpassed that of the character depicted. Of course, one must disrobe to truly see. Boss, while we still have some time before work, could you please draw another card for me? Summer Wange excitedly placed her phone in front of him, requesting the one with the silver-gray hair. Lu Qiu glanced at Summer Wange's starry-eyed enthusiasm and, pursing his lips, casually tapped the screen, but it did not yield the result she desired. TSK, boss. Your heart is not in it, she remarked. Lu Qiu swiftly changed the subject. Yesterday, you messaged me about retrieving the surveillance footage from the parking lot on the day of the accident. I've reviewed it, and there's no indication of tampering. Could it be that someone interfered during maintenance? Summer Wange was instantly captivated, putting away her phone to assert, is the surveillance footage available? Let me see it. Lu Qiu clicked a few times with the mouse and slightly shifted his chair to the side. Summer Wange glanced around and casually took Lu Qiu's electric wheelchair to sit in. Hey, your wheelchair is quite comfortable, she exclaimed, patting it and looking around. Assistant Su, upon witnessing the scene, widened his eyes in surprise and quickly turned to Lu Qiu, fearing his ire. It was well known that while Lu Qiu was generally amiable, he was particularly sensitive regarding anything related to his legs. His previous assistant had been reassigned for being overly concerned with Lu Qiu's legs. Moreover, Lu Qiu possessed a slight obsession with cleanliness and disliked others touching his personal belongings. A wheelchair, being an intensely personal item, was particularly sensitive territory. Just as Assistant Su braced for an impending dispute, he observed Lu Qiu reaching out to adjust a few settings, saying, this can adjust the angle. You might want to try it. Summer Wange gave it a go, marveling, wow, it's really quite comfortable. I'm tempted to buy one for myself as a mobility aid. And the shock absorption is excellent. Lu Qiu explained, shock absorption is one of their main features.
Indeed.
It's quite impressive, Assistant Su noted as he watched the two engage in a lively discussion about the wheelchair. Du Yun burst into the office in a whirlwind, eager to discuss yesterday's events with Lu Qiu and Summer Wange. As he pushed open the office door, he was greeted by the sight of the two of them huddled over the desk, engrossed in examining the wheelchair. After their analysis of the wheelchair, they became intensely focused on the computer screen. Du Yun glanced at Assistant Su, who, seeing that Lu Qiu had not objected, explained. President Lu and Sister Summer are reviewing the surveillance footage. She suspects that someone may have tampered with the car involved in the accident. Du Yun was taken aback, astonished that anyone would dare to harm Lu Qiu. As he spoke, he hurried over to peer over their shoulders. Lu Qiu's company was affluent, and the surveillance footage was in vivid color and high definition, showing no blurriness even when played at an accelerated speed. According to what Summer Wange had told him, placing talisman paper on that car could easily lead to an accident. The footage had already been edited, dividing the relevant clips into 9 segments. Since Lu Qiu had already conducted a preliminary investigation, he knew these segments posed no issues, so he decided to play them simultaneously to save time. This segment seems problematic, Summer Wange indicated, pointing to the video from 1 to 2:30 a.m. Full screen it. Lu Qiu nodded and complied, aware that Summer Wange had the ability to conceal and alter video footage with talisman paper, so he was not surprised. However, Du Yun was oblivious to this. As he watched, his eyes strained from the effort, yet he found nothing unusual. In fact, there was not even a single person present. Sister Summer, Du Yun inquired, what's wrong with this video? Has it been altered? That shouldn't be the case. President Lu is knowledgeable in this area and would surely notice any modifications. Play it again, starting from 2 o'clock, Summer Wange replied, not answering immediately. The video rapidly replayed, showing the car quietly parked in the garage, with nothing approaching it. Right here, pause it. This section has been altered, she asserted, placing a transparent film over the screen and gesturing towards Lu Qiu. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Qiu removed a delicate jade ring from his finger and placed it in her palm. Why are you wearing this today? It's rather slender. Summer Wange remarked as she traced it with her fingers before slipping it onto her hand. The thicker ones tend to be cumbersome, Lu Qiu replied matter-of-factly. Du Yun glanced back and forth, feeling utterly out of place, unable to comprehend their conversation. While he accepted his ignorance, he could no longer hold back when he saw Summer Wange preparing to draw symbols on the transparent film. Is it really effective to draw symbols now? Has metaphysics become this powerful? Can one see the altered video content on a computer screen? Am I going mad, or is the world insane? Chapter 44. Losing Control. Summer Wange turned to Du Yun, speaking earnestly, young man, do not be so superstitious. He merely used something to obscure the camera. I am now preparing to use another method to counteract his obstruction, akin to Moire pattern encryption. When two closely related yet distinct periodic patterns overlap, they produce new low-frequency patterns. In this case, he used talisman paper for encryption, and I am employing talisman paper for decryption. It's all science. Du Yun widened his eyes, recalling the decryption cards from the childhood game Adventurous Little Tiger. However, if she were drawing something other than symbols, even if it were just slashes, he could have believed it. Yet, the bright red cinnabar symbols were nearly covering the entire film. You tell me to believe in science? Is this film truly necessary? Lu Qiu interjected. I'll have someone bring more. No need, one will suffice. He probably burned a talisman and used a ghostly concealment technique. I just need to break through it, Summer Wange explained patiently. It's like that curse tape featuring Sadako. If someone breaks the curse, Sadako won to emerge. Though Lu Qiu didn't fully grasp the concept, he nodded in agreement. He had never seen such things before. Why do you speak differently? You discuss science with me, but metaphysics with him?
Du Yun exclaimed, incrédule.
He is not like you. He merely needs to observe phenomena while he seeks to understand the essence, Summer Wange clarified. How is this different when it comes to saving her life at a critical moment?
Du Yun challenged.
Summer Wange directly asserted, he is my boss.
Boss.
Please drag the progress bar back. I haven't seen you be so courteous to your boss, Du Yun muttered under his breath. Summer Wange shot him a glance, adding, Thank you, my dear comrade. Hearing their playful banter, Lu Qiu suppressed a smile, his fingers moving to pull the progress bar back. This time, the footage that appeared before them was entirely different. The video gradually shifted from clear to obscured, as if shrouded in a gray plastic bag, revealing a figure sneaking into view, crouching beneath the car, seemingly up to no good before swiftly departing. Once he left, the grayish veil dissipated. Du Yun leaned in closer, remarking, I feel like I've seen that person before. Oh, right. He is a relative from your deceased uncle's side. If I recall correctly, his surname is Chao. Summer Wange cast a glance at Du Yun, her expression one of amazement. Some people possess an innate talent for remembering faces and gathering information. Even with just a fleeting glimpse, he could identify the individual. His name is Chao Hua, Summer Wange confirmed.
Ah, that's Gao Hu.
Du Yun turned to Summer Wange. Do you know him as well? I didn't know him before, but I met him the night before last. Du Yun scratched his head, furrowing his brow. A friend of mine mentioned him in conversation. I heard he was in the ICU for emergency treatment yesterday. How did you meet him the night before last? Summer Wange replied nonchalantly. I saw him outside the ICU after he didn't make it, and we had a brief conversation, which led me to discover that he was the one who tampered with the car. Oh, I see, Du Yun nodded, but the next moment, he felt something was amiss with Summer Wange's words. What did she mean by after he didn't make it? Did they converse in the way he was thinking? On that day, I traveled to a distant place to seek medical advice for my leg, and it was this uncle who provided information to my family. After a moment, Lu Qiu spoke in a low voice. I had anticipated that this was premeditated. Xia Wange lightly tapped her fingers on the table, remarking that the heavens seemed to be gathering those destined for calamity that day. The truly malevolent had converged, and I suspected that someone had calculated this in the shadows. By the way, Xia Wange suddenly recalled Du Yun's social prowess. That Chao Hua had informed me about the mastermind behind their actions, who is respectfully referred to as Old Bai, a man of considerable age and renown within the affluent circles of the capital. Very well, I shall investigate this matter. Du Yun, filled with indignation, declared that anyone who dared to harm his brother, regardless of their celestial status, would be brought to justice. With that, Du Yun strode out decisively. Xia Wange reviewed the video once more, ensuring there were no oversights before she organized her belongings. Lu Qiu turned to her, his eyelashes fluttering slightly, and said, "I apologize for the trouble my affairs have caused you. It is not solely your fault. The methods employed by this individual, as well as his entire faction, harbor an irreconcilable enmity towards me," Xia Wange replied, meeting Lu Qiu's gaze. "Assisting you is, in essence, assisting myself."
With that,
Xia Wange exited the room, leaving Lu Qiu to contemplate his uncle's situation, a matter she chose not to elaborate on, understanding that he would assess it himself.
Yet,
After taking only a few steps, she returned, peering in and asking, "Boss, do you have any personnel knowledgeable in tax matters whom I could borrow?" Lu Qiu raised an eyebrow at her. Xia Wange shook her phone, stating, "I've made a considerable profit, perhaps more than expected, and I must pay taxes." Lu Qiu, momentarily taken aback, replied, This morning, she had intended to bring those 2 large spinning orbs to find a way to transfer them to Lu Qiu. However, upon picking up the box, she noticed it felt unusually heavy. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a hidden compartment containing 50,000 yuan. Earlier, when she left home, her friend Zhao Wen had inquired about her bank transfer limit, to which she replied it was 500,000. Zhao Wen then asked how many cards she had, and she mentioned 4. Her friend remarked that the limit was too low and requested her corporate account details. Just moments ago, under her newly registered company, an unexpected additional 800,000 yuan appeared. After the transaction, Wen Qin and her daughter expressed their gratitude on WeChat, stating the transfer had gone smoothly and that her husband, Chao Hua, was now able to breathe normally. With Lu Qiu's consent, Xia Wange borrowed a small corner of his office to discuss tax matters. The young woman summoned for assistance was none other than Chao Nian, who had introduced Xia Wange to the realm of online gaming the previous day. It was Chao Nian's first time working in Lu Qiu's office, and she felt somewhat anxious, while Xia Wange appeared quite composed. Initially, Lu Qiu conducted his work as usual, but upon hearing that Xia Wange had earned over 8 million yuan in a single night, he couldn't help but lean in closer. "You see, out of this 8 million, 4 million is earmarked for direct donations, and I must allocate 25,000 from that 50,000 as well," Xia Wange explained. "How much can I deduct from my taxes?" Chao Nian glanced nervously at Lu Qiu before whispering, "Sister, your company's profits are exceedingly high, nearly without cost. What about rent, utilities, renovation costs, maintenance for the company vehicles, and my daily fuel expenses?" Xia Wange inquired. "The profits remain exceptionally high," Chao Nian replied. At that moment, Lu Qiu interjected, "I cover the costs for your motorcycle maintenance and the fuel for workdays." Xia Wange turned to him. "In that case, please provide me with the receipts. Also, I need you to issue some meal reimbursement invoices." Lu Qiu remarked, "Do you still remember your legal studies?" Xia Wange rubbed her face. Nian, please report everything truthfully." It was no wonder that so many engaged in tax evasion. Even she found it challenging to resist. Chapter 45, The 8:45 Bus. Chao Nian had grown up in a family with modest means, leading her to adopt a frugal lifestyle, being honest and straightforward. She had thoroughly learned about legal tax avoidance during her studies in tax law. Once all the details were finalized, Xia Wange realized that Chao Nian had helped her legally save hundreds of thousands in taxes. Overjoyed, Xia Wange immediately sent a 2,000 yuan red envelope and promised Chao Nian an additional daily compensation, which, when calculated, would surpass her salary. Chao Nian was deeply touched, fervently vowing to fulfill her responsibilities. Observing her gratitude, Xia Wange earnestly advised, "Make sure to rest and not overexert yourself. I will be seeking your services long-term, which will provide you with a stable side income." Hearing this, Chao Nian felt a bittersweet sensation, certain that Xia Wange had noticed her financial struggles. Once Chao Nian exited the office, Lu Qiu regarded Xia Wange. "Did you discern something?" The methods of reasonable tax avoidance proposed by Chao Nian were somewhat basic. Xia Wange was certainly aware of this, as she was subtly finding ways to provide financial assistance to her. Xia Wange shrugged. She's ambitious and a bit sensitive, but thankfully, being freshly graduated, she remains quite innocent. Otherwise, it would be rather difficult to directly offer her assistance. With that, Xia Wange leaned back on the sofa, crossing her legs, and remarked, "After all, I am now someone who can earn 8 million in a night. I can afford to lend a helping hand." "Then, Sister Xia," Lu Qiu tilted his head slightly, "shouldn't we settle your fee?"
"Certainly."
Xia Wange's eyes brightened as she sprang up, returning with a small wooden box. She opened it and pointed at the jade orbs, saying,
Here, your fee.
Lu Qiu gazed at the two large orbs, uncertainly asking, could this possibly be the spinning orb? Boss, how are you so perceptive? Xia Wange teased, handing one to him. Here, give it a spin. Although Lu Qiu's hands were longer than Xia Wange's by a finger's breadth, he found it somewhat challenging to grasp a single spinning orb, let alone to spin it. He looked at her in disbelief. Xia Wange chuckled awkwardly, encouraging him.
Just try your best.
He scrutinized the orb and asked, doesn't this resemble the object held in the mouth of ancient stone lions? After a brief comparison, Xia Wange conceded that it indeed did. Lu Qiu was speechless, questioning, can this thing even spin? Is this really a fee for your labor? It seems more like a burden for me. He soon realized that as long as the matter did not delve into the realm of metaphysics, Xia Wange was quite unreliable, manifesting her unreliability in two distinct ways, either to tease him or to thoroughly dupe him. Regardless, Lu Qiu took the two white jade orbs home. During dinner, when Lu Qiu's parents saw him gazing at the orbs before his meal, they couldn't contain their curiosity and inquired about them.
To their surprise,
their usually reticent son chuckled and shared that a friend had given him the orbs to play with as spinning toys. Once Lu Qiu returned to his room, his parents exchanged glances and began whispering to one another. Lu mother remarked, your brother seems to be in much better spirits lately. Do you know why? Lu brother replied, I have no idea. The family business has been quite busy lately. Lu father interjected, money, money, money. All you think about is earning. Don't you care about your brother? Lu brother replied, however, I heard that a Qiu went home late a few nights ago after taking a girl to a hotel. Lu mother gasped, really? Has he come to terms with things? Is he dating someone? Do you know whose daughter she is? Lu brother replied, I don't know. I just heard about it. Lu father added, heard. Can't you take a moment to care about your brother? Lu brother sighed, with a Qiu's temperament. Would I dare pry further?
Would you?
Aren't you both retired now? You should inquire. But would it even matter? Once a Qiu makes a decision, even an explosion can't change his mind. Lu mother and Lu father fell silent. Lu mother patted Lu father, concluding, in any case, it's a good thing that a Qiu no longer dwells on his leg. He's been much more vibrant lately and more talkative. Mr. Lu gently clasped Mrs. Lu's hand, remarking, since this is unfolding positively, let us refrain from excessive interference. Our children will find their own fortune. With that, they strolled out together, leaving Lu's elder brother alone at the doorstep, feeling the breeze. It was clear he was merely reluctant to intervene, despite his eloquent words. At the bus stop, Chao Nian felt that today was her most fortunate day. Her landlord had just urged her to pay the rent that morning, threatening eviction if she failed to comply. Just as she was about to take out a small loan for the rent, Master Xia had transferred 2,000 yuan to her, enough to cover the rent for the upcoming month, with an additional 500 for meals. Since she had only recently begun attending to matters concerning Master Xia, President Lu had granted her the privilege of focusing solely on assisting Miss Xia for the next few days, with her salary remaining unaffected. Deeply engrossed in organizing the information, Chao Nian lost track of time and realized she was working late, almost missing the last bus. She quickly gathered her belongings and stepped outside, glancing at the app to see that the last bus had already departed. Without hesitation, she hopped onto a shared bicycle and took a shortcut to catch the next bus. Upon reaching the platform and discovering that the bus had not yet arrived, she sighed in relief. The 8:45 bus route typically circled the office district, and on ordinary days, she would simply ride around without concern, only taking shortcuts when pressed for time. With her head bowed, she scrolled through her phone, searching for posts regarding practical tax advice, when a bus silently glided to a stop before her. Looking up, she saw the 3 glowing red digits of 845. Although puzzled by the unusual color of the numbers, she boarded the bus nonetheless. There was an available seat, and she sat down, continuing to browse through the posts on her phone. The bus was populated, yet an unusual quietness enveloped the atmosphere, far more subdued than usual. She thought little of it. After all, anyone working late would likely lack the energy for conversation. However, as the journey progressed, a disquieting feeling crept over her. She surveyed the passengers and felt her heart lurch violently, prompting her to quickly lower her gaze. She realized something was amiss. Despite the silence, it was an eerie stillness. And most unsettlingly, not a single individual on the bus was looking at their phone. Gripping her phone tightly, her heart raced. Stealthily, she peeked from the corner of her eye and noticed that all the passengers were sitting in a trance, staring blankly ahead, their expressions eerily uniform, regardless of age or gender. But it was 11 o'clock now. How could there be elderly people and children on a bus circulating the office area at this hour? Chapter 46. Ghost Marriage. Suddenly, Chao Nian glanced outside. The once normal street now appeared abnormal, for there were no other vehicles in sight apart from her own. Soon, her anxious heart sank entirely. She recognized that the bus, she was almost floating along the road. It glided silently to one stop after another, explaining the absence of any noise. The passengers, expressionless like marionettes, boarded the bus and remained motionless in their seats. Since she had boarded, not a single person had disembarked. Noticing the route becoming increasingly peculiar, Chao Nian rose to her feet. To her astonishment, this simple action drew the attention of all the passengers, who, as if controlled by a remote, turned to face her simultaneously, their expressions blank. Even those in the front row twisted their heads to stare at her. This was it. This was the end. Panic gripped Chao Nian as she felt her breath catch in her throat, leaving her terrified to inhale. Frantically, she scanned her surroundings, cautiously inching towards the back door while the passengers' gazes followed her every movement. Chao Nian was on the brink of collapse. She shouted, "Stop! Stop! I want to get off! I want to get off!" Lowering her gaze to her phone, she attempted to call for help, only to find there was no signal. Not even to dial 110. The bus halted, but only the front door opened while the rear door remained shut as the driver let in new passengers. In a frenzy, Chao Nian rushed toward the front door, yet the previously docile passengers stood up to block her way, still fixed in their vacant stares. The atmosphere grew colder, and a thin mist began to envelop the interior of the bus, obscuring her vision. Gradually, those blocking her path began to smile, their mouths stretching into grotesque, eerie grins. Tears streamed down Chao Nian's face as fear consumed her. All she could think was to escape, to burst through the door. She glanced at the front door, which was about to close, and, with a surge of determination, she shut her eyes and charged forward. Suddenly, a hand grasped her wrist. In the wake of her terror, the warmth radiating from that grip made her turn instinctively. But the person behind her clutched her chin, preventing her from looking back. "Don't turn around. The lights will go out." A familiar voice pierced through the darkness like the first ray of dawn, illuminating her senses. It was Master Xia's voice. Chao Nian noticed that the previously staring passengers had now shifted their gaze toward her companion. The front door closed, and the bus continued to glide forward. Anxiety surged within her as she broke into a sweat. "Don't be afraid," the voice behind her reassured her. "I am here." Tears fell in steady streams as Chao Nian felt caught between heaven and hell, every step a dance with life and death. The bus glided to another stop, and the once grinning passengers all ceased their laughter. In the tension of the moment, her wrist was tugged, and she was urged to exit through the rear door. With that, her companion exerted a forceful pull, and she found herself standing beside Master Xia at the back door. "Hey, driver, open the door. We want to get off." Master Xia's nonchalant tone, laced with her unique chill, echoed throughout the bus. Chao Nian noticed that the other passengers were now converging around them. As she trembled with anxiety, her companion added, "Hey, old Li, if I truly decide to take action, this entire bus ride would have been in vain. Had you been a bit more inquisitive about my exploits before, you wouldn't have kept me on this bus for so long. Oh, by the way, around here, they call me the living dead, Xia Wange." As soon as the words left her mouth, the rear door swung open. Chao Nian was pulled off the bus. The moment her feet touched the ground, all the surrounding sounds returned. The blaring of horns, the croaking of frogs, the rustling of leaves in the wind. Never had she felt such clarity in the beauty of these sounds. They found themselves at a relatively secluded construction site, across from which lay an undeveloped expanse of land. They had ventured out of the urban area but were not too far, just on the outskirts with plenty of vehicles still passing by. Weak in the knees, Chao Nian sank to the ground, gasping for breath, finally feeling as though she had survived. Xia Wange crouched down, unscrewing a bottle of water and offering it to her. "Drink some water, take a moment to recover. It's all right now, you're safe." She had initially gone for a nighttime jog, but before she knew it, she had wandered into a night market, indulging in fried squid, spiral potatoes, and stinky tofu, then casually strolling to aid digestion. Yet, after meandering just a couple of streets, she seemed to have stirred a hornet's nest in the snack street, encountering another strange occurrence. Determined to take a detour, she opted to tread where the energy felt heavy, reasoning that such places would attract fewer people. Perhaps, by chance, she could absorb some negative energy to counterbalance Lu Qiu's predicament. It seemed fate had intertwined their paths, Just as she stepped onto this road, she spotted the ghostly bus roaming the area and then noticed a flustered Chao Nian. The driver appeared to be new, unfamiliar with the route. Otherwise, they wouldn't have delayed opening the bus doors, causing her to ride an additional stop. In truth, the merit light that enveloped her should have lasted for another 2 years. However, due to her youthful impulsiveness in the past, she inadvertently wandered into certain territories and faced obstruction, which ultimately led to her wrath and a chaotic spree of destruction. The little spirits perished in her fury. Regardless, she established her reputation in the underworld, where a mere mention of her name could facilitate matters. Yet, in the mortal realm, she was forced to scrimp and save, meticulously planning even the expenditure of a bit of spiritual energy. Fortunately, with the arrival of Lu Qiu, her financial situation had improved significantly. After several sips of water, thanks to Chao Nian, her thirst was quenched, though her hands trembled incessantly with fear. With the support of Xia Wange, she managed to stand cautiously. Sister Xia, if I hadn't gotten off the car just now, would I have perished? Xia Wange scrutinized Chao Nian for a moment before suddenly inquiring, Nian, have you consulted your fate using your birth date recently? No, I haven't. Chao Nian hurriedly shook her head. If I truly wished to consult, I would certainly seek you out, Sister Xia, rather than look elsewhere. Who else knows your birth date? Chao Nian whispered, my parents know it as well. But Sister Xia, you may not be aware that my relationship with my family is quite poor. I haven't returned home in a long time, as they constantly demand money from me. Last month, I repaid every penny they had spent on me since childhood. Nian, it's almost midnight. Shall we find a hotel for the night? Xia Wange glanced at the time and suddenly suggested, I have some matters to discuss with you. Chao Nian froze, a sense of foreboding washing over her. She silently followed Xia Wange to the nearest hotel lobby, where she heard Xia Wange request at the front desk. Please arrange a room at the end of a floor. Anxiously, Chao Nian accompanied Xia Wange into the last room on the floor. Her mind flooded with urban legends she had encountered before, stories of death buses, and the last hotel rooms being the most sinister. Summoning her courage, she asked, Sister Xia, is it true that the last hotel room on a floor has the most malevolent aura? As Xia Wange inserted the key card into the door, she raised an eyebrow in confusion at the question. What malevolent aura? Oh, don't overthink it. There's not so much malevolence. It's all pretty standard, normal people can't even perceive it. When I entered, I noticed the layout of this hotel. The last room is somewhat isolated, only adjacent to the room on the right, making explanations easier than with the rooms on either side. Explain what? About the sounds of a scuffle. Xia Wange chuckled lightly, as if discussing an entirely mundane matter. You've been wed in the underworld. Midnight is approaching. You should rest. When he arrives, I'll have a word with him. Chao Nian's eyes widened in shock. A ghost marriage? Does that mean? At this juncture, she realized who had sold her birth date for the ghost marriage. In that fleeting moment, a myriad of emotions, anger, frustration, sorrow, and relief, flashed across her face before settling into a calm demeanor. I knew they wouldn't let me go so easily. They intend to extract every ounce of value from me. Perhaps when I die, they'll rush to collect my body, only to sell my organs once more before they relent. Xia Wange remained silent. Previously, she had discerned that the other party was involved with 4 individuals, each with distinct identities, one of whom was a spirit. At first, she thought it was a setting from a game, but upon engaging with it herself, she discovered otherwise. During the day, everything seemed normal, and she speculated whether the other party was indulging in other games. Reflecting on it now, everything had appeared routine, likely just the parents exchanging marriage contracts, which wasn't too different from courtship, hence her lack of awareness. However, just over an hour ago, the ghost marriage ceremony might have been completed. Chao Nian should have encountered trouble precisely at midnight during the ceremony, but at that moment, the other party was outside. In the chaotic intersection of the yin and yang realms, she unknowingly boarded the ghost bus and was saved by her nighttime run. Truth be told, their fates seemed intertwined. Yet, it shouldn't have been the case. After the exchange of marriage contracts, even if engaged, she should have perceived the signs. With a sense of confusion, Xia Wange rummaged through a cabinet for a moment before retrieving a box of matches. She tied several matches together with a red string, placing one on each bedside table to mimic red candles. Then, she wound a very thin white string around the bed. At this point, Chao Nian had regained her composure. Since fate had spared her life and allowed her to escape peril multiple times, she vowed to live fully. She looked at the diligent Xia Wange and asked, Sister Xia, is there anything I can assist with? Perhaps sensing that Xia Wange was present, her anger overshadowed her fear. You? Xia Wange noticed the rapid recovery of Chao Nianyan's composure and regarded her with an approving glance. Just lie down and sleep. I can't sleep. Even if you can't sleep, just lie still, Xia Wange replied, adding, and don't take off your shoes.
Gao niani an pauset, guili atking.
I've heard that spirits might come from beneath the feet. Ugh, Xia Wange softly clicked her tongue as she approached Chao Nianyan, binding the two big toes with a red string. Once finished, she pulled up a chair and sat down. I've noticed that you all are quite superstitious. Let us first approach everything from a scientific perspective, and if that fails, we can lean towards the metaphysical. Chao Nianyan blinked and glanced at her fingers. Now bound with red string. Even in this situation, you're still promoting science to me? I asked you to wear shoes simply for convenience. Should the need arise to step outside, it saves you from searching for shoes or going barefoot. Chao Nianyan, feeling anxious, asked, is it really that fierce? Fierce. How should I put it? Xia Wange scratched her head. If the other party is non-threatening and cooperative, then there's nothing to worry about. However, if they are fierce and uncooperative, and I end up having to restrain them on the bed, if you don't mind, you can just continue lying there. Chao Nianyan. So for the master, the difference between fierce and non-fierce is merely a matter of whether to fight or not. All right, lie down properly. Xia Wange glanced at the time, fiddling with a pendant in her hand. This was something she had just acquired from Lu Qiu that evening. Had it not been for the fact that Lu Qiu's presence would be counterproductive in such matters, she would have definitely drawn him over. While lost in thought, there was a sudden knock at the door. Chao Nianyan jumped in surprise and quickly looked to Xia Wange. Xia Wange turned her gaze to the door, silently forming the words, they've come. The upper half of the door sounded with knocks, while the lower half echoed with ghostly taps. Chapter 47. I, too, am being forced. After 3 knocks, the noise outside erupted into a clamorous din, followed by a heavy thud, as if someone were kicking the door. The cacophony intensified, and though Chao Nianyan knew that with Xia Wange present, nothing would go awry, a sense of unease began to creep into her heart. Xia Wange, however, remained unfazed. Fixating her gaze on the door, her eyes subtly shimmering with a faint purple hue, as if her third eye had opened. What she beheld beyond the door were 2 pallid figures resembling paper dolls, their eyes marked with blood and adorned with eerie red lips, flanking a man in red who was resisting their attempts to enter the room. Each time the paper dolls made an effort to pull him in, he would defiantly raise his leg to brace against the door, resulting in a scuffle that reverberated through the entrance. Xia Wange was momentarily taken aback. Well, it seems the groom from the arranged marriage is also resisting. No wonder I felt something was amiss. I hadn't realized that the other party was unwilling. It became clear that the paper dolls were forcibly bringing him in to complete the ghost marriage. With this realization, Xia Wange promptly stood, walked to the door, and raised her hand to open it. The 2 paper figures locked in a standoff with the male ghost, upon spotting her, let out a piercing scream and charged toward her. Xia Wange, with deft precision, raised her hands and punctured the bloodied eyes of both figures, effortlessly causing them to deflate like balloons, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The male ghost turned to Xia Wange, his pallid face etched with astonishment. These 2 were brutes. I battled them all the way here, yet you dispatched them with such ease? Not only can I effortlessly dispose of them, but I can also deal with you just as lightly. Step inside and converse, she retorted. The male ghost took a step back. I do not consent to an arranged marriage. I am not here to force you. I intend to dismantle your ghostly union, she clarified. The male ghost hesitated but eventually entered the room, muttering, if you sever this ghostly bond, do I count as having my first marriage or a second? I do not wish to be seen as a second marriage. I do not want my pristine karma to be tarnished. Xia Wange was momentarily at a loss for words. You have not yet wed. It does not count as a second marriage. Furthermore, according to Article 1052 of the Civil Code, a marriage entered into under duress can be annulled. This applies in the human realm, and it is even more convenient in the underworld. That is reassuring. The male ghost sighed in relief. Chao Nianyan remained tense. In the dimly lit room, she could hear the chaotic sounds from outside. Once Master Xia emerged, the sound of paper being pierced echoed through the air, and she noticed Master Xia was speaking to what appeared to be thin air. Master Xia, where are we in the process now?
Gao nian in quit sopti.
Oh, we're almost finished. It's not a significant issue. The male ghost is also in disagreement. Xia Wange waved her hand dismissively. Just wait until I sever your ghostly ties. It cannot be severed. The male ghost suddenly moved forward, grasping Xia Wange's sleeve. It cannot be severed. Xia Wange regarded the male ghost with a solemn gaze.
What is it?
The male ghost began to wail. Master, you must understand. This ghostly marriage was orchestrated by my mother through our family's fortune teller. I do not wish to marry. I have been relentlessly pressured into marriage and could no longer endure it, which led to my suicide.
If you sever this bond now,
They will undoubtedly arrange another for me. I truly do not wish to marry, master. Please help me. Moved by the male ghost's sorrowful lament, Xia Wange furrowed her brow. I can take you back. You can communicate with your family. The male ghost replied cautiously, I believe it would be futile. They did not listen to me in life. Perhaps they will listen now that you are dead? The male ghost shook his head. Impossible. She will not heed my words. Then we can attempt to persuade her later. For now, I must sever your ghostly ties. Please, master, do not sever it just yet. Wait until my family confirms they will no longer arrange anything for me. And then you can sever it. I beg you. Can you accompany me? I fear what my family's fortune teller might do to me. I cannot escape. Master, please assist me. You are far more formidable than my half-hearted fortune teller. Xia Wange glanced up at the sky, taking a deep breath. Chao Nian, noticing her demeanor, anxiously asked, Master, what is wrong? Did the ghost change his mind? Is he fierce? Xia Wange shook her head, feeling overwhelmed by the ghost who was tugging at her pant leg. Weeping. Despite encountering fiercer spirits, she remained unafraid. The difference merely lay in the number of confrontations. Yet, she had always preferred soft approaches. And this ghost's emotional plea left her momentarily at a loss. Nian, he fears that if I sever your ghostly ties, his family will immediately arrange another union for him. And he will be left without assistance. Therefore, he wishes to wait until he has persuaded his mother. Chao Nian was taken aback. Then, he should go persuade her. Xia Wange replied, he wants me to accompany him. I will go too, master. Please take me with you, Chao Nian insisted. I would be terrified alone. I can drive. Xia Wange decided against letting Chao Nian drive. Although the distance was not excessively far, driving would take approximately 5 to 6 hours, while a train journey would span 8 to 9 hours. Accustomed to riding a motorcycle, she recognized that this situation warranted a different approach. Consequently, she took Chao Nian to purchase train tickets, with the male ghost attaching himself to a small paper figure. Initially, she considered informing Lu Qiu, but upon reflection, she deemed the matter less beneficial for him and thought it might be a wasted trip. Ultimately, Xia Wange resolved not to notify Lu Qiu. On the train, feeling bored, Xia Wange created a talisman that allowed Chao Nian to hear the male ghost's voice, facilitating a conversation among the three, which revealed the backstory of the ghost. The male ghost was named Zhou Xingwang, living in a single-parent household with his mother. His name encompassed all of his mother's hopes and love, yet he also bore the weight of her control. You cannot imagine the extent of my mother's controlling nature, Zhou Xingwang lamented, even in death haunted by her grip. She would ask if I wanted kanji, and if I said no, she would persist until I relented. Why not simply maintain your refusal?
Gao nian in quit sop ti.
Then she would serve it to me directly, watching me consume it. If I still refused, she would cry, chastising herself, lamenting how difficult it was to raise me. As he spoke, Zhou Xingwang began to weep. I am 26 years old. I have never chosen my own clothes or selected my own socks. When I expressed my distaste for cilantro, she would make cilantro buns every day, forcing me to eat them. Then, when I filled out my university application, I sought to escape far from home, only to receive an acceptance letter from a local university, as she had secretly altered my choices to a school far inferior to my original selections. As Zhou Xingwang recounted his tale, the paper figure he inhabited became damp with his tears, leaving Xia Wange with no choice but to replace it. Upon entering university, he recounted, during my freshman year, the school did not allow students to live off campus. She demanded daily phone calls from me. If I failed to answer while showering, she would appear at my dormitory door moments later. If I missed her calls during class, she would obtain my schedule and insist on knowing what I was doing, urging me to study diligently and report my progress. When a classmate confessed her feelings for me, and we were walking on the playground, I didn't respond promptly to her message. She seized my phone and scoured my messages. At that moment, the classmate happened to send a message, and she went into a frenzy, berating me for messaging her. In the end, I was isolated, and she was satisfied, insisting that university was no place for romance. When I graduated in a daze, she claimed to have arranged a blind date for me, leading me directly into marriage and fatherhood. Initially, Xia Wange managed to interject a few comments to encourage him to cease his tears, warning that if he continued, she would have to craft small paper figures from napkins for him to inhabit. However, as she listened, she simply told him to cry freely. She had an ample supply of napkins. This young man had endured much. Being driven to such extremes, he merely sought a release through tears, harboring significant resentment. If this continued, he might transform into a vengeful spirit. I could no longer bear it. I was severely depressed. When the results came back, my mother claimed I was feigning illness, insisting I was perfectly fine, and accusing me of fabricating excuses to avoid arranged marriage. She would declare that every part of me belonged to her, and even if I were to die, she would dispose of my body at her whim. Finally, one day, I managed to escape, seeking a place of suicide, a towering cliff with a roaring waterfall below. I leaped from the precipice, and in that instant, I felt my body shatter. At that moment, I truly believed I had found complete liberation. I had never felt such relaxation before. To my astonishment, my mother gathered all the remnants of floating corpses from those days, regardless of whether they were mine, and brought them back for cremation, ultimately returning home with the urns. She attempted a ritual using my birth date alongside that of a girl she procured, and to her surprise, she managed to retrieve a fragment of my corpse, thus forcing me into a ghostly marriage. Silence enveloped us, a profound and enduring silence. The misfortunes of Zhou Xingwang extinguished any desire within the other two to persuade him to look on the brighter side. How could one offer comfort in such a situation? Chao Niannian, upon hearing of his plight, felt a twinge of relief in her own circumstances. After all, her parents merely wished for her demise, while Zhou Xingwang's mother, even in death, denied him peace. Indeed, life's trials are often illuminated through comparison. Xia Wange pressed her lips together and gently patted Zhou Xingwang's shoulder, whispering, "When the time comes, I shall help you dispose of your urn." Yet mere destruction would not suffice, Zhou Xingwang interjected. If scattered, who knows? My mother might vacuum up some remnants and continue to confine my spirit, preventing my rebirth. Ideally, it should be washed down the drain. Xia Wange had never encountered a ghost with such peculiar demands, indicating the depths of his torment. Fearing unforeseen complications, she had no time to prepare. She had merely ventured out for a night run, armed with only a few essentials and a purple jade pendant, even purchasing her ticket with a temporary ID. Initially, she thought it a trivial matter, but now it felt increasingly convoluted. One could only speculate on the lengths to which a mother, driven by obsession and a formidable desire for control, might go. Deciding against further discussion, Xia Wange closed her eyes to gather her thoughts. The following day, Lu Qiu arrived at work slightly earlier than usual. Before entering the office, he cast several glances at Xia Wange's workstation, pursed his lips, and ultimately proceeded inside. Sitting behind his desk, he fidgeted with a small jade cicada he had discovered while rummaging through his belongings yesterday. This was a trinket he had carved during his childhood, a companion for over a decade. Given Xia Wange's frequency of borrowing and storing jade from him, the aura imbued in this piece should suffice for her needs for quite some time. At 9 o'clock, Lu Qiu stepped out for a brief stroll, only to find Xia Wange absent. At 9:30, he ventured out again, still finding her missing.
Good 10 o'clock.
He could no longer restrain himself and opened a chat with Xia Wange, contemplating for a moment before tapping the screen. "I believe I may have discovered the method to rotate that spinning ball. Would you care to come to the office to take a look?" After a brief wait, Xia Wange finally replied, "I am not at the company today. I am on a business trip." Lu Qiu feigned calmness. "On a business trip? No wonder you haven't come in to claim your right to my office." After sending the message, he glanced at the content and casually inquired, "Is everything manageable?" Xia Wange replied, "It's somewhat tricky, but manageable." Lu Qiu composed a lengthy message but ultimately deleted it all, leaving only, "Please be careful." Xia Wange responded, "Sure." Observing her brief reply, Lu Qiu felt a surge of agitation. He wished to inquire why she hadn't invited him along this time, or whether she found it inconvenient to have him accompany her, yet he refrained from asking anything. Their relationship was merely a collaborative one, and the alliance was not particularly solid. They had only truly ventured out together on one occasion. Yet that solitary experience was enough to engrave an indelible impression of secrecy and transcendence in his memory. She often claimed to be a child of fortune, blessed with exceptional luck, and Lu Qiu couldn't help but worry that without his support, her endeavors might not go as smoothly. As he examined the not-so-exquisite jade cicada in his hand, he held it up to the light, scrutinizing it closely before clasping it tightly. He hoped for her success. Xia Wange was not exaggerating. The situation was indeed quite complex. To claim and cremate the dismembered corpses of her son from those fateful days and arrange a ghostly marriage. Zhou Xingwang's mother had sold her apartment in the city center and relocated to a village. Following Zhou Xingwang's lead, Xia Wange and Chao Nianyan arrived at the small courtyard where his mother resided. Upon entering the backyard, they found themselves at a standstill. The entire area was filled with identical urns, conservatively estimated to be over 20, all bound with red threads and meticulously arranged. Casting a glance at the intricate patterns formed by the crimson threads, Xia Wange surveyed the central nail. Quietly, she asked, "Zhou Xingwang, are you truly her biological son?" The red threads formed an array that bound the ashes within the urns into a single entity, set to align with Zhou Xingwang's birth date for the ghostly marriage. Should any of the ashes belong to him, it would activate the marriage, but once initiated, the central nail would permanently bind the spirit, condemning it to eternal confinement without the possibility of reincarnation. Zhou Xingwang let out a bitter laugh. If it were not true, I might feel less anguish, but alas. I secretly underwent a paternity test and confirmed the truth. Xia Wange stepped over the red threads to glance at the largest urn in the center. Her eyes widened in horror as she gasped, retreating in shock. It contained a ghostly infant. "Your mother even prepared a child for you," she remarked. Zhou Xingwang's smile transformed into one more sorrowful than tears. Xia Wange assessed the knight's tasks, sever the ethereal bond between Zhou Xingwang and Chao Nianyan, and persuade his mother to relinquish her obsession, ceasing the arrangement of his ghostly marriage. If that failed, they would need to steal Zhou Xingwang's ashes, with the worst-case scenario involving flushing them down the toilet and the best involving scattering them into the sea. However, it seemed imperative to steal them, especially since his mother had even prepared a ghostly infant. "Zhou Xingwang, can you sense which urn contains your ashes?" Xia Wange inquired. Mistakenly moving the wrong urn could entangle them in karmic repercussions, a grave concern in their line of work. Furthermore, with so many urns, they were nearly immovable. Destroying them on the spot could result in his mother's fixation merging them with the earth, and thus, continuing the ghostly marriage. It was daytime, and Zhou Xingwang dared not stray too far from the paper figure Xia Wange had, nor approach the array too closely. He drifted around the urns, stating, "I cannot feel which one is mine. I can only sense that my ashes are here, but not which urn holds them." Xia Wange nodded, acknowledging that his inability to perceive was expected, given the array's binding nature. She wandered about the courtyard, expressing her disappointment to Zhou Xingwang. "It seems your wish to flush them down the toilet may not be fulfilled." Chao Nianyan and Zhou Xingwang turned toward her in unison. Xia Wange gestured toward the corner where the latrine was located, noting that it was a dry toilet, seemingly lacking running water, relying instead on well water, with waste simply discarded onto the ground. Zhou Xingwang's head drooped in despair, his ghostly visage marred by disappointment. He felt certain his mother had orchestrated this deliberately. "Someone is coming. We must hide," Xia Wange instructed, swiftly pulling Chao Nianyan behind a pile of wood. She affixed a talisman to conceal their presence and peered through the gaps between the wood. Zhou Xingwang was quicker, sliding into the paper figure. Sensing the approaching presence belonged to his mother. A woman with bloodshot eyes, graying hair, and a gaunt face murmured incessantly about academic achievements as she clutched a school uniform, stumbling through the courtyard with vacant eyes and halting steps, as if lost to madness. For a brief moment, she lifted the school uniform, her expression contorted with rage. "Why did you perform poorly on the exam? Have you not been studying diligently? Others can excel. Why can't you achieve first place? Second place? What significance does second place hold?
Ha!
You must have been secretly playing around. Haven to you? You've been watching television. Haven to you? No? Then why did you fail? Are you less intelligent than others? It must be that you're not putting in the effort. You must strive for first place. You must strive for first place." Upon concluding her tirade, the woman's vacant gaze became fixated on another set of clothes hanging in the courtyard. She laughed heartily as she ran towards them, gently caressing the fabric. "My child, you've finally been accepted into university. Ha ha ha, going away to study?"
No.
"That wouldn't be good. You should stay close to your mother." "Yes, dear. You've always been so obedient. Do you have to live on campus?"
Tell me.
"Why must you live on campus? Is there a woman enticing you?" "Filthy creatures. All of them. They want to take you away from me."
With that,
The woman clutched the clothes tightly and began to pace back and forth. Continuing the lineage, continuing the lineage. At 26, you're still not married. Others will say, I haven't raised you well. You should be getting married, do you understand? You need to marry and have children. I am already prepared to help you raise them. Only then will your life be complete, do you understand? As she spoke, her expression transformed into one of horrifying ferocity. Why would you commit suicide? Why would you choose death? Have I not treated you well enough? Prosperity, prosperity, come back to me. You are not yet married. You have not yet had children. You are still incomplete. Then, she stumbled and fell, her eyes landing on the school uniform once more. Crawling towards it, she embraced the garment and began to repeat her earlier words. The paper figurine in Xia Wange's hands trembled uncontrollably, while Chao Ninian covered her mouth in terror. Feeling that this woman was 1,000 times more terrifying than a ghost, she suddenly felt immense pity for Zhou Xingwang. Before long, a woman clad in a long gown entered. Xingwang's mother, Xingwang's mother. The vacant gaze of Xingwang's mother began to sharpen upon hearing this voice. She rushed forward and grasped the other's sleeve. Master Ma, has it succeeded? Has my son's ghost marriage been completed? Can this child be arranged in the bride's womb? Chao Ninian was taken aback by these words, suddenly feeling even more pitiful. Oh no, it hasn't succeeded. Master Ma waved her hand. Yesterday at midnight, your son was supposed to be taken to the wedding, but it was disrupted. That powerful individual had exceptional skills, directly causing me to be backfired and faint. I am only just recovering. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xingwang kept glancing at Xia Wange, aware of the shaman's abilities. They were indeed formidable, with her appearance fee being exorbitantly high. It was said she was powerful, yet he never expected someone so capable could be knocked unconscious. He distinctly remembered that at that moment, Master Xia had merely poked the paper figurine's eyes blind, as if exerting no effort whatsoever. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingwang manipulated the paper figure to slide down, clutching Xia Wange's pant leg tightly. He had to hold onto this lifeline. Xia Wange shook her leg. Yet he would not let go. Not succeeded? How could it not have succeeded? I purchased the girl's birth date and time. Her parents agreed. How could it not have succeeded? Master Ma sighed. You said you would bear the consequences of this matter, and that's why I agreed to assist you. Now it's turned into this. Parental orders and matchmaking. She was born to her parents, and all that she is belongs to them. If her parents consented, she should comply. Why hasn't it succeeded? Why hasn't it succeeded? Chapter 50. Don't be foolhardy. Xingwang's mother, let it go. Master Ma sighed again. Your obsession is too strong. Since the other party has powerful assistance, it signifies that the girl's fate is not meant to end. You should relinquish it. I even bought dead infants. You tell me it hasn't succeeded? You tell me to give up. Xingwang's mother's expression turned frenzied. I don't care. You said you would help me complete this matter as a repayment for my saving you back then. Now that it hasn't succeeded, it doesn't count. This girl's fate is not meant to end. If there is someone powerful behind her, then let us find another girl. Moreover, I've seen the photo of this girl. Had it not been for my son's death, she wouldn't even qualify to be my daughter-in-law. Plump, somewhat short, and nearsighted. What of my height? Am I short? Chao Ninian could no longer endure it. Knowing that her parents had arranged a ghost marriage for her made her furious. Now, hearing someone who nearly caused her demise ridicule her was unbearable. In an instant, she felt as if she had stumbled upon a ghost on the bus. All the grievances from the exhausting journey surging to her head. Chao Ninian charged out. I'm 1.65 meters, standard height. Are you blind? And how have I gained weight? Did I eat your rice, and you resent me for being fat? I haven't even criticized your son yet. And furthermore, there are so many nearsighted people in the world. Your son's eyes are so messed up that he probably doesn't even know where his eyeballs have fallen. Perhaps soaking somewhere in water, or even eaten by fish and excreted. You dare to look down on my nearsightedness. Have some shame. Will you? You. Who are you? Xingwang's mother shouted with reddened eyes. Me? I want to tell you.
Gao Nian Hoop Fet.
Master Ma, seeing Chao Ninian's demeanor, widened her eyes in shock. You're that girl? Didn't your parents say you were dying soon? You are the one who is dying. Your entire family is on the verge of death. Chao Ninian placed her hands on her hips and began to scold Master Ma. I'm as lively as can be. Who told you I was dying? Yes, almost died because of you. You led me onto a ghost bus and made me see a ghost. You caused me to exhaust myself traveling so far, missing my class. Let me tell you, harming others like this will bring retribution. Master Ma, trembling uncontrollably, pointed at Chao Ninian, unable to articulate her words. You've seen my son Xingwang, haven to you? You've seen him, haven to you? Xingwang's mother rushed forward, her eyes wide. Is he around? Master Ma. Master Ma. Quickly bring out Xingwang, let me see him. Master Ma hesitated. If you don't help me, you will never repay this debt. I only want to see my son. I just want to see him. Perhaps once I see him, I want to even ask you to help me with the ghost marriage anymore. Please help me, help me.
All right.
I will let you see him. As long as you can let go of your obsession. Master Ma began to shake her bells. Zhou Xingwang's paper figure quickly climbed into Xia Wange's hands, shaking its head frantically. Xia Wange gave him a reassuring glance, using one hand to form a seal, keeping the paper figure in her grasp while continuing to gaze outside. Outside, Master Ma, after frantically ringing the bells, began to dance in circles, round and round, soon drenched in sweat. However, Xia Wange's expression remained unchanged. Chao Ninian intended to intervene but was stopped by Xingwang's mother. The scene outside descended into chaos. A soft sigh emerged from behind a pile of wood, and Xia Wange stepped out, casting a glance at Master Ma. Enough, stop dancing. With me here, it's futile. Master Ma gradually ceased her movements, and, at this moment, Chao Ninian realized she was rolling her eyes, her head swaying back and forth. You are that master? You helped Chao Ninian? Yes, so let it go. Xia Wange replied calmly. And stop rolling your eyes. She has left, and your Xiang isn't foolish. She won't help you commit sins. The first time, one could say she was unaware. Should it happen again, I will have to report you. Master Ma froze, no longer rolling her eyes, merely standing there with her head bowed. Xingwang's mother rushed over, gripping Master Ma's shoulders. Where's my son? Let me see my son. You promised to repay me, let me see my son. I can't do it anymore. Master Ma appeared utterly dejected. I can't do it. She is right. I cannot summon him. Xingwang's mother pointed at the others, her gaze filled with madness. You are all wicked people. You are preventing me from seeing my son. You are all wicked people. And I Kaifeng. Xia Wange spoke sternly. You call us wicked people. But what about that infant in the middle? Are you not a wicked person as well? He is one I bought. His mother didn't want him. What is wrong with me wanting him to be my grandson? What do you mean? What do you mean? In a fit of agitation, Ma Xiano exclaimed, You informed me that the infant was a stillborn, which is precisely why I left it there. You said the child was already lifeless. Indeed, it was lifeless. Anai Kaifeng erupted into hysterical laughter, declaring, his mother abandoned him. Doesn't that render him equivalent to being dead? A child without a mother is akin to a blade of grass. Once forsaken by his mother, he is as good as dead.
Ha ha ha. No wonder.
No wonder I can no longer summon Sienna. You have caused me great distress. You have brought this upon me. With that, she lunged at her opponent, engaging in a fierce struggle. Xia Wange, preoccupied with the unfolding chaos, tugged at Chao Ninian, instructing, Position yourself at the center of the formation. I am about to sever your ties to the underworld. We must act swiftly. Upon hearing this, Chao Ninian's heart raced, and she hurriedly crossed the red line to stand at the center of the formation, her fear overshadowed by the presence of urns filled with ashes and the deceased infant at its core. Once Chao Ninian was in place, Xia Wange turned to Zhou Xingwang, stating, I shall extract a fragment of your soul to locate your flesh and blood. Prepare yourself mentally. No need for your assistance. Since we are pressed for time, I shall take matters into my own hands. Zhou Xingwang retorted, resolutely tearing off one of his own arms and offering it to Xia Wange, enduring the pain without uttering a sound. Previously, when she had forcibly extracted a trace of the scoundrel Chao Hua's essence, he had howled in agony, conjuring winds of despair. This time, however, it was a soul severance. Master, this is for you. Zhou Xingwang gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, raising his head, feeling more dashing than ever. Xia Wange, holding the disembodied arm, paused momentarily, remarking, With this, upon reincarnation, you shall be without an arm. It matters not. As long as I can be rid of her, I will sacrifice anything. Zhou Xingwang replied fervently. Xia Wange scrutinized the severed arm for a moment before continuing. What I mean is, in this era of selective breeding, lacking an arm could lead to rejection during prenatal screenings. Of course, if you were born in certain countries like Africa or India, your chances of a successful birth would be considerably higher. Zhou Xingwang was left speechless. Nonetheless, considering the current birth rates across various nations, your odds of being born there remain quite substantial. I shall make do with this arm for now. No sooner had she spoken than a one-armed paper figure clung to Xia Wange's trousers, weeping, "Master, save me. I do not wish to be born there. I am of Huagua descent in life and a ghost of Huagua in death. I refuse to go to India. My stomach cannot handle it. Woe is me. If I die there, I shan't even be able to enjoy fragrant food. Thus, do not engage in reckless bravado." Xia Wange removed the purple jade pendant from around her neck and held it tightly in her hand. Chapter 51. As long as it feels right. She merely grazed Zhou Xingwang's severed arm with her hand, peeling away some flesh before returning it, using a needle to reattach the dismembered arm to the paper figure's body. Grasping the remnants of those souls, Xia Wange summoned all the energy from the purple jade. Indeed, there were means to search for bones. Even if they had turned to ash, it was merely a question of the cost involved. What she did not disclose was that the fewer souls she utilized, the greater her own consumption would be. In her haste, she had brought only this single piece of jade with her. Drawing out all the spiritual energy from the jade, it shattered in her grip. Xia Wange then tore a random string from one of the urns, disrupting the integrity of the formation. Next, she retrieved a soul-seeking talisman, infusing it with the remaining spiritual energy, igniting it with a flick of her fingers. The talisman swiftly transformed into blackened fragments, 3 larger shards landing atop 3 urns, with a few smaller pieces drifting onto nearby urns. A gust of wind carried the remaining fragments away into the distance. Quite fragile indeed, Xia Wange observed, gazing at the darkened horizon. All right, Nian Nian, come here. Your matter has been resolved. Now, assist him in gathering these urns. With that, Xia Wange struck the lids of the urns with her tools, instructing Chao Nian to combine the ashes from 2 urns. That will suffice, embrace it. Xia Wange brushed the dust from her hands, deciding to disregard the scattered remnants. Zhou Xingwang clutched at Xia Wange's pant leg, weeping, "Master, will I be screened out due to the absence of those remains? Fret not, they are merely ashes. The removal of most of them is solely to prevent you from being subjected to a ghostly marriage." Having said that, Xia Wange urged Chao Nian to depart quickly. "I have already contacted the authorities. Take the ashes and leave. I will tidy the scene and meet you at the location I previously mentioned." Upon hearing this, Chao Nian clutched the urn and dashed outside. In her anxious state, she glanced back to see Xia Wange diligently cleaning the urns, holding a piece of cloth of unknown origin, seemingly wiping away fingerprints and erasing footprints from the ground, proceeding with utmost care to leave no trace. Her adeptness was evident. It was as if she had practiced this many times before, executing a thorough disposal of evidence with a systematic approach. Within half a minute, Xia Wange had efficiently cleaned the scene and was preparing to leave when she cast a final glance at the central urn containing the ghostly infant and the soul-piercing needle atop it. Zhou Xingwang's ashes had been removed, and the needle could no longer bind him, yet it remained capable of ensnaring the ghostly infant. Her gaze lingered on the urn for a moment before Xia Wange stepped forward towards the center. "You have unraveled it. You breached the formation with such ease? Who on earth are you?" The apparatus set by the Sienna I summoned is something even the most esteemed masters I know could not dismantle so swiftly.
Maxian,
Who was entangled in a struggle with Ni Kaifeng, momentarily turned her head, her entire being frozen in disbelief. Even though she knew would require numerous magical tools and extensive preparations to accomplish such a feat, yet it appeared that the other party had done it barehanded. Could she be a celestial master? She had only heard of celestial masters possessing such prowess. But how could there be such a young celestial master? When faced with someone of higher caliber, Ma Xian had hoped to keep pace, but now, confronted with someone of such extraordinary skill, fear consumed her. She had erred and had been discovered. Seated on the ground in a daze, she murmured, "From whom did you receive your teachings? How is it that you are so formidable?" "There are even greater marvels," Xia Wange replied nonchalantly, though her heart was far from at ease. She focused on the soul-piercing needle, raising her hand to gather the golden light of virtue. She intended to release the ghostly infant, guiding it towards reincarnation. The deeper the resentment of the ghostly infant, the stronger the fixation of the one who pierced it, resulting in increased expenditure of virtue. The one who pierced the infant was Ni Kaifeng, and the one who caused its demise was also Ni Kaifeng. The collision of these two forces yielded an effect greater than the sum of its parts. With no hope of summoning the celestial being, even if she could, the matter would ultimately rely on her. As the golden light continued to coalesce in her hands, Xia Wange calculated that she would need to sacrifice a month's worth of virtue to accomplish her goal. The accumulation of virtue took days, or even weeks, yet its expenditure could be as steep as a month. Nevertheless, she harbored no regrets. Her master had once imparted that their sect valued acting in accordance with one's heart, allowing everything to flow naturally, leaving no regrets behind. The more one was free of grievances, the more potent their magical abilities became. Due to her unique constitution, she could not perceive past events or future possibilities. Her master had divined for her a long time, only to advise her to refrain from fixating on gains or losses. Fortune and misfortune were intertwined, and often, what seemed like a loss could turn out to be a boon. In essence, it all boiled down to one word: enjoyment. As long as her actions brought her satisfaction, that was sufficient. Just as she had once expended a year's worth of virtue to clear an entire street. Although it appeared as though she had forfeited a year's cultivation, it had laid the groundwork for her future freedom to traverse the realms, often requiring only to establish her reputation. It was precisely due to this renown that her virtue accumulated rapidly, ensuring her continued capability to utilize that prestige in the future. Now, she too wished to avoid leaving regrets. She feared that when she encountered another ghostly infant in the future, she would suddenly remember, regretting that today, due to a lack of sufficient jade, she left behind an innocent soul, thereby creating a potential hazard. As the month-long accumulation of virtue reached its conclusion, Xia Wange extended her hand to extract the needle. At that moment, a wisp of purple aura, imbued with blessings, entwined around her fingertips. As the ethereal purple aura enveloped her, Xia Wange felt the presence of its master, wishing her all the best. With this purple energy, she could indeed spare a week of her meritorious lifespan. Carrying the blessings from distant friends, a subtle smile graced Xia Wange's lips as she deftly extracted the nail. Immediately, the purple aura from her hands intertwined with the golden light of merit, cascading towards the ghostly infant soaring into the sky. The malevolent energy surrounding the ghostly child began to transform into a golden hue upon contact, his initially ferocious expression gradually softening into tranquility. Finally, as the golden radiance enveloped him entirely, the ghostly infant revealed the innocent smile that was rightfully his. The child, cloaked in golden light, twirled in the heavens before slowly vanishing, transforming into twinkling stars scattered across the night sky. Madame Ma was utterly mesmerized, her eyes filled with envy as she observed Xia Wange's remarkable abilities. The nail she could not remove was effortlessly extracted by Xia Wange, and the souls she could not send away were dispatched with ease by her.
Truly, it was extraordinary.
As everything concluded, Xia Wange turned to depart but suddenly paused, feeling a rush of new merit converging upon her. Chapter 52. What is a mother without children? After a moment's reflection on the source of this merit, a smile tugged at Xia Wange's lips. It indeed confirmed her master's words: from misfortune arises fortune, and from fortune, misfortune lies in wait. Until the very end, one cannot discern the outcome. Had she not performed the rite for the ghostly infant, the matter would have lingered unresolved as he slowly absorbed the surrounding malevolence, ultimately breaking free from the soul nail. His first victims would have been Madame Ma and Enai Kaifeng, both deserving of their fate. However, the crazed ghostly infant would not cease his rampage, continuing to kill and entangle himself in karmic retribution. Eventually, she would bear the heavy cost of eliminating him, as her thoughts were persistently occupied by the unresolved ghostly child. But now, none of this had transpired. She had altered the future's outcome and, consequently, reaped a wave of merit. Yet, upon calculation, Xia Wange's expression fell. She had only gained a week's extension. It was still due to that trace of purple aura from Lu Qiu that she could save a week of merit, resulting in a mere lifespan of purple energy. A resounding slap echoed through the tranquil courtyard. Enai Kaifeng was relentlessly striking Madame Ma's face, her expression twisted with rage. You claimed you could help me. You promised to repay the favor. My grandson is gone. My son's ashes are lost. Why didn't you intervene? Aren't you a goddess? Aren't you powerful? Return my son to me. Return him. Xia Wange regarded the deranged woman with an astonishing calmness. You assert that the infant was abandoned by his mother. Thus he is akin to grass. But I tell you, you have been abandoned by your own son. Zhou Xingwang shattered himself in suicide, returning you flesh. Yet you incinerated his bones, severing your bond. Enai Kaifeng, your son has forsaken you. What does that render you? Upon hearing Xia Wange's words, the once mad Enai Kaifeng collapsed, her gaze vacant and steeped in despair as she cried out to the heavens, a child without a mother is like grass. What is a mother without a child? I have been abandoned by my son. Ha ha ha, I have been forsaken. I have no child. I have no child. Madam Ma, what is a mother without a child? What is it? In the distance, the sound of police sirens pierced the air. Xia Wange turned to Madam Ma. You know what should be said, and what should not. You must atone for all that you have done, as must you. Without cleansing your sins, you shall not find peace. I shall keep watch over you. Completely overwhelmed by Xia Wange's prowess and terrified, Madam Ma bowed deeply before her 3 times. I understand, master. I recognize my heavy sins, and I shall seek redemption. With that, she vaulted over the wall, hastily departing with Chao Niannian. On their way back, Chao Niannian cradled the urn of ashes and gazed out at the receding scenery, asking, Master Xia, what fate awaits his mother? It depends on whether she was in a state of mental illness at the time of the crime. If she was indeed unwell, she may be subjected to compulsory treatment. However, if she was mentally sound when she caused the death of that infant, she will face imprisonment and an additional charge of corpse theft. Chao Niannian lowered her head in silence for a long while before murmuring. But Zhou Xingwang took his own life because of her, and she merely ends up in prison. The psychological violence inflicted by parents upon their children often goes unpunished. Xia Wange gazed out the window, her eyes concealing a myriad of unspoken emotions. Yet, such is the world. They gave you life, and thus they are owed. If you kill your father, it is a sin. Turning back to Chao Niannian, a joyful expression graced her features. But fear not, the wicked shall face divine retribution. Perhaps a landslide will bury all the evildoers of a village beneath the earth. Chao Niannian observed the change in Xia Wange's demeanor, momentarily taken aback. Somehow, she sensed a mixture of cruelty and satisfaction hidden beneath Xia Wange's cheerful smile, but it vanished in an instant. She then heard Xia Wange continue, in a way, it may seem that she has lost only her legs, while the other has lost the essence of love. Yet for Ni Kaifeng, the final words, I leave her, with will bear the greatest weight. Chao Niannian understood well the impact of Xia Wange's final words. Though she was a distance away, the resonance of Xia Wange's voice reached her ears, especially the heart-wrenching final sentence. Master Xia, you ask, what is a mother without children? It is her very self. Xia Wange replied. Each individual is independent. She should not impose her obsessions upon her son. Without children, she remains herself. At any moment, she can fulfill her own ambitions without forcing others. Chao Niannian stood frozen, repeatedly contemplating Xia Wange's words, feeling as though her heart was being cleansed anew. Lu Qiu had been arriving at the company early for 2 consecutive days, returning home late each night, and upon returning, he had grown somewhat taciturn. Observing his demeanor, Lu's parents were increasingly anxious and convened a meeting with Lu Dage. What is going on? Wasn't he fine just a few days ago? Lu's father inquired. I noticed him staring at a jade cicada in a daze. I recall it was something he carved on a whim as a child. When we consulted a master, he remarked that the craftsmanship was superior to that of someone who had practiced for 3 to 5 years. He could easily become a master with just a little practice. But then Qiu, as usual, lost interest in practicing. Raising an exceptional child brings joy to parents, yet raising an extraordinarily gifted child can become a burden. Lu Qiu, possessing innate intelligence, learned everything with ease, leading to a lack of motivation as much of the world posed no challenge to him. Without challenge, life loses its meaning. Previously, Lu Dage had lamented about the difficulty of making money. Thus, Lu Qiu ventured into entrepreneurship, and to no one's surprise, he thrived effortlessly, and the company flourished steadily. Yet, Lu Qiu seemed increasingly listless. Although he dutifully fulfilled his responsibilities as the company's founder, it felt as if he were merely going through the motions. After his leg issues arose, it became apparent to the Lu family that he had lost even more vitality. He rarely displayed anger or joy, confronting situations with a blank expression. Although he would express gratitude and apologies, these were merely indicators of upbringing, devoid of genuine engagement with life. The 3 of them spent a somber night, only to suddenly realize that Lu Qiu, who had always maintained a precise biological clock, had risen significantly earlier than usual. Fearing to disturb Xia Wange in her endeavors, they had not contacted her since their previous conversation. Upon learning that Chao Niannian had taken 3 days off, Lu Qiu found himself waking up early, instinctively arriving at the company an hour ahead of schedule. Every half hour, he would step out for a walk. And each time he saw Xia Wange's vacant workstation, a void filled his heart, causing him to return to his office with a blank expression. As he emerged from the office for the 4th time, his habitual gaze instinctively swept towards Xia Wange's workstation. In that instant, his already profound eyes flickered with a sudden brilliance, akin to the vast ocean shimmering with countless glimmers. The once vacant workstation was no longer empty. Xia Wange was now resting her head on the desk, tilting it as she scrolled through her phone. At the moment he laid eyes on her, Lu Qiu felt an inexplicable quickening of his heartbeat. After a brief pause, Lu Qiu maneuvered his wheelchair closer. Raising his hand to gently tap the surface of her desk with his fingertips, his tone laced with a joy he scarcely recognized. "You're late again." Xia Wange shifted her gaze from the screen to Lu Qiu, a smile gracing her lips. "Boss, you have no idea how exhausting the past few days have been." Lu Qiu scanned her up and down, reassured to see she was unharmed. He slightly lifted his chin towards the office. "Shall we discuss this inside?" "Let us go," Xia Wange replied, rising to follow him into the office. In truth, Xia Wange had been eager to share her remarkable exploits for quite some time, yearning for an audience to recount her heroic deeds. With her impressive talents and striking looks, she had crafted an impressive facade. Yet if no one was aware of her accomplishments, was it not all for naught? In the presence of others, she maintained a facade of aloofness, refraining from excessive self-praise. However, with Lu Qiu, it was different. He was a child of fortune, a person of extraordinary destiny. She felt compelled to extol her virtues before him, seeking his acknowledgement to facilitate a closer collaboration. Inside the office, Lu Qiu leaned casually against the side of his executive chair, his hands clasped over his lap, quietly observing as Xia Wange animatedly recounted her recent experiences. "You wouldn't believe it. Even from a distance, I sensed something was amiss. A quick calculation confirmed my fears. Dark energy was congregating there, swirling ominously towards the heavens. As I approached, a chilling wind swept through, dropping the temperature significantly. In that moment, both Chao Nianyan and I felt as if we had plunged into icy waters. I reassured her, 'Fear not, as long as our hearts are pure, we shall not be afraid.' Lu Qiu blinked. "Didn't you mention that this place was nearly 10 degrees hotter than here? You were practically roasting." Xia Wange paused, contemplating. "It is hot, indeed, but the small courtyard I approached was much cooler." Lu Qiu nodded. Then, with Chao Nianyan, I soared into the air, effortlessly vaulting over the high wall with one hand on the ledge. Upon entering, we were taken aback. Hundreds of urns filled with ashes were stacked inside, each as thick as my waist, all bound together with red threads. To my astonishment, they formed an ancient formation. At that moment, my heart sank. This was going to be a formidable challenge. "Wait, did you just say it was a small courtyard, yet it could hold so many?" Xia Wange faltered mid-sentence, turning back. "Did I say small courtyard?" "Yes, you did," Lu Qiu affirmed. "Precisely," Xia Wange clapped her hands. "It was precisely because the courtyard was small that the sight of so many urns was so shocking and terrifying. However, the focal point was the most sinister object, a jar containing a deceased infant, and it was nailed shut with soul nails. Upon witnessing this, I knew I was in for a battle. Just then, a fierce wind surged outside the courtyard, heralding the arrival of a deity-evoking sorceress who approached with a series of knocks and taps. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I swiftly gathered the jade I always carry to break the formation. The spirit attached to the sorceress, upon witnessing my capabilities, was instantly awed, exclaiming, 'This child possesses immense power, beyond my ability to resolve.' Before departing, even the sorceress was left speechless by my prowess. Once I pacified the sorceress, I turned my attention to the ghostly infant. You cannot imagine the intensity of its attachments and grievances. The malevolent energy was so dense that it darkened a portion of the midday sky. I enveloped myself in golden light, battling the soul nail for an exhausting 81 minutes before finally extracting it. It took an additional 49 minutes to pacify the ghostly infant, at which point its golden aura surged, transforming it into a luminous pearl amidst the night. "Weren't you just saying this happened during the day?" Lu Qiu shifted his stance, his tone earnest. "I recall our communication occurred around 10 in the morning." "Lu Qiu," Xia Wange said, fixing him with a serious gaze. "I was building up to the climax. If you interrupt me again, I shall reciprocate." "All right, please continue," he conceded, gesturing for her to proceed. Xia Wange took a deep breath. The golden light of my virtue assimilated all the malevolent energy within the infant, transforming its expression from one of rage to innocent purity. Witnessing my remarkable abilities, the mother of the malevolent spirit recognized her errors and ultimately surrendered. Alas, I am this virtuous, formidable figure, capable of enlightening others ensnared by their obsessions. She looked at Lu Qiu, her eyes enigmatic. Lu Qiu met her gaze, his brow slightly furrowed. Do you know what a person of high emotional intelligence should do at this moment? Xia Wange lightly tapped the desk. Lu Qiu, intuitively understanding, clapped his hands. Impressive. Truly impressive. You are indeed a reincarnated deity, possessing boundless powers. Xia Wange waved her hands modestly. Oh, you flatter me. I merely employed a minor technique. Lu Qiu's smile faded as he asked, have you concluded your tale? Yes, she confirmed. Lu Qiu straightened in his chair, fixing his gaze on her with a serious demeanor. You mentioned enveloping yourself in golden light, then you referred to your virtue. Did you utilize your virtue this time? Wasn't it meant to prolong your life? Xia Wange scratched her head, offering an explanation. You don't understand. It was an urgent situation, and I had to don a piece of jade. I had exhausted my reserves, and at the last critical moment, I had no choice but to resort to my virtue. How did you know my virtue was meant for extending my life? Lu Qiu's eyelashes fluttered, his gaze evasive. After a moment's thought, he produced a jade cicada he had carved in his youth, presenting it to her. This is for you. You often speak of jade and aura. I carved this during my childhood, and it has been with me the longest. It should assist you in emergencies. In daily life. You should also make use of the jade rings and bracelets I've given you. For me? Xia Wange gazed at the jade cicada in Lu Qiu's hand, somewhat taken aback. If the purple aura could be likened to cold air, then each time she borrowed rings from Lu Qiu, it was akin to placing items in a freezer. However, this jade cicada was like a solid block of ice. The dense purple aura flowed over the cicada like droplets of water. Had she possessed this earlier, not only would she have purified the ghostly infant, but she could have eradicated all malevolence within a kilometer radius. Carved by the child of fortune himself, Xia Wange could not help but silently exclaim within her heart, Master, I am certain I will live beyond 30. Put it on. Lu Qiu moved closer to Xia Wange, raising his hand to drape the jade cicada around her neck. He then withdrew his gaze, stating, There's no need for thanks. After all, we are partners. You utilized your abilities to aid in my recovery, and I should reciprocate with my sincerity, should I not? Observing Xia Wange gaze adoringly at the jade cicada, Lu Qiu felt a warm and tender emotion unfurl within him. A pleasant sensation coursing through his being, causing a smile to escape his lips despite his attempts to suppress it. Chapter 54. You call this a local specialty. Lu Qiu rubbed his nose, contemplating how to broach the subject of his newfound ability to read Xia Wange's thoughts naturally. Initially, he had been distrustful. This unexpected power served as a safeguard. However, he had come to understand her. She was a capable individual, fond of banter, reliable yet unpredictable. Someone who relished the praise of others, occasionally flaunting her abilities, a kind-hearted yet prideful spirit reluctant to admit her own merits. If he could not place his trust in someone like her, whom could he trust? Yet, some matters once left unspoken became increasingly difficult to voice. Meanwhile, Xia Wange raised her hand to touch the jade cicada and jested, When I was pulling the soul nails, I was thinking that I should have invited you along. Having you to counterbalance the malevolent energy a little would be a temporary solution at least. Then you must bring me next time, Lu Qiu asserted with conviction. Xia Wange was taken aback. She had merely spoken in jest. Not to mention the arduous journey, could Lu Qiu even withstand it? Besides, his company needed his presence. The last time she had dragged him along for an entire night, he had barely slept, only to return to work the following day. If he had to run around for several days, wouldn't he be completely overwhelmed upon his return? Noticing Xia Wange's hesitation, Lu Qiu insisted, I am serious. Xia Wange gazed at him. Xia Wange, although I may not show it, the feeling of being unable to walk is truly agonizing. I wish for my legs to heal swiftly. Perhaps you believe that traveling would be of no use to my legs, but circumstances are ever-changing, and opportunities arise. I do not want to forfeit such an opportunity. Could you take me with you in the future? Xia Wange scratched her head, replying, Don't speak so solemnly. It's a simple matter. In the future, if there's anything, I'll just inform you. Moreover, aren't you a bit afraid of ghosts? Afraid of ghosts? Lu Qiu raised an eyebrow. When did that happen? The last time you encountered the Inchai, you seemed rather tense. It was my first time. It's only natural to be nervous. Besides, that was a Inchai, specifically the ox head and horse face. Any ordinary person would feel some trepidation, wouldn't they? Xia Wange pondered for a moment, then nodded. Perfect. I brought back some local specialties this time. Wait a moment, I'll go get them. As Lu Qiu watched Xia Wange exit, he took a deep breath, continually reassuring himself. Xia Wange claimed that I am a child of fortune. Such things pose no threat to me, thus I need not be afraid. Before he could fully convince himself, a knock echoed from the door, and Lu Qiu straightened up, only to be surprised by the entrance of Du Yun. Qiu, Sister Xia mentioned she brought back local specialties, and I expressed my curiosity. She asked me to wait here with you. Du Yun dashed in and found a chair to sit. Over the past few days, through his remarkable ability to gather information and communicate, he had gleaned much about Master Xia Wange's talents. If he could traverse time, he would certainly return to the moment he paid Sister Xia for her fortune-telling, giving himself 2 resounding slaps for missing such a splendid opportunity.
Now.
He was determined to cling to her, as a formidable ally would be invaluable in case anything happened in the future. Lu Qiu pressed his lips together, his tone somewhat rigid. Is that so? Indeed. Du Yun nodded fervently. I told Sister Xia that I am already scouting for major opportunities for her. I will ensure her reputation resonates throughout this region. I even informed her that I was looking into the matter of Bai Yi from the capital. I will guarantee her satisfaction. She mentioned I was one of her own and allowed me in. Oh, Lu Qiu responded nonchalantly, saying little more. Before long, Lu Qiu found himself staring at the jar before him for quite some time, subconsciously biting his lower lip in nervousness. It seemed he had an inkling of what was to come. It must be said that Xia Wange had foresight in knowing to find someone to accompany him. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qiu said, "This jar appears to be significantly smaller than the one you described from the backyard. Is it that one?" Xia Wange, who had been adjusting the jar's position, paused, mentally chiding herself for exaggerating too much in her stories. Lu Qiu's memory was impressively sharp. I switched to a different jar for convenience on the way. Oh. Lu Qiu regarded Xia Wange with a skeptical glance. Xia Wange ground her teeth, noting the moment down in her mind.
What
are you two discussing? Du Yun interjected, confused. What kind of local specialty is this? Is it edible? Xia Wange remained composed. Oh, it's ashes.
Du Yun?
What on earth? Ashes. You refer to this as a specialty. My customs may differ from yours. We usually bury such things. Didn't you insist on coming in to see what the local specialties are? Xia Wange remarked calmly. You even mentioned introducing me to many significant opportunities in the future, claiming we are on the same side, and expressed a desire to join me on site. You are curious about such matters. Upon hearing Xia Wange's words, Lu Qiu cast a sidelong glance at Du Yun. So, the notion of being one of their own was Du Yun's assertion. Observing Du Yun rendered speechless, Xia Wange tapped the jar. Are you still watching?
Look.
Du Yun gritted his teeth. Since I'm here, I might as well look. Fine, but don't regret it. After saying that, Xia Wange extended her hand toward Lu Qiu. Reluctantly, he retrieved a string of jade rings from his pocket, handing her one of the thinner ones. The thicker ones might be somewhat useless. Recalling the terror instilled by the ox head and horse face, Lu Qiu took a deep breath and handed her the jade ring. Once Xia Wange had the ring, she swiftly drew a silence talisman and affixed it to the door, then pulled down the window screen, dimming the room slightly. Observing this setup, Du Yun felt somewhat anxious. Weren't they merely examining ashes? Why the elaborate preparations? Xia Wange crouched down and patted the jar. He was supposed to be sent for reincarnation, but his arm was broken and needs some time to heal. There's a rather nice river near the company, and I plan to scatter his ashes tonight to eliminate future troubles. Wait, hold on a moment. Something doesn't seem right, Du Yun interjected, his mind racing. From what you just said, this can't be the owner of the ashes, right? Indeed, Xia Wange nodded. So are you both certain you want to meet him? Especially you, boss. Are you sure? Lu Qiu nodded. Yes, I wish to meet. And you? Xia Wange turned to Du Yun. The latter felt a chill run down his spine, but adhering to the principle of having come this far, he replied, Yes, let us meet. Consider it an eye-opener. Very well. With that, Xia Wange produced 2 sheets of talisman paper, waving them before Lu Qiu and Du Yun, then with a flick of her finger, the talisman paper took flight and ignited spontaneously. Once the talisman paper was fully consumed, both Lu Qiu and Du Yun felt the atmosphere grow increasingly heavy. Gradually, a figure emerged above the jar of ashes. His skin was somewhat pale, but not as terrifying as they had imagined. Both men silently sighed in relief.
Du Yun,
Ever brash, remarked, this isn't too bad. It seems rather easy to accept. Typically, it's quite rare to witness such cleanliness at a scene. Just then, Xia Wange snapped her fingers. Zhou Xingwang, show us what you looked like when you passed away. Chapter 55. Even as a ghost, one must work. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiu instinctively sensed trouble, while Du Yun remained in a daze. Zhou Xingwang did not disappoint Xia Wange's expectations as soon as the words left her mouth. He exploded, limbs splattering everywhere. After a full 3 seconds of gasping, the entire office was filled with wails of anguish. What the hell? What the hell? What is this ghostly thing? My heavens! Oh my god! What the… Du Yun nearly shrank into his chair. It became evident that in moments of extreme terror, words fail. Lu Qiu closed his eyes, and seizing the moment when Du Yun was screaming, he slowly released the breath he had been holding, then took a sip of water. What the… Even though there was no flesh or soft tissue, merely a spectral state, the shock of a ghost suddenly exploding before one was overwhelming. All right. Xia Wange waved her hand, and Zhou Xingwang returned to his normal state. Observing Du Yun's startled expression, he scratched his head. I apologize. I died rather unsightly. The politeness of this ghostly figure suddenly made Du Yun, a social terror, overcome his fear and muster the courage to respond. He forced a smile. You're quite polite.
Oh, hello.
Please don't mind me. I wouldn't look good in death either. Zhou Xingwang paused, drifting side to side. No. You would undoubtedly look better than I did. I fell from a height and exploded like a watermelon. Most people would not experience such a death. As the conversation unfolded, Du Yun found himself less apprehensive. His fear stemmed from the unknown, yet he confidently declared, Come on. Do you think I'm just an ordinary person? Rest assured, when the time comes for me to depart this world, I will not be outdone by you. I'll be sure to inform you. Zhou Xingwang blinked and replied, By the time you pass, I should have already reincarnated. To which Du Yun retorted, Well, when you do reincarnate, be sure to let me know, brother. I promise to arrange a grand send-off for you. Xia Wange approached Lu Qiu from behind, gently patting his shoulder and gesturing toward Du Yun. Has he always been like this? She inquired. Yes, Lu Qiu responded calmly. Previously, people used to say he spoke to humans as if they were humans and to ghosts as if they were ghosts. I thought it was an exaggeration, but now it seems like a piece of literary realism. So, is this kind of horror acceptable? In the future, we may encounter more of this. Xia Wange squatted before Lu Qiu, attempting to catch a glimpse of his expression. Lu Qiu gazed back at her earnestly, stating, Xia Wange, no matter how terrifying these things may be, they pale in comparison to the fear of discovering that one's legs have inexplicably lost feeling. Xia Wange blinked, empathizing with his sentiment. To be a prodigy, yet suddenly find oneself unable to walk seemed a cruel twist of fate. If one were born into suffering, such a fate might seem almost reasonable, but Lu Qiu was not. His misfortunes stemmed from the burdens of his extraordinary destiny. When extremes are reached, the opposite follows. The esteemed may fall. All right, I will notify you first in the future, Xia Wange said solemnly. Shortly after this exchange, Xia Wange appeared before Lu Qiu with a somber expression, her teeth clenched. Boss, did you not claim to be unafraid? Why then has a strand of misfortune befallen me? The misfortune resulted from the supernatural entities she had summoned, punishing her for startling the child of fate, yet it was precisely what the other party desired to witness. Is there truly any sense of fairness in this world? Lu Qiu, who had just wiped the cold sweat from his palms, looked up in confusion. Huh? What? I really am not that fearful. Misfortune? Here, take this bracelet. You should have a way to dispel it, right? Gazing at the exquisitely maintained white jade bracelet in her hand, adorned with a rich purple aura, Xia Wange felt her anger dissipate considerably. The child of fate was indeed formidable. Zhou Xingwang, still needing to recover from the loss of his arm, remained attached to a small figure, allowing him to recuperate gradually. Out of consideration for their acquaintance, Xia Wange decided to assist him in finding an auspicious day for reincarnation once he was restored. In truth, his ashes need not be scattered just yet, but Zhou Xingwang, seemingly haunted by psychological shadows, steadfastly wished for his remains to completely dissolve in this world, leaving behind only his singular soul. Du Yun, having gained some understanding of Zhou Xingwang's life before death, resolved to assist in scattering his ashes, so that he would be familiar with the route when it came time to guide his soul. Thus, after work, the group made plans to head to the riverbank after dark to scatter the ashes. Chao Nianyan naturally joined them, asserting that she and Zhou Xingwang shared a bond that transcended life. As dusk fell, the moon ascended high, casting mottled shadows through the trees, while cicadas and other creatures filled the air with their calls. Lu Qiu's constitution was ill-suited for such matters, so he waited at a distance, with Du Yun remaining by his side for reassurance. Xia Wange placed the urn at the riverbank, inserting an incense stick beside it. As the smoke from the soul incense wafted upward, Zhou Xingwang gradually materialized. Let us bid farewell, Xia Wange whispered gently. Zhou Xingwang looked at his ashes, his ethereal soul appearing somewhat melancholic. There was little to say. He simply hoped that in his next life, he would be born into a normal family with loving parents and a harmonious home, where his thoughts would be respected and he would be nurtured as an independent individual. Chao Ninian, wearing gloves, helped Xia Wange evenly sprinkle the ashes into the river. Watching the remnants float on the surface, she murmured, "This was meant to represent the most ordinary of family lives, yet it has become an unattainable dream for many even in death." Xia Wange remained silent until the urn was entirely emptied before finally speaking. "It will get better." Chao Ninian rose and declared, "Master Xia, I've received my salary. I would like to pay you in installments. I'll transfer 2,000 to you now, and when I have more funds, I'll send you more." Xia Wange frowned, replying no. "Sister Xia, please do not refuse," Chao Ninian insisted earnestly. "My life is also quite valuable, and thus, I must spend money to preserve it." Xia Wange looked at her, noting the determination and seriousness in her eyes, the moonlight glimmering in her moist pupils. Indeed, her life held great worth, even if her family regarded her merely as a cash machine for her brother, because she cherished her own existence. "Chao Ninian, would you like to work with me?" Xia Wange proposed. "I happen to need someone to manage the store. As long as I am around, you will certainly receive your wages. Even if I am no longer here, I will ensure you are compensated. And there's an added benefit. If you happen to die and still wish to work, I can still pay you." Upon hearing this, Du Yun, who had been pushing Lu Qiu, halted in his tracks, momentarily taken aback. "Benefits? Is this really a benefit? Even in death, you expect them to work? How is that a benefit?" Chapter 56. The Underworld Needs Talents Like You. After a brief pause, Xia Wange mused, "Currently, my workload is light. How about you work half a day with me and spend the other half at Qi? You can learn more. If you decide not to work with me later, the experience here will still be quite valuable." "Really?" Chao Ninian's eyes brightened, nodding repeatedly. "Of course. If you don't mind, I'm more than willing. This is truly wonderful."
Du Yun remarked, nudging Lu Qiu.
"Looks like this place has become a branch of theirs." Lu Qiu redirected his gaze toward Du Yun, stating, "Wherever the boss spends the most time is the headquarters." "Oh dear," Du Yun smirked. "Another boss? Does that mean I'll have to take orders from two people now?" As he spoke of two bosses, Lu Qiu absently grazed his fingers over the armrest of his wheelchair, adding, "Didn't you promise Xia Wange to help her expand her business? You're doing that here with me as well. Don't we all count as your bosses?" "Hey, you make a compelling argument." Du Yun stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I really need to consider how to help her secure business. The usual small orders hardly require her involvement. I need to land her something substantial." While Du Yun pondered how to swiftly assist Xia Wange in opening up the market, he overheard her begin to discuss Zhou Xingwang again. "Xingwang," Xia Wange addressed him, "would you be interested in working for me before you reincarnate? I occasionally have business from the underworld and might be awakened by ghosts in the middle of the night. You wouldn't need to sleep, just help me organize the orders and deliver them during the day. In return, I'll offer you an additional incense stick daily. What do you say?" "Sounds great." Zhou Xingwang beamed, having been driven to madness by his mother even before officially starting work. He nodded vigorously. "Leave it to me. I will handle it well." At Zhou Xingwang's response, Du Yun clapped his thigh, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Ah, Qiu, this is an excellent venture. Let the master summon a bunch of ghosts, and we can set up a production line for them. As long as we offer them some incense, they could work tirelessly day and night. My goodness, this is a gold mine." Lu Qiu looked on in disbelief, while Chao Ninian's eyes widened. Zhou Xingwang was so astonished that his soul nearly felt detached. Xia Wange approached Du Yun, patting his shoulder. "The underworld truly needs talents like you. Shall I send you over to shine and thrive?" Let us not." Suddenly, Xia Wange turned back, gazing toward the distant river, her eyes drawn to a recently repaired bridge that had frequently been closed for maintenance. "Do you hear a man singing from afar?" "Singing?" Several individuals turned their gazes toward the direction in which Xia Wange was facing, straining their ears for an extended period, only to shake their heads in unison. "It's gone now," Xia Wange remarked, her brows furrowing.
Gao Nian Mian Interzet.
"Could it be that you misheard the elderly gentleman's radio while he was taking his evening stroll? In my neighborhood, there are seniors exercising at dawn, and the radios they carry blare out opera at quite a volume." Perhaps, Xia Wange conceded, yet her eyes remained fixed, unyielding. The group, accompanied by a spirit, lingered a moment longer when suddenly, Faint cries for help pierced the air, barely discernible over the rushing river. Help! Help! Save me! Someone's calling for help. Chao Nian exclaimed. I'm afraid of water. What should we do? I heard it too. Du Yun chimed in, panic evident in her voice. We're doomed. I can't swim either. Goodness. Xia Wange retrieved a powerful flashlight and directed its beam toward the source of the cries, revealing a figure struggling violently in the water. The individual clutched a wooden stick, wedged precariously between two stones, preventing him from being swept away by the current. Is it true? Someone is drowning.
Du Yun's eyes widened.
But wait, Xia Jia, is he a person or a ghost? Surely, he must be human, right? Uh-huh. Xia Jia, what are you doing? Stretching. Xia Wange kicked off her shoes and began to limber up. Since none of you can swim, is it not my duty to save him? Lu Qiu glanced at her, his fingers tightening involuntarily, a flicker of pain crossing his features. He had once relished swimming. Had his legs been whole, she wouldn't need to take such risks. As the cries for help grew weaker, Du Yun paced anxiously. Xia Jia, I know it's south not my place to rush you, but if you don't act soon, he may. You know nothing, Xia Wange retorted, shedding her jacket to reveal a form clad in a black tank top, her slender arms bared. To save a drowning person, one must wait until they have exhausted their strength. Otherwise, one might become the victim. The instinct for survival would lead a drowning individual to pull their rescuer under. At that moment, Zhou Xingwang returned, shaking his head. He is human, not a spirit, though somewhat peculiar. As long as he is human, Xia Wange replied, twisting her arms in preparation. If he were a water ghost, I'd simply exorcise him. Just as she prepared to leap into the water, she felt a firm grip on her wrist. Turning, she found Lu Qiu holding her back. He looked into her eyes, slipping a jade cat-eye bracelet onto her wrist. Be cautious, act within your limits. Rest assured. As she spoke, a magnificent swirl of purple energy surged toward her, enveloping her body, rendering her momentarily speechless. I've never fought such a prosperous battle. Only now do I realize how miserable my past days were, when I was so frugal. Lu Qiu's heart stirred, and he released Xia Wange. Only when he heard the sound of splashing water did he come back to his senses, realizing she had already swum toward the drowning man. The rescue proceeded smoothly, and when she brought him to shore, he exhibited vital signs. However, the only disappointment was that the purple energy Lu Qiu had lent her returned entirely to the man upon reaching the bank. Xia Wange sighed, lamenting the bond of fate. If not utilized, it would revert to its original state. This explained why Lu Qiu's fortune was so potent that it could even be detrimental to himself, as it was difficult for him to expend. Chao Nian had already called for an ambulance. As Xia Wange knelt to examine the man, a blanket was draped over her shoulders by the driver, who had arrived. You mustn't catch a chill. Thank you, Xia Wange replied, feeling somewhat awkward as she tightened the blanket around her. Accustomed to handling things alone, she found herself unaccustomed to receiving assistance. The rescued man continued to murmur incoherently, repeatedly calling for help. After a thorough examination, Xia Wange noticed the unmistakable dark bruising on his forehead. She turned and retrieved a length of red string from her jacket pocket, stretching it to match the width of his body, and then, suspended in midair, she passed it over him from head to toe, stopping at the center of his brow, where she felt a distinctive hitch each time she passed. He has been devoured of his spirit, and then returned, she concluded.
Du Yun blinked in confusion. Ha, what?
To simplify it, Xia Wange said as she slipped on her shoes, he just encountered a ghost. Lu Qiu and Du Yun exchanged glances, though it need not be stated so plainly. Chapter 57, Calling the Spirit. After her examination, the man on the ground continued to murmur, help, help. Despite the evident absence of danger, he showed no signs of awakening. Xia Wange pulled several strands of his hair, intertwining them with the red string, and handed the combination to Du Yun. Go to that rock over there, ignite this, and call out his name. Call the spirit? Du Yun exclaimed, dashing away with the string. I have a loud voice. I'm quite adept at this. Once positioned, Du Yun ignited the string, but then froze. Xia Jia, what do I call out? What is his name? His name is Sun Cheng. Du Yun gave a thumbs up. Impressive.
Yeah.
You calculated that too? I just saw his name in his wallet earlier. You didn't notice? Xia Wange sighed heavily. I swear. You all are more superstitious than I, a practitioner of the metaphysical. Can you not manage? At that moment, the driver, Xiao Lu, approached, carrying a disposable bath towel and a paper bag. Xia Jia, This is the clothing Mr. Lu asked me to prepare for you. There's a dryer and a hairdryer in the car. Would you like to freshen up? Xia Wange glanced at the towel and then at Lu Qiu, warmth filling her heart. In the past, after rolling in mud, she would handle everything herself. It felt extravagantly luxurious to have a car and a dryer at her disposal now. With these thoughts, Xia Wange, not one to stubbornly endure hardship, offered a few words of instruction before jogging to the car, leaving Lu Qiu, Chao Niannian, Zhou Xinguang, the calling Du Yun, and the driver Xiao Lu behind. Previously, during the search for the infant, it was Xiao Lu's first exposure to such matters. That day, he had accompanied them to the hospital and witnessed the heated arguments among the individuals related to Xiao Shui and her family. He realized that humans were far more terrifying than any ghost, especially the patriarchal mindset. Upon seeing his granddaughter saved and realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, he abandoned all pretense, declaring himself too kind-hearted, merely suggesting that she be tossed into the well to give her a chance at life, and that she should have been drowned in the river instead. Even the child's biological father, faced with such a situation, remained indecisive. Watching this unfold almost provoked Xiao Lu to lash out, had it not been for Xiao Shui restraining him. Sun Cheng, come back. Cheng, come back. I can't bear this any longer. Xiao Lu chuckled at Du Yun's peculiar calls, scratching his head and joking, "What's manager do doing over there? Sounds like he's calling a spirit, haha." Indeed, he's calling a spirit, Chao Nian affirmed. Xiao Lu's laughter faltered, his expression stiffening. It seemed he still struggled to adapt to the atmosphere with Master Xia present. Before long, Du Yun returned, having burned through the string and rope. "What's the status? Has he awakened?" "Not yet," Chao Nian replied. "But he has stopped mumbling incoherently. That's quite useful. He should awaken shortly." Du Yun scanned the area. "Where's Xia Jia?" "She went to change clothes in the car," Chao Nian responded. For a moment, silence enveloped them as they waited. Du Yun rubbed her arms. Having not felt the darkness until Xia Jia's presence had faded, now it seemed colder. "I suddenly feel cold as well," Xiao Lu remarked.
Boss.
"Should I contact Xia Jia to bring you a blanket from the car?" "No need," Lu Qiu replied softly. He's waking up. All 5 pairs of eyes, for humans and 1 spirit, turned to the ground, and indeed, the man began to stir. He gradually opened his eyes, then coughed a few times. His gaze, filled with confusion, swept across several individuals before lingering momentarily on Zhou Xinguang, then shifting to Lu Qiu, and finally, he closed his eyes once more. Du Yun instinctively recoiled, whispering to Lu Qiu, "I think I just saw him looking at Zhou Xinguang." "I saw it too," Chao Nian replied, swallowing hard. Lu Qiu stared at the person on the ground, affirming, "So did I." The driver, Xiao Lu, timidly raised his hand, inquiring, "Excuse me, who is Zhou Xinguang? Is there a 5th person here with us?" Du Yun, taken aback, quickly responded, "Oh, I almost forgot. Sister Xia hasn't introduced him to you yet. Zhou Xinguang is floating to your left. Would you like me to help you communicate and get acquainted?" Xiao Lu edged closer to Lu Qiu, nervously glancing at the empty space beside him on the left, stammering, "No, it's fine. Sister Xia must have her reasons for not letting me see him. He. After a nervous chuckle, Xiao Lu felt his scalp tingle. It made sense now why they had left a space beside him when they arranged themselves. It turned out he was not alone. Oh no, he was in the presence of a ghost. Observing Xiao Lu's demeanor, Du Yun suddenly felt less embarrassed about his earlier outburst in the office. He was about to tease him further when an eerie theatrical tone echoed through the air. "Every morning, I merely reveal the frost on my sword at my waist." Several pairs of eyes widened in astonishment as they turned to the ground, where the previously unconscious Sun Cheng had begun to sing, his haunting melody clear to all. Suddenly, Sun Cheng's eyes flew open, and he sat upright, continuing to sing. Startled were the civil and military officials, all turned pale. The turbulent waters by the river, the chilling moonlight, and the silent surroundings combined with the operatic tones created a bizarre scene that caused the onlookers' scalps to prickle with fear. "If I call Sister Xia over now, will Sun Cheng chase after me?"
Du Yun whispered, glancing at the Lu Qiu.
Lu Qiu frowned at the terrifying spectacle before them and shook her head, signaling for everyone to remain still. "Only Wang Yun is here, with many tricks up his sleeve." Du Yun looked to Zhou Xinguang for assistance, but the bewildered Zhou shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, "I'm just an ordinary soul. The only thing I can do is explode and revert to my appearance before death." As he spoke, he faltered, for Sun Chung had now stood rigidly, grinning menacingly at them, his arms stiffly gesturing as he sang, I am ever wary of him. And I too often guard against him. Lu Qiu exchanged glances with the others, signaling them to prepare for flight. They understood immediately. Du Yun cautiously moved to grasp the wheelchair behind Lu Qiu. Wait, when we run, leave me at the back, Lu Qiu whispered. She said these entities won't harm me. Chapter 58. A misstep in calling. Just then, a slender red thread looped around Sun Cheng's neck. The group collectively exhaled in relief as they traced the thread to its source. Xia Wange had arrived. Xia Wange approached with purposeful strides, turning to position herself back-to-back with Sun Cheng. She bent slightly, tugging on the red thread, causing the loop to constrict rapidly. Yet once it reached a certain size, it ceased to shrink, taut as though it were binding something unseen. However, they could all clearly see that there was still ample slack. And the loop around Sun Cheng's neck was far from his flesh. Even if it passed over his head, it would not obstruct his movement. Despite Xia Wange's efforts, the loop stubbornly refused to tighten further. I am ever wary of him. I am ever wary of him. I am ever wary of him. Sun Cheng's operatic voice grew increasingly frantic, repeating the last line with accelerating speed. At that moment, Xia Wange kicked back, causing one of Sun Cheng's feet to lift. And the red loop slipped off his head, vanishing into the river with remarkable speed. Xia Wange maintained her bent posture, allowing Sun Cheng to lean against her as she assisted him. Du Yun and Xiao Lu immediately stepped forward, helping the now completely unconscious Sun Cheng. What happened? What did you bring back? Xia Wange inquired while adjusting her shoes, handing a clean blanket to Lu Qiu. Fortunately, what I called was merely a soul, harmless but quite swift. She explained that when she emerged from the water, the entity had provided her with the blanket, as those without sensation in their legs were particularly vulnerable to the cold. Lu Qiu paused at the sight of the blanket, momentarily taken aback, before a faint smile graced her lips as she accepted it. I was merely calling a soul. I didn't do anything else, Du Yun insisted with an innocent expression. Chao Nianyan interjected, Manager, Du was calling out for Chung Chung. Du Yun pressed his lips together, remaining silent.
Indeed.
It seemed he had been calling out in a rather aimless manner. Xia Wange tied her hair back again, handing a few strands to Du Yun, instructing him to call out again to make amends. Du Yun obediently accepted the ropes, took a few steps, and then turned back to ask, Don't you usually use talismans? Is it not possible to use them in such a tricky situation? If a simple solution is available, one should opt for it. Xia Wange waved her hand dismissively. Using talismans is quite taxing for me. Lu Qiu immediately looked at her. Xia Wange continued, It's rather exhausting. Using talismans is quite exhausting. Lu Qiu processed her words and felt reassured. This time, Du Yun dared not call out anything else. Before long, Sun Cheng regained consciousness, propping himself up and gazing at the others in confusion. What would happen to me? His raspy voice startled him. What's wrong with my voice? Du Yun smirked slightly. How could it not be hoarse after singing so loudly? Even an ordinary person's voice would be strained. You fell into the water, and we rescued you. An ambulance is on its way, Xia Wange said, meeting his gaze. How much do you remember? I fell into the water? Sun Chung frowned, tapping his head with his hand. I don't remember much. I just recall going for a night run and hearing the faint sound of opera, and then nothing. Just then, the siren of the ambulance echoed, prompting Chao Nianyan to rush to assist. Xia Wange realized further inquiries would yield little, so she stood and addressed Du Yun, You accompany him to the hospital, primarily to check the surveillance footage for where he fell in. Du Yun nodded, then hesitated, leaning closer to Xia Wange and whispering, Are you certain this time it's genuine? I didn't summon anything chaotic again, did I? What if this time it can disguise itself? The haunting operatic calls echoed in his mind, reminiscent of a horror film he had watched as a child. The Village of the Dead, leaving him with a lasting childhood trauma. Thankfully, it was a male voice singing. Had it been female, he would have fled in terror. What could possibly deceive me right before my eyes? Xia Wange raised an eyebrow playfully. Noticing Du Yun's evident fright, she retrieved 100 yuan note from her bag, stamped it with several seals, and folded it into a small triangle. What is this for? Du Yun asked, momentarily stunned. 5 emperor's money. What can this do? Xia Wange pointed at the note. And this is even more effective, not only due to the esteemed figures depicted and the unwavering faith people have in them, but also considering the current user base, which is many times greater than before, you can imagine its potency. Wow, I can already feel it, Du Yun said. solemnly tucking it away, marveling. You all are so in tune with the times now. Xia Wange pondered for a moment, replying, a new mysticism guided by scientific values? Du Yun, left speechless, gave her a thumbs up and quickly joined the ambulance as it departed. As the clock approached 10, the group chose not to linger. Xiao Lu, acting in his capacity as a driver, first took Chao Nianyan home, then set off to drop off Xia Wange. At this point, only Xia Wange and Lu Qiu remained in the car, seated across from each other. Lu Qiu gently touched the blanket draped over her and inquired softly, with such a short interval, your clothes must still be damp, right? Reclining languidly in the plush seat of the boss's car, savoring the utmost comfort, Xia Wange turned her head to glance at Lu Qiu upon hearing his words. It's nothing, I used to run in the mountains often. I'm accustomed to damp clothes. Thankfully, I'm quite swift. Otherwise, you all might find yourselves at a loss on how to handle it. Why don't you teach me a thing or two? Lu Qiu replied earnestly. Otherwise, it's always you who's busy coming and going. You won't be able to learn, Xia Wange waved her hand dismissively. I've mentioned this before, you have an exceptionally fortunate fate. Moreover, you needn't learn. If anything formidable were to arise, even if everyone else were to encounter misfortune, including myself, you would remain unscathed. Lu Qiu tightened his grip on the blanket, falling into a moment of silence before murmuring, that doesn't sound particularly cheerful. You know, sometimes it is the ones who are safe that feel the most anxious. Well, you needn't worry too much. Xia Wange straightened her posture. Everyone around you is shielded by your good fortune. The closer they are to you, the more profound their blessings. Xia Jia, we've arrived, the driver Xiao Lu reminded softly. All right, Xia Wange replied, rising to open the door. She then leaned back in. I'm heading back.
See you tomorrow.
Wait. Lu Qiu called out to Xia Wange, biting his lip. Could you organize some clothes and leave them in the car for tomorrow? Xia Wange was taken aback. Lu Qiu hastily clarified, I just have a hunch. There may be many instances like today where a change of clothes is necessary. It would be more convenient for you. And I worry that the new clothes I bought for you might not fit. Boss, don't be stingy. Just buy a few more and the LL fit. Xia Wange said casually, only to realize the ambiguity in her words. Noticing Lu Qiu's expression remained unchanged, she breathed a sigh of relief and quickly amended. Then I shall prepare a few more outfits. Since it's your premonition, it's likely to come to pass. With that, Xia Wange shut the door. Lu Qiu exhaled slowly, feeling a flush in his ears. Indeed, buying more would ensure a better fit. Chapter 59. Watching a movie. Once everything had concluded, Lu Qiu finally felt a twinge of fatigue. Just as he was about to ask Xiao Lu to take him home, the car door was abruptly pulled open. Xia Wange's head popped in. Boss, did you hear what I was discussing with Chao Nianyan? Lu Qiu instantly grasped the context and nodded. I'm currently not stable, and she's not suited to learn these things from me. If she can learn something from you, I'll cover her half-day wages. It's fine, Lu Qiu interrupted, pausing for a moment. She's not here to do nothing. She's receiving what she's due. Xia Wange hesitated but didn't dwell on it. These matters were trivial. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing. Before Lu Qiu could respond, 2 bracelets were thrust into his hands. All right, the task is complete. Time to sleep. With that, the car door was closed once more. Lu Qiu's eyelashes fluttered lightly as he gazed at the 2 bracelets, one blue and one white. For a long while, offering a faint smile. Indeed, she never ceased to think of ways to extract from him. Let us head back, Lu Qiu instructed. By the way, have the raw stones I ordered arrived? They should be available in the next couple of days.
Good.
The following morning, when Duyan arrived with the surveillance footage related to Sun Qing's incident, her excitement was palpable as she invited Lu Qiu to the conference room to view it. She knew she had made the right choice in bringing Duyan along. Not everyone could be a master of all knowledge. Due to the newly constructed bridge, the surveillance was clear and comprehensive. The footage distinctly displayed Sun Qing pausing as he crossed the bridge, turning back to venture onto it. His unsteady gait reminiscent of a drunken stagger. Then, without hesitation, he leapt from the center of the bridge. What do you think? Duyan inquired, gesturing towards the projection. Did you notice any discrepancies? Xia Wange cupped her chin thoughtfully. There are indeed some issues. I knew it. Duyan triumphantly produced a stack of transparent film and some vermilion powder. Here, I anticipated there would be a problem, so I prepared these for you. Xia Wange stared at him in confusion. Duyan appeared momentarily flummoxed as well. Like last time, with that bizarre eye covering and more patterns. With a heavy sigh, Xia Wange supported her head. The video has no issues. What I mean is that there's a problem at the spot where he jumped. I distinctly heard the sound of him falling into the water, and it was quite close to me. The bridge is still a distance away. So, if he had jumped from there, I wouldn't have been able to hear it. Upon hearing this, Du-yun sat down, pondering for a moment. Is there anything supernatural that could transfer the sound to your ears? Xia Wange looked at him. There is. What? Thunder. If the sound is loud enough, it can seem as if it's resonating right beside you. Xia Wange rolled her eyes.
Du-yun.
How have you become even more superstitious than I am after just a few days? Then let us check if there's any surveillance between the bridge and us that might have captured something, Lu Qiu suggested, reviewing the footage again. Did Sun Qing mention anything else? Nothing. He repeated the same lines from yesterday, claiming he heard the sound of opera, but couldn't he recall anything else, Du-yun responded. Leaning a bit closer to Xia Wange. Sister Xia, didn't you use a red thread to pull something out yesterday? Did you not collect it back? Do you know what we call someone who picks up everything they see? Xia Wange leaned closer to Du-yun, speaking mysteriously. A master. Incorrect. Xia Wange shook her finger. We call them Fahai. Du-yun was taken aback. You want me to be scolded like Fahai? Xia Wange reclined against her chair and yawned. Not inquiring about cause and effect, merely removing the result, can easily lead to resentment and karmic hindrances. Once enough killings occur, without spirits to slay, one may inadvertently create spirits to be slain. Is there truly such a phenomenon? Du-yun's eyes widened. Indeed, Xia Wange straightened herself, speaking solemnly. Killing can be addictive, whether it be human or ghost. Feeling a soul slip through your fingers can become an obsession. Du-yun rubbed her arms, feeling a chill. That's rather disturbing. Yesterday, the lyrics he sang were from the Kumku opera Lianhuan Ji featuring Dong Zhuo, Lu Qiu interjected, steering the conversation back on track. The narrative revolves around the events of the Three Kingdoms period, where Wang Yun orchestrated a series of schemes, marrying his adopted daughter Diao Chan first to Lu Bu and then to Dong Zhuo, thereby sowing discord between them, ultimately leading to Dong Zhuo's demise and Lu Bu's marriage to Diao Chan. That's the essence of the tale. Opera, river, water, the newly constructed bridge. Du-yun suddenly clapped her hands. What should we do? It still feels like a shadow from my childhood. What do you mean? Xia Wange queried, glancing at him. Perfect. The computer is right here. I have a high-definition restored version. Let me show you. Du-yun quickly clicked the mouse, halting on an icon labeled Shan Cun Laosher. Once I step out, you can click it open and examine it. I truly believe it will provide some insights, and I plan to investigate if there are any graves disturbed during the construction nearby. You had a childhood trauma, and yet you kept a high-definition restored version. Xia Wange exclaimed incredulously, fearing to the point of not daring to click on it, yet it remained in her possession. I thought it was my childhood trauma. So, I watched it in my 20s, and it turned into my youthful trauma. Du-yun reached the door. I suspect that by the time I'm in my midlife, it will become my midlife trauma. As for old age, I dare not watch it. I fear I might scare myself to death. With that, Du-yun left without looking back, leaving Xia Wange and Lu Qiu exchanging wide-eyed glances. Have you seen it? Xia Wange shook the mouse, locating the cursor. No. Lu Qiu straightened up. I've never watched this type of film before. I've never seen pure horror films either. I used to watch films about Taoist priests from Maoshan and the series featuring Lam Qinging, treating them as educational films or films to find flaws in. Xia Wange positioned the cursor over the video. Shall we take a look? Since we're here, the sound system in this conference room is quite good. Lu Qiu's throat tightened slightly. All right, let us watch. Xia Wange nodded gently, propping her chin with one hand as she clicked on the movie. When Du-yun returned precisely on time, she pushed the back door open, just in time to hear the eerie melody of a female voice resonating throughout the conference room. He observed Xia Wange grasping a talisman with a solemn expression, while Lu Qiu held a jade ball the size of a sandbag, his eyes seemingly unfocused, as though he were in a trance. I said, you too.
Damn.
Xia Wange was startled, exclaiming, what kind of backdoor are you using? Chapter 60. Death Beneath the Peony. Du-yun burst into laughter. Sister Xia, are you afraid too? But this isn't nearly as terrifying as Zhou Xinguang's scare, is it? Xia Wange exhaled deeply, reflecting that while one could be killed in reality, the horror in films was merely for fright, hence her quip about scaring people to death. Isn't it almost noon? I shall go have lunch. I am famished. Noticing Xia Wange's hurried departure, Du-yun remarked, wasn't she waiting to join you for a meal? Perhaps she was influenced by the movie and wanted to experience some social interaction today. Lu Qiu, having secured the 2 spinning balls, suddenly paused, his brow furrowing as he hastily said, Du-yun, Please escort me to the lounge. No need to send lunch for me. Duyan was taken aback. Is your leg hurting again? Not too bad, Lu Qiu replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It's much improved. I just need some rest. Having gone ahead for lunch, Xia Wange's mind was preoccupied with the film's plot, contemplating how she would handle similar situations in real life. After much deliberation, she felt confident she could handle it, even with her eyes closed, thus carrying no burden in her heart. However, as the elevator doors opened, she was confronted by a woman in a pale green outfit with disheveled hair, her complexion ghostly white. Instantly, Xia Wange's instinct was to summon the talisman. But her overwhelming desire to appear unperturbed overcame her reflex. The moment she recognized the woman, she rushed towards her. Master, please help me. My boyfriend wants to introduce me to his parents. He says he wants to take me abroad. The woman was none other than Jiao Xiaolian, who had not been seen for several days, still clutching the gabala that Zhang Yu had discarded. Master, I realize my mistakes. I was too greedy. That day you instructed me to give the gabala to Zhang Yu, but it returned to me that very day. Yet, I truly love my boyfriend and do not wish to let him go. I sought you out a few days ago, but you were not here. Master, please. I beg you. With panic, Jiao Xiaolian thrust the gabala into Xia Wange's hands, her pale face accentuating the dark circles beneath her eyes. A stark contrast to the glamorous woman she had once been. Observing her state, Xia Wange closed her eyes briefly. Could you please remove that green coat first? Having just seen a horror film, the residual effects lingered, and the color reminded her of the ghosts from the movie, which was unsettling. All right. Jiao Xiaolian quickly removed the coat, revealing her arms. Xia Wange seized her wrist immediately. What happened to your hand? Jiao Xiaolian glanced at the bruises and red marks on her wrist, her face flushing with embarrassment. Master, my boyfriend, and I tend to be quite intense. And after each encounter, I find myself marked like this. By a ghost. Jiao Xiaolian froze. What? Xia Wange sighed. Literally. Jiao Xiaolian's eyes widened. As I mentioned before, this gabala is a cursed object, crafted from the skulls of many individuals. It requires a continuous supply of energy. Don't you feel utterly exhausted after each encounter? Have you not noticed anything unusual? Jiao Xiaolian hesitated. I thought it was just because we were very compatible, and he tends to want it more often. Which is why I felt tired. Xia Wange blinked at her. You don't need to divulge every intimate detail to me. Think of other peculiar occurrences. Jiao Xiaolian's face flushed crimson as she pondered. Actually, yes. After each encounter, I feel as if many people surround me at night, creating a cacophony. Yet I am too exhausted to move. I always thought it was just the intensity, like being pressed down by a ghost. Xia Wange glanced at the time. Lunch break was approaching, and she guided Jiao Xiaolian to a quieter corner. Yes. That's exactly how it feels. Xia Wange nodded. Precisely. That means there are many spirits siphoning your energy. Those marks on you are not from your boyfriend. They're left by those spirits at night. Jiao Xiaolian froze in terror, recalling how heavily she slept after each encounter, and the vague sensation that accompanied it sent chills down her spine. Master, please help me. Am I going to die?
I don't want to die.
He wants to take me to meet his parents, and I'm afraid to refuse. What if he retaliates? Xia Wange scrutinized her face for a moment. Please provide me with your birth date and time. I only know my solar calendar birthday and time. That's fine. Just tell me. Jiao Xiaolian quickly recited her birth year, time, and place. Xia Wange tilted her head slightly, tapping her cheek with her fingers. Muttering calculations for a while before stating, I took a general look at your situation. You are a person of strong desires. And your current boyfriend's capabilities align well with yours, which is why you find it hard to let go. Furthermore, your birth chart indicates a robust yang energy. And you are in good health. At this point, Xia Wange continued, please find a photo of your boyfriend for me to examine. Jiao Xiaolian promptly scrolled through her friend's circle and opened a photo for Xia Wange to see. Xia Wange glanced at it. It was unedited. Jiao Xiaolian was taken aback and quickly pulled up another photo from her album, showing her boyfriend without a shirt. Xia Wange scrutinized his features, her understanding deepening. He was indeed handsome, with sharp features. It was no wonder Jiao Xiaolian had clung to him until she could no longer endure. It became evident to her that Jiao Xiaolian had a character that embodied the notion of dying beneath the peony while still seeking passion. As long as it meant she would not perish, she seemed willing to take risks. Given the diversity of her clients' personalities, her approach needed to be equally multifaceted. Based on your birth chart, I will tailor a plan for you, Xia Wange stated earnestly. You may not encounter such conditions again soon. So make sure to soak up some sun to replenish your yang energy and drink some nourishing blood soup. He may linger for another month before suggesting an overseas trip again. As soon as Xia Wange spoke, Jiao Xiaolian hesitated, but after a moment, she said, "But master, I dread the thought of feeling dazed at night, knowing I'm being drained by spirits. Simple, just let me keep the gabbala for safekeeping." Chapter 61. Just think of not being harmed. Jiao Xiaolian glanced at the gabbala that had been following her, "But master, won't he notice it's no longer with me? If he finds out, won't he act against me? Or just leave?" Finishing her sentence, Jiao Xiaolian nervously picked at her fingers. "Master, you might think I'm greedy, but I truly love him. I believed in your words before. But my feelings were akin to Su Xian encountering Bai Suzhen. I knew he was bad for me. Yet deep down, I harbored a wish that he wouldn't harm me. At that time, I resolved that as long as I was alive, I would cherish every moment with him. But now he wants to take me to meet his parents and go abroad. My life feels threatened, and I must take action. I don't want to die." Xia Wange extracted a piece of cinnabar from her pocket and unfolded a sheet of yellow paper, affixing it to the wall. With nimble strokes, she inscribed a talisman while simultaneously wiping her hands with a damp cloth. This talisman, she explained, you can casually wrap it around an incense stick. Even a mosquito coil will suffice. Then procure a candle, use the wax to seal the incense and the talisman together. When he returns, light it so he can catch the scent. This way, he will remain oblivious. At most, this will extend your time by 3 weeks. And you will need to make your escape. 3 weeks should provide ample opportunity to find an alternative route. Thank you, master," Jiao Xiaolian said, tears of gratitude spilling forth as she accepted the talisman. "It is fortuitous to meet, yet it lacks destiny," Xia Wange declared solemnly. "There is one more matter you must decide. If you wish to extend this by 3 weeks, know that your future romantic prospects may become rather tumultuous. If you prefer not to extend, you should leave immediately, relocating from your current abode. Once he realizes the talisman no longer ensnares you, he will seek a new target." "Master, will I truly never encounter another man as handsome as he?" Jiao Xiaolian inquired softly. "Even if I toil endlessly and earnestly strive for wealth, will I not find another? None will compare, in my estimation. He is indeed quite striking, only slightly inferior to Lu Qiu. I have resolved to extend for 3 more weeks," Jiao Xiaolian proclaimed, as if a decision had solidified within her. "In the future, when I marry, my partner may treat me well or possess wealth, yet kindness and affluence can wane with time. Only beauty remains constant. Since I shall not find one more handsome or better suited than him, I must, under the pretext of preserving my life, savor every last moment." Xia Wange held a certain admiration for Jiao Xiaolian's ability to confront her desires and pursue them while remaining aware of the boundaries of her existence. As long as no harm was inflicted upon others, she would maintain a respectful demeanor. Most individuals in this world remain oblivious to their true desires, thus squandering their days in a haze of aimlessness. She tied a golden string around Jiao Xiaolian's wrist, explaining that this talisman was primarily intended to harm others. Once freed from it, any threat posed by him would merely equate to that of an ordinary man. Should conflict arise, this string could save your life. Thank you so much, master." Jiao Xiaolian, initially frantic and helpless, walked away with her head held high, as if embarking on a final indulgence. Xia Wange messaged Chao Ninian, instructing her to check the company account for 30,000 yuan and to donate half to a charitable organization. She also asked her to inquire if the neighboring property was available for rent, as she intended to lease it for Chao Ninian's accommodation, effectively creating a staff dormitory. Her profits were simply too substantial. Moreover, the current shop needed to be renewed. She had only rented it for a year, uncertain of how long she would survive. Hence the short lease. Treating her own people well was undoubtedly the right approach. Reflecting on this, Xia Wange glanced at the malevolent talisman, gabbala, which persistently sought to escape her grasp. She packed a meal and returned to Lu Qiu's office. Such a malevolent entity seemed better suited to accompany Lu Qiu. Though it would only provide temporary relief from his leg pain, having something was preferable to nothing. As Xia Wange hummed a tune and entered the executive office, the faint glow of purple energy emanating from within tightened her chest. She hurried to the lounge, only to find Lu Qiu, as before, with his eyes tightly shut, curled up beside the bed, his body trembling slightly. What happened? Why has it come on so early this time? Xia Wange rushed over, her fingertips resting on his wrist. The moment she made contact, She felt a powerful force coursing through his veins. Where is this external purple energy coming from? Observing the chaotic purple energy, Xia Wange muttered, I am not taking advantage of you. With that, she boldly tore open Lu Qiu's shirt. As the buttons clattered to the floor, his muscular form was laid bare before her. Typically, those with weak lower limbs possess well-developed upper bodies, devoid of the lifeless bulk found in gyms. Xia Wange inexplicably felt her throat itch. After a brief cough, she reached out to touch Lu Qiu's chest muscles. In the next moment, Lu Qiu, previously in a state of lethargy, turned abruptly, seizing her wrist with a fierce grip. His deep-set eyes opened wide, filled with both threat and caution. After a brief moment of shared intensity between Lu Qiu's dangerous gaze and Xia Wange's flustered expression, his demeanor softened. He released her wrist, his hand falling back onto the bed as he closed his weary eyes again. Xia Wange, are you taking advantage of my vulnerability? I am merely searching for your heart center. Xia Wange, feeling uncomfortable, averted her gaze, pressing her fingertips more firmly against his skin. After a moment, Lu Qiu's fatigued yet raspy voice emerged. The heart is on the left. What are you searching for on the right? I am not a mirror. Just looking for an acupoint. Ah, found it, Xia Wange declared, her fingertip locating the spot on his left side. I'm helping you. Don't strike out at me. Control your purple energy. How could I strike at you? Lu Qiu replied, a hint of guilt in his voice. Last time, someone said they weren't afraid. Yet their body betrayed them and brought me misfortune. He bit his lip, feeling uneasy. The purple energy you mentioned, I cannot feel it or control it. I just hope it doesn't harm me. Now is the moment to test your sincerity. With that, Xia Wange thrust the gabbala directly towards Lu Qiu's chest. However, before the talisman could make contact, she felt a powerful surge of purple energy rushing towards it. Anticipating this, Xia Wange pressed down on the gabbala in a CPR-like position. Leveraging her body weight, creating a standoff between the purple energy emanating from Lu Qiu and the malevolent force of the gabbala. Chapter 62. A near misunderstanding. This bout of leg pain struck unexpectedly, yet it was not as severe as before, prompting Lu Qiu to withhold the information from Xia Wange. He wished to spare her further worry. Primarily, he did not wish to reveal such a fragile aspect of himself to her. Yet, she had still noticed. The standoff persisted. And under Xia Wange's guidance, Lu Qiu gradually felt the sensation akin to thousands of ants gnawing at his legs begin to dissipate. He slowly regained some strength and dared to open his eyes slightly, gazing at Xia Wange, who was pressing something against his heart, and softly inquired, What is this? The gabbala, Xia Wange replied, noting that the purple energy merely clashed with the malevolence of the gabbala without harming her as its wielder, lifting her spirits considerably. Though, it's not truly a gabbala, it's merely a skull bracelet. Lu Qiu, suddenly regretting his inquiry. Do not disdain it. This charm can alleviate your pain on several occasions. Lu Qiu lifted his neck slightly to glance at his half-exposed torso. Is this the procedure for relief from now on? Not necessarily, Xia Wange maintained her position. Next time, you should remove your shirt yourself to expose your heart, to avoid me tearing your shirt. Imagining such a bizarre scene, Lu Qiu confessed to Xia Wange that his leg had begun to hurt, and he voluntarily stripped off his shirt, lying back on the bed. He bit his lip, momentarily at a loss for words. Don't let your heart race, Xia Wange exclaimed, feeling the impact of the purple energy lifting her previously hunched posture. I could be thrown off here. Lu Qiu glanced at her, then closed his eyes, turning his head away. Apologies, I cannot control this. I am just anxious about what you might do to the acupoint you've sought for so long. Then let us have a conversation, Xia Wange suggested, her cheeks flushing as she hurriedly changed the subject. By the way, what is the deal with this purple energy? It shouldn't have manifested so soon after the last time. A major project has launched at the subsidiary, resulting in substantial bonuses and a holiday, Lu Qiu explained. In the past, whenever any of the companies under my wing made significant profits, my legs would invariably ache. The purple energy rebounding, no wonder. Xia Wange exhaled deeply. For an ordinary individual, gaining the auspicious purple aura requires the affection and admiration of many. The more one is cherished, the more distinguished they become, creating a virtuous cycle. However, this principle does not apply to you. Lu Qiu chuckled softly, momentarily at a loss for words. The better he performed, the more his followers thrived, yet, paradoxically, it resulted in his own detriment, a bizarre phenomenon that seemed uniquely his. No wonder his leg issues began only after he established his company. Should I perhaps exploit them ruthlessly? After a fleeting moment, Lu Qiu jested quietly. That might exacerbate your leg condition and hasten your physical decline, Xia Wange retorted. With your constitution, you would earn regardless. In fact, you would earn even more, and the wealth and status would only intensify your bodily pain. Thus, it seems that everything is predestined in the grand scheme of things. Is it also fate that brings you here to rescue me? Lu Qiu turned to gaze at her. Xia Wange was momentarily taken aback, her lips curling slightly. Who was to rescue whom? Before she could finish, she lost her balance, her hand slipping, and half of her body fell onto Lu Qiu, resulting in her cheek, making close contact with his heart. Feeling the warmth of his skin against her cheek, Xia Wange felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She had to tilt her head away, otherwise, the contact would have shifted from cheek to lips. The malevolent energy from the skull bracelet had been entirely consumed by the purple aura. This is infuriating. Jiao Xiaolian, is your boyfriend even capable? After accumulating that malevolent energy for so long, it dissipated so quickly? Have you not been diligent in gathering it over the years? Have you been slacking off? Why is it so fragile? Before Xia Wange could extricate herself from Lu Qiu, the door to the lounge swung open, and Du Yun's voice pierced the air. Lu Qiu, I've brought you some ice packs, though they address only the symptoms, not the root cause. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Du Yun froze in place, his eyes widening in astonishment. Sister Xia, what are you doing sprawled on Lu Qiu? Are you attempting to alleviate his pain? Is pressing or sucking helpful? Xia Wange, I truly appreciate your concern. Perhaps it was her typically aloof demeanor that had ingrained itself too deeply in Du Yun's mind. Despite the ambiguous position she shared with Lu Qiu, he did not seem to misconstrue the situation. Such potential for guidance. All her internal musings transpired in a heartbeat. As Xia Wange stood up, feigning calmness to adjust her disheveled hair, clearing her throat awkwardly, and said, I just acquired a malevolent object that should effectively counteract Lu Qiu's leg pain. It should be over soon. With that, she eagerly raised her hand, presenting the object for Du Yun to see clearly. Lu Qiu, who had overheard all her thoughts, regarded her mortified expression and gently smirked, adjusting his shirt. Sister Xia, what is this? Du Yun, predictably intrigued, leaned in closer to inquire. A human skull bracelet. Du Yun recoiled a few steps in distaste, confirming it was indeed a malevolent object. He added, Sister Xia, when I walked in, your previous position startled me. I thought I was interrupting something significant. I almost shut the door and left, but reason prevailed. Lu Qiu can hardly speak when in pain, let alone manage such a complex situation. As I suspected, you were indeed assisting him with his leg. After saying this, Du Yun handed the item to Lu Qiu. Here, the ice pack. Lu Qiu glanced at the beer in his hand, his lips twitching. Thank you. How polite. Du Yun opened a bottle and took a large gulp. Lu Qiu immediately chimed in. Drinking on the job will cost you half a day's wages. Du Yun. He glanced at the beer and then at Lu Qiu, snorting derisively. And downed half the bottle. Let it be. I do not rely on my salary for survival. I am magnanimous and will not quibble with you, you psychopathic XXX. Lu Qiu happened to catch him, just in time to see him exaggerating the words old virgin with his lips, prompting him to hurl the beer in his direction. Du Yun caught it, stepping back while flashing a defiant look. You should have some too. It should still numb the pain a bit. Xia Wange returned with another can of beer, noting that alcohol could alleviate some discomfort. Chapter 63. I am sleeping, not dead. The afternoon still held a meeting. With several projects requiring attention, Lu Qiu stated wearily. This time, inexplicably, the pain was not as severe as before, yet he felt utterly exhausted. His throat slightly scratchy and dry. Xia Wange paused while opening the beer. Sking, so dedicated. If you're not in pain, who is? As she spoke, she set the ice-cold beer aside and opted for a glass of water instead. One must take responsibility for their obligations. One cannot establish a company and then retreat into the background. After sipping a few mouthfuls of water, Lu Qiu closed his eyes, striving to adapt to the discomfort radiating from his leg. In truth, the pain had diminished significantly, now less than a tenth of what it had been. Overall, even at its worst, the current discomfort was far lighter than before. Of course, it could also be that Xia Wange had arrived before the pain reached its peak. Xia Wange glanced at the time. Work was never-ending. For this afternoon's first meeting, I will have Assistant Sue provide you with the minutes. At the very least, allowing you a solid 2.5 hours of sleep. How did you know? Lu Qiu inquired softly. After all, I am your assistant. I still receive a copy of your schedule. Though it is seldom utilized, she is still one of the few who knows the itinerary of the fated one. Xia Wange messaged Assistant Su, noting that this clash between the purple aura and the malevolent energy had drained both, likely due to Lu Qiu's inherent endurance. Otherwise, anyone else might have succumbed to drowsiness by now, unlike him, who was still contemplating attending the meeting. Well, sleep now. Are you worried about being jolted awake by pain while half asleep? With that, Xia Wange gestured to the nearby sofa. I will keep watch over you here, ensuring that for the next 2.5 hours, your leg will not hurt even a fraction more than it does now. Lu Qiu, who had initially struggled to rise, suddenly relaxed his hand and lay back down, his pale lips pressing together as he murmured, "Remember to wake me." Fine, fine. I will definitely wake you, Xia Wange replied, pulling the white blanket closer to him. No one earns as much as you do in a single night. The previously silent Du Yun weakly interjected, though Sister Xia, your earnings are indeed substantial. Lu Qiu likely surpasses you in a single night. Xia Wange turned to him, asserting, then he certainly does not donate as much as I do. He does not donate as much as you, as Chuya has his own charitable foundation.
Du Yun stepped to the side,
Then poked his head back in to add, moreover, he is more stable than you. Xia Wange, I truly wish I could gift this malevolent object to Du Yun, so he might understand the consequences of speaking out of turn. Lu Qiu was undeniably fatigued. Seeing Xia Wange nestled on the nearby sofa, his eyelids grew heavy. And he genuinely worried that if he fell asleep, his leg would begin to hurt again, painfully jolting him awake from slumber, a most unpleasant experience. Yet, more pressing was his inexplicable desire for Xia Wange to remain by his side. Regrettably, he lacked the strength to engage her in conversation. Upon witnessing Lu Qiu succumb to sleep, Xia Wange withdrew a talisman, wrapping the malevolent object securely, intending to bury it in a location heavy with malevolence. Should the opportunity arise, she would certainly ensure Jiao Xiaolian's boyfriend learned the correct method for accumulating malevolent energy. After playing with her phone for a while, Xia Wange suddenly sensed a surge of energy swirling around Lu Qiu. Activating her spiritual sight, she discovered more purple energy attempting to merge with his being. Fortunately, the influx was minimal, but should it be fully absorbed, his leg would undoubtedly ache even more. Xia Wange gazed at the purple energy with a mix of envy and resentment. In a land where droughts wither and floods drown, the ordinary individual finds it exceedingly difficult to acquire even a modicum of relief. Lu Qiu, however, yearns to cast away this burden. It remains a mystery how much money has been earned and how many good deeds have been done in the process. With utmost care, a talisman was placed upon Lu Qiu's blanket, expelling the malevolent energy that had already invaded his being proved challenging, yet preventing the encroaching purple aura was still within reach. As everything came to an end, Xia Wange gazed sorrowfully at the swirling purple mist. After a moment's contemplation, she opened her backpack. This time, Lu Qiu experienced an unusually stable slumber, devoid of the sudden awakenings or inexplicable pains that typically plagued him. Yet, a persistent heaviness settled upon his chest. As he drowsily opened his eyes, his gaze first fell upon the sofa where Xia Wange sat, engrossed in her music, blissfully unaware of his awakening. After a brief pause, Lu Qiu still felt the weight upon his chest. He slightly lifted his neck for a better view and took a deep breath, discovering a talisman placed squarely on his chest, atop which rested a jade fox carving, pristine and somewhat larger than expected. Returning to a reclined position, Lu Qiu sensed that there might also be other items positioned around his head. Turning to investigate, he observed that his bed was encircled by various jade stones, 3 of which were exquisitely carved floral designs, both striking and solemn, reminiscent of adornments fit for a funeral or interment. Xia Wange, Lu Qiu exclaimed through gritted teeth.
What is it?
Xia Wange, finally cognizant of his awakening, hastily glanced at him, inadvertently activating her Bluetooth, which caused her phone to play the mournful melody she had been listening to. With the white blanket, the talisman, and a circle of jade stones, combined with the poignant strains of the lament and Lu Qiu's pallid complexion, Xia Wange belatedly realized that failing to affix a talisman to Lu Qiu's forehead would be a disservice to the eerie tableau before her. Xia Wange, Lu Qiu lamented. I am merely asleep, not deceased. Boss, I can explain, Xia Wange replied, clearing her throat and inhaling deeply. You see, after you fell asleep, a surge of purple energy gathered around you. I placed a talisman on you to ward off that energy, but in the spirit of not wasting the opportunity, I arranged some jade stones around you. I even selected the 3 most beautiful floral jade carvings to position above your head, which are also part of the new era's mournful melodies for everyone to sample. Although it did bear a slight resemblance to a funeral setting, she urged him not to perceive it as a nefarious scheme intended to summon misfortune upon him. Lu Qiu, absorbing her rapid-fire explanation, took a moment to respond. Exhaling with resignation, "Next time, just inform me if you wish to gather energy. I can assist you." Her words rendered Xia Wange momentarily speechless. Her rebuttal trapped within her throat. After a brief interval, she nodded in agreement. "All right, I will come directly to you next time." Sister Xia, I'm coming in." Du Yun knocked before entering. "I received word regarding your investigation. The construction team for the bridge has commissioned a master to take over. It seems there was an issue when the bridge was completed, which led to individuals inexplicably committing suicide on it." Chapter 64. Traditional Culture and Feudal Superstition. Upon finishing her statement, Du Yun turned to Lu Qiu, her eyes widening slightly after assessing him. "Do we really need to resort to such ominous methods to alleviate his leg pain? This seems rather efficient, I must say," she chuckled. Noticing neither Lu Qiu nor Xia Wange shared in her amusement, she awkwardly cleared her throat. "Sister Xia, shall we continue our investigation? Let us pause for now." Xia Wange replied. "In our circle, there are rules. Once someone takes over a case, it remains untouched unless they cannot resolve it. Such regulations exist in your circle?" Du Yun remarked, observing Xia Wange collecting the jade. "Master, it seems we are rather unrestrained in our practices. As someone who has previously been disconnected from metaphysics, I find this arrangement somewhat ominous." "Do not be superstitious. It merely resembles something else," Xia Wange clarified. "You must distinguish between traditional culture and feudal superstition." "And how does one differentiate?" "The left eye twitching indicates traditional culture, while the right eye twitching signifies feudal superstition," Xia Wange stated, handing a package of items to Lu Qiu. "Belief brings reality, disbelief brings nothing." Du Yun paused, absorbing this. "Left twitching brings wealth, while right twitching brings calamity." Fascinating indeed. At that moment, a call from Wen Qin interrupted, prompting Xia Wange to step outside to answer. Wen Qin's cheerful voice conveyed some delightful news. Chao Hua had officially passed away, succumbing to medical failure in the hospital. As the mistresses clamored for a share of the inheritance, they discovered that Chao Hua's accounts were nearly empty, and they also faced the prospect of reclaiming marital assets. Although this reclaimed portion might need to be divided again, the burden of resentment she had long carried vanished with Chao Hua's last breath. Wen Qin expressed how liberating it felt. Having lived frugally with Chao Hua for decades, his death left her with an abundance of money. So much, so that she felt unsure of how to spend it. Just as Xia Wange once said, "Even if I casually invested in any financial product, by the time I woke from a lazy slumber, I might not even reach my spending KPI for the day." Xia Wange immediately congratulated her, cheerfully offering her condolences. Wen Qin graciously accepted the blessing and shared an additional piece of news. "Master Xia, I have a friend. Well, a friend I recently made. When Chao Hua finally passed away, chaos erupted in the hospital with the mistresses. Coincidentally, while I was there for a checkup, I encountered her. Upon clarifying our relationship amidst the confusion, she promptly offered me assistance. After our detailed conversation, I learned she had been experiencing dizziness and nausea and had come for a checkup, only to find no issues. However, she felt a persistent heaviness in her heart, so I wanted to consult you. Could this be merely a physical issue?" Under the influence of the master, Wen Qin began to suspect that any undiagnosed issues might stem from metaphysical or feng shui problems. Xia Wange pondered for a moment. "How long have these symptoms persisted?" "About a month." The voice of a woman chimed in, bright and engaging, yet unmistakably warm-hearted. "Hello, master, my name is Su Chui. I've been experiencing these symptoms for a month now. If it were just me feeling dizzy and fatigued, it would be one thing, but my husband is also affected. He feels exhausted all day and falls asleep as soon as he gets home, waking up each morning still tired. We've both undergone medical examinations, but nothing was found. There was even one occasion when we both slept through to the afternoon." "How large is your home?" Xia Wange inquired thoughtfully. "It's a villa, 3 stories, with a garden, around 1,000 square meters," Su Chui replied. "Have you been ventilating the space recently?" Su Chui hesitated momentarily before assuring, "We ventilate regularly. Our cook always opens the windows after preparing meals, and it hasn't been too cold lately, so most windows are usually open." Xia Wange lightly tapped her phone, ruling out the possibility of gas poisoning. After dismissing several scientifically explainable possibilities, she concluded, "Let us do this. When are you free? I can come over to your house for a visit." "This afternoon works for me, master. Are you available?"
su cui risponde eagerly.
I apologize for the urgency. This situation has persisted too long, and I am desperate for a resolution. All right, Xia Wange nodded. Please add me on WeChat and send me your address.
Certainly. Thank you so much, master.
After ending the call, Xia Wange returned to the lounge and informed Lu Qiu of her impending departure. Lu Qiu, just finished changing, was taken aback. I'll accompany you. Xia Wange nodded thoughtfully. Aren't you occupied this afternoon? I'll manage. Besides, I can review the contract in the car, or even conduct a phone meeting if necessary. After Lu Qiu finished speaking, she fixed her gaze upon Xia Wange's eyes and said, perhaps this time there might be something to alleviate my leg issues, much like that sole nail from last time. Wait a moment. Xia Wange replied as she retrieved a turtle shell, earnestly beginning her divination. After a brief examination of the results, she stated, it indicates that you may choose to go or not. Then I will go, Lu Qiu declared, donning her coat. I want to go too, Du Yin chimed in. You are no longer at the company. You must stay.
Lu Qiu coldly dismissed Yune's request.
Once Xia Wange and Lu Qiu exited the company, the car was already prepared, with assistant Su following closely behind. Upon entering the vehicle, Xia Wange suddenly noticed that the seats seemed more comfortable than before. Glancing at the car emblem, which appeared rather uncommon, she touched the plush upholstery and smiled at Lu Qiu, saying, this car seems more comfortable. Maybe one day I will buy one for myself. Assistant Su cast a glance her way, but remained silent. Xia Wange quickly searched for the car brand marked with on her phone and soon identified a similar model, the Cullinan. One day, I shall compete with you wealthy folks. She mused silently. The conversation dwindled as Xia Wange fell silent. Lu Qiu, who was perusing some documents, lifted her gaze to her and spoke softly, if you like it. You may use this vehicle whenever we go out. Although your motorcycle is swift, the cold weather is approaching. Hearing this, Xia Wange raised an eyebrow playfully and teased. If I use it, what will you use? This car is even better suited for you than the last one. Lu Qiu intended to mention that they often traveled together, but upon reflection, she deemed it inappropriate and instead said, I have another car at home that I can use. Xia Wange, feeling slightly insulted, thought to herself that she shouldn't have asked that extra question. Chapter 65. After all, you are my backup. As the car drove for a while, Xia Wange, after admiring the vehicle, calculated her remaining lifespan again. 3 weeks prior, she had 12 months left, and 3 weeks later, it remained the same.
Oh.
What a waste of time, she thought. Noticing that both Lu Qiu and Assistant Su were engrossed in their documents, she decided to open her phone and continue reading the business romance novel she had started earlier. This novel was quite intriguing, featuring legal insights in nearly every chapter, and even touching upon criminal scenarios early on, yet the kind-hearted female protagonist always forgave the wrongdoings. After Assistant Su finished reviewing the contracts and delegating them, he glanced at their destination, which appeared to be the residence of President Ming. President Ming? Xia Wange inquired of Assistant Su. She had a vivid impression of him as a self-made man, down-to-earth and open-minded, though somewhat peculiar in his penchant for sending voice messages lasting about a minute. She often found herself nearly dozing off while listening to his messages, filled with various filler words. Our last collaboration seems to have been temporarily shelved, Assistant Su remarked. Flipping through his phone, an important document went missing on the day of negotiations, so it was put on hold. Sister Xia, do you think this invitation from the hostess might be a roundabout way to discuss collaboration? Unlikely, Xia Wange shook her head. The fact that I am assisting Lu Qiu should not be known to them. This invitation comes solely from the hostess. It's merely a coincidence. Assistant Su expressed some admiration, noting that President Ming's company had been thriving in recent years, and he had maintained a good reputation within the circle. His wife had been by his side during the entrepreneurial journey, enjoying a life of luxury now. I remember seeing him buy numerous pieces of jewelry for her at a recent business auction, and every time we visit their company, they insist on gifting us their products. Indeed, a leader who remains true to his roots, Xia Wange replied, leaning slightly closer to Assistant Su, whispering, Our President Lu possesses the physical attributes typical of a domineering CEO from novels, yet he lacks the coldness, ruthlessness, aloofness, and the ability to misinterpret others. Not to mention the penchant for causing emotional turmoil and stress. He does have some of those traits, Assistant Su whispered back.
What?
He doesn't make you work overtime without compensation? Xia Wange raised an eyebrow. Sister Xia, please don't say that. Assistant Su quickly adjusted his posture. President Lu compensates me generously for my overtime. The money is ample, and working late is simply part of my job. Xia Wange smirked knowingly. However, Assistant Su chose not to respond further. Upon reflection, it was true that Lu Qiu's family was intact, and her upbringing was harmonious, with siblings who were respectful and supportive. The only challenge she faced in her life was her leg, and unless a miracle occurred, it was improbable for her to embody the domineering character traits often found in novels. The car halted at the entrance of a residential community, and Xia Wange provided the number of the villa. Presumably, Su Chui had already informed the security, as they were granted quick access. Xia Wange surveyed the community's landscaping and couldn't help but exclaim, "The houses here are quite impressive." The terrain was flat, with favorable orientation and well-proportioned layouts. While the villas were somewhat close together, they maintained privacy through various decorative elements, and the central water feature seemed to have been placed with feng shui in mind. Asking the driver to park in the community lot, Xia Wange opted to walk to Su Chui's villa. Holding a compass, she walked and observed, pondering that if she were wealthy, she would aspire to purchase a property here. "Quite expensive," Assistant Su interjected softly. "A few years ago, it was around 100,000 per square meter, not including renovations. The smallest units are over 200 square meters. But one wonders if there are any haunted houses here." Xia Wange amused, calculating the price, and then turned the conversation. "Haunted houses would certainly be cheaper." "You better not let the residents hear you say that," Lu Qiu, now in her wheelchair, remarked beside Xia Wange. "You might get beaten up." Xia Wange shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "After all, you are here to back me up." Patting the electric wheelchair, Lu Qiu turned to her and said, 6 kilometers per hour, with a range of 25 kilometers. "You can give it a try. Then I shall hold on to you," Xia Wange declared, gripping the armrest of the electric wheelchair. "If we run, I must come along." Assistant Su had grown accustomed to witnessing Xia Wange's teasing of President Lu regarding his legs, which never seemed to irk him. However, upon hearing Lu Qiu speak, he found himself completely taken aback. Was it possible that President Lu truly no longer cared about his leg situation? He recalled a time when President Lu's brother visited the company, carefully bringing items related to his legs, cautiously avoiding any mention of wheelchairs or legs. At that moment, the gate of a villa swung open, and a well-dressed woman hurriedly stepped out, greeting them with a smile. You must be Master Xia," Su Chui exclaimed warmly. "I apologize for keeping you waiting. I intended to prepare some snacks for you this afternoon, but I lost track of time." "I'm so sorry." "It's no trouble. I just arrived here," Xia Wange replied, glancing at Su Chui's face. With a broad forehead, long, arched eyebrows, and prominent earlobes, Su Chui's features suggested a cheerful personality, a generous heart, and an efficient approach to tasks. Xia Wange's first impression of her was quite favorable. However, Su Chui's eyes were bloodshot, her gaze cheerful yet unfocused, indicating that she had been excessively fatigued and lacked proper rest. She didn't appear ill, but it was evident that her troubles fell within Xia Wange's realm of expertise.
"Oh,
Master Xia, you are even younger and more beautiful than when Qin described. Come in and have some treats. I assure you, my snacks are exceptional," Su Chui said, then turned to Lu Qiu in her wheelchair without much thought, gesturing toward the ramp leading to the villa. "These two must be accompanying you, right? Come in quickly and sample my culinary skills." "No, I shall focus on work first," Xia Wange stated. After stepping back a few paces, she surveyed the villa's layout and observed the positioning of the trees in the yard before taking a few steps to gauge the area, forming a rough idea in her mind. Then, Xia Wange approached Lu Qiu, extending her hand. Without hesitation, Lu Qiu produced a cabbage ring from her pocket. Xia Wange donned the ring, and as she gazed upon the villa once more, the entire world seemed to revert to its elemental hues. After a moment, she lightly clicked her tongue in appreciation and stepped several paces forward, positioning Lu Qiu behind her. A substantial mass of purple energy lingered beside her, its overwhelming aura obscuring her vision and proving quite bothersome. Once she steadied herself, she scrutinized the villa from its uppermost tier downwards. Upon reaching the second floor, her gaze caught a faint wisp of dark energy emanating from a corner. With the celestial eye retracted, Xia Wange inquired, "What do you have on the second floor?" Chapter 66, The Waste Disposal Area. Su Chui was taken aback and hastily replied, "The sunlit side of the second floor is a study, while the opposite side serves as a storage room. We don't reside on the second floor because a tree conveniently blocks the sunlight." Xia Wange rephrased her question. "What I mean is, have there been any items brought back within the last month? Specifically around the time you started experiencing headaches and waking up at night?" "Please wait a moment while I ask," Su Chui said, hurriedly sending someone to inquire with the aunt in charge of the storage room. Actually, my husband has always had trouble waking up, long before I did. I thought he was merely lethargic due to illness, and later, I found myself affected too, albeit with different symptoms. Noticing a few individuals lingering in the courtyard, Su Chui urged, "Master, please come inside for some tea. It won't take long. We don't have much, but the second floor is somewhat cluttered, and I may not know every item." Nodding, Xia Wange turned to lead Lu Qiu up a small slope. Hearing a cacophony of terms from the southwestern quadrant and other esoteric phrases in Lu Qiu's mind, he chose not to interrupt. He found it quite endearing to observe Xia Wange in her element, her demeanor shifting from playful to earnestly serious, a captivating sight that showcased her expertise. Oh no, it's been so long since I've studied these matters that some details have grown hazy. I'll need to relearn them from scratch. If I pull out my phone to search, will it make me appear amateurish? Perhaps it's best not to check, should someone see me. A feng shui master consulting Baidu in someone else's home would be quite embarrassing. I'll just discuss what I can recall during the explanation. Hearing this inner monologue, Lu Qiu thought, am I merely an amateur? In an instant, his illusion shattered, and he began to reflect on whether his ability to hear Xia Wange's thoughts was a divine punishment. As they entered the villa, the aunt responsible for the second floor hurriedly approached, saying, "Sister Su, there are indeed some items. Mr. Ming brought back some jade artifacts a month ago, and they're stored on the second floor." "Is that so?" Su Chui exclaimed in astonishment. "May I take a look?" Xia Wange asked.
Ah.
Lu Qiu is in for a treat. It's likely some items from the underworld, quite suitable for him. Lu Qiu fell silent at this thought. "I truly appreciate your help," Su Chui quickly expressed. "Of course, this way, please. There's an elevator here." She led them into the elevator, marveling internally at the master who merely walked a few paces in the courtyard with a compass, yet managed to discern the issues at hand. Had there truly been an item introduced to the second floor a month prior? When Qin had not deceived her, she had indeed found a remarkable master. Once Su Chui guided them to the storage room, she promptly instructed the aunt to open the jade boxes that her husband had recently brought back. Xia Wange's keen eye soon spotted a box in the corner. Was this also brought back a month ago? The aunt glanced at the list and confirmed, yes, indeed. It appears Mr. Ming received this from someone who claimed it was from the Han Dynasty. I cannot verify its authenticity, but upon hearing Han Dynasty, it was placed inside. From the Han Dynasty? Xia Wange urged Lu Qiu closer, lifting the lid of the box and raising an eyebrow, a wry smile tugging at her lips. Inside lay several cylindrical pieces of white jade and one trapezoidal piece, all slightly yellowed, with a few black traces upon the cylindrical pieces. "They were like this when they were brought back," the aunt remarked. "The black marks appear to have seeped into the jade. It seems they've been around for quite some time." Xia Wange nodded. "I understand." She pressed her lips together, resting her hand on the wheelchair, deep in thought. Oh dear, the malevolent and corpse energies indeed suggest they are from the Han Dynasty. Not only from the Han Dynasty, but they also emerged from the earth. And not just from the earth, they were taken from a corpse. Such sinister and malevolent items are ill-suited for anyone else, but quite appropriate for Lu Qiu. Yet, I wonder if Lu Qiu recognizes these two pieces. The trapezoidal one is meant to be placed in the mouth of a corpse, while the cylindrical one is used to prevent gas from escaping the rectum. If he is unaware, perhaps I could persuade him to keep them nearby. Thinking was futile. Lu Qiu, breathless, swiftly turned to Xia Wange. "Even if my legs ache, do not place these items near me. Am I a refused disposal site? I was willing to let those 3 ice crystal flowers be sent away, but now you intend to give me something buried in the ground." Xia Wange lightly coughed and touched her nose, choosing not to elaborate further. Alas, it's a pity Lu Qiu is already aware of these items. Perhaps my display today was too overwhelming, triggering a reflex of refusal before I even spoke. Let us close it for now. I have a general understanding of the situation. Let us discuss this downstairs, Xia Wange concluded, making no further movements and beckoning everyone to head downstairs. "Master, you already know?" Su Chui exclaimed in surprise, quickly recovering and leading the way. As they exited the elevator and took their seats, Xia Wange finally stated, "There are 2 issues within your home. I shall first address the less severe one, your courtyard." Before she could finish, a voice boomed from the entrance of the villa.
"Wife."
"Dear, come out. I'm back." Su Chui rushed to the door upon hearing the call, discovering her husband had returned, puzzled by his early arrival. Through the glass, Xia Wange observed the rotund man standing at the entrance and murmured, "Now, there are 3 issues." Unaware of Xia Wange's remarks, Su Chui hurried outside to her husband. "Why are you back so soon? I remember you often mentioning your headaches, and you've said I sleep like a log. I spoke with a friend, who recommended an exceptional feng shui master. I invited him to assess our home. Mr. Ming replied cheerfully. Su Chui froze for a moment, feeling a surge of anxiety. Although she had never consulted one before, she was aware of the customary rule against hiring two feng shui masters simultaneously. How fortuitous that both she and her husband had done just that. Chapter 67. Gleaning Gossip. For a moment, Su Chui and her husband exchanged wide-eyed glances, unsure of how to navigate the situation. From his angle, Mr. Ming could see Xia Wange through the window and, noticing her seated in the prominent position, discreetly asked his wife, "Is that the young lady? Is she reputable?" I sought out a well-known master in the field, one who has been consulted by many of my business acquaintances. Your choice seems too young and female. Perhaps we should ask yours to leave first?
Su cui immediately bristoled.
Lowering her voice as she pinched his flesh in discontent. Ming fatty, what do you mean by that? What's wrong with a woman? What's wrong with being young? Yes, quite impressive. Just standing in the courtyard, she immediately pinpointed the issues. Besides, she has already concluded her assessment. You should send your chosen master away. Mr. Ming, named Mingzhu, had once been portly in his youth, but had slimmed down during his entrepreneurial endeavors, only to regain weight around his midsection. Though he feared little else. He certainly feared his wife, who, pinching him, rendered him speechless. He retreated repeatedly, hurriedly saying, "Darling, I truly mean no offense. But in this line of work, as you know, one tends to trust those of a more mature age. Of course, the young lack the extensive experience that older individuals possess. Plus, I have already invited the person over, and as you are aware, my business has been rather unfortunate lately. I had finally managed to secure an appointment with Mr. Lu, only for an exceptionally important document to vanish without a trace. How about we let you handle this for now?" Just as he was speaking, Mingzhu's phone rang. He glanced at Su Chui and quickly answered, Yes, that's right. It's the second courtyard after the turn. Yes, master, I see you. Please come in directly. After hanging up, Mingzhu looked at the middle-aged man, presumably in his 40s, who had just entered the courtyard. He made a pained expression at Su Chui and suggested, "Why don't you go explain to the person you invited? Just tell them it was unintentional. We truly hadn't discussed this beforehand. With the guest already here, it would be rather impolite to ask them to leave." Su Chui sighed, conceding that it would have to be this way. "Master, your journey has been long. I apologize for not greeting you properly. May I inquire your name?" Mingzhu smiled as he approached. "Would you like to sit in the living room first?" He assessed the man before him, who sported a beard, donned a gray long robe, carried a wooden box on his shoulder, and had a triangular talisman and an ornate wooden ornament that exuded an air of expertise. He then recalled the woman in his living room, dressed in a fashionable gray coat, young and beautiful, and suddenly found his allegiance swaying. "My surname is Fong. Others call me Fong Qingzi." After stating this, Fong Qingzi waved his hand, taking a business-like tone. "No, I'll observe from outside first. I must get to work." With that, he set down his box and began consulting his compass. Mingzhu felt a surge of satisfaction. Indeed, he was a master, prioritizing work over indulgence. Unlike the one inside, who had started to feast before accomplishing anything. Upon observing the man at the door, Xia Wange's professional instincts were immediately piqued. She stood and approached the window, confirming that he was indeed studying the feng shui of the yard with his compass. At that moment, Su Chui hurried to Xia Wange's side, saying, "Master Xia, this situation has become quite awkward. I invited you here, yet my husband has also brought in a feng shui master without informing me. It's so embarrassing. I truly don't know how to handle this." She crossed her arms and tilted her head to observe the man outside for a moment before her eyes suddenly lit up. She turned back to Su Chui and said, "No worries, just tell him I am a friend visiting your home." Su Chui was taken aback, not expecting Master Xia to be so accommodating, feeling even more apologetic. "Oh, dear, I'm so sorry. I never anticipated this coincidence. If only we had communicated beforehand." "It's all right. This just shows that you and your husband are in harmony, sharing a special connection," Xia Wange replied, moving to the coffee table. Retrieving some paper and a pen from her bag, quickly jotting down a few notes before folding the paper and placing it under a cup. "I'll write down the issues I've identified along with potential solutions. This can stay here until your husband's invited guest is finished." Upon hearing this, Su Chui speculated that Master Xia was perhaps being comparative. Alas, one might say they didn't care, yet they surely did. Historically, professionals in the same field have rarely seen eye to eye, and one could only hope to avoid collateral damage. "Very well, Master Xia, I will defer to your judgment. With that, Su Chui hurriedly summoned staff to bring out fruits and snacks, thinking since the master was now a guest, they ought to indulge him. Ensuring he didn't leave empty-handed. What's going on? Lu Qiu, who had just returned from a call with Assistant Su, furrowed his brow upon seeing the scene in the yard. Have we invited another guest? It's just a coincidence, Xia Wange replied, tilting her head slightly towards Lu Qiu. We just happened to encounter a fellow practitioner. Let us treat this as a visit. As she spoke, Xia Wange turned and handed Lu Qiu a slice of watermelon. Here. Boss, enjoy some watermelon. Lu Qiu glanced at the watermelon in his hand and then scrutinized the middle-aged man walking about the yard. Noticing a small wooden plaque hanging from the man's waist, he recognized it as the same one he had received that night in the hospital from Xia Wange. One side inscribed with a character for cloud, and the other with Qingya Peak along with a depiction of a small mountain. After observing for a while, he took a bite of the watermelon, muttering, "He's not as formidable as you." At this point, Xia Wange was already making her way upstairs, while the man remained busy in the yard. Of course, she replied, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. Though I've only recently begun taking on work, my expertise is undoubtedly of the highest caliber. I know. You've mentioned it before. After all, you are a dual cultivation mage, Lu Qiu teased, a slight smirk forming on his lips. Xia Wange, caught off guard, raised the watermelon slice and stuffed it into his mouth, saying, "Just eat your watermelon. Stop talking so much." Lu Qiu chuckled softly at her flustered demeanor. Seeing him laugh made Xia Wange's irritation flare up. Laugh all you want. You think I can't do anything to you just because you're laughing? One day, I'll make you cry. Meanwhile, Fang Qingzi continued to pace around the yard. As Mingzhu turned to glance back at his villa, his eyes widened in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes and turned around again, only to find the scene unchanged. Under the sun, Mingzhu felt like slapping himself. Was he so exhausted that he was hallucinating? How could he possibly see Mr. Lu from Kiwi Group snacking by his living room window? And it seemed the master his wife had invited was the one who had encouraged him to eat. Moreover, the usually aloof and distant Mr. Lu, who was typically polite yet unapproachable, was actually smiling. Goodness, there must be something sinister at play in his household. Chapter 68. One more pretentious than the last. Mr. Ming, I've examined the yard thoroughly. Shall we move to the room? Fang Qingzi, having packed his belongings and scribbled notes on paper, approached the dazed Mingzhu. Yes. Of course, Mingzhu replied hurriedly. He quickly led the man towards the living room while keeping an eye on Xia Wange and Lu Qiu. Upon entering the living room, Mingzhu rushed to Lu Qiu. Mr. Lu, what brings you here? What a coincidence. Had I known you were coming, I would have returned sooner. This is quite the situation. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling immensely nervous. He had never anticipated that the master his wife invited would be accompanied by such a prominent figure. Furthermore, it seemed this significant individual shared a remarkably close relationship with the master his wife had brought in. Lu Qiu had never been seen with women, and the intimate gestures he had just displayed surely transcended mere colleague or friend dynamics. Mingzhu could only wonder how his wife had managed to communicate with both parties. He now found himself in a predicament. Had he known the master his wife invited was so closely connected to Lu Qiu, he would have insisted on rescheduling Fang Qingzi's visit. Once in the room, Fang Qingzi switched to another compass and, noticing the guests in the living room, turned to Mingzhu. Mr. Ming, I will need to proceed layer by layer. It may disturb your guests. Shall we wait until they leave? This indicated he intended to clear the space. Mingzhu felt the sweat pooling on his back. Was he supposed to send Lu Qiu away? Would he still be able to navigate the business world after that? To dismiss the master? He had seen the man diligently writing and drawing since entering, clearly possessing genuine skills. If he were to offend him by sending him away, it would be disastrous. Caught in a quandary, he truly felt like he was riding a tiger. At that moment, Su Chui emerged holding a platter of pastries, offering Mingzhu the treats with an apologetic smile. Oh, master? I'm sorry. This is a guest I invited. My husband didn't inform me beforehand that you would be coming. This situation is quite awkward. Perhaps you could let my husband accompany you upstairs first? Xia Wange turned her gaze towards Fang Qingzi, scrutinizing his face for a moment before saying, Master, we do not fear intruding, but we are concerned about affecting your work. How about this? We shall follow closely behind you, and wherever you choose to go, we shall yield the way. I am quite curious about these matters, as is my boss. Let us consider ourselves friends. Observing the other party's proud demeanor and solitary nature, Xia Wange discerned a kind heart and resolute spirit, recognizing him as a person of commendable character, well suited for their line of work. With this thought in mind, she nudged Lu Qiu's wheelchair. Lu Qiu discarded a melon peel, wiped his hands with a wet tissue, and responded with a nonchalant hum. After studying Xia Wange for a moment, Fang Qingzi's wrinkled eyes displayed a hint of confusion, and then his gaze shifted to Lu Qiu. His eyes widening slightly as he raised a hand to touch his own graying hair, falling silent for a spell. Noticing the expression on Fang Qingzi's face, Xia Wange revealed a look of apprehension and hastily inquired, "Master, have you discerned something?" "Oh, dear. Please do not frighten me. Your demeanor has me quite anxious." Assistant Su, who had been replying to messages behind them, smirked, thinking that Master Xia was rather adept at performing. "It is indeed peculiar, though I am not skilled in face reading." "Perhaps I misjudged," Fang Qingzi remarked. "If the young lady does not mind, I could examine your botsi." "Apologies, Master," Xia Wange replied apologetically. "I do not know my botsi. I am an orphan, and thus unaware of my exact birthday. You may examine my bosses instead." Fang Qingzi turned his attention to Lu Qiu, who bluntly stated, "Sorry. I do not believe in such things. Please continue with your work, Master." Xia Wange, Assistant Su. You both are quite skilled at feigning." Fang Qingzi nodded, his expression stiffening, yet he chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he instructed Mingzhu to guide him through each floor, maintaining a stern visage and holding a compass. He completed the first floor, and it was only in the elevator that he spoke to Mingzhu. The gentleman in the wheelchair possesses a remarkably noble fate. Regardless of his profession, he is bound to achieve great success. If you manage to befriend him, it will significantly benefit your career. However, he is overly proud and self-assured. Without guidance and support, he will undoubtedly encounter hardships. Mingzhu wiped the sweat from his brow, repeatedly agreeing. He certainly understood the gentleman's prowess. However, he did not heed Fang Qingzi's final words, believing that Lu Qiu's dismissive attitude had displeased the master, dismissing the notion as a joke. Considering Lu Qiu's entitlement to his pride, the hardships mentioned likely referred to his leg issues, given that he was confined to a wheelchair at such a young age. And what of that woman? Fang Qingzi frowned, perplexed. "I advise against getting too close." Mingzhu nodded vigorously, even suspecting that Fang Qingzi was feigning ignorance to speak ill of a fellow practitioner. Upon seeing the two ascend the stairs, Lu Qiu turned to Xia Wange and asked, "Aren't you going to follow them?" "There's nothing of interest. He'll surely discover the issue shortly and return. After all, they are from the same school, and it is unlikely that the problem is severe, especially since it is quite apparent on the second floor. If it were on the third or fourth floors, it might delay things." Xia Wange settled onto the sofa, leisurely enjoying pastries. After several bites, she gave Su Chui a thumbs up, praising, "Your skills are commendable. These are not overly sweet and quite delicious." "Oh, I'm glad you like them," Su Chui replied with a smile. "Let me pack some for you to take home. I made plenty this time." "Oh dear, that would be too much trouble," Xia Wange said, rubbing her hands. "Not at all. It's no trouble. Just a simple bag will suffice, and it can hold more," Su Chui responded, momentarily taken aback, then excitedly clapped her hands, her demeanor becoming more familiar with Xia Wange. "Oh, I adore how you are so straightforward, Master. Just say what you wish to eat. It brings me joy that you enjoy them. One moment. Let me bake another batch for you." As Su Chui walked away, Lu Qiu took a piece, broke off a bit, and tasted it, finding it akin to other biscuits. "If you do not appreciate it, do not eat it." Xia Wange snatched the treat from Lu Qiu's hand, clearly more flavorful and aromatic. Just as Lu Qiu prepared to retort, Fang Qingzi and Mingzhu descended once more, Mingzhu carrying a box that resembled the one they had previously examined, containing Han Dynasty jade. Chapter 69. I will grant you one thing, no. 2. Upon arriving, Mingzhu immediately invited Fang Qingzi to sit in the living room. Unable to contain his excitement, he rushed to find his wife, exclaiming, "Wife,
Look.
The master has uncovered the issue. It is this jade. I shall donate it to the museum. That person claimed it was from the Han Dynasty, and I thought it was a jest, but it turns out this item was taken from a corpse."
Oh.
The thought of having it in our home for so long is simply ominous. "Let me see." Su Chui hurriedly emerged, drying her hands as she approached. Upon seeing the box in her husband's arms, she froze. "Isn't this the very box Master Xia examined for quite some time on the second floor? He only brought us down after looking at it." Unexpectedly, Mingzhu had busied himself with this item, and both being capable masters, it seemed that Master Xia had indeed proven more adept. Assuming his wife was astonished, Mingzhu eagerly began recounting how he and Master Fong had thoroughly inspected the rooms, discovering the jade and witnessing the master's compass spinning wildly. Su Chui had intended to interject to explain that Master Xia had swiftly identified the issue with merely his eyes. Yet seeing Mingzhu's enthusiasm, she held her tongue, reserving her rebuttal for later. The couple's eagerness to share was apparent to those in the living room. Xia Wange took a sip of tea and remarked with a smile, "Harmony at home leads to prosperity. The young lady does possess a certain talent for metaphysics." Fong Qingzi stroked his beard, speaking with great sagacity. "If she is interested, she could certainly explore this path." "Not for me." Xia Wange waved her hand dismissively. "I have a fear of ghosts." Cough, cough, cough. Both Lu Qiu and Assistant Su coughed simultaneously. Lu Qiu felt an inexplicable dryness in his throat, while Assistant Su merely thought Master Xia's words lacked seriousness, and he was merely putting on an act. There aren't that many ghosts in this world. It's quite difficult to encounter one. Young people should not overthink, Fong Qingzi retorted coldly, feeling slightly embarrassed by the rejection. Unless, of course, you frequently travel at night. Indeed, not only do I travel, I also run at night, Xia Wange chuckled. I usually go for night runs. Fong Qingzi, encountering someone who spoke to him in such a manner for the first time, felt his mood sour and was disinclined to continue the conversation. Xia Wange pressed on. Master Fong, may I inquire what you have discerned? What is the jade in Ming's box? This is a matter concerning the main family. It is not convenient to disclose. Fong Qingzi closed his eyes. Even if they are friends of the main family, I must be frank, true friendship is hard to discern in this day and age. Xia Wange refrained from further comments, her gaze towards Fong Qingzi revealing her satisfaction. He displayed a temper, but did not lose his composure, knowing how to safeguard privacy and not to boast of his abilities using others' affairs. Quite commendable, she nodded in approval. Meanwhile, Mingzhu finally finished his tale, casting an exuberant glance at Su Chui, as if to say, "Isn't my husband remarkable?" Su Chui sensed the impatience of those in the living room and hurriedly replied, "The master I invited is more formidable than yours. We shall discuss it tonight. I must take my leave for now." Mingzhu paused for a moment, but did not dwell on it, believing Su Chui was merely boasting. He hurried to the front and asked Fong Qingzi, "Master Fong, may I inquire what the issue is with my family and how to resolve it?" "There are two issues." Fong Qingzi glanced at Xia Wange and the others, then sighed. "Very well, let us step outside. I shall show you." "Thank you. Thank you." Mingzhu hastily pulled Su Chui along, eager to hear more. Su Chui, unable to resist, saw Xia Wange signaling her to rest assured and go out. So she smiled awkwardly at Xia Wange and was pulled out by Mingzhu. Xia Wange stretched her neck to glance at the few people outside talking and felt a twinge of anxiety. She longed to hear their conversation. However, if she were to go out now, it would seem rather abrupt. Thus, she turned her gaze and fixed it on Lu Qiu. "Boss, you must be feeling a bit stifled, so you wish to step outside for some fresh air, right?" Without waiting for a response, she pushed Lu Qiu towards the exit. Lu Qiu, taken aback by the unexpected push, maintained a stern expression. "No, I'm not stifled. I could even hold my breath underwater for 3 minutes.
See?
Not stifled at all, just spouting nonsense," Xia Wange quipped, quickening her pace. "Where's the water here?" "Boss, I'm rather timid, so don't frighten me." Even without reading her mind, Lu Qiu could discern Xia Wange's intentions. He abruptly halted the wheelchair, suggesting a change of subject. Xia Wange paused, then nodded enthusiastically. "Let us switch things up. 10 changes, let us go outside first." A slight smile tugged at Lu Qiu's lips. As he released the brake, he was swiftly propelled forward. He could feel the momentum even in the wheelchair. When they reached the threshold, Xia Wange pressed down on the back of the wheelchair, lifting him precariously, and propelled him forward with a sudden shove, raising his arms to balance him as they both teetered, almost losing their grip. Before he could recover, she executed a sharp turn and sprinted onward. Finally coming to a stop, Lu Qiu took a deep breath. It was apparent that Xia Wange didn't regard him as a disabled person at all. If this continued, he'd need Assistant Su to procure him a more secure seatbelt. At the villa steps, it was still somewhat distant. Xia Wange could barely catch snippets of Fong Qingzi's words about two discrepancies before they moved further away. She felt a sense of urgency. The incline for the wheelchair on the other side was a bit far, and she glanced at the stairs, noting the slope was not yet 30 degrees. Does Lu Qiu know what thud 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 means? Upon hearing this thought, Lu Qiu instinctively sensed trouble. Then came the sound, thud, bang, thud. 3 distinct impacts. And Lu Qiu comprehended what thud 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 truly meant. He was unceremoniously pushed down 3 steps by Xia Wange. This was the first time since his leg problems arose.
Xia
Wange. Lu Qiu could no longer contain his frustration and gritted out. Do you remember that I am disabled? Behind them, Assistant Su, who had just exited, nearly slipped and fell upon hearing this. This was the first time since Lu Qiu's leg troubles that he had openly acknowledged his condition. Assistant Su carefully observed him and noted that, although Lu Qiu appeared somewhat angry, it was far from the fury he usually displayed when his leg was mentioned. Instead, he seemed more exasperated and resigned, lacking the previous volatility and sorrow he exhibited when others inadvertently brought up his disability. It is said that true acceptance of one's flaws is the first step toward healing. Could it be that Lu Qiu had finally unraveled his inner turmoil? Chapter 70. Master Uncle. Assistant Su couldn't help but marvel internally at Xia Wange's prowess. What method had she employed? Was it that the more recklessly she treated Lu Qiu, the more joy he derived? If Xia Wange were aware of Assistant Su's thoughts, she would surely assert that she never perceived Lu Qiu as a person needing assistance. From the very first moment she laid eyes on him, she had envisioned taking his wheelchair, never once considering him someone who required care. In her view, Lu Qiu was remarkable. Instinctively seeking benefit and avoiding harm is human nature. And it is an ingrained habit for those who study metaphysics. Aligning with the natural order is intrinsic to their vocation. Although she ought to comply with Lu Qiu, the urgency of the situation prevailed. Hush, hush, hush. Xia Wange quickly placed her hand over Lu Qiu's mouth, casting a glance at Feng Qingzi and the others in the distance. Lowering her voice, she urged, "Don't call my name just yet. I'll agree to 2 of your requests, okay? Just blink if you consent." Lu Qiu let out a heavy sigh, closed his eyes for a brief moment, and when he opened them again, they were wide and fixed on Xia Wange, unblinking, as they engaged in a silent standoff. Assistant Su, who had nearly slipped earlier, found himself at a loss for words. He realized that anyone in Xia Wange's company seemed to regress into childlike behavior. Lu Qiu, your legs may not be well, but your hands still work, right? Just push yourself off. But Assistant Su refrained from saying anything, instinctively feeling it was best to remain at a distance. After a moment, when Xia Wange noticed Lu Qiu still hadn't blinked, she gently blew on his face, and at the moment his eyelids flickered, she withdrew her hand, smiling gratefully. Lu Qiu, I'll take that as your agreement. Oh, you truly are a good person. Lu Qiu, after a moment of silence, he replied earnestly. You've only just begun taking on work at your age. Were you worried you'd be chased and beaten up when you were younger? How did you know? Xia Wange craned her neck to peer at Feng Qingzi and replied nonchalantly, Oh, boss, you truly are insightful. Your only flaw is your legs. Once you recover, you'll be perfect enough to make me envious. Lu Qiu was not swayed by Xia Wange's flattery. He scoffed lightly. Thank you for remembering my leg issues. I thought I could walk again after that thud, but my waist almost gave way. Didn't you say this wheelchair has good shock absorption? Xia Wange continued to gaze at the distant figures, musing without a second thought. Waist misaligned? Let me help you rub it out. With that, her hand, faster than her thoughts, reached toward Lu Qiu's back, aiming for his waist. Lu Qiu was startled, quickly turning his wheelchair around. Seeing her hand still reaching out, he shouted, Xia Wange, are you out of your mind?
Can you not be reckless outside?
Xia Wange snapped back to reality, suddenly recalling what she had just said, wishing she could slap herself twice. Before she could do so, however, she hurriedly covered Lu Qiu's mouth again. Don't call my name yet. With that, Xia Wange quickly glanced toward Feng Qingzi's direction and, upon seeing the astonished look on his face, thought to herself, Oh no, it's over. Finished. Oh, my foolish mouth and hands. Upon catching these thoughts, Lu Qiu's heart tightened, fearing that he had inadvertently caused trouble for Xia Wange. He glanced sideways at Feng Qingzi, who was approaching rapidly, and in a flash of intuition, worried that he might be coming to settle the score. Despite being fellow disciples, Xia Wange's behavioral patterns were bound to offend many, whereas he bore her antics with grace. As he contemplated this, he prepared to maneuver his wheelchair to shield Xia Wange, but in the next instant, Feng Qingzi halted before her, bending his knee to kneel. Xia Wange quickly raised her foot to block his knee, exclaiming, No need for such formalities. Stand up. Don't kneel. You're over 50. I can't accept that. In the astonished gazes of the others, Feng Qingzi stood upright and, with a proper bow, addressed Xia Wange respectfully. Master Uncle is worthy of such reverence. No matter the form of greeting, Master Uncle deserves it. Master Xia, my master often speaks of you, saying that although you are the youngest in the sect, you began learning the master-esque skills from the moment you could sit. And you have mastered them more thoroughly than anyone else, possessing the greatest talent. Ming Zhu, Su Chui, and Assistant Su were all taken aback. Master Uncle? After the exclamations, Ming Zhu pondered whether Fang Qingzi had mistaken the person, but upon closer inspection, he saw the excitement in Fang Qingzi's demeanor and quickly looked to his wife. What's going on? How did a master uncle appear out of nowhere? The master I hired is already this remarkable. Just imagine how extraordinary the master uncle must be. Su Chui was equally astonished, finding the scene utterly surreal. She knew of Xia Wange's capabilities, but was astonished to discover she was the master uncle of Fang Qingzi. Such a high standing. The youth of the individual in question is indeed striking. To be candid, witnessing someone with strands of white hair, appearing to be in their 40s, referring to another as Auntie Gu was rather surreal. Lu Qiu's focus, however, was evidently distinct from theirs, as he raised an eyebrow. Xia Yunzi? Upon hearing those words, Xia Wange felt an inexplicable embarrassment, akin to a close friend suddenly addressing her by a formal title. She scratched her head and turned to Fang Qingzi, awkwardly attempting to strike up a conversation. How is your master? Is he in good health? My master departed from this world 6 months ago, Fang Qingzi replied. Xia Wange's expression froze momentarily, and she cleared her throat, as if she had inadvertently broached an uncomfortable topic. Yet, Fang Qingzi smiled and continued. My master lived a long life, having surpassed 70 years. Before he passed, he summoned us and said that reaching such an age in our profession is a cause for celebration, urging us to bid him farewell with smiles. He also mentioned that if he were to see you again, he would certainly wish to extend his regards and encouraged us to seek your guidance whenever we faced uncertainties. I have instructed my disciples to learn as much as possible should they encounter you, Master Ant. That is well and good, Xia Wange replied, rubbing her nose. She took out her phone, suggesting, let's exchange contact details. If you face any particularly challenging issues, do feel free to reach out for a discussion. The communication between the disciples and their master was seamless, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Fang Qingzi's master, who was supposedly over 70, turned out to be a senior disciple of Master Xia, and he encouraged them to consult her for their queries. Master Xia was still so young yet already had a multitude of apprentices and disciples. She truly seemed wise beyond her years. Chapter 71. Xia Yunzi. After adding each other on WeChat and noting the contact, Xia Wange felt an urgent desire to leave. The prospect of others respectfully seeking her counsel, especially those older than herself, filled her with trepidation, not from a lack of willingness to teach, but rather from the peculiarity of the situation, which she found unsettling at her core. While she could retort effortlessly for days if challenged, she struggled to articulate her thoughts when addressed as Master Ant with deference. She was unsure of her own mindset. Perhaps she would only be able to take on apprentices when she herself was much older, if she even lived to such an age. At first, when the others did not recognize her, she could maintain a sense of observation, but now that they had identified her, she yearned to escape. Earlier I overheard you mention 2 questions, but there were actually 3. I left a note detailing all the queries. Please refer to it. With that, Xia Wange hurriedly pushed Lu Qiu out, stating, I have matters to attend to. Please resolve any unanswered questions personally. Contact me if needed. Lu Qiu said nothing further, allowing Xia Wange to lead him away, his mind replaying her earlier words about the questions. There were indeed 3, without hesitation or ambiguity, showcasing her confidence in her field of expertise. Thank you, Master Ant, for your guidance. Fang Qingzi bowed slightly. Safe travels, Master. After Xia Wange completely vanished from view, Ming Zhu, who had been momentarily stunned, suddenly remembered to see her off. He rushed over, only to find that they had already disappeared around the corner. With Assistant Su hastily departing while speaking on the phone, there's no need to see President Ming off. Please stay. Ming Zhu, still dazed, murmured, Master Fang. Was she truly your Master Ant? Fang Qingzi straightened, a hint of displeasure evident. Is there any doubt about such matters? No, that's not what I meant, Ming Zhu quickly clarified. I just find Master Xia to be quite youthful. Fang Qingzi stated, regardless of age. This profession is not determined by years but by talent and experience. Master Xia has simply not publicly engaged in her work. Hence her reputation has primarily circulated within our circle. Even my master himself acknowledged that he pales in comparison to her. Ming Zhu gasped at this revelation, glancing at the still-dazed Su Chui. He nudged her with his shoulder, and upon seeing her regain her composure, they both gasped in unison. Su Chui clapped her hands, her excitement palpable. I can't believe we've invited a true master back, an industry giant. Opportunities like this are rare. Her gaze shifted to Fang Qingzi.
Master.
You mentioned that the withered tree in the southwest corner of the courtyard should be removed and replaced with a vibrant tree, correct? Do you have any recommendations? Any tree that is vigorous will suffice. The southwest corner signifies the position of the mistress. Maintaining cleanliness and order is of utmost importance. Su Chui nodded, then inquired. And what about that jade piece? Should it be donated? Fang Qingzi replied, yes, it is best to donate it. In truth, the mere presence of the dead tree would not greatly affect you if not for the jade, which was extracted from the mouth and rectum of a deceased individual, and placed in the southwest corner on the second floor. At this point, Fang Qingzi abruptly paused, turning to Mingzhu. Did you mention you have experienced excessive sleepiness? Mingzhu rubbed his belly. Master, I believe it's simply due to fatigue from recent days. I don't have any headaches. I understand now. Both issues stem from your wife's influence. Your problem lies elsewhere. As he spoke, Fang Qingzi briskly walked into the living room, retrieving the paper he had kept hidden beneath the cup, unfolding it to read. 1. The withered tree in the southwest corner should be removed. Planting a new tree is optional, but cleanliness and order must be maintained in that area. Fang Qingzi pondered this. Is that outer circle of the courtyard part of your property? It's not. It belongs to the public, Mingzhu replied, patting his belly. Su Chui added. Perhaps it's considered common area? This neighborhood is quite tricky. Even those living in villas have to deal with shared space. I learned from a neighbor that she was so frustrated she moved the surrounding wall out a bit. I see. Fang Qingzi nodded, his expression one of enlightenment, as he continued reading. 2. The storeroom should be well ventilated. The Han Dynasty jade in the corner should be donated, preferably to a museum. And the Tang Sankai from the south should also be dealt with. Mingzhu interjected, Master, you mentioned earlier that it's best not to purchase that porcelain piece. Fang Qingzi continued reading. 3. The male homeowner is lacking in energy, prone to excessive sleepiness and fatigue. Issues may exist with the ancestral home or the grave. It would be wise to investigate locally, as the current state may merely be a precursor. Fang Qingzi tightened his grip on the paper. This was a point he had only considered after being prompted, demonstrating the thoroughness of his master and insights. When shall we set out? He asked Mingzhu. Mingzhu hesitated, feeling both apprehensive and that the matter was progressing rather swiftly. Whenever you deem it suitable, Master. Su Chui, aware of her husband's indecisive nature, quickly interjected. We'll follow your lead, Master. Since it was my master aunt who pointed out these matters, I must exert my utmost effort. We shall depart immediately, Fang Qingzi declared. Right now? Mingzhu replied. Very well, Master. Su Chui added, I'll have someone prepare right away. Meanwhile, in the distance, in a luxurious cullinan, Xia Wange, no longer feeling awkward, crossed her legs and began to articulate her thoughts with ease. That Mingzhu is honest and diligent, meticulous in his work, a partner with whom we can collaborate. The larger the matter, the more careful he becomes. However, caution often leads to indecision, which requires someone to nudge him along, and Su Chui possesses that decisive nature, complementing his character. Thus, our collaboration with President Ming can indeed be further advanced. Assistant Su summarized, casting a glance at Lu Qiu. As Lu Qiu, with his head bowed over the documents, suddenly broke into a smile. His deep voice gently murmured 3 words, Xia Yunzi. Su, the assistant, inquired, Is something amiss, General Lu? Xia Wange interjected. Is this never-ending? In Chapter 72, an incident unfolded. Lu Qiu found it difficult to articulate his feelings. It was akin to a particularly irreverent friend accompanying you on an outing, only for a child to unexpectedly approach your mischievous companion and respectfully greet them with, Good day, teacher. Then, observing your jocular friend offering earnest encouragement to the child, a peculiar sense of embarrassment washed over you. It was the kind of awkwardness that arises when a familiar face attempts to adopt a serious demeanor. If this acquaintance possessed an odd moniker peculiar to their circle, the discomfort would only intensify. Reflecting on this, Lu Qiu stifled a laugh, covering his mouth as if to conceal his mirth, wary of provoking someone's ire. Everyone has their own thresholds, and Lu Qiu felt his humor was encapsulated in those 3 words. Xia Wange shot him a glare, declaring, If I reduce my workload, I'll agree to do 1.5 tasks. Lu Qiu regarded her thoughtfully, adjusted his posture, and suggested, Then let us accomplish half a task first. The journey home is quite long. I yearn to hear a story. A story? Xia Wange queried, intrigued. What sort of story? Lu Qiu smiled. One that allows me to momentarily forget the tale of Xia Yunzi. Xia Wange rolled her eyes internally, retorting, are you certain? Convincing me to undertake a task is quite valuable. I lack for nothing but money. Lu Qiu replied with a calm demeanor. Xia Wange was momentarily taken aback. Very well. I shall tell you. Once upon a time, there was a little Red Riding Hood who set out to visit her grandmother. Upon arriving, she discovered that her grandmother had been devoured by a big bad wolf, and soon after, Little Red Riding Hood met the same fate. Lu Qiu waited a moment. Is that all? Indeed, Xia Wange shrugged. Let me recount another. There was once a sleeping beauty who pricked her finger on a spindle at the age of 16 and fell into a deep slumber, remaining asleep until her demise. Lu Qiu listened, captivated, too brief. Su, the assistant, chimed in. Once upon a time, there was a Snow White. The queen, gazing into her mirror, inquired who the fairest in the land was. The magic mirror proclaimed that Snow White was the most beautiful. Consequently, the queen seized her and exposed her to the sun, transforming her into a charcoal princess. Is there no continuation? Lu Qiu arched an eyebrow. Master Xia, surely your half-task isn't this lackluster? Xia Wange looked at him. I sense you are retaliating for my earlier swift push. Lu Qiu remained silent, reflecting on how to describe the speed at which Xia Wange had propelled him earlier. When he assessed that a turn would be unsafe at such velocity, he pressed the brakes, inadvertently allowing her to drift past the corner with that very action. It was then that he realized anything with wheels could indeed drift. Tell a lengthy, innovative story, one that is both expected yet surprising, Lu Qiu urged her. Just as I underestimated your limits earlier. Taking a deep breath, Xia Wange began. The queen asked the magic mirror once more who was the most beautiful woman in the world. The mirror responded that she resided in the eastern continent. Thus, the queen journeyed across the seas to find the fairest woman. Along her journey, she was robbed by bandits and fell off a cliff, saved only by a tree that prevented her demise, yet she lost her memory in the process. Later, she was discovered by a family who named her Mulan, for she was saved by the wood. Flowers bloomed upon the wood, hence the name Hua Mulan. To repay her benefactors, she disguised herself as a soldier and, during battle, was pursued by the enemy to the sea. In despair, she leaped into the ocean, and the sea god, recognizing her, declared her his daughter. He revealed that the magic mirror was her talisman, restoring her fishtail and transforming her into a mermaid, free to swim the seas. The mermaid longed for her past life as a queen and bargained with a witch for human legs. The witch granted her wish, but with a price. With each step, her hair would grow uncontrollably, and she could not cut it. Thus, she secluded herself in a tall tower, letting her hair cascade down from its heights. Eventually, a group of dwarfs arrived. One called upon his 6 brothers to assist her in braiding her hair, enabling her descent from the tower. They discovered that her hair ceased to grow when treated with the juice of leaves. They dyed her hair green, which indeed halted its growth. However, her original hair was quite heavy. One day, while mushroom picking, she mistook a frog for a lotus leaf and leaped upon it, resulting in an unexpected kiss that transformed her into an ugly duckling. Though she had always admired beauty, she felt inferior and longed only to associate with the lovely white swans. It was only upon growing up that she realized she was, in fact, a white swan herself. The swans migrated south for the winter, and during her first flight, lacking experience, she circled the globe and ended up in the north, where she was captured and became a dish of roasted goose. After a pause, Lu Qiu inquired, and then? Xia Wange replied. Then I decided to find a place to enjoy roasted goose. Lu Qiu nodded, glancing at Su. You should now comprehend why I couldn't help but laugh upon hearing those 3 words. Su responded, I understand thoroughly, so this is the true nature of Master Xia. His previous perception of her as a meticulous individual was challenged. Indeed, this tale had its own structure. As the end of the workday approached, Lu Qiu suggested, let us choose a restaurant for dinner. Checking the time, Su hastily retrieved his phone. General Lu, what would you like to eat today?
Did she not say?
Roasted goose. I am eager for it as well. Lu Qiu replied, turning to Xia Wange. Shall we indulge in a feast of queens, Mulan, mermaids, Rapunzel, and the ugly duckling? Surprised that her improvised story had captivated him so, Xia Wange hesitated, instinctively responding, not a chance. Lu Qiu sighed, softening his tone. All right, I was merely jesting. Let us dine together. The more, the merrier. Xia Wange reluctantly acquiesced. Fine, let us eat. Consuming people is illegal, Lu Qiu quipped. Master Xia, you truly have no reservations. Immediately, he shifted the topic. It seems fitting that someone capable of weaving words around a goose could indeed circle the globe. Xia Wange retorted. How clever of you to await my words here. She surmised he was exacting revenge for her earlier playful push. Su, the assistant, interjected help. Could you two esteemed individuals behave more seriously? Silent in exasperation, Xia Wange transformed her frustration into appetite, fervently ordering an array of dishes. Seeking to deplete Lu Qiu's wallet substantially. After a lavish meal, she felt no hunger the following day at work. Upon her arrival, Xia Wange instinctively found a spot in Lu Qiu's office to play on her phone, a routine that both Lu Qiu and Su had grown accustomed to, even providing her with drinks and snacks. What she presumed would be a tranquil day took an unexpected turn when Du Yun entered the office, stating, Master Xia, I just received alarming news. An incident has occurred. The individual who went to oversee the bridge closure last night unexpectedly jumped into the river. He has not awakened since being rescued. In Chapter 73, the gravity of the situation dawned on Xia Wange as she straightened her posture, incredulously asking, Isn't he awakened? Has anyone investigated? Do we know the details? Du Yun shook his head. I only learned that this master ventured alone into the already sealed-off bridge in the dead of night, while others awaited below. To their shock, he leaped from the bridge. And he has yet to regain consciousness. Xia Wange pondered for a moment. So, he is merely unresponsive? Yes, Du Yun confirmed. Du Yun nodded. Since everyone was waiting below, the moment they saw the master jump into the river, they immediately rushed to save him, without hesitation. It seemed that the basic methods of calling souls had already been attempted, and since he had not awakened until now, a different approach might be necessary. After Xia Wange finished speaking, she turned to Du Yun and asked, Did you find any surveillance footage of that lost soul we encountered the night we scattered the ashes? Sun Cheng. Du Yun remembered the name distinctly because he had mistakenly called the wrong soul at that time. Actually, there's a surveillance camera that happened to capture the scene. I used some connections to see it, but it's difficult to obtain a copy. Let me tell you what happened. After Sun Cheng jumped off the bridge, he was carried away by the water for a while but managed to swim back to shore. Then, inexplicably, he fell backward into the river again. And that's when you rescued him. Xia Wange fell silent. Du Yun, feeling anxious, asked, Did you notice anything? No, Xia Wange replied, but I do have a slight lead. Du Yun continued, because of this Master's mishap, the clients have sent out a call for heroes, inviting all the renowned masters in the vicinity. The news of people jumping off the bridge is still being suppressed, but it may not hold for long. After saying this, Du Yun's expression turned triumphant. Sister Xia, I still have some connections with this developer. I know your reputation hasn't taken off yet. How about I get you an invitation to make a name for yourself? Just as Xia Wange was about to respond, her phone vibrated. It was a message from her recently recognized disciple. Master Xia, do you have time tomorrow evening? A client of mine is out of town and cannot attend. Could you please step in? You may have heard about the bridge suicide incident. A friend of mine with the surname Li went to check it out last night and ended up in a coma. They are hoping to gather collective efforts to resolve this matter. Xia Wange was about to reply with an okay, but paused before hitting send. Considering her elder status, she pondered for a moment and instead sent a good, followed by a handshake emoji. The other side quickly responded with a fist emoji. How about it, Sister Xia? It's just a small matter. I can handle it, Du Yun exclaimed animatedly. No need, Xia Wange replied. My disciple has given me face. I will go directly tomorrow evening. I'll accompany you. Lu Qiu, who had been silent, spoke up. I'll go with you tomorrow night. Xia Wange was taken aback. It could be quite dangerous. Possibly encountering ghosts or strange entities. I'm not afraid of such things, Lu Qiu declared decisively. Oh, Xia Wange drawled. Well, since you're not afraid, it's best you come with me. I'll go too, Du Yun raised his hand. Sister Xia, we must remember our benefactors. Don't forget to take me along. You're not afraid? Xia Wange inquired. Du Yun, eager to please, chuckled. With you around, what do I have to fear? To be honest, the days spent with you have truly enlightened me about the essence of the world. Materialism and scientific development are the true essence of the world, Xia Wange corrected. By the way, the spot where Sun Cheng fell back into the water is quite near where we scattered the ashes last time, right? Yes, it's in that vicinity.
Du Yun confirmed.
Xia Wange nodded, saying nothing further. Instead, she sank back into the sofa, donned her headphones, and paid no mind to anything else. That evening, She retrieved a bracelet from Lu Qiu. In the dead of night, Xia Wange rode her motorcycle, carrying a speaker, and swiftly arrived at the location where they had previously scattered the ashes, near the bridge. Holding the Bluetooth speaker, she followed her compass to a clear area, drove several stakes into the ground, and quickly fashioned a simple talisman array with string. Then, she placed the speaker inside, and began playing the Chronicles, the very piece that had summoned the spirit incorrectly during Du Yun's previous attempt, when the person had sung the lines of Dongjua. After a while of playing, Xia Wange opened her third eye, but saw no abnormalities. After contemplating for a moment, she speculated that perhaps the music was too pleasant, hence ineffective. She then moved the speaker aside and stood in the middle, rifling through her thoughts to recall lyrics, ultimately deciding to sing a piece called The Painted Face. For someone who loved opera, she figured that if she sang poorly, even the ghost would find it unbearable. Thus, Xia Wange began to sing, deliberately altering the lyrics. The blue-faced Do Er Dun steals horses, the red-faced Guangong battles the big fool, the yellow-faced Dianwei, the white-faced Chow Chow, the black-faced Zhang Fei laughs heartily, ha ha ha, cough cough cough. Choking on her own saliva, Xia Wange coughed a few times before continuing.
Ah ah ha ha ha.
She glanced at the lyrics, but before she could continue, the river before her began to stir, gradually coalescing into a gray soul that floated over with an extremely hoarse voice. What kind of decorum is this? What kind of decorum? Xia Wange continued to sing while retreating. When the gray soul drifted into the talisman array she had set up, she swiftly raised her finger, reciting an incantation, and exclaimed,
Halt.
Thus, the soul stopped in the center of the array. Although it could not advance, it still muttered, what kind of decorum? Xia Wange crossed her arms and circled the soul. Strangely, just like last time, she still found no issues. It was merely a fixation, devoid of malice or resentment, and had never harmed anyone. Could it be that her assumptions were askew? Was it truly just a stroke of luck that Du Yun had called it forth last time? She had initially thought this soul was a vengeful spirit she had misjudged. With this thought, Xia Wange glanced toward the distant bridge. Currently, the bridge was closed at night, with many people guarding it. She could consider finding a way to investigate, but it might create too much commotion. She had also crossed the bridge during the day without noticing anything amiss. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Wange decided she would wait until tomorrow night to see what the others thought. With that in mind, Xia Wange dismantled the array, allowing the soul burdened with fixation to depart. Yet, to her utter disbelief, the soul refused to leave. It continued to mutter, what kind of decorum? What kind of decorum? How can this be? Xia Wange, Chapter 74, Pretentiousness. Xia Wange pursed her lips, realizing she had inadvertently provoked this fixation. Having no other option, she ignited a soul-sending talisman, dispatching the soul back to where it came from. Just before its disappearance, it shouted one last time, what kind of decorum? Xia Wange tidied up her belongings, mumbling as she walked out, if it weren't for my altered lyrics and my somewhat off-key singing, you wouldn't have emerged. When I played the recording for you earlier, weren't you just enjoying it? It's a miracle it even got through, yet you're picky. What the heck, Lu Qiu? What are you doing here? Xia Wange exclaimed, spotting Lu Qiu waiting by the roadside, alongside a Cullinan. I figured you would come here first. Lu Qiu leaned lazily against his hand, wrapped in a cashmere blanket, observing her with a relaxed demeanor. So, I thought I'd come and try my luck. He understood Xia Wange well, though she appeared carefree. Once she took things seriously, she would consider every detail, even scouting ahead to ensure everything proceeded smoothly. However, there were aspects she might overlook, such as the sudden drop in temperature tonight. What brings you here? Xia Wange tightened her grip on the Bluetooth speaker. How long have you been here? Lu Qiu handed her the warm cashmere blanket he had already warmed up. Not long. Let us get in the car. I rode my bike, Xia Wange said, momentarily stunned by the warmth of the blanket in her arms, pointing at the cool motorcycle nearby. I called for a designated driver, and they arrived. Just give him the car keys. At that moment, the designated driver approached to collect the keys. Xia Wange, dazed, followed Lu Qiu into the car, anxiously sitting in the seat. After a while, she finally asked the question that concerned her most. When did you arrive? Did you hear anything odd? Like peculiar opera lyrics or anything? Lu Qiu looked at her. Huh?
What are you talking about?
What peculiar opera lyrics? Upon witnessing his demeanor, Xia Wange let out a slight sigh of relief. It was fortunate that he had not overheard her, for otherwise, her illustrious reputation would have been irrevocably tarnished. Gazing at the rapidly passing streetlights outside, she tightened the blanket around her, relishing the enveloping warmth that made her ponder whether she should also acquire a car. Though motorcycles were convenient and swift, winter was rapidly approaching. Xia Wange. Lu Qiu's voice suddenly broke the silence, calling her name. Xia Wange withdrew her gaze from the window to look at him. The streetlight filtered through the glass, casting a warm yellow glow upon Lu Qiu's handsome profile, rendering his expression elusive and flickering in the soft light. Who bestowed your name upon you? Xia Wange arched an eyebrow slightly. It was my master. Does it carry any particular significance? After a moment's contemplation, Xia Wange replied, when my master found me, he remarked that my cries resembled a song sung on a summer night, hence he named me Xia Wange. Lu Qiu pursed his lips, nodding slightly. What is it? Xia Wange retorted. Your master, Lu Qiu deliberated over his words, is quite impressive. Xia Wange was taken aback. Of course, my master is the best. To describe the wailing of spirits in such a poetic manner, your master is indeed remarkable. Xia Wange. In a fit of indignation, she flung the blanket she was holding at Lu Qiu, her embarrassment transforming into anger as she seized his shoulder, shaking him vigorously. So you did hear it. You heard me singing those nonsensical lyrics. You pretended not to hear. Xia Wange gritted her teeth. Pretender. Pretender. What should I call you, Lu Qiu? Perhaps Lu Pretender. Lu Qiu chuckled, clutching the blanket to his chest while being jostled from side to side by Xia Wange's fervent shaking. I truly didn't mean to. I first heard your recording when I got out of the car, and later, I heard you singing. I didn't catch it all, so don't worry. Not all. How much did you hear? Xia Wange fumed. Only about 6 lines, I suppose. 6 lines? Xia Wange was momentarily stunned. Hadn't she only sung 4 lines? It also included that ha 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 cough cough cough, and ah ha ha ha, Lu Qiu remarked with a smile. Xia Wange inhaled sharply, staring at Lu Qiu for a long while before turning back to her seat. After a moment of silence, she inquired, was it only you who heard it? Lu Qiu suppressed his laughter. Rest assured, it was only me. Really? I swear, only I heard it, Lu Qiu said earnestly. I also swear it was unintentional. I didn't grasp the situation at first, so I didn't ask the driver to stop. Initially, I couldn't distinguish your recording from the rest. And I thought I had fallen victim too, so I moved closer. Subsequently, some sounds just unwittingly infiltrated my ears. I had no control over it. Humph. How could you fall victim? You are quite the pretender. Xia Wange huffed lightly, grinding her teeth, feeling both annoyed and relieved that only Lu Qiu had overheard. Her grand and illustrious image in the eyes of others remained intact. As for how she appeared in Lu Qiu as heart, it was of little concern to her. After all, she had initially planned to commandeer a wheelchair. They shared a bond of camaraderie that transcended such trivial matters. Noticing Xia Wange's sullen demeanor, Lu Qiu chose to remain silent as they journeyed to her residence. When they arrived, just as she was about to alight from the vehicle, he softly called out, Xia Wange. Xia Wange turned to look at him, her expression still clouded. She was not truly angry. Perhaps a slightly darkened visage could conceal some of her embarrassment. Could you invite me next time? Lu Qiu weighed his words carefully, speaking gently. I'm not a good singer either. If I could join you next time, it would be nice. I used to sing a few lines with my grandfather when I was young, but after just a few, he never let me sing again. So, I must possess some talent. After staring at Lu Qiu for a moment and reflecting on his words, Xia Wange finally burst into laughter. You can speak of talent regarding this? Why not? Lu Qiu replied with a gentle smile. I thought of pulling you in, but if you were present, perhaps he wouldn't emerge. After some thought, I decided against it. Xia Wange touched her nose, as if to clarify her reasoning. In that case, I shall keep my distance, just as I did this time. Lu Qiu pondered for a moment, providing a rationale. With my presence, it is always a bit more secure, preventing any issues from arising, or if there are conflicting circumstances, I can seize the opportunity to treat my leg. All right, I shall certainly invite you next time. Xia Wange nodded in agreement, for she could hardly tolerate others adopting a submissive approach with her. As she turned to exit the vehicle, her wrist was suddenly grasped through her sleeve. She looked back. Lu Qiu gestured with his eyes, indicating that once she was done with her items, she should return them to the charging station. Following his gaze, Xia Wange remembered that she still had the bracelet on. She promptly removed it and handed it to Lu Qiu. Once her feet touched solid ground, she felt compelled to say something to Lu Qiu. After some contemplation, she remarked, Thank you for your hard work with the charging station. Lu Qiu gazed at her through the window for a moment before replying, It's no trouble. It's not as arduous as your singing. Just as Xia Wange was about to explode in frustration, he swiftly made his escape. Chapter 75. We are all in the same group. Currently, at Xia Wange's shop, Chao Nian and Zhou Xingwang were present during certain hours. However, due to the excessive text on the signboard she had hung, there were not many inquiries from passers-by. At most, a few idle elderly folks would peer in to discern what she was selling. Usually, when such situations arose, Zhou Xingwang would float down to take a glance, and then ascend to inform Chao Nian, as he was the faster of the two. Discussions regarding renting the adjacent second floor were also underway. Presently, Xia Wange had around 4 million in her account. In the past, she would have traveled far and wide to procure spirited jade stones, but now, with Lu Qiu in the picture, it seemed there were not many expenses to incur. Furthermore, she was still considered Lu Qiu's assistant. Although she spent her days lounging comfortably on the sofa in his office, playing with her phone, he continued to recharge her meal card and pay her salary. Most importantly, she had been enjoying Lu Qiu's exclusive lunches lately, and in the evenings, they would head to the bridge, where Lu Qiu was responsible for preparing the vehicle and gathering information. She only had to contribute her presence, while other concerns were left unconsidered. After much contemplation, she felt compelled to reciprocate. "Boss, is there anything you would like to eat? The persimmons are quite sweet lately, and crabs are also in abundance this year. Would you like some? Persimmons for good fortune, crabs as gifts. Both seem like excellent choices." Lu Qiu lifted his gaze from the documents and regarded her for a moment. "What? Do you wish to poison me? Poison you?" Xia Wange was puzzled. Lu Qiu scrutinized her expression for a while, then decided to check for himself. After a brief search, Xia Wange belatedly realized that crabs and persimmons should not be consumed together. She scanned a few related foods and suddenly exclaimed, "I can't believe there are so many things that shouldn't be eaten together. I've actually consumed them all." Lu Qiu casually inquired, "So, what have you relied on to reach this age?" By doing good deeds, Xia Wange retreated into the sofa. Feeling that her attempt to offer food was ill-fated, she contemplated hiring someone to monitor that troublesome account and report it, refusing to believe that while external disturbances continued, she could merely tempt them with high prices without a response from master, by on the other side. Upon hearing Xia Wange's words, Lu Qiu finally understood. She was indeed living by virtue. As he grappled with guilt and hesitation, unsure how to shift the conversation, Du Yun entered, her face brimming with anticipation as she addressed Xia Wange. "Sister Xia, are you ready? This case is quite significant. Do you need anything to bring? I can help you carry things." "I'm all set." Xia Wange indicated her backpack, which appeared nearly empty. "Just this?" Du Yun blinked in surprise. "Is there anything substantial that needs to be brought?" "Also this." Xia Wange pointed at Lu Qiu. "One bag and one Lu Qiu should suffice for about 90% of the matters."
Du Yun.
As Xia Wange remained engrossed in music and her phone, Du Yun's anxiety began to mount. Shortly thereafter, he initiated preparations for lunch, insisting that it should be light. Otherwise, if they were to experience any stomach issues while at the bridge, it would tarnish their esteemed reputation. He then cautioned her to limit her water intake after dinner, fearful that discomfort might hinder her performance. This caused Xia Wange to feel as though she were not merely attending to matters, but rather participating in a grand ceremony, akin to an examination. However, having observed Du Yun's demeanor, she was aware he had faced obstacles during his own examination, suggesting he had likely experienced considerable distress at that time. The appointed hour was noon, yet, to err on the side of caution, they ventured to the bridge at 11:30. Crossing through the checkpoint, upon witnessing the throngs of people on the bridge, Xia Wange grasped the meaning of an invitation, understanding why Du Yun was so apprehensive. It appeared that individuals with connections to various nearby cities, all possessing some knowledge of feng shui, had gathered. Not only were there geomancers, but also shamans, monks, and Taoists. Xia Wange belatedly realized that Master Li, whose incident had stirred this assembly, held a certain reputation within the industry. With so many present, it was evident that anyone capable of resolving the matter would swiftly gain the respect and fame that Master Li had previously cultivated. In their circle, reputation held immense significance. Typically, a practitioner would bring 1 or 2 assistants, and they moved about the bridge in small clusters, some greeting acquaintances while others approached to forge connections. Clearly, Master Li had commanded considerable respect. Lu Qiu cast a glance at the crowd on the bridge and remarked in a subdued tone. Xia Wange exchanged a knowing look with him, feeling a sense of camaraderie in their shared observations. She stroked her chin and mused, "My apprentice Fang Qingzi is quite remarkable indeed, to have befriended someone of such esteem." Lu Qiu regarded her thoughtfully, his lips moving as if to speak. But he ultimately refrained. He wished to suggest that perhaps Feng Qingzi and Master Li were of similar standing, both esteemed individuals, hence their friendship. He feared that awakening this notion in Xia Wange might lead her to become conceited. However, Xia Wange paid little mind to personal dynamics, instead approaching the bridge's edge, leaning over the railing to peer below. During the day, the bridge was solely for vehicular passage, allowing her a rare opportunity for careful observation. After a few glances, she discerned that the water below appeared untroubled, as did the bridge structure itself. All seemed well, yet the existence of a problem lingered, hinting at the necessity of awaiting a specific time. At that moment, a figure in charge, wielding a megaphone, summoned the crowd to gather. He commenced by expressing gratitude for their presence and informed them that Master Li's family would soon arrive with him, hoping for the expertise of the gathered masters. He then invited them to form a group face-to-face for more efficient communication, to avoid delays due to the crowd's size and the bridge's vastness. Some of the older attendees struggled to grasp the concept of forming a group in person, relying on their assistance, while adept individuals like Xia Wange swiftly joined the group. Joining was acceptable, but could the organizers not conduct a vetting process? A glance around revealed that the majority present were prominent figures. They certainly did not wish for any undesirables mingling among them. While altering her name in the group, Xia Wange frowned in her thoughts. What? Have you upgraded to a VIP WeChat membership? Can your esteemed status not coexist with us common folk in a single group? Is your account lined with gold? Some individuals were blissfully unaware, slipping in under the radar, seeking to bask in the glow of others' renown. Youngster, let me inform you that riding on the coattails of others' fame comes at a cost. Suddenly, a voice came closer, prompting Xia Wange to look up, only to find an elderly man, hair ashen and appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, slender and gaunt, with an arrogant demeanor, a sharp chin, hooked nose, thin lips, and a narrow forehead, an unmistakably cantankerous individual. He was flanked by 4 assistants, all of considerable age, creating quite a spectacle. As the old man's gaze wandered elsewhere, Xia Wange scratched her head in confusion, casting a questioning glance at Du Yun, silently inquiring about the elderly man's identity. Du Yun was exasperated. He had anticipated that Xia Wange would grasp the implications of the old man's condescending remarks directed at her from the very outset. The organizer was a friend of his, and he had seen the organizer frequently confirming details with him. Left with no choice, Du Yun gestured for the organizer to disregard the situation. Unaware of this, Xia Wange continued to scrutinize the group, her simple avatar standing out among the picturesque images. As she contemplated changing her profile picture, the old man's voice rang out. In my over a decade in this field, I have never encountered such shamelessness. Youngster, take heed of your disgrace. Do not pursue your goals by any means necessary, devoid of dignity. Furrowing her brow, Xia Wange lifted her gaze and surveyed the assembly. Realizing that they were perhaps the only group composed of 3 young individuals, while others were typically accompanied by an elder. A sudden realization struck her, leaving her astonished. Is he addressing me? Upon catching a glimpse of Xia Wange's bewildered expression, Du Yun fervently nodded. Scratching his nose, Xia Wange was not one to internalize conflict. She boldly faced the old man and inquired loudly, "Are you calling me shameless?" The man, taken aback by her directness, hesitated before responding with a dismissive snort. Whoever feels addressed is indeed the subject of my words. Xia Wange nodded, concluding that he certainly was not referring to her. Turning to Du Yun with a playful grin, she remarked, Du Yun, I see you previously speculated about what one might do for a living in old age. Caught off guard by her implication, Du Yun asked, What do you mean? With a smile, Xia Wange replied, When you reach your 60s or 70s. You should join our profession. With just a few years of study, you could become an esteemed geomancer, sparing yourself years of missteps.
Who are you talking about?
The old man fumed, his irritation palpable. Without acknowledging him, Xia Wange lazily retorted, Whoever feels addressed is indeed the subject of my words. Lu Qiu chuckled, recognizing that Xia Wange was not one to easily back down. Organizer, come here. The old man shouted, clearly agitated. Look at this. This is the result of lax vetting. What manner of individuals have you allowed in? Hurry and verify her invitation, even if she lacks a physical copy. There must be an electronic one, right? We must also confirm her identity. Who knows what sort of impostor has slipped in under the guise of an invitation? Master Qian, please do not be upset, the organizer said, feeling overwhelmed. He dared not offend anyone present, fully aware that such a slight could lead to unforeseen repercussions. Those who received an invitation to come here certainly have genuine referrals. Master Qian huffed, who knows? I saw you exchanging glances with the person behind her. Clearly, you are acquainted. Perhaps they learned of this gathering through you, bringing this young one to leech off connections. Xia Wange blinked, pondering the mention of an invitation. Just as confusion washed over her, a phone call came in. Glancing at the caller ID, she addressed Master Qian coolly. Please hold on, I need to take this call. I shall return shortly to continue our discussion. After all, she was a lawyer, and her verbal skills had yet to falter. Look at this. Look at this. Such arrogance. Master Qian's anger intensified as he pointed at Xia Wange's retreating figure, berating the organizer for his lack of diligence. At that moment, the organizer recognized Lu Qiu, previously obscured by Xia Wange, and felt a wave of panic. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he grappled with the escalating situation, sensing it was becoming increasingly precarious. The practitioners of feng shui may be unfamiliar with the Lu family, yet it is well known among these businessmen. He had overheard gossip within their circle suggesting that Lu Qiu has recently been accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman, seemingly knowledgeable in feng shui. Observing her youthful demeanor, he harbored a subtle suspicion that perhaps Lu Qiu had received news and brought along his young girlfriend, who dabbles in metaphysics, to gain exposure. President Lu, how should we address this situation? He inquired, bypassing the throng to approach Lu Qiu directly. The crowd was sizable, and only when the responsible party approached Lu Qiu did they notice him seated in a wheelchair. Although surrounded by standing individuals, the aura emanating from him was anything but diminished. Those present, possessing a modicum of knowledge in physiognomy, marveled in unison, exclaiming, "Ah, a person of great fortune. With dragon shoulders and phoenix neck, truly invaluable." It was indeed peculiar. Why would someone of such noble bearing be confined to a wheelchair? Is there anyone among you who can enlighten me? One elder mused, "It is strange. In my many years, I have yet to encounter a person of such high status afflicted by disability. Perhaps the abundance of their fortune has taken a toll on their health. Yet I am at a loss as to how this can be remedied. It is a challenge. Only those adept in harnessing energy can assist. But such individuals are rare in our circle, often the pinnacle of our profession. Even if found, their assistance is contingent upon fate, and they may not lend their aid." The multitude engaged in lively discourse, articulating the conundrum surrounding Lu Qiu, yet they could not propose a solution. In this field, identifying an issue is not particularly difficult. The crux lies in determining how to resolve it. Encountering such a person of prominence surely invites the cultivation of good relations, and upon witnessing Xia Wange in the company of such a fortuitous individual, many were eager to assist. "Come now, Master Qian, it's merely a group. Allow the newcomer to observe and learn. What harm could it do? If anything, you need not speak," one suggested. "Indeed, I have no objections. All those in our group are acquaintances. The online realm encompasses all sorts of individuals. Why must you be so strict?" Another chimed in. "Master Qian, it's simply a matter of joining a group to spectate. Let us prioritize resolving the issue at hand." While Master Qian was not particularly versed in physiognomy, his expertise lay in healing and dispelling calamities. Nevertheless, he heard the ongoing discussions, and as a professional, he understood the importance of adapting to circumstances and avoiding harm. However, he found himself unable to lower his pride. Thus he stated resolutely, "I do not intend to make things difficult for her." "Very well. If she wishes to join the group, let her join. Let us enjoy the spectacle. However, you must arrange for their departure, as this space is filled with capable individuals, many of whom possess secret methods. It is unwise for unrelated parties to observe." Chapter 77. I shall assume a grand persona. Lu Qiu gazed at him intently, her voice soft yet resonant. "Mr. Qian, on what basis do you deem her an unrelated party? Merely due to her age? Is that not rather presumptuous? Perhaps her foundational skills are not inferior to those of the esteemed masters present." "Preposterous. At her age?" Master Qian's voice tightened as he quickly countered, "In our profession, how can age not be a measure of experience? The older practitioners have been in the field longer, while the younger ones are novices. What is wrong with that?" Lu Qiu regarded him coolly. "You mentioned earlier that you have been in the field for over a decade, indicating you too are a latecomer. Surely, there are masters here younger than you, who have been practicing longer. Should we then hold you to the same standard of experience?" At this, some in the audience rallied to her defense. "She has a point. I am just over 50, yet I have practiced for exactly 20 years, making me her senior. We cannot judge solely by age. Indeed, Some possess innate talent and enter the field early, like that prodigy from Mingmen Mountain, only 25 or 6, whose abilities surpass even our wildest aspirations. Of course, there were those who sided with Master Qian, though it may be rash to judge by age. Many from the older generation have seen their skills fade, with only a few able to master the craft. Exceptional talents like that are rare and take years to emerge. Even disregarding experience, we have our share of reputable individuals here. We all know one another, and it would be wise to step back. There is no need to cling to this issue. We are all invited guests, and while the time may not yet be upon us, our business is paramount. Amidst the back and forth, Master Qian found himself in a precarious position. He contemplated yielding, yet the scrutiny of the crowd made him hesitant, fearing ridicule if he retreated. After some reflection, he gritted his teeth and declared, "I will not consider anything else. As long as she possesses an invitation, whether electronic or paper, it suffices. If not, she must humbly apologize to me for her earlier insolence. My request is not excessive, is it?" While it was not an unreasonable demand, the girl had indeed acted rather impetuously. "Perhaps, esteemed one, you should advise the young lady accompanying you to offer a simple apology to ease the tension. A step back could lead to broader horizons." Lu Qiu's lips curled slightly. She believed that should she suggest to Xia Wange that they apologize, it would likely result in her head being severed. Xia Wange was not one to concede easily. Moreover, under these circumstances, he could not possibly compel her to bow. After some contemplation, he shifted in his wheelchair, raising his voice slightly. "Those present are aware of my fate. It is said that feng shui practitioners advocate for the pursuit of advantage and avoidance of harm. I stand here today as the advantage and the force. To be unjustly harassed and criticized is unreasonable, and if we are to retreat under such duress, it is an undue burden. I, Lu, declare that anyone compelling her to act against her shall be my adversary. If the masters find this disagreeable, feel free to direct your ire towards me. The consequences shall follow." A soft shoo emanated beside Lu Qiu, followed by a melodic voice whispering, "Your turn to perform has ended. Now it's my turn. This time, I shall assume a grand persona." Pulled behind him, Lu Qiu was taken aback by the harmonious response from the other party. He glanced at Xia Wange, observing her exaggerated gestures, and felt a sense of composure settle within him. Indeed, it was time to put on a grand display, not out of bravado. "Ladies and gentlemen," Xia Wange surveyed the assembly, then turned to Master Qian. "Where were we in our discussion?" Immediately, she feigned realization, interrupting before Master Qian could speak. "Oh, right, the invitation. I must confess, I do not possess one." Master Qian's eyes brightened. "Aha. I surmised you had intruded without proper credentials. This reflects poorly on the oversight of the organizers. We were deliberating a resolution, wherein you would apologize to me. Let us both take a step back." "Apologizing is out of the question," Xia Wange replied, slightly raising her chin and tossing her hair with a dismissive glance. "I do not have an invitation, for I am here on behalf of another. When I inquired about the invitation, my client stated he had never heard of such a thing." Someone interjected, "And who is your client?" Xia Wange turned to the speaker, offering a look of approval. "My client is known as Feng Qingzi." "Feng Master? I see. So, you are here on behalf of Feng Master? That explains why he was absent today. I had questions for him." "Indeed, with Feng Master as your patron, an invitation is unnecessary. Who in this region is unaware of his prowess?" Upon hearing the murmurs from the crowd, Master Qian seethed. "You claim to be sent by Feng Master. Do you have any proof?" Just earlier, Feng Master expressed confusion, questioning why someone from Qingya Peak would need an invitation. Xia Wange raised her hand and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, produced a wooden plaque to fasten at her waist. "Master Qian," she inquired, "I wonder how your eyesight is at present. Are you able to discern the words on this plaque?" The wooden plaque, identical in specifications, bore the elegant characters of Qinjiefeng, causing all present to collectively gasp in astonishment. The people of Qinjiefeng were indeed the vanguard of their metaphysical practices. Upon seeing those 3 characters, Master Qian's face darkened considerably, rendering him momentarily speechless. He quickly gestured to his disciple, who promptly understood and interjected, "This esteemed master is a junior of Master Feng Qingzi. To be blunt, although Master Feng is quite renowned, he and my teacher belong to the same generation. Therefore, this young master, even as a member of Qinjiefeng, is still a junior and ought not to show such disrespect to my teacher." As a junior, such aggressiveness is hardly the manner in which Qin Jiefeng raises its disciples. The onlookers began to furrow their brows, sensing that the man surnamed Qian was somewhat lacking in propriety. To claim equality with Master Fong was akin to claiming a falsehood, akin to climbing the moon to extort. Even as a disciple of Master Fong, he belonged to the orthodox lineage of Qin Jiefeng, which was certainly preferable to Master Qian's more dubious practices. Just as the crowd was preparing to speak in defense of Xia Wange, she expressed her surprise rather theatrically. Oh my, I had no idea that Master Qian and Master Fong were of the same generation. Chapter 78. An exasperating display. Understanding Xia Wange's intention, Lu Qiu averted her gaze. It was a display too contrived to bear. She wished she could record it to later relive the moment. Meanwhile, Xia Wange remained blissfully unaware, reveling in her performance. After raising her hand again, she gently turned her plaque around, smiling sweetly as she remarked, I am but an unremarkable girl. Merely a junior of Master Fong Qingzi. Even rounding up, I am still your elder by 2 generations. So you ought to address me as senior aunt. Without waiting for Master Qian's response, Xia Wange quickly added, of course, I only use that as an example. Please don't actually call me senior aunt. Our Qin Jiefeng values the qualities of its disciples highly. Not to mention, one must possess a generous spirit, refrain from being petty, and must not bully the weak. You see, someone of your character calling me senior aunt would be quite the favor. Thus, I implore you, do not call me that, for I shall not acknowledge it. Her words left Master Qian speechless, his complexion shifting from green to white, devoid of any means to counter her. In truth, he was so astonished that he found himself at a loss for words. No one could have anticipated that such a young girl would be the junior of Master Fong Qingzi. The words on that plaque clearly indicated a lineage connected to the Yun generation. What a staggering revelation. The original disciples of Qin Jiefeng's founder were indeed of the Yun generation. Xia Wange had previously spoken with Master Fong over the phone, recalling only a few key points, particularly that the plaque served as a symbol of identity. Incredibly valuable in calling upon many esteemed geomancers during critical moments. She had been astonished to learn of the plaque's significance, yet still cautiously inquired whether such a display of power was appropriate. Master Fong had remained silent for some time before responding, Senior aunt, this prestige was built by your own disciples. Had it not been for the ongoing call and the presence of so many people around her, she would have been tempted to slap her thigh in realization. Until that moment, she had been oblivious to the plaque's true power, having thought it merely a means for fellow disciples to recognize one another, as she had done previously by identifying another Qin Jiefeng member by their plaque. It turned out, however, that this plaque could indeed confer a semblance of grandeur. Oh, how she wished she had adorned herself with more. While the atmosphere simmered with tension, the masters surrounding them erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Wait a moment, did I just hear Yun generation? The Qin Jiefeng Yun generation? And so young? My heavens! I truly came at the right time. Is it possible that someone from the Yun generation is still alive? Could this plaque be a forgery? Are you out of your mind? Who would dare forge such a thing? It would be exposed in an instant. Could it have been lost by someone else and found by this young lady? What are you thinking? Each plaque is cultivated with great effort. It takes an immense amount of time to nurture just one. How could anyone misplace it? It is a symbol of identity. Indeed. Do you think these plaques can be mass-produced? Just gather a basket full of trinkets and replace them as needed? That's absurd. Hearing this, Xia Wange quietly retracted her hand, which had been poised to pull a multitude of plaques from her bag. Lu Qiu touched the plaque she wore around her neck, pursing her lips. Yes. It seems some truly do have an abundance of plaques, she mused. Sister Xia, with your prowess, why did you not reveal it sooner? My friends are nearly jumping into the river in desperation. Du Yun leaned in closer to Xia Wange, whispering, you should have worn that plaque here tonight. Xia Wange, lips remaining still, replied in a hushed tone, I only just discovered its potential for grandeur. Had I known, I would have flaunted it. Upon hearing this, Du Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He turned to Master Qian. That fellow over there, did he not speak of recognizing lineage? Apologize to Master Xia. It is a privilege to apologize to someone of the Qin Jiefeng Yun generation.
Who knows, you might even gain a few insights in return.
Indeed, indeed. Apologizing to Master Xia is not shameful at all.
Come now, apologize.
This matter should be settled, and we have important business to attend to. Xia Wange turned her gaze to Master Qian, who was clenching his fists, his gaunt frame trembling with suppressed emotion. Just as she anticipated, he would stubbornly refuse to relent. He unexpectedly relaxed his fists and, bowing slightly, uttered, "My apologies, Master Xia. I failed to recognize your stature and wronged you. I kindly ask for your forgiveness. Please do not hold it against me." Xia Wange raised an eyebrow, noting how his words implied she had instigated the conflict. His eyes betrayed his unwillingness to concede. Clearing her throat, she addressed him directly. "Young Qian, refrain from constantly invoking your years of study. Remember, there are always those more accomplished than oneself. Anger is not something to be carelessly directed at others. Though I am young, at merely 23 years, I have studied for 22 years and am not inferior to you in any regard. Do not aspire to belittle others. Keep your heart open, and the path ahead will be smoother. Aiming for immediate gain and adopting an overbearing demeanor will only lead to an early demise." The surrounding masters exchanged glances, recognizing that although Master Xia's words seemed benign, they contained an unmistakable reprimand. The anxious organizer, who had been observing the escalating tension, breathed a sigh of relief as the situation began to turn in their favor. He had invited these masters, hoping to establish a hierarchy, but when Master Fong had sent a substitute due to being away on business, he had refrained from inquiring further. When this young lady had arrived with Lu Qiu and Du Yun, he had assumed she was merely being introduced to the scene, only to realize she was the scene itself. With a leader now in place, matters would undoubtedly become much easier to resolve. Thus, he hastily stepped forward to mediate. Addressing Master Xia, "Might I request you to preside over this assembly of masters? Let us collectively seek solutions to the persistent issues surrounding the bridge. Its tendency to plunge into the river is indeed becoming intolerable." Upon hearing this, Xia Wange glanced at her phone, noting that it was already 12:10. In just 5 minutes, it would mark the very moment Master Li leapt from the highest point into the river. Chapter 79. Unable to gather even a child's urine. Xia Wange put away her phone and, gazing at the spot where Master Li had jumped, remarked, "Let us wait a little longer. Perhaps there are complications tied to this specific time." The others nodded in silent agreement. Without her title, Xia Wange might be overlooked, but adorned with it, she commanded respect. After all, disciples of Qingya Peak were numerous and possessed genuine skills, even if Xia Wange herself lacked expertise. The mere presence of her title warranted consideration for all associated with Qingya Peak. Hence, this night, she was destined to assume the role of leader among them. As she had spoken, the others refrained from voicing opposition, nodding in unison and waiting together. In truth, Xia Wange possessed certain methods at her disposal. Yet those methods were somewhat laborious. From a young age, her master had informed her of her unique constitution, which rendered her incapable of mastering any lofty techniques that consumed spiritual energy. Without spiritual energy, one was left with nothing. Had this been in the past, she would have been willing to share her rudimentary methods. However, elevated to her current status, it felt somewhat embarrassing to propose such simplistic solutions. As the group continued to wait, 5 minutes elapsed without incident. Another 5 minutes drifted by in silence, and after 4 such intervals, a voice in the crowd murmured, "Could it be that we are too numerous here, deterring the other party from appearing?" Some nodded in agreement, acknowledging the possibility, though such a fierce presence should not be so easily deterred. A woman's voice interjected, "My child has informed me that the absence of yin energy suggests the trial has yet to commence." Xia Wange thoughtfully stroked her chin. She had been observing with her third eye, and indeed found nothing amiss. Noticing the waning energy within the bracelet she wore, she casually removed it and handed it to Lu Qiu. Without a word, Lu Qiu understood and seamlessly exchanged it for another, which Xia Wange donned anew. Instantly, she felt revitalized, as if the previous limitations on her ability to cultivate spiritual energy had been lifted. A deep sense of security enveloped her. Having Lu Qiu by her side was profoundly reassuring. "Surely, we cannot continue waiting indefinitely," Qian Jia interjected. "Master Xia, might you possess a method to awaken the yin energy, allowing us to discern what malevolent force is at play?" Xia Wange regarded him knowingly, aware that he was beckoning her to act. She replied coolly, "Might I inquire if Master Qian has any methods of his own?" Taken aback, Qian Jia stroked his beard, stating, "My expertise lies in healing, not in such matters. I am here solely to assist Master Li. I have no solutions." Xia Wange shrugged. "One can only address problems as they arise. It is hardly prudent to conjure issues out of thin air." Turning her gaze to the assembly, she asked, "Do any of you possess solutions?" A chorus of head shakes ensued, affirming her point. In such an expansive area, there was no room for artificially conjured issues, lest they attract unforeseen entities. If it were a smaller region, that might suffice, but given the vastness and openness here, such a method is utterly inadvisable. Someone interjected, since Master Qian excels in healing, I have heard that Masterly S family has already brought him here. It seems there will be no immediate change regarding the bridge. Should we not prioritize Masterly S treatment? This suggestion was met with unanimous agreement. Master Li's family had been waiting below the bridge and swiftly brought forth his stretcher, beseeching everyone to expedite his rescue. They did not need to examine closely. A mere glance sufficed to confirm that he had lost a soul. Circles of onlookers inspected Master Li before shaking their heads and departing. When Du Yun noticed Qian Jia also departing with a shake of his head, she could not resist a jibe. Master Qian, do not shake your head. Are you not proficient in this? Please do take a look. Qian Jia shot her a glare, indignantly responding, the soul is lost. Master Li's family has already attempted calling it back, employing various methods. What more can I do? The greatest danger lies in the fact that the energy outlet has already opened. If we cannot seal it, the soul will continue to drift away. Master Xia, I wonder if you possess any solutions? Qian Jia had anticipated that Xia Wange would declare her inability to assist, providing him an opportunity for mockery. However, to his astonishment, Xia Wange, arms crossed and fixated on Master Li, responded without hesitation. Sealing the energy outlet is not complex. Just sprinkle a child's urine at the spot where he jumped, and then burn a soul-restraining talisman. That should suffice. At her words, the previously bustling crowd fell into a stunned silence. Xia Wange, belatedly realizing the gravity of her statement, looked around and exclaimed, surely, among you, not a single one can procure even a child's urine? She then turned to Du Yun, who hastily shook her head. Not I. Du Yun desperately gestured for Xia Wange to ask Lu Qiu. Xia Wange's gaze shifted to Lu Qiu, who happened to be looking back at her. Just as she was about to suggest, shall we all step aside, and you may relieve yourself here? She witnessed Lu Qiu remove a small container from his possession and extend it over the bridge's railing, exuding an air of defiance, as if to say, dare to challenge me, and I shall discard all of this. Xia Wange promptly averted her eyes. Such trivial matters should not compel the child of destiny to resort to urination. Unworthy. Completely unworthy. I have it. I brought some. A member of the assembly emerged, brandishing a wooden tube, to present to Xia Wange. Upon examining the seemingly inadequate wooden container, Xia Wange quickly gestured for the individual to pour it out, while she rummaged through her bag to prepare the talisman paper. As the others witnessed the child's urine being poured, Qian Jia spoke up. Child's urine is easy to acquire, but before drawing talisman paper, one must bathe, burn incense, and meditate on the Heart Sutra, holding one's breath and focusing the mind. I wonder if we have enough time. Just as Xia Wange had poised to extract the yellow paper, she paused, casting a hesitant glance at Qian Jia. Had she been away from this circle for too long? Why was bathing and burning incense a necessity? As she noticed everyone's gaze upon her, none intervening, Xia Wange perplexedly retrieved the cinnabar. Seeing their astonished expressions, Xia Wange quickly turned to Qian Jia, inwardly wishing for guidance from this loudmouth. Was there now a prescribed process for creating talisman paper within the circle? This elaborate procedure seemed rather lofty, and was her casual approach too pedestrian? With no one offering any words, Xia Wange felt a rising sense of urgency. She feared she might be breaching established customs, especially since this was her first encounter with so many masters from different factions. Back on the mountain, when her master assigned talisman drawing exercises, they were rigorously enforced. She had often found herself eating and drawing simultaneously. And her senior brother had practically drawn talismans even while attending to nature's call, the paper infused with a distinct aroma. Only through such relentless practice could she meet her master's expectations. Thus, she had become proficient in talisman drawing. Chapter 80. Sing and Conquer. As Xia Wange noticed everyone merely staring at her, she felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, desperately hoping someone would enlighten her. Would adhering to such a process elevate the value of the talisman paper? After all, I am part of the circle and do not wish to jeopardize my livelihood. Help. Who will reveal the correct methods within this circle? Clearly, the technique of drawing talismans while squatting in the mountains is utterly inadequate. Should I draw now or not? If I delay, the urine's potency may dissipate. Oh well, if I must be a grassroots practitioner, so be it. I shall endure the embarrassment. Xia Wange leaned against the railing, with Lu Qiu's hand resting gently on her shoulder, fully attuned to her unspoken thoughts. Observing her quietly open the vermilion powder with a somewhat embarrassed demeanor brought a smile to Lu Qiu's face. Those around them dared not utter a word. Their eyes were clearly fixated on the unparalleled master before them. The thought of Xia Wange's imminent display, her pride soaring to the heavens, further amused Lu Qiu. It was hardly surprising that Xia Wange often found herself misjudging the situation. After all, she had never interacted with ordinary feng shui masters before, having only trained under exceptionally skilled individuals. Lacking exposure to the average practitioners, she naturally lacked a clear understanding of her own abilities and standing. During their conversation in the afternoon, she had subtly hinted that she approached this gathering with a mindset of broadening her horizons, eager to witness the impressive skills of others. Yet now, she had become the spectacle herself. Similarly, Lu Qiu had never engaged with other feng shui practitioners either, and upon witnessing Xia Wange effortlessly conjure talismans, he had assumed that everyone possessed such abilities, viewing it as the baseline standard. However, it was evident now that Xia Wange's extraordinary talent had spoiled him. This was indeed the upper limit of skill. Her foundational techniques were undeniably solid. What she had previously lacked was the ability to harness qi, a crucial element that had kept her from achieving renown, much like the thoughts that had crossed her mind when she clung to his wheelchair at the accident scene. Had she possessed sufficient qi, she could have truly become a deity within this realm. Nevertheless, Lu Qiu soon dispelled that notion. The energy from the wheelchair alone was insufficient to sustain her extravagant displays. He had to be there to support her. He was fully aware that during those 20 minutes, Xia Wange had continuously employed her celestial eye to observe the bridge structure, engaging in a small ritual of closing her eyes for a few seconds before reopening them, even when not in use. He recalled that when she utilized it previously, she would quickly activate it, ensuring everything was in order before swiftly shutting it down. Nothing like the current situation. Alas, she still required his presence to maintain her flow. Dabbing her fingers in the vermilion powder, Xia Wange initially intended to hold the paper and draw, but considering the multitude of onlookers, she opted for a more stable approach. Leaning against the railing, she bent one leg and placed the yellow paper on her thigh, her fingers moving rapidly as she completed a soul-binding talisman in an instant. Noticing the crowd of masters surrounding her, none daring to speak, Xia Wange stepped toward the area where the child's urine had been poured, retrieving a lighter to ignite the talisman. To her surprise, as she produced the lighter, many in the crowd of masters immediately extended their hands in eager anticipation. "Please, Master Xia, take your time, let me have a look, just a glance," one of them said respectfully, receiving the talisman from her hands with both palms. "Let me see as well. Old Zhao wants to take a picture for the group chat." "Indeed, for the group chat. Goodness, you can draw talismans so effortlessly? I haven't seen such craftsmanship in years. My master acquired a table back in the day." "Your master surpasses mine. My master claimed he had only seen such skill in ancient texts. Today, I witness it alive. Master Xia, let me see your vermilion powder." "Oh, this vermilion is quite affordable. Lacking in purity. Master Xia, allow me to gift you some of mine. This does not befit your skill." Xia Wange glanced down at the vermilion a master had pressed into her palm. "Master Xia, do you have more yellow paper? Let me see. What a waste." Another exclaimed. "Master Xia, leave your address. I'll send you some quality supplies." "Master Xia, may I see your lighter?" Seeing someone take her lighter, Xia Wange hurriedly interjected. "This is just an ordinary lighter, the kind that costs 2 yuan. "Oh, dear." A master lamented. "I'll give you a better one. Such a lighter is unworthy of igniting these talisman papers." In truth, she had always used white phosphorus. With so many people present, she feared being accused of showing off and thus refrained from using it. However, her voice was soon drowned out by the raucous crowd. The expressions on Xia Wange's face transitioned from shock to confusion, then to realization and excitement, culminating in a restrained joy that masked her elation. All of this transpired in mere moments. She gradually understood that she was indeed quite remarkable. Stepping back, she leaned against Lu Qiu's wheelchair, her heart racing. "Oh my goodness, am I really this impressive? I've certainly entered the scene late. Had I known, I wouldn't have hidden my light under a bushel. Tonight, I should hire someone to scatter flower petals for me. No, no. Such arrogance is the fate of cannon fodder in dramas. I must remain low-key, composed, and calm. Oh no, my excitement is hard to contain. I need to think of something sad. Just thinking of how my senior brother has practiced so diligently without the chance to show off only to be ambushed and left to languish on the mountain, makes me chuckle even more. Should I also act a bit in front of Lu Qiu? Bringing him here was a stroke of genius. ISNT this the living advertisement to prove my prowess? Lu Qiu, wanting to escape her exuberance, maneuvered his wheelchair further away. However, Xia Wange, lost in her joy, stumbled slightly and cast a puzzled glance at Lu Qiu's wheelchair before leaning back against it again. What's going on? Did Lu Qiu's brakes fail again? There's no one else on this bridge. This is the only place I can lean. How can I subtly show off in front of Lu Qiu in the future? Maybe I should create a more ceremonial ambience when drawing talismans. Wouldn't that add to my flair? Now that I'm so formidable, I wonder if Lu Qiu will sing conquer for me.
Ha ha ha, I am truly exceptionnel.
All those years of struggle were not in vain. Stay calm, stay calm. I must exude an air of sophistication. Still, I want to hear Lu Qiu sing conquer. How wonderful it would be if he knelt and sang it, endlessly looping the first line. Ha ha. Meanwhile, Lu Qiu, seated in his wheelchair, supported his chin, his expression devoid of emotion as he internally sighed. Each time he moved his wheelchair, Xia Wange leaned in closer, rendering it impossible for him to silence her. He had anticipated her gloating, but he did not foresee it to this extent. Kneeling to sing conquer? How absurd. Her pride had not only soared but was reaching for the heavens. No, the first line of the song was playing in his mind. He hastily inquired, Xia Wange, will not igniting the talisman have any consequences? Immediately, Xia Wange straightened, smacking the wheelchair. Right. I must quickly burn the talisman paper. The scent of urine will diminish its effectiveness. Diminished effectiveness will affect my showmanship.
Oh, dear.
Even our Xia has a day when she bears the weight of an idol's image. Chapter 81. Observing the spirit technique while everyone was eagerly sharing the talisman paper. They remained acutely aware of Xia Wange's actions. Upon hearing her remark, the talisman was swiftly returned to her hands. Xia Wange, using an unknown master's lighter, approached the area where the child's urine had been poured to ignite the talisman. It's done. As her words fell, all the masters turned in unison to Master Li, realizing that his chi gate had indeed been sealed. Although they couldn't immediately provide treatment, at least he was no longer in danger. What a remarkable skill. Today, I have truly broadened my horizons. Indeed, the technique for sealing the chi gate is considerably swifter than ours. If it had been left to us, it might have taken a long while longer. Next year marks the triennial competition for practitioners of the Xianmen sect. Initially, I thought Master Xia was merely a rising star among the younger generation, but even among the seasoned veterans, her skills are worthy of discussion. Amidst the admiration of the crowd, Qian Jia and his apprentice remained silent, daring not to utter a word. Had he known how young and capable Xia Wange was, he would never have dared to provoke her. Now, he could only hope not to attract attention to himself. Yet fate had other plans. Someone, who had a bone to pick with him, chuckled and remarked, Master Qian, now that the chi gate has been sealed, perhaps you should take a look at how to summon the soul back. Qian Jia cast a glance at the incessantly loquacious Du Yun, who was harassing Xia Wange. His teeth clenched in frustration as he spoke with a brusque tone. I haven't brought many tools today, and Master Li's condition does not fall within my expertise. You would be better off consulting the other masters. TSK, if a person is incapable, one must blame the uneven road. Poor students often possess an abundance of stationery. Du Yun muttered under his breath, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, striking a balance that ensured everyone could hear him without feeling overwhelmed. Xia Wange regarded Du Yun, noting his remarkable silver tongue. As the crowd turned their attention back to her, she remarked, I would like to hear your methods. Though it was a simple statement, to the ears of the masters, it felt akin to an examination, prompting them to straighten their backs and engage their minds swiftly. I do have a method to forcibly awaken Master Li, but he has lost a soul. Even if I manage to awaken him, he may end up becoming a fool. This approach is merely a last resort and should not be employed unless absolutely necessary. A sister from the spirit medium community interjected. My spirit has provided me with a solution. It is said that if he cannot be called back from the mortal realm, it may be due to his arrival at a deeper level. We merely need to call out from that deeper place, accompanied by a red cloth stained with the blood of his family, and make a ruckus down there. It is bound to work. This was indeed a viable approach. Yet the method of descending into the shadow realm is fraught with difficulty, requiring a harmonious alignment of time, place, and circumstance. I once succeeded under optimal conditions, But the path to the underworld is riddled with various malevolent energies, with numerous specters and sinister forces lurking above. A moment's inattention could spell disaster. Xia Wange bit her lip, scratching her head. She had once strayed off course during a descent into the shadows. The descent into the shadows, also known as the observation of the shadows or spirit-seeing technique, is a method that allows the living to traverse the netherworld for a brief encounter with deceased loved ones, particularly those who passed unexpectedly without leaving behind any arrangements. Generally, living individuals do not achieve success every time. Her constitution was rather unique, destined to die at birth. She had managed to prolong her life through various means bestowed by her master and subsequently by virtue of her merits. Thus, she did not entirely belong to the realm of the living, nor was she wholly dead. This peculiar state allowed her to navigate between both worlds, leading to the development of a service to convey messages, assisting the relatives of the deceased to inquire about any last words or to deliver items that might quell their lingering regrets before the deceased reincarnates.
Indeed.
It was during her last descent that she had inadvertently broken through the path. I can make the journey, Xia Wange whispered. In truth, it need not be as complex as a full descent. A half descent would suffice, merely detaching partially from her corporeal form and submerging into the shadow realm. Half descent? Master Xia can do that at any time? One person exclaimed in surprise, for it was already past midnight. And the taboo of this technique was that it should not exceed 12 o'clock, lest the soul fails to return. Xia Wange observed the astonished expressions on the faces around her and found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She could only say, "My constitution is rather special. I need to be hands-on, without detaching my soul." Upon hearing this, a collective gasp echoed among the crowd. Before they could express their astonishment, Xia Wange quickly interrupted their impending clichés of surprise. Enough. If you have anything to say, please hold it back. If we delay any longer, we won't have enough time. The crowd had been left in a state of awe all night long. In any case, whatever Master Xia said or did left them in utter shock, as her words transcended their understanding, belonging to a higher echelon of knowledge. Those who had harbored doubts about her credentials were now completely convinced of her abilities under the awe-inspiring spectacle of her talismanic artistry. As they heard Xia Wange mention the time constraint, their collective astonishment eased somewhat.
See?
Even someone as formidable as Master Xia is bound by time. One cannot act without limitations. But little did they know, Xia Wange merely yawned, glanced at the time, and mumbled, "If this drags on, we won't get any sleep tonight. I have to work tomorrow." The crowd was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. So, the time constraint was merely about avoiding sleeplessness? Master Xia, with such prowess, still needed to work. Truly, the more formidable one is, the harder they toil. One could only wonder which unscrupulous capitalist would dare to have someone as extraordinary as Master Xia clocking at a job. A certain unscrupulous capitalist, Lu Qiu, sneezed, rubbing his arms. "It hasn't even cooled down tonight." "Then I shall set off," Xia Wange declared, retrieving a red cloth from her bag and approaching Master Li's family. "Do you have any of Master Li's blood? Please provide me with some." Master Li's wife hurriedly produced a needle, pricking Master Li's fingertip and squeezing with fervor. The intensity of her efforts left Xia Wange wide-eyed. After managing to extract a small amount of blood, she inquired, "Master Xia, is this sufficient? If not, I can make a deeper cut." That's enough, Xia Wange quickly reassured her, taking the red cloth back. Just as she prepared to depart, the earlier spirit medium sister approached, saying, "Master Xia, my surname is Do, the same Do from the tale of Do E's Injustice. You can call me Little Do. May I accompany you into the shadows?" Xia Wange regarded her thoughtfully. Sister Do seemed somewhat bashful. "You see, my spirit has informed me that my abilities have reached a bottleneck. No matter how hard I try to summon her, I can only utilize 20% of her strength. To improve, I must experience a descent into the shadows. I have attempted numerous times to no avail. May I join you this time? I am naturally attuned to spiritual entities, and I am also acquainted with Master Li. Calling him will be easier for me." Sister Do, with her kind-hearted nature and a nose that carried a hint of flesh, had previously scanned everyone's aura when she opened her heavenly eye. Discovering she possessed the most merits among them, she did not mind lending a helping hand. "Very well," Xia Wange nodded. Sister Do's face brightened with joy as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Master Xia. I appreciate this opportunity. Will it be a burden for you?" "Not at all. It's a trivial matter. I just need to gather a few items." Xia Wange replied, retrieving a jade ring from her bag to wear. She then requested a jade bracelet from Lu Qiu, but after some thought, deemed it insufficiently secure and added a white beaded bracelet to her ensemble. Lu Qiu, observing her preparations, realized that this endeavor was far more complex than she had initially suggested. With no chairs available, Xia Wange made no fuss, allowing Sister Do to sit on the stone steps of the bridge. She tied a red thread around Sister Do's wrist, anchoring the other end to her own. Noticing the calm demeanor of Ma Dajia, she couldn't help but chuckle. Aren't you afraid your soul won't return? Not at all, Master Xia, you are here.
Besides,
My spirit is with me, so I am in the safest hands. Furthermore, my spirit has told me, Sister Do lowered her voice, that whether alone or with that esteemed individual, you both are destined to perish. However, heaven bestows mercy on life, and a glimmer of hope will remain. If you two can assist each other, that will create a lifeline. Xia Wange smiled. Your spirit seems quite formidable. Many masters had failed to perceive what she could, yet the seemingly simple-minded Sister Do had discerned it. My family spirit has been around for generations, Sister Do replied with a grin, but my own skills are lacking, preventing me from fully unleashing her power. Soon, once this descent concludes, your abilities will surely see considerable enhancement. With that, Xia Wange took the red cloth that had been stained with blood and covered Sister Do's face, urging her to close her eyes and concentrate. As she felt her body lighten and lift, she knew the transition was successful. At that point, you will simply jump off the bridge. The bloodied cloth over your eyes will guide your direction, and remember, we can communicate, so there is no need to be anxious. As she blindfolded Sister Do, Xia Wange traced her thumb, adorned with a jade ring, along the red thread connecting them, imbuing it with spiritual energy. Merely facilitating the descent of one's spirit is not an arduous task, rather. The true challenge lies in ensuring that the essence of the individual does not become lost during this process, especially considering the hour has surpassed midnight. The esteemed master's earlier words ring true. Attempting this technique post-midnight indeed carries its own perils. While she herself does not rely on her spirit for this endeavor and thus remains anchored, Sister Do must navigate this perilous path, which inadvertently heightens her difficulties. Nevertheless, this is but a trifling matter, provided there is an ample supply of energy. She cast a glance back at Lu Qiu, who, upon meeting her gaze, immediately comprehended the situation and retrieved a net bag filled with jade from beside his wheelchair. With this, she felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. All preparations were now complete. Xia Wange ignited a soul-releasing incense, inverted it, and circled it around Sister Do's head before setting it aside to await the outcome. The other masters encircled them, their eyes widened with anticipation, eager not to miss a single moment. This was a fortuitous opportunity for them. Simultaneously, some lamented their inaction, regretting that they had not seized the chance for their own spiritual descent. Perhaps they too could achieve enlightenment. However, they soon resigned themselves to the reality that, unlike Sister Do, who had her family deity for protection, they lacked such guarantees in their endeavors. After a quiet wait, Xia Wange opened her third eye and indeed observed Sister Do's spirit gradually emerging from her corporeal form. She addressed the floating essence very well. Follow the crimson cloth to seek out Masterly's spirit. Understood, replied Sister Do's body. The other masters, initially tracking Xia Wange's gaze, now focused intently on the vacant space above Sister Do's head, eager to glean any insight. Their curiosity piqued when they heard Sister Do's body speak. Was this the fabled phenomenon of a soul wandering while the body remained behind? Du Yun, witnessing this, approached Lu Qiu and gently nudged him, whispering, Lu Qiu, do you think, according to Sister Xia's scientific perspective, this technique is akin to making a phone call? The spirit travels swiftly to its destination, and when Sister Xia converses with it, the body articulates what the spirit sees, thus she becomes informed. Isn't this a form of remote monitoring? Lu Qiu cast a disdainful glance at Du Yun, maneuvering his wheelchair slightly away. One is influenced by one's company. Proximity to Du Yun breeds folly. Sister Xia, I have encountered a fork in the road. One side is adorned with numerous red flowers, while the other is stark and barren. It seems both paths are traversable. Sister Do reported. Take the path devoid of flowers, Xia Wange instructed. The road with the red flowers is often frequented by those seeking rebirth, and there are typically spectral enforcers present, which could complicate matters. Very well, Sister Do complied, choosing the alternative route. Sister Xia, I hear the sounds of opera. It appears to be Kunku. That direction. Proceed, The red cloth will guide you to masterly, Xia Wange affirmed, then added thoughtfully, describe what you see. It may assist in unraveling the mystery of the bridge. There are many souls near the stage, not just people, and it seems there are performers engaged in a dispute. Sister Do noted.
Ah,
I see masterly. Goodness, that old man is thoroughly engrossed in the performance amidst the spirits. Masterly, masterly, come, we must return. Do not linger to watch the play. What do you mean you wish to finish? You haven't heard such authentic theater in ages? Oh, hurry and come with me. Your wife is outside, frantic with worry. Had I not been unable to reach you, I would have given you a few sharp slaps. What if he refuses to leave? He insists on watching the performance, Sister Xia inquired. Refusal? Xia Wange was momentarily perplexed. She had never encountered a situation where a spirit, once found, was reluctant to return. At that moment, Masterly's wife stormed in, fuming with frustration. Oldly, you fool for the theater. It's one thing to enjoy performances, but why must you indulge so?
it's infuriating.
Sister Xia, may I converse with Sister Do? Upon receiving Xia Wange's nod, Masterly's wife vented, Sister Do. Please tell Old Li that if he does not return, the 500 hidden in the broom handle, the 300 beneath the refrigerator, and the 100 tucked away in the old shoe insoles will all be confiscated by me. Sister Do relayed this message, excitement bubbling within her. Hey, this truly works. Master Li is coming with me. Chapter 83. How Sour. The atmosphere grew eerily silent upon hearing Sister Do's proclamation, especially for Master Li's wife, who was caught between exasperation and amusement. She approached Master Li's unresponsive body, lamenting, I've never restricted your spending. You just have an affinity for hoarding money. Why stash away such trivial amounts? It makes it seem as though I mistreat you. Do you realize that while you slumber, the household is falling apart? After her outburst, she turned back to Sister Do, saying, Sister, please don't relay my earlier words to Old Li. I was merely venting my frustration. Sister Do remained silent for a moment before responding in a peculiar tone. Master Li has conveyed to me that those hidden funds should remain undisclosed to you. He has surrendered all his earnings and, with the Qixi festival approaching, he wishes to save some money to prepare a surprise for you. This is why he has refrained from attending the theater. He has become distracted by the performance. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of profound discomfort. Oh dear. My teeth ache, someone lamented. What have I done wrong? I merely wish to witness Sister Xia's prowess. How unfortunate. Sister Xia, perhaps we should delay the rescue until after the Qixi festival? I am truly enlightened today. It seems some masters possess such peculiar personalities, Du Yun remarked, poking Lu Qiu, who was absorbed in checking the calendar on his phone.
What are you looking at?
Nothing, Lu Qiu replied, calmly putting his phone away. He had merely been curious about the date of this year's Qixi festival, only to discover it was on a weekend and fast approaching. It was hard to determine whether to consider this a coincidence or not. Xia Wange wore a similarly pained expression. She was unbothered by young couples displaying affection. But the sight of elderly couples flaunting their love left her at a loss for a retort. After rubbing her face to regain her composure, she candidly admitted that she was tempted to tug on the red thread, forcibly retrieving Sister Do's spirit, allowing Master Li to enjoy the Qixi festival at his leisure. Not for any particular reason. She simply found the situation too bitterly sweet. Yet reason ultimately prevailed. Xia Wange produced a red candle, rubbed it repeatedly along the thread connecting her and Sister Do, then lit it. The thread began to burn slowly. All right, Sister Do, you should now see the line on your wrist. Follow it back to bring Master Li with you. She added quietly, if Master Li insists on listening to the opera, we can attempt to retrieve him again after a few days. Sister Do quickly replied, it's futile. He is clinging to me and engaging in conversation with my family deity. Very well, Xia Wange responded with a hint of regret. Return now. Sister Master, may I inquire if this is indeed the method of guiding with the red thread? A master from the crowd spoke up. Indeed, Xia Wange affirmed with a nod. But Sister Master, this method of guiding with the red thread is typically only intended for brief direction, meant for moments of urgency. Even if one were to use wax to prolong its effect slightly, it would not endure for long. How is it that your thread continues to burn and remains intact? Xia Wange glanced at the thread, unreservedly explaining, this is a method I devised myself, immersing the thread in saturated salt water and allowing it to dry, repeating the process several times. A collective gasp of astonishment arose. What esoteric technique is this? I've read extensively, but have never encountered a master employing such a method.
Oh.
This is grounded in scientific principles. In the twilight of summer, Xia Wange remarked that while different threads may be burned away, the melting point of salt is notably high at 800 degrees, thus leaving the threads absent yet preserving the salt crystals, which equates to the threads still being present. The crowd fell into a momentary silence, unsure of how to respond, contemplating whether they ought to hasten their disciples back to school. Before long, Sister Do returned, and upon Xia Wange opening her celestial eye, she discovered that the other party's spirit had returned to its rightful place. To prevent any residual effects, she lit an incense for the soul and placed it nearby. Once the incense was ignited, there was movement from Master Li's side. Xia Wange instructed his wife to bring Master Li closer to the soothing fragrance, for true love can withstand all tribulations. With his wife by his side, and a bit of sunlight and care, Master Li would surely be well. Unaware of Xia Wange's intentions, Master Li expressed his heartfelt gratitude for saving his life, while his wife, tearfully thanking Xia Wange, was consoled by him shortly thereafter. Sister Do recounted that during her descent, her family's spirit informed her that the incidents of suicides at the bridge were not primarily driven by external factors. The awakened Master Li corroborated this, stating he had heard about the bridge's troubles the previous day and had visited the location at midnight without incident. However, the following day, he heard the sound of opera, after which he was rendered oblivious. As he finished speaking, chaos ensued once more, revealing to his wife that Master Li had stealthily ventured out at midnight. Ultimately, under a flurry of Master Li's reassuring words, she calmed down for the time being. Xia Wange found herself unable to judge the situation, recognizing it as merely a facet of marital dynamics. The events of the day were only half complete. The bridge supervisor, seeing that the situation remained unresolved, hastily approached Xia Wange, pleading, "Master Xia, even if we lack a fundamental solution, can we not devise a temporary remedy? Each day brings a new suicide at this bridge, and despite my efforts to have personnel patrol beneath it, an oversight is inevitable. If something were to happen to one of the patrollers, it would shatter multiple families. Could you possibly think of a way to address this?" "Indeed, there is a way," Xia Wange mused, stroking her chin and casting a glance at Lu Qiu, winking at him. This time, Lu Qiu failed to comprehend her meaning. In his perplexity, Xia Wange retrieved a white jade fox paperweight, which she had once pressed against his chest, and instructed, "You must shed a few drops of blood." "Bleeding?" Lu Qiu blinked in surprise, then nodded. Receiving his consent, Xia Wange delicately cradled the white jade fox and said earnestly, "This requires your fortune to assist those who have lost their way. Even if their minds are clouded, your fortune shall guide them back swiftly. Even if they cannot fully recover, they will refrain from jumping. Now I need 2 drops of your blood, which you must place on the fox's eyes. The needle for drawing blood is in the front pocket of my bag. Please retrieve it yourself." After saying this, Xia Wange placed her backpack before Lu Qiu. As he prepared to prick his finger, she hastily added, "You must do this of your own volition, not out of coercion. This act benefits you, so do not harbor any thoughts of me causing you harm. Please, do not repeat the misfortune of our last encounter with the spirit. Rest assured." Lu Qiu replied, hearing the earnestness in her voice, though he felt a bit helpless, assuring her, "I am aware of the gravity of the situation." Xia Wange regarded him with a hint of skepticism. Lu Qiu, having a past, took a deep breath, focused, and pricked his index finger, allowing 2 drops of blood to fall upon each eye of the white jade fox. Miraculously, the blood did not trickle down the smooth surface, but remained steadfastly in place. Before Lu Qiu could examine it further, Xia Wange swiftly sealed the fox with 2 talismans. She then turned to Lu Qiu, and only after confirming that no ill fortune clung to her did she breathe a sigh of relief, patting him on the shoulder. "Well done, old Lu. Keep up the good work." After encouraging him, Xia Wange promptly placed the jade fox at the center of the bridge. "Mission accomplished," she declared, clapping her hands. "Ah, what a remarkable technique for sealing energy. This is the first time I have witnessed someone wield such mastery over it. No wonder I observed the noble's previous descent into chaos being halted. It was Master Xia's adept manipulation of energy that redirected fortune to those ensnared by misfortune. This not only prevents the noble's misfortunes from rebounding upon them but also ensures the stability of this bridge, a truly exquisite and ingenious method." Amidst the accolades from the crowd, the supervisor timidly inquired, "Master, is this item meant to remain here? May I place it in a stainless steel box and suspend it or place it beneath the bridge? Leaving it here amidst the traffic seems perilous." "That is permissible, but I must do it myself," Xia Wange replied, unperturbed. "Then please wait a moment. I will summon someone immediately. It will take no more than an hour. the supervisor hastily promised. Xia Wange nodded. The remaining tasks lacked any significant complexity. Essentially, she had the jade fox placed into a metal box and secured it for suspension. Consequently, she dismissed the others, opting to remain and oversee the situation herself. Many of the masters, aged and weary, wished to witness more yet could not endure the night. After bidding farewell to Xia Wange, they left, leaving only a few still in their prime to wait at the bridge, eager to see the conclusion unfold. Duyan was pulled away by her friend, the supervisor, to assist in escorting others. Although none of these masters were as formidable as Xia Wange, they were all skilled individuals, and it would be unwise to offend them. Feeling somewhat bored, Xia Wange decided to approach Lu Qiu, intending to commend him for his earlier act of drawing blood without transferring any misfortune to her, hoping he would continue to uphold his integrity. As she contemplated what flattering words to use to lay the groundwork for her future, Sister Do approached her and said, "Master Xia, while I was in a trance earlier, my family's spirit observed the surroundings drawn to Masterly. It revealed to me that the intermittent issues plaguing this bridge might be triggered by some vengeful spirit or extreme negative energy at unpredictable times." Xia Wange turned her gaze towards her, slightly furrowing her brow as she repeated, "Triggered at unpredictable times?" Sister Do nodded. "My family's spirit mentioned that in their previous location, there were occasions when performances were held, and someone would collect money. This collector would wear a bell on their foot or hand, jingling softly, a subtle reminder. It is believed that during the recent renovations of the bridge, this bell may have been unearthed and become ensnared in the silt, causing it to ring during high tides. Such occurrences often relied on the principle of wealthy patrons supporting the arts, while those lacking funds would contribute their presence. Nowadays, people seldom carried cash or valuable items, so they were drawn in to provide support." Xia Wange realized, with a sudden clarity, that this was a matter that fell within her blind spot. Sister Do busily exclaimed, "My Xian mentioned that not all theatrical stages adhere to the same customs. Some directly beat drums and gongs to collect money. She had witnessed such a stage before and relayed this to me. Moreover, when I called for Masterly earlier, Xian observed that there were indeed no individuals collecting fees, which led her to consider this possibility. Even if it's not a bell, it must be something that can produce sound. Only when it rings will there be trouble. Master Xia, your abilities are exceptional. With a clear direction, you will undoubtedly find it in due time. Such formidable malevolent entities can only be safely handled in your hands. I refrained from mentioning this earlier, due to the multitude of onlookers." Xia Wange nodded, her expression pensive. Indeed, items that can emit sound and influence people are exceedingly ominous. Should others become aware of them, it would be quite inappropriate. Furthermore, she had a pressing need for such an object to counteract the purple aura surrounding Lu Qiu. Presently, she was merely using the jade fox to gradually siphon it away, uncertain of how many individuals would need to be involved before Lu Qiu's legs could recover to the knee. At this rate, with the unpredictable nature of its sound, it could indeed take an eternity. After Sister Do departed, allowing Xia Wange to contemplate in peace, Lu Qiu, having overheard their conversation, turned to her as soon as the area was clear. "When do you plan to set off in search?" he inquired, then quickly added, "If you do go, remember to bring me along. You claim I possess good fortune. I should be able to find it swiftly." Xia Wange's gaze flickered as she bit her lip, looking directly into Lu Qiu's eyes. In a hushed tone, she replied, "Who said I intend to search? Is it not preferable to maintain the status quo? As long as this matter remains unresolved, those drawn to it will continue to emerge, and your surplus of purple aura will keep replenishing them. This is beneficial for you, and it poses no harm to passers-by. Would it not be better to uphold the current situation?" Chapter 85. Testing the Waters. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiu immediately countered, "Isn't this rather unwise? While it might be fine for the time being, over an extended period, should any issues arise with the Jade Fox, or if I encounter difficulties at any stage, there could be souls drawn in without anyone to rescue them." At this point, Lu Qiu furrowed his brow slightly, fixing his gaze on Xia Wange, and solemnly declared, "Xia Wange, you are testing me." It was a statement devoid of doubt. Upon hearing his words, Xia Wange's eyes flickered, avoiding his gaze as she softly replied, "I merely proposed a suggestion." Seeing her averted eyes, Lu Qiu's suspicions crystallized. Xia Wange was indeed probing him. Taking a deep breath, a wave of indignation surged within him, swiftly followed by an unsettling tightness in his chest and an inexplicable pang of sorrow, leaving his heart feeling increasingly cold. In an instant, Lu Qiu felt his throat dry, and his words become trapped, his breathing quickening. After a brief pause, he fixed his intense gaze upon her. His voice strained as he spoke. If I were to acquiesce to your plan, would it not mean that one day in the future, once you have acquired sufficient purple aura from me, you would promptly depart, having no further entanglements with me? Once again, it was a statement, not a question. This was undoubtedly something Xia Wange would do. The wind on the bridge began to grow colder, stirring the hair of both Xia Wange and Lu Qiu. Xia Wange, feeling guilty, absent-mindedly touched her nose, acknowledging that she indeed harbored such thoughts and had been testing the waters previously. It is said that the hearts of emperors are as elusive as needles at the bottom of the sea. Throughout history, many ministers surrounding emperors have met with fates akin to the hunted rabbit that leads to the cooking of its hound. Ultimately, in ancient times, she was merely a national advisor, and despite possessing myriad strategies, she could not surpass an emperor imbued with the deep fortune of the purple aura. However, as she gazed into Lu Qiu's eyes, which were filled with pain and a hint of grievance, Xia Wange found herself unable to utter a single word. After a long silence, she finally spoke. Lu Qiu, I simply. Xia Wange, I believed my unwavering cooperation would be evident to you, and that my trust could be reciprocated in kind. I also thought my sincerity would elicit your genuine feelings. At this juncture, Lu Qiu took a deep breath. Weariness etched on his features. I am quite fatigued. I shall return to rest. You may continue your tasks. I will see you off. There's no need. Lu Qiu interrupted her. I can manage on my own. Let us both take a moment to gather our thoughts. With that, he turned and maneuvered his wheelchair away, leaving Xia Wange staring at his retreating figure, feeling an unexpected wave of loneliness wash over her. The cold wind whispered around her, and she tightened her coat, murmuring, I certainly didn't feel cold just a moment ago. Time passed, and a responsible party called her over, requesting that she place the jade fox in an iron box, which was then coated with waterproof paint and suspended beneath the bridge, flush against the surface. It would be entirely invisible unless one were to row a boat beneath it. Many masters had already departed, including Qianjia, who left with a stern expression, ensuring his disciple transported him home before allowing the young man to leave. Once alone, he retrieved a phone hidden in his cabinet and made a call. Soon, he spoke in broken language. Today, I discovered a rather formidable and promising young person. I have not encountered the new generation of your sect, so I cannot make comparisons. He does not possess that kind of brash arrogance. I cannot say more. He is from Qingya Peak. I cannot describe his potential, but I cannot measure up to him. Yes, please transfer the funds directly to my son studying at your university. You know the account details. Please leave a message for him, urging him not to skimp on his meals. Having finished his business here, Xia Wange exchanged pleasantries with the responsible party before departing. As she walked down the bridge, contemplating her return home, she caught sight of Lu Qiu's striking vehicle, the Cullinan. Hastening her pace, she glanced at the license plate, her brow furrowing slightly. It did not appear to be Lu Qiu's. Just as she pondered this, driver Lu hurriedly exited the car, smiling as he said, Master Xia, Mr. Lu instructed me to take you home. Please get in. After a moment's hesitation, Xia Wange entered the car and noticed she was alone inside. Finding a seat, she suddenly felt a sense of discomfort. Where is Mr. Lu? Mr. Lu has already returned home, came the reply. Oh, Xia Wange nodded, reclining in the comfortable seat, allowing her thoughts to drift. She felt her mind was in disarray and resolved to review the events of the day, summarizing the following points. 1. I may have come off as somewhat pretentious, but I do not blame myself. I had not previously mingled with many in this circle, and it was inevitable that I would falter. Self-reflection is necessary.
2.
The methods proposed by the masters are all feasible, albeit time-consuming. Ultimately, they can resolve the issues. I should heed other suggestions more often in the future. 3. I shared a small trick of my own creation, which brings me joy. 4. However, a shadowy figure lingered in her mind, Qianjia. She felt there must have been a reason behind his initial hostility, and after revealing her true capabilities, he continued to challenge her. He was either foolish or malicious. Contemplating this, she glanced at the time and randomly extracted 3 numbers, calculating a divination that confirmed her suspicions regarding Qianjia. Opening her phone, she flipped through a novel, casually dragging the progress bar, and extracted 3 more numbers to discern his ulterior motives.
Void.
Xia Wange withdrew her hand, feeling reassured. Since all intentions appeared void, she would adapt to circumstances and proceed accordingly. Once her reflections concluded, Xia Wange's thoughts returned to Lu Qiu's desolate figure as he left. she inquired. Driver Lu was Mr. Lu in a bad mood today? Driver Lu looked taken aback.
Huh?
I did not see Mr. Lu. He left just before I was notified to come and wait for you, so I am unaware of his mood. Oh, Xia Wange rested her chin on her hand, staring blankly out the window at the passing scenery. At the Lu residence, Lu Qiu sat by the window, his lips pressed into a thin line. Eyes fixed on his phone, documents strewn beside him. The document remained untouched, yet he did not miss a single minute on his phone. Suddenly, a WeChat message popped up. It was from Xiao Lu, the driver, informing him that Master Xia had been safely delivered. After responding, Lu Qiu fixated on Xia Wange's avatar, occasionally clicking to check if he had overlooked any messages. Chapter 86, Divination. After a few clicks, he ultimately discovered that she had changed her profile picture from a simplistic drawing of a salted fish to a vibrant floral motif. Infuriated, Lu Qiu felt an urge to hurl his phone out of the window. However, the words Xia Wange might say upon discovering his new phone echoed in his mind.
Oh,
President Lu is quite wealthy, huh? Swapping out a third-fold phone again. Let me guess how the previous one met its demise. Oh dear, President Lu. Did you break it yourself? How old are you? Ever since he had acquired the third-fold screen phone, Xia Wange's remarks had turned increasingly sarcastic. Unable to endure it any longer, he contemplated buying one for her, but Xia Wange insisted her current phone sufficed for her not-so-busy work life. After mentally rehearsing all the possible things Xia Wange might say, Lu Qiu tossed his phone onto the bed, discarding the documents and propping his chin up, feeling a sense of suffocation. Before long, he found himself retrieving the phone from under the covers, glancing at her WeChat again, only to see her avatar had shifted from the floral motif back to a scenic landscape. Infuriated, Lu Qiu shoved the phone back into the covers. Out of sight, out of mind. He sat there, arms crossed, lost in thought for what felt like ages before he gradually came to a realization. He could perceive Xia Wange's innermost thoughts, and his trust in her was not unfounded. However, from her perspective, their relationship was merely a professional one. They'd spent less than a month together, and it was only natural for her to harbor reservations about him. Her cautiousness was not so difficult to comprehend. They both understood the importance of communication, and he needed to inform her about his ability to hear her thoughts as soon as possible. With this thought, Lu Qiu's mood settled, and he even felt a twinge of guilt for leaving alone the previous day. Yet, when he arrived at work the next day and did not see Xia Wange, he found himself once again gripped by unease. Whenever the staff at the executive office witnessed President Lu making yet another round of inspections, they knew for certain that Master Xia had not come to work that day. On the first day, Lu Qiu refrained from messaging Xia Wange, speculating she might be catching up on sleep, thus managing to keep his composure. On the second day, with still no sign of her return, he did not let his facade drop but discreetly instructed Assistant Su to inquire with Chao Nianyan. Although Chao Nianyan was puzzled, she relayed the information truthfully. As the month draws to a close, Master Xia has yet to complete a divination. She mentioned going out to set up a stall for fortune-telling, saying that certain divinations require encountering fated individuals. Upon receiving this information, Lu Qiu felt a wave of relief wash over him, secretly hoping Xia Wange would hasten to finish the divination and return. While Lu Qiu felt reassured, Xia Wange was in quite the predicament. The following day, while catching up on sleep with her phone left in the living room, she awoke to find it had run out of battery. After charging it, she powered it on, only to find it lagging severely, its heat so intense she feared it might explode. Upon opening WeChat, she discovered an avalanche of friend requests, 99 to be exact, along with numerous new groups, each bearing her name. In the group of the feng shui master she had added yesterday, her messages were flooding in, causing the chat history to scroll uncontrollably before freezing. After a time, her Alipay was inundated with various transfer notifications, amounts of 10,000, 20,000, each accompanied by messages thanking the master for their guidance regarding tuition fees. Her account had swelled by 520,000. Xia Wange scratched her head as she navigated through the WeChat group, astonished to find that this group of feng shui masters had managed to deduce her phone number and, upon confirming her identity as Xia Ge, began to transfer funds to her in a frenzy. Checking the company-linked bank account, she discovered that the person in charge of the bridge had transferred 880,000, and only upon querying Chao Nianyan did she learn that Du Yun had helped the bridge manager ascertain her account details. Staring at the unexpected increase of 140,000 in her account, Xia Wange instructed Chao Nianyan to donate 70,000. observing the remaining 380,000 after expenses for rent and furniture. She opened an auction app she had often perused before but never dared to explore at the $1 million tier. Within half an hour, she found herself captivated by a jade ruby, and just like that, she acquired one while parting with 350,000. As Chao Nianyan processed the payment, she reminded Xia Wange to obtain a receipt. Glancing at the 30,000 left in her account and her phone, which was overwhelmed with messages, she contemplated the third-fold phone for a long time before ultimately deciding against it. Having toyed with the idea of being wishy-washy with Lu Qiu for so long, she resolved not to repeat that mistake. Her modest phone was still capable of serving her well. With the end of the month approaching and one divination yet to complete, she gathered her things and headed to a nearby hospital. Just as she set up a large sheet depicting various hexagrams of the I Ching beside the hospital, an elderly lady rushed up to her, requesting a fortune-telling session. Xia Wange scrutinized the lady's face for a moment. Though she bore signs of illness, her demeanor was kind, and she did not seem plagued by malevolence. Thus, she said, "Grandma, your fate appears quite favorable. There isn't much to divine. My fee is 500 yuan. Upon hearing the price, the elderly lady hesitated before resolutely replying, "Fine. I'm unwell and wish to know. Your ailment will improve," Xia Wange reassured her. "If you're sick, you should go to the hospital. Medicine will cure you." "I've bought the medicine but haven't taken it," the grandma confessed. "Why not?" Xia Wange inquired. "It's too expensive," the lady replied. "But you already bought it. You must take it," Xia Wange insisted. "I can't bear to," the grandma lamented. "It's too costly. My divination is also expensive." Xia Wange countered. "Just indulge once. After the reading, you'll be fine. If you don't take the medicine, you won't get better. But the medicine is costly." After a prolonged back and forth, Xia Wange swiftly summarized the elderly lady's life story. Gaining her trust, she advised her to diligently take her medicine for recovery and cautioned against believing any alternative remedies, urging her to simply follow her doctor's instructions. Unable to refuse, Xia Wange accepted the elderly lady's 500 yuan, only to discreetly return the money when the lady wasn't looking. Once the grandma departed, Xia Wange generously donated 500 yuan, soon discovering she had gained a sliver of merit, presumably from the elderly lady. After a few days, she discerned that this merit was indeed linked to the old lady. She then calculated the lady's birth date and, using the energy from her bracelet, activated her clairvoyance, allowing her to glimpse the elderly lady's future. Upon witnessing the outcome, Xia Wange couldn't help but smile wryly. She realized that the elderly lady's son, a doctor, would feel more at ease treating patients knowing his obstinate mother was finally taking her medicine. Consequently, her own merit increased. Since this divination stemmed from her charitable act, Xia Wange set up her stall near a children's hospital. As before, the moment she laid out her materials, a fashionably dressed woman approached her, declaring, "Master, I want a fortune-telling session." Chapter 87. Your business is quite extensive. Xia Wange looked up at the newcomer. 500 for a reading. Let's do it, the fashionable woman replied, pulling out her phone to check. Where's your payment code? No, where's yours? I still need cash. Wait here while I get it. I've reserved this spot. Xia Wange was momentarily taken aback, sensing that the script was rather peculiar. In the past, when she set up her stall, it would take at least a few hours before anyone would approach for a consultation. Even when they did come forth, they often hesitated at the mention of prices. She had to rely on her personal charm and exceptional skills to draw them in, prompting them to part with their money, albeit reluctantly, amidst their astonished expressions. They would leave with a chorus of gratitude directed at her. This was certainly not how things were meant to unfold now. After a brief contemplation, she queried, "Do you know anyone within the metaphysical community?" Surely, it couldn't be that those masters had calculated her stall's location today and spread the word that someone was specifically seeking her services. The metaphysical circle? As she stroked her chin, she pondered whether her fondness for metaphysical novels counted as a connection. Xia Wange was thoroughly perplexed. The fashionable woman interjected, "Isn't that how it always goes in the novels? A young lady sets up with a tattered sign or a large sheet and asks exorbitant fees, only to eventually become a master of celestial proportions? Do you accept cash? I wish to consult, and I would also like to add you on WeChat." Xia Wange, at a loss, gestured toward the payment code in the corner of the large sheet. Encountering such a person made her reasonably suspect that Lu Qiu intended for her to return to the office sooner, thus bestowing upon her a fortuitous buff to expedite her work. However, it had been a few days since they last interacted, And Lu Qiu had just granted her a stroke of good fortune. Surely, he was no longer upset. Now, she merely needed to extend a ladder for him to descend. As for the matter of extending a ladder, she was quite proficient. Is it for you? Xia Wange inquired, piecing together the situation. No, it's for my son. The fashionable woman produced a screenshot of her child's birth chart for Xia Wange to examine. I wish to know if he's afflicted by any serious illness. He has been going to bed unusually early, often falling asleep by 9, yet during the day, he lacks energy. Sometimes he even dozes off in class. I came to obtain a result before making an appointment with a specialist, but all the tests returned normal. At just 5th grade, the academic pressure shouldn't be this overwhelming.
Right?
At this point, the fashionable woman lowered her voice slightly. I want to know if there is any metaphysical remedy for this. Or if he is perhaps being plagued by some sleep demon. Is it merely excessive sleepiness? Are there other symptoms? Xia Wange inquired. Does he exhibit such behavior when in good spirits? When he is well, he is quite lively, running around cheerfully and sharing amusing stories with us, the fashionable woman replied. But during his low periods, he is exceptionally lethargic. After scrutinizing the birth chart, Xia Wange remarked, your son's chart is quite favorable. He hails from a prosperous family, with loving parents and shows promise in business, benefiting from both sides of his family's support. From your description, he does not seem to be entangled with any fashionable afflictions. Suddenly, Xia Wange contemplated a possibility. Do you have any surveillance at home? Most families with children usually do. Some do, the fashionable woman quickly replied, opening an app. We only have a camera in the living room, and it's an old one from when he was quite young, lacking recording capabilities, but it occasionally snaps random photos. Master. This is the live feed. Xia Wange inspected the surveillance footage, meticulously reviewing the arrangement, and requested the woman to retrieve some of the random photos taken at night. Upon enlarging the images, she focused on the tablet resting on the cabinet and confidently stated, your son has undoubtedly been getting up at night to play on the tablet.
What?
The fashionable woman shook her head. That can't be, Master. His tablet is always in the living room at night. Look. The photo shows it charging on the cabinet. Look closely at what is placed on the cabinet at night, Xia Wange urged, enlarging the image to reveal a tablet case. What? The fashionable woman scrutinized the phone image, zooming in repeatedly, and indeed discovered the anomaly. The charging cable was loosely draped over the phone case. Frustrated, the fashionable woman glanced around, contemplating using a branch to discipline her child once school was dismissed. I was so worried about his health. I was even prepared to take him to a hospital in another city if I couldn't find a cause. It turns out to be this. Most games now have restrictions for minors, so I suspect he has been using an adult's ID to play, Xia Wange explained. A child cannot simply play at night using their own identity. It must be his grandmother. Indulging him, the fashionable woman seethed, or my mother. Both are equally indulgent. By the way, he might have spent money on games. With proof of a minor playing, you can request a refund, at least half of it, Xia Wange suggested. There's no need to feel embarrassed about reclaiming that amount. It's protocol. The fashionable woman paused. Master, your expertise is remarkably broad. Xia Wange pressed her lips together, refraining from revealing that she was a licensed attorney. Just as she was about to inquire further, the fashionable woman hurriedly transferred the payment, exclaiming that school would be ending soon, and she needed to prepare for a confrontation. With that, she hastily departed. Though the matter had been resolved rather simply, Xia Wange completed her monthly divination tasks, slightly bemused as she donated the funds. As she was about to pack up and leave, she suddenly looked up towards the west. She had severed the life-saving rope she had previously given to Jiao Xiaolian. Sure enough, not long after, her phone rang, and upon answering, she heard Jiao Xiaolian conversing with another individual. Darling, why are we suddenly heading to your hometown? It's quite abrupt, and why have you bought me a ticket? It's first class on MU 77. You are so good to me. By the way, who are they? Are they your relatives? Soon, a male voice interjected, Sweetheart. You've misplaced the sacred object we taught you about. Of course, I must take you back to retrieve another. Darling, do not resist. Come with us, and hand over your phone. Then, the sound of wind and the phone crashing to the ground interrupted the conversation, followed by silence. Xia Wange pulled out her phone and swiftly checked flight information, hastily booking a first-class ticket for herself. Chapter 88. Abandoning the most precious possession. Lu Qiu had waited for 2 days, and on the 3rd day, he could no longer restrain himself from calling Xia Wange, only to find that her line was unreachable. Glancing at the calendar, he noted it was already the end of the month. Recalling their arrangement to trial the partnership for a month, anxiety surged within him. Surely, she hadn't vanished without a word due to that incident? His mind was a whirlpool of thoughts as he hastily checked the office surveillance, relieved to see that the valuable jade remained in the office, easing his worries. These were Xia Wange's treasures. She would not abandon them. Thus, upon arriving at work, he immediately inquired with Chao Niannian about Xia Wange's whereabouts. Though Chao Niannian was perplexed, she recalled that Master Xia had informed her to say she was on a business trip if anyone inquired about her. On a business trip? Lu Qiu furrowed his brows, scrutinizing Chao Niannian for a prolonged moment before finally releasing a small sigh of defeat. He scoffed softly, muttering under his breath, another business trip, before departing. In any case, since Xia Wange went on her trip, the entire executive floor had been engulfed in a low-pressure atmosphere. Lu Qiu's scrutiny had become increasingly stringent. Previously, if mistakes were made while Xia Wange was present, he would refrain from being too harsh. However, now, without her in the CEO's office, it felt as though anyone entering was destined for reprimand. After enduring a long day, the weekend finally arrived, and everyone looked forward to unwinding on Sunday's Qixi festival. Meanwhile, Lu Qiu's low spirits persisted even at home, causing his parents to feel the tension in the atmosphere whenever they attempted to showcase their affection. Leading the middle-aged couple, who had officially registered their marriage, to celebrate discreetly, as if engaged in an illicit affair. It is not that Lu Qiu has said or done anything to disrupt the atmosphere at home. Rather, it is the unsettling silence and inaction from the other party that creates an air of discomfort. In the preceding days, Lu Qiu maintained his usual reticence but would engage in conversation or discuss matters related to the company. However, the current situation differs significantly. Whatever they are doing, he seems lost in a trance, gazing intently at the two strands of white and green beads in his hands, often for an extended period. Only when they address him does he abruptly snap back to reality, asking what they need, but soon he returns to his days, fixated on the beads. This peculiar behavior peaked during the family's viewing of the Qixi Festival Gala, prompting Lu's parents to finally reach their limit and retreat to their rooms. Of course, they casually dragged Lu Dego, who was also single, into the room with them. Lu Mu inquired, "What is wrong with your brother? He was somewhat cheerful a few days ago. What has happened now?" Lu Fu asked, "What is going on?" Lu Dego scratched his head and replied, "He asked me yesterday if a woman, when particularly angry, would just abandon her most treasured possessions and leave." "Women?" Lu Mu echoed. "Treasure?" Lu Fu queried. "How did you respond?" Lu Dego answered, "I said yes. When a woman is really angry, she would certainly just leave, wouldn't she? Didn't you do that, Mom? When you were upset, you left me and my brother at home for Dad to take care of us, while you went out to enjoy yourself."
Elumu.
About to scold Lu Dego, felt a twinge of guilt but couldn't help but retort, "This is your fault. Your brother clearly wanted a reassuring answer. And you only made things worse." Alas. With that, she retreated to her room. Lu Fu, unrestrained, exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting every day? Do you think you and your brother are your mother's most treasured possessions? Clearly, I am her most valuable asset. With your level of comprehension, the next time your brother asks you something, consult our little group chat first. Do not respond rashly again." After this outburst, Lu Fu also went back inside, leaving Lu Dego with a look of utter disbelief. The moon on Qixi was not particularly bright, but the pleasant weather allowed for a view of numerous stars. Lu Qiu gazed at the celestial bodies before decisively drawing the curtains and lying down early in bed. There were many things he couldn't comprehend. To him, it was evident that he should be the one feeling anger after their dispute that day, yet it was she who left without a word. Rationally, he knew she could not simply vanish, but the reality struck him painfully, for days had passed without a word, his calls went unanswered, and his messages received no reply. As if the appearance of Xia Wange had been a mere figment of his imagination, leaving behind a collection of jade and then disappearing. As night deepened, Lu Qiu vaguely heard someone knocking on his window. Hud, 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 hud. He abruptly opened his eyes, focusing on the source of the sound. His heart racing and tightening. His room was on the third floor. The knocking intensified, growing louder and more urgent. Hud, 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 hud. He could faintly hear his name being called. Lu Qiu. Lu Qiu. In the middle of the night, on the third floor, the window was being knocked upon while his name was shouted. Lu Qiu mentally reviewed all the urban legends he knew, his anxiety escalating. He initially intended to ignore it, but the persistent knocking became impossible to overlook. Suddenly, he recalled what Xia Wange had once told him. He was enveloped in a purple aura, beyond harm from any malevolent force. Thus, Lu Qiu turned in his wheelchair and wheeled himself to the window. Taking a deep breath, he abruptly drew back the curtains. Upon seeing the scene outside, his heart leapt into his throat, silencing all sound within him. Outside, a woman with a pallid complexion pressed her face against the glass. Her nose distorted from the pressure, her wide eyes fixed upon him. The breath she exhaled fogged the glass, making her face appear even more eerie. As her fingers continued to tap insistently on the window. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Qiu closed his eyes, exhaling slowly to regain his composure, then disdainfully opened the window. At times, he admired his own ability to recognize Xia Wange despite her grotesque visage. He was filled with an urge to unleash a torrent of expletives, unsure whether to voice them. Yet, before he could speak, Xia Wange executed a forward roll into his room, quickly saying, "Boss, help me ward off some malevolent energy." With that, she thrust a talisman into Lu Qiu's hand and leaped onto his bed, wrapping herself in his blanket, which was imbued with a scent. All of this transpired in a flash. As Lu Qiu's gaze fell upon the talisman in his hand, he abruptly looked up to feel a gust of wind rush in from the window, striking him directly. Why use the word gust? Because he vaguely perceived a swirling mass of dark smoke that enveloped him, only to vanish moments later. He felt he had successfully shielded her, evidenced by the sudden alleviation of the pain in his legs. He touched the skin above his knees and discovered that sensation had returned to a significant portion.
Now.
From his knees upwards, he could feel everything. As the talisman spontaneously combusted and disappeared, Lu Qiu turned to Xia Wange, who poked her head out from the blanket. She smiled. "Wow, boss, you're incredible. You managed to dissolve such potent, malevolent energy effortlessly. How does it feel? Was it worth the perilous journey I undertook from Ni country, crossing the plateau just to bring this to you?" Chapter 89. A Strong Heart. Lu Qiu silently regarded the playful head peeking from under the blanket for a long moment, unable to suppress a cough. After experiencing such a whirlwind of emotions, being startled by a face pressed against the window and then enveloped by a cloud of dark energy, he felt an unease in his heart. Although his legs felt somewhat better, he sensed that his heart was not quite right. Moreover, the profanities that played on repeat in his mind were relentless. The fact that he could refrain from uttering a single word showcased his remarkable self-control and high cultivation. It was evident that when one is subjected to extreme fright, their mind is flooded with curses. It also proved that anyone who collaborates with Xia Wange must possess an exceptionally strong heart, especially when gazing at the fluffy, tousled head peeking out from the blanket. He was filled with the desire to smack her for no reason, purely out of personal grievance. "What talisman did you just stick on me?" Lu Qiu inquired, looking at Xia Wange nestled in the blanket. He intended to engage her expertise to delve into this conversation. "It's a talisman drawn with my blood, which can temporarily fill you with my essence," Xia Wange explained. "By wrapping myself in your blanket, I can momentarily conceal my presence." Lu Qiu nodded, opting not to speak further. Noticing that Lu Qiu was silently watching her, Xia Wange propped herself up slightly, only to lose her balance and tumble back onto the bed, clutching her head and frowning. "What's wrong?" Lu Qiu hurried to her side. "Are you feeling unwell? Where does it hurt? Do you need me to call a doctor?" "I'm fine," Xia Wange waved her hand dismissively. "I just came down from the plateau and feel a bit lightheaded from the altitude." Lu Qiu felt somewhat relieved and poured her a glass of water. "You just came down? What were you doing?" "I was handling client matters and had to leave in a hurry," Xia Wange replied, grabbing the cup and taking a few hearty gulps. "Being chased by that mass of malevolent energy, I rushed back to the country, rented a car to speed home, then caught the latest flight, barely making it to the plane. After landing, I paid extra for a taxi and raced here to deliver this freshest batch of malevolent energy to you." With a triumphant raise of her eyebrow, Xia Wange asked, "So, how does it feel? Isn't it great?" Seeing her exuberant demeanor reminded Lu Qiu of the torment he had endured over the past few days, prompting an amused smile. He pursed his lips slightly and directly asked, "Why have you been avoiding me these past few days?" "I haven't been avoiding you." Xia Wange's eyes flickered. "I was just on a business trip." Lu Qiu spoke with unwavering certainty. "You were indeed avoiding me the other day. Were you not angry?" Xia Wange wore an expression that suggested he was fully aware of the reason behind the question. "If you were upset, why would I come running to you? That would only invite misfortune upon myself." Lu Qiu responded, "You make a convincing argument," rendered momentarily speechless. Besides, I brought you a gift this time. Xia Wange raised an eyebrow, her tone dripping with pride. That bundle of malevolence? Lu Qiu touched his leg and nodded. Indeed, it is rather a unique present. That is just the beginning. Xia Wange reached beneath the covers, rummaging about, and retrieved a peculiar, handle-tipped spike that resembled the skeletal remains of an umbrella. Stripped of its canopy, the spike was as long as an adult male's thigh, its surface a warm yellow, somewhat reminiscent of jade. Yet, Lu Qiu understood that it was certainly not jade. What do you think? Xia Wange shook the long spike in her hand. This bone has been polished to perfection. Lu Qiu was aware that it was undoubtedly anything but a legitimate artifact. After a moment's pause, he glanced at Xia Wange, bewildered. Why are you not recounting your glorious exploits this time? There's nothing worth telling, Xia Wange replied gloomily. I lost. Lost? Lu Qiu raised an eyebrow. Scanning Xia Wange from head to toe, noticing she bore no injuries, he felt a slight relief. Yes, I lost, she sighed softly, otherwise I wouldn't have traveled such a distance, bringing you that bundle of malevolence. Could you elaborate? Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Xia Wange glanced at Lu Qiu, hesitated momentarily, then began to ramble on. She briefly summarized how she had utilized Jiao Xiaolian's hair and blood to cast an illusion, allowing her to infiltrate the enemy's lair alongside her dashing boyfriend. Wait, how dashing? Lu Qiu interrupted with curiosity. That's not the main point. Xia Wange dismissed the topic, focusing instead on how the individuals in the cult's hideout were far more serious than Jiao Xiaolian's boyfriend. They were fervently using malevolent artifacts to absorb sinister energy, particularly the central spike she had now acquired, which was exceedingly wicked. It tempted me so that I resorted to all means to have them sacrifice me, until I was pushed into the center of their formation. While they surrounded me, casting their spells, I seized the opportunity to pull out the spike. Surrounded by 7 or 8. Lu Qiu raised an eyebrow. 13, Xia Wange corrected. 8 were casting spells like wizards, while 5 stood guard outside. Why did you stop exaggerating the numbers this time? Lu Qiu inquired, bemused. It doesn't matter how many there were now that I lost anyway. A loss is a loss. After speaking, Xia Wange paused, casting a doubtful glance at Lu Qiu. When have I ever exaggerated? Don't speak such nonsense, you big CEO. Please continue, Lu Qiu urged. Then I fought the wizards with the bone spike. Xia Wange briefly depicted the scene. Lu Qiu listened intently. Despite her simplicity, he discerned the peril of the situation. He noted a recurring pattern in Xia Wange. She complicated simple matters while simplifying dangerous ones, proudly boasting of her abilities without causing genuine concern to those who truly cared for her. She bore her burdens alone, sharing only the joys. Yet Lu Qiu was not fond of this. He wished to shoulder the burdens with her, sharing both joy and sorrow. Sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat eerie, Xia Wange pressed on. Those wizards lacked honor. While engaged in a fair duel, one suddenly struck me. I got hit on the arm, which disrupted my spellcasting, otherwise I wouldn't have fled. Just as she reached this point, Lu Qiu grasped her right wrist, pushing her sleeve up to reveal a large bruise on her arm. Lu Qiu stared at the bruise for a long while, until he felt her subtly pulling back, at which point he released his grip. Contemplating for a moment, he went to fetch the medicine box while softly reassuring her, this doesn't count as a loss. You were outnumbered. You retrieved the malevolent artifact from the center of their formation and remained unscathed. That is a victory. Chapter 90. After all, you are not afraid. With that, Lu Qiu retrieved a medicinal alcohol for treating bruises, forcefully pulling Xia Wange's wrist closer. Seeing this, she quickly protested. No need to apply anything, right? Such an injury wouldn't even be classified as a minor injury. If you don't treat it, the pain will only worsen, Lu Qiu insisted, pushing her sleeve up again and examining her arm closely. All right, perhaps you are not entirely unscathed. You took a hit but acquired a wicked artifact from their cult. Although I don't endorse this, it still counts as a win for you. You have no idea, Xia Wange replied with newfound enthusiasm. They had more than just this. If I hadn't been struck, no, if I could have taken another hit, I could have brought back their human skin drum. That would have been a real victory. Imagine me tapping that bone spike against your headboard, summoning all the spirits and monsters from miles around. They'd surely come to see if they could give you a ghostly visit. Ouch. It hurts. Lu Qiu gritted his teeth, vigorously rubbing the warmed medicinal alcohol into her bruise, his words escaping between clenched teeth. If you don't let me treat it properly, the medicine will be wasted. Bear with it. I promise you'll feel better by tomorrow. I don't need to heal that quickly. Xia Wange protested. You're taking revenge for personal reasons. I was merely making a comparison. Those spirits are just trying things out. I didn't even bring it back. Revenge?
Master Xia, you jest.
How could we harbor any animosity? Lu Qiu's grip was already strong, and now he pressed even harder to break up the bruise, causing Xia Wange to wince in pain. Well, Master Xia, since you're not afraid of pain and are ready to take another hit for some useless drum, you might as well endure a bit more. Xia Wange, writhing in pain and knocking on the bed, dared not scream further. She realized Lu Qiu was rather peculiar. The louder she cried, the harder he pressed. Eventually, once Lu Qiu finished treating her wrist and released her, Xia Wange collapsed in the center of the bed, drenched in sweat, her gaze vacant, feeling as if her very essence had been drained.
How do you feel?
Lu Qiu inquired, stowing the medicinal alcohol away. Before long, Xia Wange fluttered her eyelashes. Regaining her composure, she flipped over, shook her arm, her eyes sparkling. Hey, it feels great. The pain is gone. Your skills are quite impressive, boss. If I get into trouble again, I'll come find you. Lu Qiu paused in his task, grinding his teeth at her ungratefulness. Should I give you another round? No. No. Xia Wange hastily shook her head. This minor injury hardly warrants your precious hands. No need, really. After speaking, Xia Wange suddenly glanced at the space beneath the bed, leaning down to peer under it, pointing at two newly installed drawers. Is my jade stored down there? I sense a great deal of energy. Indeed, Lu Qiu nodded nonchalantly. May I take a look? Go ahead. Thus, Xia Wange pulled out the drawers from beneath the bed, instantly blinding her eyes with the sight before her. The two drawers, the same width as the bed, were lined with soft cushions, upon which lay all the small jade pieces she had gifted to Lu Qiu, arranged neatly and exuding a rich aura. No wonder, she had always felt that something magnificent lay beneath the bed. It was her treasures. Witnessing Lu Qiu's careful arrangement of her precious items moved Xia Wange deeply, prompting her to extract all the used ones from her pocket to replace them with fresh ones. Once they cultivated energy, they ought to be utilized. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Once arranged, she glanced at the two large drawers and suddenly comprehended the feeling depicted in those movies about possessing a weapons cache. It was undeniably exhilarating. A level of exhilaration that could only be described in capital letters. Lu Qiu wheeled himself over, casting a glance around the room. Despite the meticulous arrangement by Xia Wange, he could discern immediately which pieces of jade jewelry were newly placed. Observing the plethora of ornaments, he furrowed his brow. It was evident that Xia Wange had endured a rather formidable ordeal this time. Should I place this bone spur here as well? Xia Wange suddenly inquired, turning her head towards Lu Qiu. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, a moment of enlightenment struck him, and he promptly asked, might it evoke any peculiar effects? Xia Wange replied, this object possesses a certain malevolence, making it prone to attracting malevolent entities. Spirits within a 50-kilometer radius will be drawn to this location, but fret not. They will pose no threat to you. At most, they will circle around your bed. Lu Qiu fixed his gaze upon Xia Wange. Circle around? Indeed, the bone spur is beneath your bed, and their attraction will compel them to reach out. Yet they will be unable to touch it. Consequently, they will grow restless at the edge of your bed. As one arrives, it will urge the next to make room, each vying for a prime spot to share in the anxiety. Soon, a multitude will gather, hovering above and crouching below, creating a perpetual whirl of spirits. You won't even be able to see them, but their proximity may assist in dissipating some of the negative energy, making the air feel cooler and more refreshing during summer. Lu Qiu responded with a non-committal sound, while Xia Wange continued. Sister Do mentioned that the incident by the bridge could have been instigated by a malevolent bell. When we acquire the bell, we could string it along with the bone spur. Thus, each time you turn in bed, the bell will chime, creating an effect akin to a human skin drum. Imagine the commotion within 100 miles. Take it away, Lu Qiu insisted firmly. You should take it away, swiftly. Take it away? Xia Wange regarded him quizzically. What for? Aren't you unafraid? I'm certainly not afraid, Lu Qiu retorted defiantly. However, my brother is. His room is right below mine, and it would be unfortunate if he were affected. Logically, it shouldn't be a problem, Xia Wange mused, scratching her head without pressing further. Then let us keep it here for one night. You can bring it to me tomorrow at work. It bears a mark that requires your essence to cleanse it. No need to place it under the bed, just leave it on the mattress for one night. After all, you aren't afraid, right? Lu Qiu conceded. I suppose it's not entirely out of the question. Before he could finish his sentence, He saw Xia Wange wrapping the bone spur in cloth and handing it to him. With a reluctant resolve, he accepted it, only to hear her say, "I shall take my leave now. See you at the office tomorrow."
Wait.
Lu Qiu called out, glancing at the bone spur, and then back at Xia Wange, who was preparing to climb out the window. "I assume you must be hungry? Allow me to fetch you something to eat before you leave. It wouldn't be right for you to arrive with an empty stomach and depart the same way."
Chapter 91, Strajkat.
The wind rustled through Xia Wange's clothing, and coincidentally, her stomach rumbled audibly. She withdrew her leg from the window, replying, "All right." Lu Qiu, relieved, promptly placed the bone spur on the bed and hurriedly made his way out. "Hold on a moment. If you're exhausted, rest on the bed. If you wish to change the sheets or blankets, there are supplies in the wardrobe. It's too late to call for housekeeping. You'll have to manage it yourself." Once outside, Lu Qiu felt a slight easing of tension. As he approached the elevator, he noticed the numbers illuminating upward. Upon the door's opening, Lu Dage, his elder brother, appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lu Qiu. Lu Qiu discreetly entered the elevator and pressed the button for the ground floor. "Brother, why are you still awake at this hour? I thought I heard a woman scream earlier. I checked downstairs but found nothing, so I came up to see."
Oh.
Lu Qiu replied, retracting his hand. "Perhaps you should investigate another floor. I didn't hear anything." "You didn't hear anything?" Lu Dage inquired, puzzled. "That noise was rather loud. It was probably a stray cat." "I vaguely heard some cat sounds as well," Lu Qiu responded as the elevator descended, pressing the button for the second floor for his brother. "Get some rest, brother." "Wait, what are you doing?" Lu Dage exclaimed hastily. "It's the middle of the night." "Just a stray cat," Lu Qiu said, pressing the door close button, effectively sending Lu Dage back to his room. Inside the elevator, Lu Dage wore a bewildered expression. "Stray cat sound like that now? And they pound on the bed? Their soundproofing must be exceptional, if he could hear that." Did Lu Qiu let a stray cat in and feel too awkward to admit it? Meanwhile, Lu Qiu rummaged through the fridge for a few egg tarts. While heating them in the oven, he placed a bottle of milk in the microwave. Remembering Xia Wange's substantial appetite, he searched further, retrieving frozen chicken wings from the freezer to place in the air fryer. In the interim, he also went to his car to retrieve the clothes Xia Wange had prepared for emergencies. In just 20 minutes, Lu Qiu returned upstairs with egg tarts, chicken wings, and milk, only to find Xia Wange already asleep on his bed. With a gentle sigh, he placed the items on the bedside table and turned to the wardrobe to fetch a blanket, intending to sleep on the sofa. Just as he lay down, he turned to see Xia Wange groggily sitting up to eat. "I thought you were asleep," Lu Qiu murmured. "I was, but the aroma roused me," Xia Wange replied. She never hesitated to eat in front of Lu Qiu, quickly finishing her meal and then starting on the milk. "I left your change of clothes by the bedside, and there are disposable toiletries under the sink in the bathroom. If you're feeling particularly lazy, there's mouthwash as well." After finishing the milk in one go, Xia Wange hopped off the bed. "I should freshen up. I've been on the go for days." Xia Wange moved swiftly, and upon emerging, she saw Lu Qiu had closed his eyes. Lying on the bed, she couldn't resist peeking into the spiritual realm. Wow, the air is thick with positive energy, and beneath it, a dense aura emanates from the jade. Such a sight was something she had never dared to imagine. In her lifetime, she had never experienced such abundance. Recalling a month ago when she nearly resorted to theft over a wheelchair, she couldn't help but marvel at the turn of fate. Indeed, fortune ebbs and flows. Once, I sought to take your wheelchair, and now here I am, lying in your bed, while you're relegated to the sofa. She cast a sidelong glance at Lu Qiu, biting her lip and whispering Lu Qiu. After a moment's pause, he murmured back, He hadn't rested well these past few days, and unexpectedly, sleeping on the sofa had left him feeling increasingly drowsy, nearly unable to keep his eyes open. "Thank you." Upon hearing her gratitude, Lu Qiu's lips curled into a slight smile. "No need for thanks. Indeed, it seems only when food is provided does one express gratitude." Xia Wange closed her eyes, genuinely thankful for Lu Qiu. In truth, her defeat this time stemmed not from any other reason, but from that cluster of malevolent energy. During their magical confrontation, some unscrupulous individuals resorted to physical assault, and while she sustained a blow to her arm, she also fell victim to the curse of that group of sorcerers. Had it not been for Lu Qiu, enduring that malevolent force alone would have cost her at least 10 months of merits. Thus, her frantic journey was a matter of life and death. However, thanks to Lu Qiu's presence, not only did her merits remain intact, But she also gained merit from seizing the cult's artifact and dissipating a portion of their malevolence. Upon reflection, she realized she had gained nearly a month's worth of merit. Moreover, Lu Qiu's condition had improved significantly. Before drifting into a deep slumber, Xia Wange pondered her gains and losses, summing it up succinctly. Not a loss. She would dare again next time. As the night deepened and time passed, dawn began to break with a soft light. Lu Qiu slept soundly, and upon awakening, he discovered Xia Wange had already departed, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of loss. He went to the bathroom and found everything tidied up impeccably. Had it not been for the plate and milk cup left behind, Lu Qiu might have believed he had merely dreamt the events of the previous night. Downstairs, Mr. and Mrs. Lu rose with a refreshing vigor to partake in breakfast, only to find Lu Dage gazing at them with palpable excitement. Mom and Dad, you always say I don't care about Lu Qiu, right? Let me tell you, Lu Qiu adores cats. Cats? Mrs. Lu inquired, puzzled. Yesterday, I heard a cat meowing, and Lu Qiu came down in the middle of the night to grab a snack. Surely, he must have let the cat in to feed it, Lu Dage asserted with conviction. So, for his birthday, let's gift him a cat. Instead of feeding the frozen cod beside you, your cat prefers egg tarts and chicken wings, Mrs. Lu remarked, glancing at the refrigerator, instantly discerning what Lu Qiu had taken. That shouldn't be. He never liked those before. Any change is ultimately a good thing, Mr. Lu interjected. You needn't worry too much. Just then, Lu Qiu appeared for breakfast, prompting Lu Dage to exclaim, Ah Qiu, it's your birthday. How about I get you a cat?
A cat?
Lu Qiu raised an eyebrow, shaking his head in confusion. I have no intention of keeping a cat at the moment. Your brother says you like them, Mrs. Lu chimed in. If you like it, you can keep it. You won't have to care for it. Your dad and I will take care of it. You can just come back to play with it whenever you want. Lu Qiu glanced at the milk on the table, took a small sip and smiled gently. No need. I only like wild cats, those that scratch at the window at night. Remember the treats but not the beatings, and show their claws when angry. The ones with real spirit. Mr. and Mrs. Lu exchanged glances before turning back to Lu Dage, the four of them silently sipping their milk. What's going on? Why does it feel oddly toothacheing? Chapter 92. Candor. The news of Xia Wange's arrival at the company spread rapidly, first relayed by the security guard. Upon learning of her presence, the entire office erupted with joyous laughter, the atmosphere reminiscent of a pre-festival celebration. Finally, they would no longer have to endure the grim visage of General Lu, no matter how handsome he was. Staring at them with a serious demeanor while exuding an oppressive aura as he listened to their reports, it made them want to hurl their documents at his face. But now, Master Xia had arrived. Good morning, Sister Xia. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Xia. So glad you're here, truly. Xia Wange looked on bewildered by the exuberance of those around her. Even she, skilled in reading faces, could not discern what joyous occasion they were celebrating. The jubilant atmosphere led her to believe that a grand festival was imminent, rather than the upcoming ghost festival. Lu Qiu, rarely late, arrived just a tad later than usual. Upon observing that General Lu was in good spirits, the employees could only think of one word: as expected. They even felt that if someone were to approach General Lu and pat him on the shoulder while saying, "Little Lu, you must work hard," he would not take offense. However, they dared not act on this impulse, except for Du Yun, who had been out for 3 days on business due to Lu Qiu's low pressure. Du Yun had initially planned to meet with another company today, avoiding Lu Qiu, but upon hearing the news of Master Xia's arrival, he made his way to the office. As he prepared to push open the door to the president's office, ready to tease Lu Qiu, who had been acting like a grumpy relative, he found the door locked. Bewildered, he turned to Assistant Su, who stood outside as well. What's going on? Assistant Su adjusted his glasses. As soon as General Lu arrived, he summoned Master Xia into the office. He said he had matters to discuss. Calling in Sister Xia, just the two of them, and locking the door? Du Yun was taken aback, then rubbed his chin with a sly grin. Master Xia must be showing Lu Qiu some explosive tricks again. Truth be told, had it been anyone else, Du Yun's thoughts would have raced in a colorful direction. However, since it was Sister Xia inside, his musings branched into two paths, one scientific and the other metaphysical, purely clean. Inside the office, Xia Wange, shedding her usual laid-back demeanor, sat across from Lu Qiu, separated by his expansive desk. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. She felt a flutter of anxiety. Not for any other reason than that Lu Qiu had called her in first thing in the morning to have an open and honest discussion. He insisted that everyone must confess one truth and speak only the truth. Xia Wange bit her lip, realizing that after yesterday's events, There was something she could no longer conceal. Xia Wange, Lu Qiu stated with a serious expression, I believe our bond surpasses any others, be it love, familial affection, friendship, or camaraderie. Our connection, forged at the cost of our lives, is the most steadfast and reliable. Thus, I feel we should be candid with one another and harbor no secrets to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings in the future. As he continued, Lu Qiu quickly added, actually, I merely wish to inform you about something you have concealed from me. After last night, I have deduced a portion of it. Xia Wange took a deep breath, slowly releasing it. All right, you're right. Who should go first? Forget it, I'll go first. You should have guessed by now. I thought you would ask me yesterday. Xia Wange hastily continued. Yes, the pendant I gave you can indeed track your location. It can not only pinpoint your whereabouts, but also sense your life state. Since that pendant contains a fragment of my soul, if it remains by your side, your aura gradually nourishes that fragment, which in turn strengthens and indirectly impacts my soul. Even if we were to part ways, as long as the pendant is with you, I would still gain some benefit. Feeling somewhat apologetic, Xia Wange added, at first, I wasn't familiar with you. It was our first collaboration, and I didn't understand you, so I had to take precautions. But after spending more time together, I realized my initial worries were unfounded. Just as you said, we are bound by our lives. Wait, Xia Wange interjected, furrowing her brow as she locked eyes with Lu Qiu. How do you know we are bound by life? She had always told Lu Qiu that she was helping him with his ailments, only mentioning that she could resolve his energy issues to treat his leg. He should only know that he required her energy for his spells. Yet she had never revealed that she too needed to utilize his energy to accrue merit and extend her life. Upon hearing Xia Wange's question, Lu Qiu's expression grew more serious. She had struck a chord. He then enunciated each word distinctly. This is what I wish to confess to you, Xia Wange. I can hear your heart's voice. What? Xia Wange exclaimed in shock, kicking her chair away as she curled up in the corner, wide-eyed in disbelief. What? Do you mean to say you can hear my heart's voice? I must be hearing things. Lu Qiu, witnessing her dramatic reaction, felt a twinge of guilt. He gently nodded, affirming, No, you heard correctly. I can indeed hear your heart's voice. Xia Wange gasped, staring at Lu Qiu for what felt like an eternity until he could no longer contain himself, prompting her to ask with a furrowed brow. Did you just hear what I was thinking? Lu Qiu replied, No, it requires certain conditions. I can only hear your heart's voice when both you and I touch the same object. Oh, that's a relief, Xia Wange sighed, then quickly regained her composure. So that explains why I had those unfortunate days when we first touched the wheelchair? You heard my thoughts about wanting to borrow it? Lu Qiu nodded seriously. Initially, after realizing I could hear your heart's voice, I considered it a form of self-protection, as I was uncertain about you. However, after spending time together, I found you to be optimistic, strong, highly skilled, kind-hearted, meticulous, and courageous. In short, I was captivated by your charismatic personality. After experiencing unnecessary misunderstandings and quarrels, I feel it's best for us to be open with one another. Hold on, Xia Wange said, rubbing her nose as she leaned in a bit closer, her previously tight lips unable to suppress a smile. Could you repeat those flattering words about my charming personality? Lu Qiu, aware of her fondness for such compliments, obliged and reiterated, adding descriptors like naturally beautiful, approachable, lively, and positive. Chapter 93. It's not unfeasible. After Lu Qiu had enumerated several commendable adjectives, he noticed that Xia Wange was still covering her mouth with her hand, listening intently. Lu Qiu understood her implication. It was insufficient. She desired more. Thus, somewhat at a loss for words, he sipped some tea and continued, versatile and accomplished, omniscient and omnipotent, eloquent and persuasive, embodying both virtue and integrity. All right. That's enough. Xia Wange lightly coughed, her curiosity piqued. Why? How can you hear my innermost thoughts? Can you hear others as well? I don't know. Lu Qiu replied, shaking his head honestly. I can't hear others. I can only hear yours, and I discovered this only after meeting you. How peculiar, Xia Wange mused. Cautiously reaching out to touch the desk Lu Qiu was leaning on, her mind racing with thoughts such as, test. Can you hear this? Can you hear this? Lu Qiu nodded and said, I can hear you. Xia Wange's eyes widened in surprise as she let go of her hand and stealthily began tapping the desk with her foot and knee. Testing. Can you hear me? I can hear you, Lu Qiu affirmed. Can you really hear me? I don't believe it. Xia Wange thought to herself. Repeat what I say, and give Xia Wange a raise. Lu Qiu pursed his lips, gazing at Xia Wange's sparkling eyes, unable to suppress a smile. Although he earned quite a bit himself, he found it quite unreasonable to be stingy with Xia Wange's raise. Xia Wange immediately laughed, saying, "Oh, boss. This is quite sudden. Why are you giving me a raise out of the blue?" "No one has mentioned it, but thank you." Lu Qiu interjected. "Can you not have some dignity?" "Have some dignity. Let me try something else." Xia Wange pondered, under Lu Qiu's astonished yet somewhat expectant gaze. She pressed her back against the desk and crouched down on the floor.
How about now?
"Can you hear me now?" 121212. 121212. "I can hear you," Lu Qiu replied cooperatively. "I'll try again," she thought, suddenly leaning closer to Lu Qiu. Under his slightly shocked gaze, she slowly lowered herself, carefully touching the desk with just the tip of her nose, ensuring that no other part of her body made contact. "How about now?" 321321. For a fleeting moment, Lu Qiu found himself momentarily breathless, slowly exhaling. Can't hear?" Lu Qiu repeated. 321. Haha, I just realized this isn't so bad. I don't have to speak, I only hear you talking, it feels a bit silly. Xia Wange. Lu Qiu glanced at her. "Please mind your language." Alright, I can only hear you talking. It makes you seem like a cultured fool." An enchanting silence. "You deserve it." Lu Qiu. After a series of tests, Xia Wange returned to her chair, reflecting in her heart. It is indeed true that one can hear innermost thoughts. Though it was somewhat sudden, under certain limitations, it was not too difficult to accept. After all, one does not know the cause, so let it be. And go with the flow. Having concluded her thoughts, Xia Wange looked at Lu Qiu, who gazed back at her in confusion. Xia Wange's eyes were filled with inquiry. Lu Qiu continued to look perplexed. Oh, Xia Wange exclaimed, "I forgot. I didn't touch the desk earlier. It's so convenient to think, and you know what I'm saying, suddenly speaking to you feels a bit foreign." Lu Qiu. So, do we consider this an honest confession? Xia Wange nodded, her feet resting against the desk, arms crossed with an air of solemnity. "Your issue cannot be resolved for now, so let us just be mindful. As for my issue, you can simply return the sign to me." "Not returning it," Lu Qiu swiftly replied, meeting her surprised gaze as he continued to explain, "since I can hear your innermost thoughts, which is currently unsolvable. You might as well leave the sign with me. It seems fairer that way. TSK, the child of fortune speaks grandly. I can only admire your perspective." Lu Qiu. "Do you have any other confessions? Sometimes I see you getting a bit anxious hearing strange things. Are you afraid? Now is the time to speak up." Lu Qiu. Not afraid. After saying this, he realized he had spoken a bit too hastily, and under Xia Wange's gaze, he stiffened and added, "I wasn't nervous. I was excited. Excited about venturing into the unknown." "Really?" Xia Wange raised an eyebrow. "Really?" Lu Qiu insisted. Xia Wange pouted, "Then I shall take your word for it." "And you?" Lu Qiu countered. "For instance, always exaggerating things to accentuate your own prowess?" "Nonsense." Xia Wange exclaimed, "One must speak with evidence. If you continue to say such things, I'll accuse you of defamation." "Oh," Lu Qiu replied, "so I misunderstood." The two of them scrutinized each other for a moment, recognizing the unspoken conclusion in each other's eyes. Xia Wange stood up and opened the door, just as Du Yun nearly stumbled into the office. Du Yun glanced at Xia Wange, then at Lu Qiu. Leaning closer to Xia Wange, he whispered, "What were you two talking about?" "I only heard Lu Qiu's voice." Before she could respond, Du Yun quickly added, "I didn't catch a single word of what you said. I only vaguely heard Lu Qiu talking. Has he started to lose it and held a meeting with you?" "Yes," Xia Wange nodded. "He was indeed holding a meeting with me." Du Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as he approached Lu Qiu, cautioning him not to pass his work-related habits onto Master Xia. Otherwise, it would be a terrifying world indeed, with a mystical master treating it like a job. Meanwhile, Xia Wange had stepped out to retrieve a charger and returned to curl up on Lu Qiu's office's first-layer leather sofa, engrossed in her phone. Her phone had been nearly out of battery for days, and she had been too busy to use it until now. Upon opening WeChat, her phone froze once again. Even her new phone was acting up, and Xia Wange suddenly felt as if she had developed a phobia of WeChat, hesitating to click it open. When she finally did, she discovered she had unknowingly been added to yet another group chat. Hastily, she searched online for how to leave these groups and adjusted the settings to prevent notifications for group messages. Finally, she spotted a message from her close friend, Xia Wange. Xia Wange, suddenly rich. "Sister, shall we meet up? I just completed a project." Xia Wange quickly replied, "Absolutely. The response came swiftly.
Xia Wange.
Suddenly rich. That was 4 days ago. Did you want to wait until I die to arrange a meetup? Xia Wange. That is not out of the question. Chapter 94. Work Habits. Xia Wange, suddenly rich. It's too late. I'm swamped with work. Let us meet up after I finish my tasks. At that moment, Xia Wange was just scrolling through to see who else hadn't he replied when she stumbled upon a message from Fang Qingzi from 3 days ago. Fang Qingzi. Master Xia. I've encountered a rather tricky situation here. I can't handle it alone, and if you have the time, you may need to come over.
Bose.
Fang Qingzi. Since I arrived, it seems the entire village has been affected. Each person is experiencing excessive drowsiness and vivid dreams. And the situation is even more severe than with Mingzong. I want to check their ancestral grave. But the villagers are wary of my identity and fear I'll disturb their grave, making it difficult to proceed. Mingzong is also helpless against the villagers. This place feels utterly isolated, steeped in outdated customs and poverty. Fang Qingzi. Mingzong is considering relocating his family's grave, but as soon as this idea arose, it was promptly guarded, making it impossible to move. Fang Qingzi. Master Xia, I secretly visited the grave today and sensed that some formation had been set up there, as if something is being nurtured. Since I returned, I too have been experiencing excessive drowsiness and vivid dreams. Fang Qingzi. Master Xia. I had a dream the messages from Fang Qingzi were sent over 2 days, and after reaching this point, there was no further communication. A sudden jolt of concern gripped Xia Wange's heart, prompting her to hastily send a message. Are you still alive? There was no immediate response. And just as she was about to make a phone call, Fang Qingzi replied, Master Xia, I'm alive, just rather tired. Xia Wange responded, Why didn't you finish your previous message? I thought something had happened to you. Fang Qingzi explained, As soon as I woke up, I wanted to tell you about my dream, but I forgot. Then I became overwhelmingly sleepy, and it's quite chilly here, making it hard to wake up at night. Xia Wange replied, Wait for me, I'm coming over. With that, she glanced at Lu Qiu, who was engrossed in reviewing documents, and Du Yun, who was beside him, guzzling water. She approached, resting her hands on the desk. There's a situation. We need to go to Ming's hometown, a place called Shiotsai Village. It's quite far north, and the roads aren't great. Are you going? Lu Qiu nodded in agreement, yes. Du Yun put down his cup. Did you actually absorb what I just said? Are you sure? This trip might be a bit arduous. Lu Qiu replied earnestly, I am not afraid of hardship. Du Yun retorted, Oh my dear CEO, while you may not fear hardship, I certainly do. I've been reading a lot about causal theories lately. When Master Xia is rather idle, there are fewer supernatural occurrences. If you keep him busy, won't that throw the world into chaos? You may not fear hardship, but you cannot allow the order of the world to be disrupted. Lu Qiu sighed deeply. I'm not conversing with you. Oh, so you're not speaking to me. Yet you're chatting with Master Xia? Are you two communicating telepathically? Master Xia hasn't uttered a word. Du Yun remarked seriously. Lu Qiu, please don't discard this admirable trait of not shifting blame. Xia Wange cast a few glances at Du Yun, suddenly appreciating the functionality of this heart voice feature. I'll set off now. You can come tomorrow. Lu Qiu pursed his lips and glanced at Du Yun. I'll go this afternoon. Oh, Lu Qiu. Are you on a call? Du Yun finally realized the issue. Where's your Bluetooth headset? Is it now fashionable to just stick them in your ears? Did the RD department lend you a new product? Why wasn't I informed? If you had mentioned you were on a call, I wouldn't look like a fool. Lu Qiu shot Du Yun a glance. Aren't you? Du Yun acted as though he hadn't heard and sat down beside him. I'll just assume you're on a call. Lu Qiu rubbed his temples and said to Xia Wange, You go ahead. I'll give some work instructions. With an uneasy intuition, Du Yun stood up, eager to escape. He had recently been avoiding Lu Qiu as much as possible, engaging with various companies for collaborations and projects. Unexpectedly, he had struck gold, completing his quarterly KPIs in one fell swoop. He was merely bored and thought to provoke Lu Qiu, this busy person, to showcase his own relaxed demeanor. However, Lu Qiu's last remark sent alarm bells ringing. Xia Wange had initially intended to tease with her heart voice, but the urgency of the situation necessitated her departure. And she left immediately. Du Yun had intended to follow Xia Wange but was stopped by assistant Su, who had just entered. Su expertly pulled Du Yun back beside Lu Qiu. Lu Qiu straightened up from a pile of documents and directed Su, From now on, all my tasks will be temporarily transferred to Director Du. He will lead the meetings, approve processes, and handle any matters that arise. You will work under him. Your salary is at his discretion. For the days I am absent, Your bonus will be doubled as compensation for emotional distress. After speaking, Lu Qiu waved his hand dismissively. Tempted by the prospect of a doubled bonus, Assistant Su immediately perked up, grabbing documents to follow Du Yun. Director Du, their SA meeting in an hour. Expected to last about half an hour. After that, their SA remote meeting with an uncertain time, and this afternoon we have a collaboration to discuss.
Du Yun?
With no spark of enthusiasm in his eyes, was no stranger to being left in charge of Lu Qiu's responsibilities. Ever since Lu Qiu's leg had faced severe issues a year ago, he had taken up the mantle of leadership single-handedly, revealing an extraordinary capability beneath his charming exterior. However, he had never relinquished control so completely. He should have been out and about, enjoying his free time instead of flaunting himself in front of Lu Qiu. Lu Qiu. I'm going to sign contracts recklessly. With Master Xia on a business trip, Lu Qiu was preparing for one as well. They were not including him in their activities. Suit yourself, Lu Qiu replied, contemplating which jade to bring along while adding, you have shares in the company. If it goes south, you can just return home and fight for your inheritance. Du Yun sighed in frustration, throwing a few punches in the air before helplessly beginning to review the processes. Thus, over the next few days, the atmosphere in the office remained tense, albeit with a different individual at the helm. Xia Wange arrived at the destination in the morning, followed by Lu Qiu in the afternoon, accompanied only by Zhang Song, who had just recovered from his illness. Excited to be accompanying Lu Qiu on a business trip and assisting Master Xia, Zhang Song was eager as their destination also involved the Lu family's interests. And he took charge of coordinating matters along the way. Although Lu Qiu had unexpectedly delegated all responsibilities to Du Yun, he still assisted with tasks whenever possible. After disembarking from the plane, Zhang Song remarked, President Lu, Master Xia has arranged for a convertible to pick us up from the nearest town to Xiaocai village. Do we need another vehicle? A convertible? Lu Qiu raised an eyebrow, somewhat skeptical. Let us have someone take us to that town to meet her. Zhang Song was pleased, as President Lu had an array of business and sports cars, but after his leg issues, he hadn't driven one in a while. Thankfully, Master Xia was offering him the chance to ride in a sports car. Although Lu Qiu had intended to review contracts during the ride, he refrained from disputing Xia Wange's rare generosity, though he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, leading her to be so extravagant. He sensed that this issue might be quite complex. However, once they bounced along the road and finally arrived in the town, seeing Xia Wange sitting in the convertible eased his worries. Of course, this is how it should be, he thought. It was unreasonable to assume Xia Wange would suddenly be so generous. Zhang Song, still adjusting to Xia Wange's style, took a few moments to gather himself before stammering. Master Xia, does a tractor count as a convertible? Chapter 95. My silly brother. Why wouldn't he it? Xia Wange leapt down from the tractor seat, holding the ignition key, and tapped the back of the canopyless vehicle. Isn't it a convertible if it has no roof? Then where will we sit? Zhang Song inquired. In the back. Xia Wange replied, lifting the lever. I even prepared some cushions for you. Lu Qiu glanced at the high stack of cushions at the back of the tractor and sighed. You've thought this through quite well. Zhang Song looked at the tractor, then at Lu Qiu's wheelchair. Sister Xia, is this our only option? I'm worried President Lu might be uncomfortable. Oh, the cushions are for you, not for him, Xia Wange clarified. He LLB in the vehicle coming from Ming's side. We'll take the tractor. We're just going to check things out. I went there myself this morning and didn't dare enter the village. We can only use this to avoid drawing attention. It's the harvest season for corn and wheat, so we can take this opportunity to explore a bit. Otherwise, it'll be too conspicuous. Conspicuous? Lu Qiu questioned. My disciple, Feng Qingzi, has had his identity as a geomancer exposed and is now being closely guarded by the villagers, unable to do anything. Zhang Song, curious, asked. The whole village? Couldn't Ming just leave? Your ancestral grave is here. You were once fed by neighbors when you were young, and your family's ancestral home is still here. If there's a problem with your ancestral grave, it'll affect your fortune. Can you just leave easily? Xia Wange explained. Then what about relocating the ancestral grave? Zhang Song inquired softly. With Feng Qingzi being scrutinized so closely, the grave area was heavily guarded by the villagers. The notion of relocating the grave? Quite a bold idea, indeed. But this won't do. Nor will that. What then shall we do? Zhang Song sighed in exasperation. Hence, I now find myself here in the village, a mere second-hand dealer collecting corn with my family in tow. Let us first take the tractor for a spin. I have heard that their gravesite is not far from here, and we shall discuss the specifics on the way. Xia Wange handed the crank to Zhang Song, saying, Come on, driver Zhang, I will start the tractor shortly. It truly is exhausting to start the tractor manually. Zhang Song stared at the ignition key in his hand, momentarily taken aback by the unfamiliarity of the crank. Having grown up in the city, he had only seen such devices on television. At that moment, the vehicle summoned by Ming had arrived. Xia Wange beckoned Lu Qiu to get in. Aware of his mobility issues, Lu Qiu complied without uttering a word, making his way directly to the car. Zhang Song assisted Lu Qiu into the vehicle, and Xia Wange teased, "What's the matter? Are you worried?" Yes. Zhang Song nodded. "How about this, Sister Xia? You accompany President Lu in the car while I drive this tractor. Do you have a license?"
Huh.
Zhang Song was taken aback. "Sister Xia, you possess that license too?" Xia Wange pulled out her agricultural tractor license from her bag, stating, "Am I someone who drives without a license? Now take the crank and help me start it. Do you think I want to drag you along? I've observed, generally speaking, a single person collecting corn is easily recognizable." As she spoke, Xia Wange approached the front of the tractor, adjusted the throttle to half, pressed the decompression lever, and signaled for Zhang Song to insert the crank into the ignition. "Turn it clockwise. Once you hear that sputtering sound, the crank will retract, and then you just pull it back." "Understood." Zhang Song gripped the crank, following her instructions, turning it clockwise. Sensing a swift response, Xia Wange released the decompression lever, and black smoke began to billow from the tractor's exhaust pipe, accompanied by a sputtering noise. "Take a seat in the back," Xia Wange gestured towards the rear. "Let us disguise ourselves." With that, she swiftly wrapped a green scarf around her head and donned an old coat, having manually aged it before putting it on. She then applied a dark powder to her face. Zhang Song finally grasped the extent of his own disguise. When he looked up, he saw Xia Wange clad in cotton attire, ready to embark with astonishing speed, her mimicry so precise that he momentarily pondered if she had once been a spy. Given her proficiency, after Zhang Song managed to prepare his attire amidst the bumpy ride on the tractor, Xia Wange had already driven them to the entrance of Shiotsai village. It dawned on Zhang Song that his brain was nearly rattled out of his skull. He had to admit that the tractor was indeed practical for such roads. Had they attempted to drive in a sedan, they would have surely been mired in trouble. Upon nearing the village, Xia Wange steered directly towards the farmland adjacent to the gravesite, following the intel provided by Fang Qingzi. Along the way, she spotted an ant shucking corn and decided to halt the tractor. She patted Zhang Song's shoulder, saying, "Stay alert and be ready to act." Instantly, Zhang Song felt the weight of the responsibility on his shoulders. The ant beside the corn pile had her phone playing a novel at high volume. As Xia Wange approached, she caught the part where the protagonist, Long Ao Tian, was teasingly pinning Wei Er to the bed, mockingly questioning her virtue, while offering her money. Xia Wange's mind went blank momentarily. Once the ant, shucking corn, glanced at her warily, Xia Wange quickly said, "Andy, do you know where we can find more corn? We've heard that the corn here is excellent, and we came specifically to collect it, but after trying to contact people for a while, no one answered. Now that we're here, we can't leave empty-handed. You see, I still have my foolish brother here waiting for his winter funds. I can't keep covering for gas." Zhang Song was momentarily stunned, but then, lightning fast, he flashed a goofy grin. "Oh, he really is foolish." The ant switched to another cob of corn and continued shucking. "Do you know the surname of the person you contacted? We all know each other around here. If you know their surname, I can find them right away." With her fingers quickly scribbling on her thigh, her mouth, concealed by the scarf, murmured incantations. After a moment, she replied, "The surname is Tong. The person who contacted me is Tong." "Oh dear, we only have one family with that surname in our village. Just yesterday, his mother fell ill and was taken to the provincial city for treatment. They must be quite busy." "Oh no, what should we do now?" Xia Wange feigned anxiety. "Auntie, is your corn for sale? I can bring my own corn kernels to be processed into flour. You won't have to cover any processing fees." "I only have this little corn for my own consumption," the ant replied. "You should go further in, at the innermost intersection, turn west. Old Chen's family harvested a lot this year. They might sell some." Xia Wange nodded, preparing to drive off, but the ant called out, "Oh, don't use that. It consumes too much fuel. I have a bicycle at home. You can ride that to ask around." Xia Wange laughed. "Aren't you afraid I might steal it?"
Huh.
"That tractor has to stay here. What would it run off for?" The ant chuckled. "Leave your foolish brother here. I'll keep an eye on him." Zhang Song laughed nervously, casting a worried glance at Xia Wange, hoping she wouldn't leave him behind. "Oh, what a miserable fate. I'm completely daft," the ant remarked, observing Zhang Song's silly grin. He doesn't tea-bite, does he? Xia Wange cleared her throat. My brother can ride a bicycle. He is quite skilled at it. I need to take him with me. Otherwise, he'll start wailing. You see, as soon as I leave, he'll cry. With that, Xia Wange pretended to walk away, prompting Zhang Song to immediately burst into tears. He was mentally unraveling, yet simultaneously relieved it was he in this predicament. If Lu Qiu were with Xia Wange, he couldn't even begin to imagine the scene. The aunt waved her hands. All right, you can take him with you. Sigh, you're quite unfortunate. You can't be without someone. With that, the aunt produced a bicycle and even handed Xia Wange a clean cloth to wipe the seat. While she was cleaning, Xia Wange casually inquired, I noticed a tractor pulling out autumn pears earlier. Those pears looked quite good. The aunt's smile faltered slightly as she muttered. Wealthy folks can profit from anything they plant. The small building looks beautiful, yet they don't care about the local villagers. Just look at how the roads have turned out. Doesn't the government repair them? Government repairs are one thing, but can't the Ming family contribute a bit more to pave a proper road? As she spoke, the aunt waved her hands repeatedly. Hurry along with your brother now. It's getting dark early. If it comes to it, you can come back here for dinner. No need, Xia Wange insisted as she pulled Zhang Song away. I need to take my brother on a blind date tonight. You're going on a blind date? Oh dear, it'll be tough with your brother in tow. Xia Wange replied, there's no other choice. With that, she hurried Zhang Song onto the bicycle, pedaling away. Zhang Song, worried about revealing his true identity, maintained a silly grin as he conversed with Xia Wange. Sister Xia, I remember Ming mentioning that he invested in a piece of land to create opportunities for the locals, hiring experts to help plant pears. He invited people from his hometown to participate, but the first few years yielded no fruit. He kept investing. Eventually, there was a year when they bore fruit, albeit small in size, yet exceptionally sweet. Eventually, everyone realized that the soil in that mountain was particularly suited for pear cultivation, yielding great profits. Didn't that also increase the locals' income? Why then does that aunt harbor resentment toward his family? Increase income? The wages from working for someone else can't compare to the profits from selling your own pears, Xia Wange replied.
Huh?
Sales channels and transportation losses must ultimately be borne by Ming. I heard from Sue, the assistant, that in the past 2 years, the pear business faced significant losses. However, those in the village who cultivate pears still enjoy a guaranteed income without the need to seek employment elsewhere. All they see is the trucks laden with pears driving away, reaping profits, while no one acknowledges the hidden losses. Zhang Song recalled the disdainful expression of the aunt earlier, juxtaposed with her warm-heartedness in offering transportation and meals to strangers like them, which left him pondering the contradictions of human nature. He lamented the duality of fearing his brother's hardships while also resenting his brother's affluence. Indeed, it is a challenge for Ming within the village. As he turned right, he truly intended to gather corn. Xia Wange gently tapped Zhang Song on the shoulder. Oh, indeed. Turning right, towards the eastern part of the village, Zhang Song rode his bicycle for a while, only to sense the encroaching gloom around him. Soon he spotted a distant graveyard. In the past, he would have steered clear of such places, but now, thanks to Master Xia, he felt oddly unafraid. Xia Wange dismounted her bicycle and instructed, when someone arrives, you must weep loudly. Zhang Song hesitantly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Xia Wange ascended to a higher vantage point to survey the graveyard, closing her eyes momentarily before opening her celestial sight. Upon doing so, she immediately discerned an anomaly. Whether old or new, the souls had departed far too cleanly, leaving no trace behind. Furthermore, the atmosphere enveloping the graveyard was exceedingly complex. It was composed of 2 formations. One was superficial and rather perfunctory, yielding minimal effect, merely extending the fortune of a small graveyard to the surrounding area. She took a photo with her phone at 50 times magnification. Upon examination, it was indeed from the Ming family, which explained why the villagers were so adamant about guarding their ancestral graves against the feng shui master. They likely believed someone was attempting to usurp their fortune. Ultimately, this individual deceived them. The formation purportedly for seizing fortune was merely a facade, while the true, effective formation lay elsewhere. It appeared to be a subterranean formation that absorbed the collective spiritual energy of the entire village into the graveyard below. Xia Wange pursed her lips, deep in thought, contemplating what lay buried beneath that necessitated such energy absorption. Suddenly, Zhang Song's cries echoed through the air. Wah! Who are you? Xia Wange snapped back to reality, grabbing a piece of foxtail grass she had prepared and descended the slope, only to discover several villagers armed with sticks surrounding Zhang Song. The initially aggressive villagers, upon approaching Zhongsong, found themselves grinning foolishly before bursting into tears. Confusion washed over them as they exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to proceed. My apologies. My brother is just shy, Xia Wange quickly interjected. He was acting up earlier, so I picked a piece of foxtail grass for him to play with. Once the villagers grasped the situation, they relaxed slightly. A young man with a short stick inquired, "Are you outsiders? What brings you to our village?"
Oh.
"We came to gather corn, but the contact, Mr. Tong, said he took his elderly mother to the provincial capital for medical treatment. We were afraid of making a wasted trip, so a woman at the village entrance directed us westward, mentioning a family named Chen who had a bountiful harvest this year." "Oh, you've taken a wrong turn. This is the east side, and the only thing here are our ancestral graves," the young man with a short stick remarked. "I believe the Chen family has already sold out their corn, hasn't it?" Xia Wange's expression fell. "Oh, then it seems I will truly make a fruitless journey. And my foolish brother still needs some." "Don't worry," a kind-hearted young man offered. "We'll check with a few families and surely manage to fill your bags." Xia Wange, still feigning distress, replied, "That may not be necessary.